Others, after transmigrating, wished to live in anonymity and enjoy a peaceful life, but their wishes went unfulfilled. Liu Keaj, however, was different. When he transmigrated to the Tianquan world, he directly told his sister that he was a player and this was just a game world. Not only that, he even became the unofficial sect master of the Mogate. Today, Liu Keaj's sister, Lu Dongli, was heading towards Mogate on the Green Mountain with Shiao Chu. Shiao Chu was carried on Dongli's back the whole way, excitedly looking around as they walked. This was Shiao Chu's first time on the mountain, so Dongli wanted to use this opportunity to help her get familiar with the terrain and the cultivation atmosphere. She also took the chance to explain some things Shiao Chu needed to remember, as well as the rules Mogate disciples must obey. Shiao Chu was a bright, clever, and adorable girl. Hearing Dongli's earnest advice, she quickly nodded, promising to keep it in mind. However, her initial excitement soon vanished, replaced by a look of despair. Dongli sighed and calmly said, "Currently, including you and Shiao Chu, Mogate only has 10 people in total. Dongli has 6 disciples, and the remaining one is the only disciple of the previous sect master, who is my elder brother." When Lu Dongli mentioned Liu Keaj, her tone became slightly subdued. She told Shiao Chu that Liu Keaj was 6 years older than her, so Shiao Chu must respect him exceptionally and be even more polite to him than to herself. Dongli then added a rare serious warning, stating that Shiao Chu should absolutely never be alone with the sect master and certainly not learn from his words or actions. Hearing this, little Shiao Chu immediately cringed, her eyes filled with confusion. She thought the sect master must be a terrifying figure, perhaps even more sinister than the demons in ancient texts. Dongli quickly denied it. However, she added a sentence that made Shiao Chu even more afraid, saying he was even scarier than she imagined. In truth, Dongli had been accustomed to Liu Keaj's oddities since childhood. From a young age he would say baffling things like, "You'll never know where I come from," or "I've already seen the true essence of the Tianquan world." These words made her firmly believe her brother had a screw loose. She even often joked that his brain had been waterlogged for a long time. Later, when their parents passed away, Liu Keaj sat alone in the courtyard, weeping yet uttering chilling words. He claimed to have lived for over 40 years, and in this long life only 2 people had shown him what ordinary familial affection felt like. Yet at that time his physical body was only 19 years old. This statement further convinced Dongli that her brother was truly ill. He didn't remember his real age and insisted he was the protagonist, making anyone who heard him shake their heads, feeling utterly helpless. Thinking of this, Dongli could only sigh. She believed that Mogate now rested solely on her shoulders. She had to cultivate diligently and become stronger to protect the sect's reputation and also to shelter her somewhat peculiar brother. Just as she was lost in thought, Shiao Chu suddenly pointed ahead innocently and asked if the person standing on the cliff was the sect master. Startled, Dongli quickly looked in the direction the little girl was pointing. Indeed, it was Liu Keaj. He stood proudly on the precipice, his robes fluttering in the wind, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through heaven and earth. Before she could call out, Dongli saw him raise his hand, channeling a trace of internal energy, his voice echoing through the mountain forest, declaring there was no name Liu Keaj in this world. Tianquan was always a chaotic and dark place. Fearing that Shiao Chu might be influenced by these bizarre remarks, Dongli immediately covered the little girl's ears and quickly pulled her in another direction. However, to her surprise, Shiao Chu seemed quite interested. She gently looked up and whispered, "Sect Master Uncle is so cool." Following that innocent gaze, Liu Keaj also turned around, his eyes gentle, and spoke in a calm, reasoning tone. He said that it was a blessing to enter Mogate. Shiao Chu's good fortune accumulated over lifetimes. Dongli could only sigh helplessly, thinking that Shiao Chu's exceptional talent meant she could easily join any major sect. Mogate ranked at the bottom among over 3,000 sects, and was simply not worthy of comparison with anyone. It was the sect's blessing that the little girl was willing to become a Mogate disciple, not the other way around as Liu Keaj suggested. Yet, Shiao Chu continued to listen intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, softly repeating the words blessing. Fearing she would be influenced by Liu Keaj's half-truths, Dongli quickly picked up the little girl, saying she was tired and needed to return to rest early. As they left, Shiao Chu kept looking back, continuously calling Sect Master Uncle. But Dongli, quick as a flash, turned her little head back, not letting her look anymore. Meanwhile, Liu Keaj remained standing there, a faint smile playing on his lips, his gaze following the 2 figures as they gradually disappeared behind the mountainside. He opened Shiao Chu's information interface, looked at her attribute panel, and softly exclaimed that this little girl's luck points were astonishingly high, reaching 9 points. He mused, it wasn't Mogate that was fortunate to have her, but she who had sufficient great destiny to encounter Mogate. 21 years had passed since Liu Keaj transmigrated to the Tianquan world. This virtual reality game was once the 22nd century's grandest project, an open world where the line between reality and illusion gradually blurred. Some said it was created by gods, others that it was another realm, and some believed it was merely a parallel universe. Humans were just numbers floating among countless data. In these 21 years, Liu Keaj had no special encounters, no divine artifacts, no fortuitous chances, no system assistance. He simply cultivated in silence, waiting for the game to enter the closed beta phase, which he knew about before his transmigration. Just as he expected today, amidst the tranquil atmosphere, the familiar announcement panel reappeared before his eyes. The system was loading the test version. All functions unlocked. Liu Keij gained permission to view character information. Liu Keij's current level was 10, his health reached the maximum of 510, and internal energy was 12951 Other attributes like innate talent or sword path aptitude could be improved with a maximum value of 10 points, but his luck value remained fixed at 3.104, followed by an ellipsis looking like pi, which puzzled him. Never mind, the system added another line. A stunning beauty and a good for nothing. Liu Keij was quite optimistic after all. Weakness was temporary, but handsomeness was for life. From now on, the test countdown, calculated in Earth time, was 30 days. As Liu Keij knew, 30 Earth days equated to 300 days in the Tianquan world, and players would appear after 300 days. Speaking of Earth, Liu Keij recalled that he too was once an individual on that planet long ago. Back then, he not only possessed a handsome face but was also a super-rich second-generation heir, envied by readers, streamers, cosplayers. He could have as many as he wanted. He didn't just play around with people. Liu Keij also loved game characters, yet his own strength was mediocre. His only extraordinary power was money. Liu Keij was like a true emperor, and when he got tired of playing games he would turn to his parents and tell them he was hungry. However, nothing is perfect. Despite his wealth, he had no happy family. His parents, though not officially divorced, had long since stopped coming home. It turned out Liu Keij was a pitiful child, an orphan with parents. His only connection with them was bank transfers. Beyond that, there were no phone calls, and if he called, they wouldn't answer. He didn't even know where they were. Living in such an environment, the older Liu Keij grew, the more he felt he lost interest in everything. Because he had everything yet nothing at all. One blink and he was separated by life and death. Liu Keij officially passed away and transmigrated to Fei Waters. When he awoke, he was reborn, carrying all his memories from his previous life. More importantly, this time, Liu Keij felt the love and gentle gazes of parents. That had been a luxury he had never touched. They lovingly named him Keij. At that time, he couldn't even dream that he had been reborn and had even obtained the things he had longed for. Returning to the present, the quest function had also been unlocked. Sect quest. For more than 20 years, Liu Keij had never been idle. He had been accumulating experience but was unable to level up or accept quests. Now finally there were quests, only a fool wouldn't accept. Liu Keij eagerly clicked the accept button directly. The system began to verify the player's identity, and his identity was indeed the Sect Master of Mogate, simultaneously accepting the Sect quest. Mogate Revival. Seeing the 4 characters Mogate Revival, Liu Keij immediately thought of his father, the man who had hoped all his life for Mogate to flourish. He of course wanted to continue that legacy. Liu Keij opened the panel to check the situation. The space was surrounded by VIP special effects. The blurred words Mogate rating began to emerge. After a moment, the result was displayed: Mogate, unranked. This instantly left Liu Keij petrified. Although Mogate was indeed small, this unranked result felt like a direct slap in Liu Keij's face. As far as he knew, in the Tianquan world, the worst sect rank was 9th grade, while the 4 great sword sects were 1st grade. According to historical records, there had once been super grade sects, but they had long since declined. If the lowest rank was 9th grade, then why was Liu Keij's Mogate unranked? He suspected the system was malfunctioning. As if to answer his confusion, the system chimed ding, and a list popped up stating the conditions for a 9th grade sect. First, the sect members must reach 10 people. Second, the sect master's cultivation must reach the 1st realm. Liu Keij's cultivation realm was only at the initial stage of grand perfection, and only then did he realize the problem lay with himself. Liu Keij prepared to descend the mountain for a breakthrough. Before that, he also made a detour to a certain place, calling out Guardian. Besides the 10 official members of Mogate, there was also a resident expert within the sect, a trace of his aura hinting at his presence. This Mogate Guardian was found by the 31st Sect Master. He had acted once 100 years ago, possessing extraordinary strength, but now lived in seclusion in this tomb. However, what his true strength was unknown. The good news was that if he had already died inside, it would save him the trouble of burial. The bad news was that he still didn't know if the person was dead or alive. The next morning, Liu Keij returned to his residence. The brother and sister sat opposite each other, as if holding a Mogate meeting. Liu Keij convinced Lu Dongli that the matter of descending the mountain was settled. Lu Dongli, as a Mogate elder, looked at her brother as if he had a problem. She countered by asking Liu Keij if he was going down the mountain to beat up bad guys. For disrespecting the sect master, Liu Keij reached out to pinch her face as punishment. Lu Dongli, expressionless, quickly retreated backward. Liu Keij instead felt hurt that his little sister was avoiding him. Unlike her childish brother, Lu Dongli logically asked, "Brother, why do you need to go down the mountain? It's very dangerous there. Are you tired of cultivating on the mountain?" It was only then that Liu Keij presented a novel idea, saying he was going down the mountain for a breakthrough, and a breakthrough required marrow cleansing and impurity expulsion. Mogate no longer had anything for sale, so he could only accomplish this by going down the mountain. Merely hearing the words breakthrough was enough to make Lu Dongli's eyes light up. Knowing that her waterlogged brain brother finally understood the need for a breakthrough, this was even more joyful to her than finding gold. She excitedly thanked the heavens. but Liu Keage's subsequent words snapped her string of happiness. He claimed that he would not only break through but also make Mogate famous throughout the Tianquan world and bring glory to their ancestors. Lu Dongi only felt that his illness was getting worse and worse. Afterward, Liu Keage, Lu Dongi, Shiao Chu and Liu Keage's only disciple, Hing, descended the mountain together. Liu Keage couldn't stop complaining. Aren't we dressed too unremarkably? He wanted to be more conspicuous so people would know they were immortal cultivators. The two siblings argued back and forth, their voices echoing in the marketplace. From high above, two mysterious strangers appeared, secretly observing. A man and a woman, their voices carrying a hint of hidden meaning, as if they had known Liu Keage for a long time and were about to do something. Liu Keage, Lu Dongi, Shiao Chu and Hing flew through the air. Shiao Chu said, "Master, the leaves in the forest below are red." Lu Dongi explained, "This is the blazing forest. The marrow-cleansing herb we're looking for is here." Shiao Chu looked up at her and asked, "Master, why is Sect Master Uncle spacing out again?" Lu Dongi patiently explained, "That's because when cultivating, the ability to enter a state of meditation is essential for cultivators. Shiao Chu should learn more from Sect Master Uncle in the future." Shiao Chu's eyes instantly lit up as if she had found gold. "So Sect Master Uncle is amazing meditation? Shiao Chu wants to meditate too." At this moment, Liu Keage was checking the quests released by the system, his expression incredibly grim. Promotion quests were divided into yellow, blue, purple and contest ranks, corresponding to 4 different colors. Liu Keage mused as he looked at the system, then reached up to stroke his chin. "Just as in my previous life, there are also promotion quests. Which one should I choose this time?" Yellow rank quests. Most players would choose yellow rank quests as they were simple and quick, so most of them really liked yellow. Blue rank and purple rank quests. Blue rank quests were for top players, while purple rank quests were for special class players. Finally, contest rank quests. In his previous life, he heard that only a handful of individuals chose them, even though only the most capable players dared to choose such suicidal quests. Liu Keage's gaze grew sharper. "Then I choose." The direction he aimed for was, surprisingly, the lowest yellow rank quest. Who knew Liu Keage would suddenly change his mind? "What am I thinking? If I'm going to do it, I'll do the top tier one." Dane quest accepted successfully. Liu Keage sneered, "HMPH, even the top tier quests are just so-so." Although they were flying in the air, someone was still following them closely. The two individuals caught up, not forgetting to cast an invisibility spell on themselves to avoid detection. Ning gazed ahead, smiling. "The wind is quite boisterous today too." Duyu's face held a hint of worry as she hugged her sword to her chest, asking, "Martial Uncle Ning, aren't we too close to them? Won't we be discovered?" Ning leaned back leisurely, saying, "As long as I wish, even if I wear the brightest clothes and stand right in front of that little girl Dongi, she won't see me." Duyu, beside him, secretly sighed. "Martial Uncle, you don't need to use such strange examples." Ning chuckled happily, glancing over. "But I'm curious, do you admire Liu Keage, or are you jealous of him, that you're willing to come with me to watch his breakthrough?" Duyu frowned if he had to say. As he spoke, he recalled Liu Keage's image, his gaze growing sharper and sharper. Perhaps it was hatred. Ning looked at Duyu curiously. "Hatred? To make a sword sect master, the first flawless sword physique in Qingzhou who will forever retain youth? Hate him. This kid is quite capable." Meanwhile, Liu Keage and the other 3 rode the wind, and landed steadily. Liu Keage touched down first, followed by Hing. He reached out to support Shiao Chu. Lu Dongi stood above and said, "After entering the blazing forest, we'll grab the marrow-cleansing herb and leave immediately. We can't linger. There are many exotic beasts here, so caution is paramount." Liu Keage looked at his sister with a puzzled expression. "Lu Dongi, are you hiding your strength? We landed so steadily just now. You shouldn't be capable of that." Lu Dongli's face darkened, her eyes closed, forcing a dry laugh as if her thoughts had been exposed. "How could that be? I just forgot to put away that leaf carpet." Liu Keage sighed inwardly. It's written all over her face. Indeed, a man can only rely on himself, not his sister. Thinking this, Liu Keage turned and said, "Never mind, let's find the marrow-cleansing herb first." Lu Dongi also cheerfully followed. "All right, brother, I'll lead the way." On the other side, Hing carried Shiao Chu and followed behind. At this moment, Liu Keage's system panel popped up, with the quest content being to single-handedly defeat a quasi-level 10 beast leader. He pondered seriously. "Although this quest sounds simple, I still found a difficulty. A level 10 leader, is there such a thing here? Powerful leaders are easy to find, while strong individuals are indeed very powerful. Even pheasants, though foolish, possess considerable strength." Lu Dongi ran ahead, turned back, and said happily, "Our luck is really good today. We found the marrow-cleansing herb so quickly in 3 stalks at once." Looking at the 3 marrow-cleansing herbs, Shiao Chu gasped, her mouth watering. "It smells so good. Shiao Chu wants to eat it." This moment, a pair of dark red eyes appeared from deep within the bushes, staring at them. Liu Keage waved his hand and commanded, "Don't move. This stalk belongs to me today. No one is taking it, trust me." Liu Keage immediately spotted it and shouted, "Don't move, there's an exotic beast." Shiao Chu trembled in fear. "Exotic beast?" Liu Keage stepped forward and a ding sound echoed. System notification, quest target locked. Liu Keage walked over happily. He thought, "I see now. My 3 phone luck points were just for show. 3 marrow-cleansing spirit herbs and encountering an exotic beast that meets the quest requirements. How is this ordinary luck?" Liu Keage grew even more excited, walking straight towards the marrow-cleansing herb, leaving Lu Dongi utterly dumbfounded, her mouth agape. How dare he? He's charging in without even figuring out the hidden beast level. Shiao Chu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sect Master Uncle is so cool. Dongi couldn't help but tense up, raising her sword and assuming a combat stance. Never mind, if the beast isn't strong, let brother handle it. If it's powerful, I might be able to cope. I must be cautious. Under a nearby tree, Ding Ning and Duyu were still observing every move of the 4 Mogate members. After observing from start to finish, Duyu cautiously said, "Martial Uncle, I sense the aura of a 9th grade exotic beast also at the initial grand perfection stage." Ding Ning crossed his arms, smiling triumphantly. "So what do you think Liu Kai'aj will do?" Duyu replied. "At the same cultivation level, an exotic beast's physical body is much stronger than a cultivator's. So he must lure it out and then strike it down with one blow." Ding Ning nodded. "You're right, but back to Liu Kai'aj. He's standing under the marrow cleansing herb, smiling and saying, 'Oh dear, Liu Kai'aj have shown a weakness.'" This left both Ding Ning and Duyu, who had been observing and planning various tactics, with darkened faces. That guy had no tactics whatsoever. From high above one could clearly see Liu Kai'aj reaching out to pluck the marrow cleansing herb. The leader, the level 10 black-striped serpent, was enraged and lunged out fiercely. Opening its blood-red mouth to attack Liu Kai'aj, he remained kneeling there, a sly smile playing on his lips, his ring still glowing. He thought, advanced hunters are forged through their hunting methods. Meanwhile, Shiao Chu and He Ding were both agape with fright. Shiao Chu shouted, "Sect Master Uncle, be careful!" Liu Kai'aj completely ignored what the people behind him were saying. He charged forward, a wisp of black energy condensing. Quasi-leader level, it must have high-grade exotic beast bloodline. That wisp of black energy had now condensed into a sword. Liu Kai'aj gripped it tightly, charging forward to confront the giant python. He swung his sword, making a gash across the python's face. Liu Kai'aj said, "Wanna eat me? I'll beat you face down right now." Meanwhile, Duyu suddenly tilted his head, catching Ding Ning's attention. Ding Ning glanced at Duyu and asked what's wrong. Duyu reached up to support his neck and replied, "Nothing." He thought to himself, how could this be? After all this time my body still reacts. Recalling the past, Liu Kai'aj and Duyu stood among a group of children, who were bruised and battered. They took turns saying, "Senior brother Liu. He's the one who bullied us. He said he's some sword venerable sword attendant. Oh, he said we're not worthy of being his opponents." Duyu looked up at the one who was grabbing his collar, arrogantly saying, "How dare you? I am the sword attendant of the flawless sword venerable." Before he could finish, smack, Liu Kai'aj slapped him directly. "You entered later than me, so I am senior brother. Even if you are a prodigy, you must call me senior brother today." Returning to the present, Duyu was still dumbfounded. That slap had indeed knocked the arrogance out of that self-important child. But it wasn't the slap that made him yield here. The level 10 giant black-striped serpent had already been beaten to a pulp by Liu Kai'aj. Watching him stand before the black-striped serpent holding his long sword with a bright smile, Duyu secretly mused, his extraordinary cultivation, speed and discernment. That strike just now had indeed targeted the exotic beast's weakness. Liu Kai'aj withdrew his sword into his ring, then extended his hand again, pointing at the level 10 black-striped serpent, and said, "Come on, turn into my experience points." The giant python could only let out another hiss, then transformed into a wisp of black energy and was absorbed by Liu Kai'aj. Shiao Chu clapped her hands nearby, cheering. "Sect Master Uncle is so amazing." Dongi, however, had a dark expression. He could have killed it in one blow, yet he insisted on wasting spiritual energy to unleash sword chi. This fighting style, to put it bluntly, was just showing off. What if there was another one? Liu Kai'aj withdrew his hand, smiling faintly. The black-striped serpent could still spray venom before dying, and I didn't want to get sprayed directly, and then use a revive token to scare Dongi and the others away. It should be done right. At this moment his system panel displayed a notification. Player successfully eliminated the exotic beast black-striped serpent, gaining 10,000 experience points. The next notification also popped up. Promotion quest completed. Do you wish to accept quest rewards? Liu Kai'aj, with one hand behind his back, looked at the notification panel. Not bad, 10,000 experience points, accept quest rewards. With several ding 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 sounds, a talisman appeared. Liu Kai'aj took the talisman, feeling surprised. Spirit Awakening talisman, and a top-tier one at that. When cultivators awaken their apertures, they either possess extraordinary talent, or are blessed by some power of heaven and earth, or gain an opportunity for Spirit Awakening. To achieve Spirit Awakening means to embark on the path of becoming a powerhouse. Spirit Awakening can transform the attributes of spiritual energy, allowing it to gain power from heaven and earth. For example, lightning would become Lightning Spirit Awakening. Fierce wind would become Wind Spirit Awakening. Dongi is Fire Spirit Awakening. Liu Kai'aj held the talisman in his hand, smiling as brightly as a flower. What will my Spirit Awakening attribute be? Come on. Liu Kai'aj clutched his chest in pain and anger, startling Shiao Chu, who was beside him. Liu Kai'aj withdrew his hand and smiled, saying that attempting Spirit Awakening in this perilous blazing mountain would be like having a death wish. Collecting the spirit herbs and finding a safe place for Spirit Awakening is what a protagonist should do. Liu Kai'aj touched the glittering spirit herbs below. He plucked 2 stalks and placed them in a magic formation. Let's go, 1 stalk of herb is enough. The other 2 are for those who are fated to find them. The 3 of them quickly flew through the forest on a giant fan. Dongi said, "Sect Master, leave the task of finding a safe place for your breakthrough to me." Shiao Chu looked up. Her master seemed particularly sensitive to the word safe place. Under the tree, 2 glowing herbs formed a shimmering halo. Two figures reflected on the tree trunk conversing and hurriedly left the area. Does he want to break through immediately, without even finishing collecting the marrow-cleansing herbs? Only half right. Ding Ning knelt down, her hand touching the glittering marrow-cleansing herbs below. The other half of the reason was that Lukeaj couldn't preserve them. If he took them back, he would only watch them wither. Ding Ning placed the marrow-cleansing herbs into a wooden box. Duyu stood by her, watching. Wouldn't it be better to give them the exotic herbs and this storage spirit box? By a large waterfall surrounded by cliffs, I've checked this vicinity. There are no powerful exotic beasts and no human presence. Lu Dongi held her long sword, observing her surroundings, deeming it generally safe. Lukeaj stood below, looking on with a perplexed, almost mocking expression, checking a 10-mile radius. I'm just breaking through an initial realm. Not undergoing a heavenly tribulation, Lu Dongi exclaimed with displeasure. There are myriad paths to the great Tao, but safety is the best one. Didn't you teach me that? Lukeaj sat down. He Ding skillfully laid out a cushion for him below, which surprised him a little. Ah. He then smiled contentedly. I think I did say that. Never mind, it's not important. Lukeaj displayed the marrow-cleansing herb in his hand, a halo of light radiating around it. He sensed an energy within him continuously growing stronger. Lu Dongi quickly stepped forward. I'm really going to break through. Shiao Chu also stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with envy, her mouth watering with desire. Sect Master Uncle, do you need to eat this fragrant spirit herb now? Will you save some for Shiao Chu? Lu Dongi was stunned, unsure how to answer her disciple. Shiao Chu's eyes sparkled even more saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth and her two fingers adorably touched together. You're not going to share any with Shiao Chu, are you? Lukeaj immediately swallowed both spirit herbs, saying calmly, of course not, because once eaten. Lukeaj suddenly clutched his chest in pain, his face pale, startling Shiao Chu beside him. It's going to hurt a lot. Shiao Chu innocently ran forward, shaking Lu Dongli's hand. Master, quick, save Sect Master Uncle, he ate something bad and has a tummy ache. Lu Dongli watched helplessly as a man stood in the grass gripping his sword. Lukeaj had already begun cultivating. Duyu looked at the distant figures. You've finally broken through. Ding Ning stood by, arms crossed. Duyu, you and Dongli both achieved spirit awakening upon breaking through, right? Duyu nodded. Yes, Martial Uncle, that is correct. Ding Ning smiled. Then do you think Keaj can achieve spirit awakening? Duyu turned his head in alarm, shouting, impossible. Ding Ning smiled and raised a hand to cover her mouth. Such a strong reaction. Duyu immediately bowed respectfully. Martial Uncle, your disciple means that since ancient times, no one over the age of 16 has ever successfully achieved spirit awakening. In the history of the continent for so many years, there hasn't been a single person. Your disciple believes Keaj might also be unable to achieve spirit awakening, Ding Ning said. Good observation, but what a pity. If Keaj had broken through earlier, he might have been able to awaken his spirit. But now it's truly hopeless. Then Lukeaj sat amidst a huge halo of light, with a blooming flower suspended in the air below, radiating dazzling light. Lu Dongli felt incredibly surprised. This is spirit awakening. Brother actually achieved spirit awakening. In the vast space, a beam of light shot straight into the sky, emitting brilliant radiance. Boom boom. Ding Ning and Duyu were utterly shocked by the scene before them, their mouths wide open. What? The beam of light shot straight into the sky, piercing through layers of white clouds, its brilliance seemingly penetrating the clouds, forming a colossal pillar of light. People everywhere watched the scene with great interest. Someone's achieving spirit awakening. Oh my goodness, if I don't see this, I'll regret it for a lifetime. Hurry, let's go watch the commotion. Cultivators in the Tianquan world are different from people elsewhere. Because of their extremely long lifespans, not everyone desires immortality, but they do immensely enjoy a good spectacle. Ding Ning grew angry, her eyes glinting coldly. These ignorant fools. My person is undergoing spirit awakening. How dare you disturb them? A powerful force blew away those who approached. A man immediately said, my heavens, this is the aura of a grandmaster, so it's a grandmaster's disciple awakening their spirit. This spectacle isn't worth joining. I still want to live a few more years. Let's go, let's go. Experts above the fifth realm are all monsters. Lukeaj opened his eyes, and his surroundings transformed into a different space with only black and blue and some white stripes circling him. Here, Lukeaj was completely naked. Lukeaj walked forward, utterly astonished. Is this the power of heaven and earth? Lukeaj's consciousness, completely naked, floated in this hazy space. In the distance, many twinkling stars shimmered, each representing a spirit awakening, a different kind of power. Lukeaj looked around. Where exactly was his spirit awakening? But strangely, when Lukeaj reached out to touch them, those spirit awakenings scattered, making Lukeaj exclaim in surprise, no way, why are they all running away? Then the space before him became hazy with smoke, a blur. He muttered, it's too bright, I can't see anything. Suddenly Lukeaj noticed something glowing behind him. He turned around in surprise, and when he saw what it was, Lukeaj happily reached out to touch it. So you are my spirit awakening. Only something this unique is worthy of me. After a long while, Shiao Chu lay on the grass, now groggily waking up. Shiao Chu looked ahead in surprise. Master, what's wrong? Shiao Chu imagined Lu Dongli feeding her the marrow-cleansing herb, muttering to herself, was Master surprised I woke up so quickly by her expression just now? Marrow-cleansing herb did taste really good though. But no, after waiting a long time her master didn't say anything. That was just Shiao Chu's own imagination. Dongi was still gaping, her face filled with shock. Shiao Chu couldn't help but wonder, Master doesn't seem to be looking at me. What is she looking at? Then Shiao Chu followed Dongi's gaze and was astonished to see that the distant waterfall had actually frozen still. The water wasn't flowing, the fish weren't swimming, and no, this wasn't a still image. Shiao Chu exclaimed. How the waterfall stopped flowing. Across a vast expanse of land, a dazzling beam of light shot straight up from the ground into the sky. Piercing through layers of high clouds, Lucayage sat cross-legged at the center of that beam of light. A powerful aura emanated from his entire being. Shiao Chu couldn't help but shield her eyes with her hand, exclaiming, "Wow, the golden light is so dazzling." Petals bloomed within the beam of light, a spirit awakening phenomenon. Duyu observed from not far away, exclaiming in surprise, "It's the Heavenly Tao command." Ding Ning beside her was equally surprised. Only the first person to awaken to a power of heaven and earth could receive the Heavenly Tao command. Neither you nor Dongi received it because you weren't the first to gain recognition for the power of fire and wind. Could it be? Ding Ning's unfinished sentence further convinced Duyu, who said, "There's no mistake. He not only achieved spirit awakening, but he's also the first person to awaken this particular power." Duyu wondered inwardly, but which power of heaven and earth has seen your brother been recognized by? As if reading Duyu's mind, Ding Ning uttered the word water, causing Duyu to look at her in astonishment. Radiant lotus platforms ascended in layers, and people from all walks of life in the distance witnessed this wondrous spectacle, discussing it animatedly. "I've truly had my eyes opened today. I wonder which sect's direct disciple this person is to be able to trigger the Heavenly Tao command," others chimed in. "How many Heavenly Tao commands will there be? 4 or 5 would already be incredible." The halo did not cease for a long time. From the dazzling yellow light, other colored light and shadows now appeared, intertwining and shimmering like a rainbow. The beam of light enveloped Lucayage. He thought to himself, "I can't open my eyes. Who's talking? Why is the sound so loud?" The lotus flowers continued to bloom, and from their centers shot out another line of text. "Thou hast awakened thy spirit." Although Lucayage didn't open his eyes to see, he could still feel everything happening. 6 commands. Dongi stood outside, gripping her sword tightly, her body trembling, her expression filled with worry. 6 commands. There are 6 already. Brother, push for 9. No, 8 would be fine too. Duyu was 3 parts surprised, 7 parts puzzled. According to records, anyone who could trigger the Heavenly Tao command would have at least 6, and anything above 6 depended on individual destiny. Ding Ning beside her cast a deep glance. "How many Heavenly Tao commands do you think Kayaj will ultimately trigger?" Duyu helplessly closed her eyes and replied, "The more the better, of course, Martial Uncle. I can't fathom the will of heaven." 2 more Heavenly Tao commands were continuously issued, with 2 lines of "Thou hast awakened thy spirit" shining, but they didn't significantly affect Lucayage. At the same time, Lucayage seemed to comprehend something. "I think I understand." In that instant, Lucayage seemed to become much smarter. The Heavenly Tao is just a recording device. Lucayage was now suspended in midair. Above him, lotus flowers bloomed one after another, surrounded by a circular halo of 7-colored light. Dongi watched the entire process, her palms sweating with tension. The 8th command. The lotus flew higher, then inverted, creating another Heavenly Tao command. The words, "Thou hast awakened thy spirit" glowed again, and a beam of light passed through Lucayage's body. Could this be the end? Dongi below shouted in shock. 9 commands, it's 9 commands. Lucayage smiled contentedly. 9 times, my destiny is my own. This is what I've earned through my efforts. With that, Lucayage confidently opened his eyes, a determined and powerful light shimmering within them. Lucayage stood steadily in the air, elegantly waved his hand, and with a soft cry of "Awaken," shimmering water light began to swirl around him. As Lucayage returned to reality, the system panel simultaneously popped up a notification. "Congratulations, player. Spirit awakening successful. You have obtained the power of heaven and earth, water." Lucayage merely chuckled, and the surrounding water droplets abruptly shifted, beginning to flow around his entire body. Seeing Lucayage emerge safely, both Ding and Dongi cheered joyfully, overjoyed. "Brother, how are you feeling?" In contrast, Shiao Chu said, "Sect Master Uncle, the marrow-cleansing herb tasted so good. Let's go collect some more." Dongi immediately cast a very strange, scrutinizing look at her. Meanwhile, Lucayage suddenly raised his hand towards the waterfall before him, and simultaneously a stream of magical power appeared. He said, "The world in my eyes." Before Lucayage could finish speaking, countless streams of water from the waterfall continuously rose, too numerous to count. Lucayage condensed the ascending water streams into a crystal-clear water ball, saying proudly, "It is no longer as mysterious as it once was." No sooner had he spoken than Lucayage decisively crushed the crystal-clear water ball, sending water splashing and shattering. But in an instant, Lucayage effortlessly created another water ball. The immense transformation in his own power made it impossible for Lucayage to hide his confidence. "Now I can have water whenever I want as long as there's a source. It seems this water power is even more formidable than I imagined." Not long after, Dongi appeared, and with a hint of weariness she said to Lucayage, "I've already cleaned up all the traces we left. Let's go back." Lucayage paused. then said to Lu Dongli in astonishment, "Too cautious, why did you erase the traces? No one can see my divine feet anymore." Hearing this, Lu Dongli immediately frowned, pulled out the enlarged leaf and said to Lu Keaj, "What divine feet? If some powerful expert sets their sights on you, it's a dead end. You absolutely must prioritize your life." A moment later, the four quickly ascended and departed, completely unaware that Duyu was standing on the ground watching them leave. Duyu recalled Lu Keaj's past with resentment in her heart. The one who once oppressed her might be returning soon. In contrast to Duyu's heart full of indignation and hatred, Ding Ning had a hint of pride. "Not bad, that kid Keaj has made great progress." Duyu suddenly lowered her head, her brows tightly furrowed, pondering, "Is something wrong? Why do I feel like something is missing?" A moment later, Duyu grew panicked, turned to Ding Ning who was casting a spell nearby and said, "Martial uncle, something's not right. Senior brother Keaj hasn't broken through yet." Hearing this, Ding Ning showed no reaction, still calmly replying, "You noticed too? He's awakened his spirit but hasn't broken through yet. Has Keaj run into trouble?" Ding Ning still looked towards the sky, silently praying that nothing unfortunate would befall the child. In contrast to some people's worries, Lu Keaj currently had only one question in his mind. The system suddenly appeared, displaying Lu Keaj's massive experience points, which had reached their cap. "Proceed with upgrade." Lu Keaj hesitated. He had accumulated so many experience points and had now completed the bottleneck quest. He could continue leveling up. The question was, how many levels should he gain? These experience points could not only help him unleash powerful moves in critical moments but also be used to upgrade skill levels. If he consumed too many points now, it might be troublesome later. On the other side, Lu Dongli appeared with a gourd-shaped water bottle, cheerfully saying to Shiao Chu and He Ding, "Who wants water, raise your hand." He Ding and Shiao Chu both happily took the water and drank their cups dry in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. Lu Dongli also took a cup of water to invite Lu Keaj. "Brother, have some water." Lu Keaj, refreshed, took the cup and said, "It's settled then, I'll gain this many levels." Lu Keaj began to tilt his head back and guzzle the water. Suddenly a verdant green aura appeared circling his body, and his level slowly increased with it. Level rose from 10 to 11. System notification, initial breakthrough, level soared from 11 to 15. From Lu Dongli's perspective as an observer, she was utterly shocked. "Brother, you just broke through 5 levels after drinking a single cup of water?" Lu Keaj also felt his level increase and admitted, "Yeah, what's wrong? Is that strange?" Behind them, 2 other people exclaimed in alarm, "Oh my god!" Ding Ning and Duyu were both utterly shocked, their mouths agape. "Broke through 5 levels after drinking a single cup of water? He hasn't even entered meditation yet." Lu Keaj began to unleash his magic, and gradually another water ball appeared. A moment later, the water ball gradually formed completely. The ability to control water would be incredibly useful. He Ding, Shiao Chu and Lu Dongli all congratulated him. "Congratulations, brother, on awakening the power of water." But Shiao Chu wasn't happy about Lu Keaj's breakthrough to a new realm. She was thinking of something else. "Can't think about the marrow-cleansing spirit herb anymore. My mouth is watering, but that marrow-cleansing herb really was amazing." Shiao Chu wiped her drool, continuously praising it. "Interesting, can he even control the water within the human body?" Ding Ning stroked her chin and commented, "Not bad, but even for a genius, it's difficult to break through 5 levels consecutively. How did he do it?" Duyu suddenly realized with a start. "I understand now, I understand." Ding Ning stood nearby, arms crossed, observing, while Duyu tightly gripped her sword and offered her analysis. "Senior brother Keaj must have intentionally stopped breaking through the initial grand perfection stage before this. I misunderstood senior brother Keaj. He wasn't resigned to mediocrity, nor was he lacking in ambition. He always had his own plan." At this point, Duyu suddenly had an epiphany, reflecting on herself. If she were in Lu Keaj's position, what would she do? Duyu secretly sighed. "Duyu, if it were you, could you have endured for so many years without breaking through realms like him?" Facing this question, Duyu candidly admitted she couldn't. "Still not as good as him." Ding Ning observed Lu Keaj from a distance, a very satisfied expression on her face as if everything was within her predictions. She wasn't overly surprised by Lu Keaj's situation. Everything made sense. Ding Ning contentedly remarked about the young man. "Breaking through 5 levels with a single cup of water isn't all that surprising, actually." Ding Ning began to recall Lu Keaj's appearance when he was a child. After all, from a young age he was unlike other children. Trapped in the initial stage for so many years, no one ever saw a hint of disappointment or complaint in his eyes. Even when Lu Keaj was sleeping as a child, a smile and tranquility could be seen on his face. Or when cultivating arduously, he was always calm, never complaining. In short, Ding Ning believed that this young man's Tao heart was indestructible. Lu Dongli was happily chatting with Lu Keaj, while Shiao Chu, after eating her fill, began to slump down, one hand propped behind her, the other rubbing her round belly, asking He Ding, "Senior brother, why do you think Master is so excited?" He Ding turned to look at the siblings and replied indifferently, "I don't know." Shiao Chu seemed dissatisfied with not getting the answer she wanted. "Senior brother, you're too sparing with your words." No sooner had she spoken than Shiao Chu, having just eaten her fill, let out a burp and a wisp of ethereal green smoke floated from her mouth. Then, unexpectedly, Shiao Chu's entire body was enveloped in a layer of blue light. Shiao Chu lifted her glowing arm, observing it, not understanding what was happening. Lu Keaj was happy to see this, but Lu Dongli's first reaction was surprise. Shiao Chu, very confused, stammered, Master, Sect Master, Uncle, what's wrong with me? Ah, Lu Donli rushed over without warning, hugged Shiao Chu tightly and rubbed her cheek, her eyes narrowed into slits with joy. My precious disciple, from today onwards you have officially become a first-realm cultivator. Although Shiao Chu heard her explanation, she was still bewildered. Really? He. A ding sound and a 3D screen popped up displaying estimation complete. Your sect, Mogate, meets the conditions for promotion to 9th grade. Do you wish to proceed immediately? The notification was a promotion button awaiting a press. Liu Keoj curled his lips into a smile and pressed the promotion button without hesitation. What other opportunities await me? Bring them all on. The screen turned blue and the simple old plaque that read Mogate unranked appeared, but the writing on it was blurring. Below, a line of text appeared. Promotion successful. The plaque transformed into a clear, dignified Mogate 9th grade, adorned with a dragon head pattern above. A yellow 3D notification panel popped up again, displaying quest completed. Liu Keoj finished reading the notification panel and muttered to himself, specified attribute points. Isn't this like cheating? Every additional point in Sword Dao aptitude will give my sword energy attributes a 10 bonus in all aspects. Liu Keoj opened his attribute panel to check, and after reading it, his heart filled with immense joy, thinking that his Sword Dao aptitude was no longer just 1 point, and it was time to try unlocking the highest realm for sword cultivators, Sword Intent. Just imagining the scene of unlocking Sword Intent was enough to make Liu Keoj's eyes shine like searchlights. After unlocking Sword Intent, I'll be able to fly, right? Then Liu Keoj stroked his chin, pondering. If he remembered correctly, that kid Duyu was one of the protagonists of this world, 10 points in innate Sword Dao aptitude and even respectfully called the flawless sword physique. Liu Keoj glanced at his stats again, comparing and musing to himself. Then shouldn't my charm attribute be called the flawless charisma physique? That name alone sounds terrifying. Liu Keoj was startled by his own guess, trembling all over, his mouth twitching. Forget it. Sounds too terrifying. A ding sound rang out and a notification popped up. Sect Quest 2. Liu Keoj looked up and muttered, HMPH, a new quest already? The notification panel kept changing, displaying various contents. First, the quest content and the notification panel changed to quest requirements, quest progress 10,100. Liu Keoj finished reading the notification panel. His prestige value had increased considerably, but promoting to 8th grade seemed troublesome. Just then another ding sounded and another notification popped up. Player reached level 15. New function unlocked. Master-Disciple System. Liu Keoj smiled and said, HMPH, I almost forgot. Bringing disciples also grants experience. Though it's only half of the disciples, it's better than nothing. Liu Keoj reached out and clicked the Master-Disciple System button, and the words Master Lu Qingfeng appeared on the screen. Liu Keoj couldn't help but freeze for a moment, gazing at the name for a long time. The name Lu Qingfeng was gray, which meant the person had passed away. Memories flooded back. He saw the nurse carrying him out of the delivery room. He cried then, but his father laughed. He watched him lie in the coffin. This time he cried, and his father no longer mocked him. Liu Keoj lowered his head as if not wanting anyone to see his expression, and his heart suddenly grew heavy. The dream of his previous life had come true in this life, but wouldn't two such large people be uncomfortable squeezed into a small coffin? Thinking of the happy scenes of his parents in the distance, Liu Keoj's resolve strengthened. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely make our Mogate flourish. After reading the master section, Liu Keoj clicked on another section. As for my disciple, it displayed Disciple Ding level 10. Liu Keoj was a little surprised, perhaps too focused on his own issues, forgetting about this disciple. How could I forget him? Ding is also level 10, it's time for him to break through. Liu Keoj sat cross-legged, looking at Ding's back. Sigh, this kid still hasn't let go of that matter. Liu Keoj called out, little Ding immediately bowed respectfully upon hearing his master call him. Liu Keoj asked sternly, why are you still stuck in the first realm? If I'm not mistaken, you should have broken through long ago. Ding's face was etched with unhidden annoyance and sorrow, unable to say anything when his master questioned him. Liu Keoj directly voiced his guess. Are you still hung up on past events? Mentioning past events, Ding recalled those unpleasant childhood memories. At that time, a mysterious figure appeared in the village. He had a sinister appearance but feigned profound danger, pointing at Ding and asserting, this person is deeply rooted in evil and will surely cause monstrous carnage in the future. You all should be careful. After uttering these malicious words, he turned to leave, not forgetting to add, you all must fend for yourselves. Further intensifying the villagers' fear and unease. The villagers were simple laborers, unread in poetry and having never left their village, thus their knowledge was extremely shallow. Simply because of a stranger's mysterious words, they immediately believed him, because their interest might be affected, so they preferred to believe that person rather than a weak child. Moreover, fear is highly contagious. The villagers gossiped amongst themselves. His demonic roots are deep, who knows if he'll kill us? His parents are dead, isn't it because he cursed them? He's an orphan anyway, let's just drive him out of the village. These words tormented young Ding like a nightmare. Just as Ding was surrounded by these accusations, a person suddenly appeared. Liu Keoj, the son of the Mogate sect master, hurry, bring water to the sect master's son. Upon hearing the commotion, the villagers all turned to look. A handsome young man, a smile on his lips, dressed in what appeared to be expensive clothes. The villagers thought, no one has ever claimed to be the sect master's son before. These clothes truly look like an immortal's. Immortals are so beautiful. Liu Keoj ignored the villagers, walked up to Ding and said, "Ha, did I hear correctly just now? You're the one with deep demonic roots and who might cause monstrous carnage in the future?" Hing didn't understand. Tears still hanging at the corners of his eyes, and merely nodded gently, confirming it. Yet the person before him showed not a trace of discrimination or disgust. Instead, he extended his hand to Hing and said, "This seat currently lacks a sword attendant. Are you willing, even if you are deeply rooted in evil or destined for monstrous carnage?" From now on, before Lukeaj could finish, the villagers clamored in opposition. "Immortal, this child is not ordinary. What if he truly causes great disaster in the future? Immortal, do not bring trouble upon yourself." The faint ray of hope that had just bloomed in Hing's heart was brutally severed by those words. These people were truly ignorant, and Hing couldn't argue back. Upon hearing this, Lukeaj roared, "All of you shut up!" Only then did the villagers fall silent. Lukeaj's next words left them even more stunned. "From today he is my disciple, Lukeaj, no matter what happens in the future." Not just the villagers but even Hing couldn't believe his ears. Someone was actually willing to take Hing as a disciple. Lukeaj confidently and gracefully pointed to himself and declared, "I take responsibility." Hing stopped crying, which was nothing short of a miracle. Hing followed behind Lukeaj, feeling more secure as he looked at the solid back in front of him. Lukeaj led Hing through mountains and over hills, saying, "Keep up, I won't care if you fall." Hing was just a child then, having never climbed a mountain before, and keeping up with an adult's pace was no easy feat. Thus Hing climbed panting. But when he stepped onto the next level, Hing accidentally tripped. He thought he would fall, but a steady hand caught him. It was Lukeaj who saved Hing, not forgetting to mock, "If you look closely, you really are ugly." Lukeaj pulled Hing to his feet and continued, "This child's path ahead is rough, hold my hand." A simple sentence was enough to deeply move Hing. Years passed in a blink, and now Hing had grown much taller. Lukeaj stood beside Hing, observing the scene before them. There's a saying, the best way to create a demon is to bestow upon him great power, then give him a tragic fate, and finally a glimmer of light. Then Lukeaj turned to look at the melancholic Hing and snuffed out that glimmer of light. Lukeaj again wore a triumphant smile. "But you are different, because this wisp of light of yours will be the most solid reliance of the entire Tianquan world in the future." This confident remark successfully caught Hing's attention. He looked up at Lukeaj, both surprised and moved. Lukeaj turned to face Hing. "Do you feel like your heart is shrouded in a thin mist?" Lukeaj raised his hand, and the clouds before him obeyed, swirling into a circle, then dissipating. Hing watched the beautiful scene before him in surprise, with birds flying and a dazzling rainbow. Hing was so moved he shed tears of joy, and then his entire body was enveloped in a faint, mysterious blue light. The sky was as splendid as a fairyland. In the 14,921st year of the Tianquan calendar, Mogate's senior disciple Hing achieved his breakthrough while observing the sky on a leaf skiff. A notification, "One Silver Break's initial realm," popped up. Disciple Hing successfully promoted. You gained 5,000 experience points. Lukeaj then smiled as a shimmering light appeared, as expected of a disciple I taught, always first. Shiao Chu immediately clapped, echoing her master, her eyes sparkling. "Sect Master Uncle is so amazing," Duyu couldn't help but stutter in surprise. "Senior brother Lukeaj, you're amazing. Can the power of heaven and earth be used like this?" Duyu thought to herself. "At first I thought his initial spirit awakening wasn't so formidable. I never imagined he could use the power of heaven and earth to resolve his disciples' inner demons." As expected of senior brother Kaj, only he could do such a thing. Ding Ning, standing nearby, looked at Duyu and smiled. "Ha ha ha, these two children are indeed fated enemies." Dongi appeared from behind. "Brother, you and Ding have both broken through the initial stage. Now you can fly with objects." Lukeaj then extended his hand and said, "That's troublesome. So what are you flying? Why not tell Auntie Ding Ning about that limited edition one-leaf skiff?" Dongi asked, puzzled. "It's limited edition." Shiao Chu's eyes lit up as she asked, "Can I eat it?" Shiao Chu's stomach rumbled. Shiao Chu held her stomach and said, "Shiao Chu is hungry." Lukeaj folded his arms and said, "This seed is happy today. Elder Dongi, find a place to land. I will personally cook today." Dongi and Ding agreed, their eyes sparkling. The leaf carried the people soaring through the air, whistling across the sky. Shiao Chu hugged Dongi's leg and asked, "Wow, master, you're flying so fast all of a sudden." Dongi replied, "Stop chattering, you'll understand once you eat." Shiao Chu looked at Dongi, thinking with a blank expression, "Is Sect Master Uncle's cooking really that good?" A moment later, in a red-leaved forest, Dongi ran off saying, "I'll go catch fish." Shiao Chu stood by, intently watching Ding search for something in a basket. Ding then took out cooking utensils and arranged them neatly. Shiao Chu leaned on the table looking at the basket and exclaiming, "Senior brother's magic treasures are all daily necessities." Lukeaj lay in a chair and called out, "Shiao Chu, Shiao Chu, come here. Sect Master Uncle will teach you what the correct path of immortal cultivation is." Shiao Chu raised her hand, puzzled. Lukeaj then smiled brightly. Dongi happily ran back, showing off her fish. "Brother, look, I caught two." At this moment, Lukeaj was asking Shiao Chu, "You defeated your opponent, but they're still talking tough and provoking you. How should you respond?" Shiao Chu put her hand to her mouth, not answering immediately. Dongi was startled. Lukeaj continued, "For example, don't blame it on fate." Shiao Chu folded her arms and replied proudly, "You're just too stupid." Lukeaj clapped his hands, praising Shiao Chu, "A teachable child, a teachable child." Dongi stood frozen, muttering, "Oh no, Shiao Chu's been infected." Lu Dongi stared intently at Lu Keage. Lu Keage asked Shiao Chu, "Shiao Chu, do you feel a bit cold?" Shiao Chu replied, "It does seem colder." Lu Keage turned around, puzzled. Lu Dongi rushed over with 2 fish and Lu Keage shouted, "Brother, stay away from my disciple." Lu Keage waved his hand and said, "Dongi." Delicious fish dishes were served on the table. Lu Dongi reminded Shiao Chu, "You must never learn from Sect Master Uncle. If you're not humble, you might get beaten one day." Lu Keage, with 2 bumps on his head, sat by the pot cooking fish for everyone. Shiao Chu stood with her feet apart and loudly declared, "No fear, Mogate has me." Lu Keage gave Shiao Chu a thumbs up, 10 points. Lu Dongi burst into tears, stammering, "It's over. Shiao Chu is completely beyond saving." At the peak of Danqing Peak, the mountain stood majestic. Lu Dongi, Lu Keage, Shiao Chu and Hing were standing on a leaf. Lu Dongi loudly announced, "We're home." Suddenly, Lu Dongi let out a hiccup from her throat. She shyly covered her mouth. Shiao Chu looked at her. "Did Master just hiccup?" Master hiccuped. Lu Dongi pointed at Shiao Chu's head and fiercely said, "I did not." Shiao Chu smiled happily, saying it was because Sect Master Uncle's fish was too delicious. Then Shiao Chu also hiccuped. Lu Keage recalled that figure and thought to himself, "Does this even need saying? Back then I painstakingly learned the cooking methods of various famous dishes from both East and West. It was merely to gain that person's favor." The leaf slowly descended before Ding Ning and Duyu. Ding Ning calmly said, "Keage, Dongi, you're back." Duyu, standing nearby, thought to himself, "They've been following us stealthily this whole time, and now they want to pretend it's a chance encounter at the Mogate entrance. Martial Ant, your acting is truly extraordinary, even without descending to the mortal world to perform." When Lu Keage landed with a muffled thud, the 2 immediately bowed respectfully. Lu Keage asked Ding Ning, "Aunt Ding Ning, we just went out for a while. Have you been waiting long?" Ding Ning smiled. "I've just arrived too." "You've broken through, that's good." Watching Ding Ning's performance, Duyu couldn't help but lament internally, "Martial Ant, your feigned acting skills have also broken through." Lu Keage, full of mischievous ideas, lowered his head and asked, "Aunt Ding Ning, since I've broken through, how about you 2 give me a leaf skiff as a reward?" Ding Ning then pointed at Lu Keage's forehead and said, "This boy all right. Aunt Ding Ning promises you." Lu Keage turned to look at Duyu with a puzzled expression. Lu Keage patted Duyu and said, "Is that you, little rascal?" Duyu immediately grinned and said, "Hee, senior brother Lu." Lu Keage was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Why is this kid Duyu acting so strange? Before, if I hit him, he would definitely hit back and argue with me." Lu Keage mused, "Why does he seem to be enjoying it today?" Lu Keage imagined a very terrifying scenario. Could it be that Duyu likes men? Lu Keage immediately took 2 steps back, stuttering, "Cough, cough, cough, let's go inside and talk." Ding Ning replied, "All right. However, if you encounter any obstacles in your cultivation, Aunt Ding Ning will offer some guidance." As soon as they entered the house, Ding Ning said, "Dongi must have many questions. You can lead the way." Lu Dongi replied, "Yes, Aunt Ding Ning." At this moment, Ding was pouring tea for Lu Keage. Lu Dongi happily said, "Thank you, Aunt Ding Ning. I've already asked all my questions." Ding Ning turned to Lu Keage. "Keage, don't you want to ask me anything?" Lu Keage leisurely sipped his tea and replied, "Yes, I want to ask. If a sword cultivator's cultivation isn't too high, should they focus on breaking through or on comprehending sword intent?" Ding Ning asked in confusion. "Sword intent?" Duyu was also startled upon hearing this, thinking, "Sword intent." Lu Keage thought, "The main reason I'm asking this is because unlocking sword intent costs 30,000 experience points, which is enough to raise my level by 3. So which is more powerful, breaking through or sword intent?" Ding Ning regained her composure. "Keage, generally speaking, the earlier a sword cultivator comprehends sword intent, the better, since ancient times. The top sword cultivators were those who comprehended sword intent earlier than ordinary people. After comprehending sword intent, every breakthrough will madly increase one's strength. For a sword cultivator without sword intent, a breakthrough's increase in cultivation is like pouring a cup of water. But with sword intent, a cup of water will become 1.5 or even 2 cups. Ding Ning thought, although sword intent is very important for sword cultivators, with Keage's current strength, comprehending sword intent is still too distant. If he keeps dwelling on this, it will probably be futile. A waste of time. Lu Keage suddenly stood up and declared, "Aunt Ding Ning, I understand. I will comprehend sword intent as quickly as possible and will not disappoint your expectations." Ding Ning immediately choked on her water and coughed. She wiped her mouth and said, "When did I ever have expectations for you?" Duyu immediately jumped up and asked, "Comprehend sword intent as quickly as possible? That's impossible." Lu Keage calmly asked, "Why impossible?" Duyu replied, "Impossible is impossible. Senior brother, sword intent isn't something you can comprehend just by wanting to." Duyu recalled his past. To comprehend a sliver of sword intent, he had madly sought the Tao, placing himself on the brink of life and death. Only then did he gain a slight understanding. In terms of age, he comprehended sword intent 1 year earlier than the current sword venerable. Duyu recalled himself, lowering his head and saying to the sword venerable, "Sword intent isn't something you can just talk about." Lu Keage thought, "This kid." Lu Keage immediately grew angry. "He actually dares to contradict me, I'll pinch his ears." Lu Dongi looked at Lu Keage thinking, "Brother is acting up again, but right now I can't say he's wrong." Lu Dongi made up her mind because I must protect brother's reputation. Ding Ning immediately burst into laughter. "Haha, these 2 kids have a bit of a disagreement, don't they? I heard Duyu has already comprehended a bit of sword intent. Why don't you 2 have a match?" Ding Ning said calmly, continuing, "How about it?" Lu Keage and Duyu, full of fighting spirit, both replied, "All right." Ding Ning then set the rules. "We'll only compete in sword intent. Duyu, you'll suppress your realm to match Kayage's for fairness. Duyu obediently complied. Okay, Kayage and Duyu each held a sword. Duyu put his palms together and said, please enlighten me, please draw your sword. With that, Duyu suddenly drew his sword with a resounding clang, and the wind howled, showcasing Duyu's might. Dongi's eyes widened as she exclaimed, what a sword! Duyu's sword is truly magnificent. Ding Ding said, you three are all top-tier sword embryos of the sword sect. Your swords naturally won't be worse than his, what's there to be surprised about? Dongi then chuckled. Shiao Chu tugged at Dongi's skirt and asked, Master, is senior uncle Duyu very powerful? Dongi explained, he is. Senior brother Duyu is one of the most outstanding figures of this generation in Qingzhou. One could even say he's the strongest of this generation. Shiao Chu thought, an entire generation. Shiao Chu then folded her arms and proudly said, it seems Sect Master Uncle is sure to win. Dongi was surprised by Shiao Chu's certainty. Duyu drew his sword and asked Kayage, Senior brother Kayage, why won't you draw your sword yet? Duyu used his ability and said, does senior brother think I'm not worthy of you drawing your sword? Duyu flew up with a loud roar. The sky seemed to be swallowed by a sea of fire, his eyes seemingly burning, and he angrily shouted, Kayage, draw your sword. Kayage said, no, you'll misunderstand me. Kayage thought, I didn't keep my sword sealed for 9 years just for you. Kayage held his unsheathed sword, the scabbard sliding, the unsheathed blade scraping against the ground with a swish sound. Kayage charged forward at high speed, shouting, enough talk. Let's fight. With a swish, Duyu also flew over. You don't want to draw your sword, but I'll make you. The two rushed towards each other, clashing with all their might. Sparks and water splashes continuously appeared on the arena, accompanied by sounds of ping, pang, boom, dong. Their swords collided with a massive clang. Shiao Chu's eyes shone as she said, Sect Master Uncle, how amazing. Ding Ding tied. Just relying on these moves to fight until now is indeed not easy. Dongi worriedly said, if they keep fighting, brother will lose. Duyu fiercely attacked Kayage, shouting loudly, draw your sword, I command you to draw your sword. Duyu's sword slashed down with a swish and Kayage retreated with a rustle. You still haven't used your sword intent, which is about to reach completion, yet you want to force me to draw my sword. Duyu replied, alright, I'll show you. Roaring flames gathered on his sword, a swish sound rang out and flames extended from the hilt to the blade. Dongi's pocket made a clink 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 sound. She thought, my sword is being affected by Duyu's sword intent. Is this sword intent? But strangely Kayage's sword remained motionless, and he mocked, oh, your sword intent isn't skilled enough, it can't even affect my sword. Suddenly the red flames fiercely ignited and turned black. With a rumbling roar, Duyu's eyes were entirely white and he said, this is my strongest move. Kayage, fight me properly. Black flames erupted from Duyu, engulfing the entire arena with a whooshing sound. Kayage thought, so this is the difference between having sword intent and not having sword intent? Kayage replied, I understand. He continued, unlock. A notification rang out, ding, sword intent unlocked. A notification rang out again, ding, sword intent level. Duyu then used the skill solitary sword. With a boom sound, Duyu shouted, here I come. He thought, senior brother Kayage, see for yourself, you can only follow behind me. A black rocket then appeared, attacking Kayage directly. The rocket whistled past and Kayage merely adopted a defensive stance. Dongi cried out, brother, be careful. Ding Ding thought, once Duyu's solitary sword is unleashed, it cannot be recalled. To witness it firsthand today, it truly lives up to its name as a sword venerable's direct lineage technique. However, no one is allowed to harm Kayage in front of me. Ding Ding assumed a posture ready to use a skill, but suddenly let out a startled ha. Ding Ding thought blankly, Kayage, how much more do you want to surprise me? Kayage had already deciphered Duyu's skill. He created a halo of light that swallowed Duyu's black rocket. Duyu then asked in alarm, what is this? A whooshing sound emanated from the black fire in Duyu's hand. Dongi's pocket began to move faster, continuously clinking. Dongi thought, what is this? She then shouted, did brother comprehend sword intent? Shiao Chu said, Sect Master Uncle is like an immortal walking out of an ink painting. No one expected that everything Shiao Chu saw then, years later, would make her feel that all the boys she met were worthless. Kayage's eyes slowly opened. Kayage's 2 fingers were still clamping Duyu's sword tip. Kayage calmly said, sword intent. Duyu couldn't help but be stunned. Duyu recalled his master's figure, thinking this familiar feeling. Kayage smiled smugly. It was just a little brain power, that's all. He waved his hand and Duyu's black fire dissipated. Duyu shouted, it's complete sword intent. This is impossible, impossible. Duyu yelled, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Then he slashed with his sword. Kayage waved his hand and the black fire on the sword dissipated again. Duyu attacked even more fiercely. He still shouted loudly, I don't believe it. Duyu swung his sword with a swish and shouted, I don't believe it. Kayage waved his hand and the sword flew up, landing with a thud on the ground, letting out a deafening hum that signaled the end of the battle. Kayage's hand was now pressed against Duyu's neck and he said, you lost. Duyu was defeated, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but ask himself why. Why is this happening? How much effort did I put in to get everything I have now? I once sealed my cultivation to practice my sword, once risked danger to spar with masters, and once fought exotic beasts. It was for sword intent. How much did I sacrifice? Yet, recalling Kayage's calm expression just now, he had only said 3 words, I understand. This made Duyu feel insulted, his teeth clenched tightly, his whole body trembling. He just needed so little, so easily. Why? His face turned ashen, and a strong murderous aura emanated around him. Duyu lowered his head, speaking in a low voice filled with unwillingness. I lost, but there's one thing I don't understand. Senior Brother Kaoj, I hope you can explain. Lu Kaoj cast Spirit Wind technique, appearing effortlessly in the wind before Duyu. Without much talk, he slightly turned half his face, glanced at Duyu and uttered a single word. Duyu had his back to the sun, unable to discern his expression or demeanor. He only heard his slow and steady voice. Senior Brother Kaoj, I, Duyu, have read all ancient and modern books in the Sword Pavilion. Our predecessors all said not to rush to aspire to sword intent before reaching the third realm, but rather to cultivate diligently. I also once consulted the Sword Venerable. The Sword Venerable said, with your talent, comprehending sword intent in the third realm would already be remarkable. He suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, so resentful as to be irrational, and questioned Lu Kaoj, I, Duyu, don't understand. How exactly did Senior Brother Kaoj achieve it? Lu Kaoj stood in the wind, yellow leaves drifting with it, his voice calmly ringing out, Little Duyu, you can freely consult the records of your predecessors, and you have elders to guide you. You are like someone standing on the shoulders of giants. Sunlight shone on half of Lu Kaoj's face, and he glanced at Duyu, calmly asking, Since you stand on the shoulders of giants, why do you not look further? He stood under the setting sun, his entire being seemingly radiating light, a slight smile playing on his lips, and he asked Duyu again, Isn't history created for us to surpass? Hearing this, Duyu's eyes widened as if he had comprehended something, and he murmured, repeating the phrase, Just now history was for us to surpass. Not far away, Dongi watched the two figures in the sunlight, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of helplessness. Here we go again. Brother is acting up again. Duyu performed a grand bow to Lu Kaoj as if he had returned to his studious and receptive youth. So that's it. Senior Brother Kaoj's state of mind, this junior brother is still far from reaching it. Seeing this, Dongi's alarm bells rang wildly, and she widened her eyes in terror. Oh no, Duyu has been assimilated too. Duyu looked at Lu Kaoj's back and earnestly asked, Senior Brother Kaoj, when did you begin to comprehend sword intent? Lu Kaoj suddenly fell silent, looking down at the sword in his hand, not immediately answering Duyu's question. No expression showed on his face, his long hair obscuring the emotions in his eyes. From the moment I first picked up a sword, hearing Lu Kaoj's words, Duyu, Aunt Ding Ning and Dongi were all greatly astonished, murmuring, From the moment he picked up a sword, Lu Kaoj saw their expressions and smirked triumphantly. I didn't lie. I unlocked sword intent using experience points, and those experience points I accumulated from the very beginning of my sword practice. That's right, not a single lie. Even though I used a cheat, I'm a diligent cheat user. Duyu bowed to Lu Kaoj again, now understanding. Aunt Ding Ning raised a hand to wipe away tears from the corner of her eyes, her expression deeply moved, thinking what a harmonious scene this was. Kaoj always knows how to temper Duyu's state of mind, they truly are good friends. Just then, Duyu approached Lu Kaoj again and spoke, Senior Brother Kaoj, there's actually one more thing. Lu Kaoj asked, puzzled, why are there so many things? But Duyu's gaze fell upon Lu Kaoj's sword and he asked, Senior Brother Kaoj, may I borrow your sword? Lu Kaoj suddenly looked at him with a menacing gaze. This will kill people. He looked at the sword and slowly said, But Wang's sword has not been unsheathed for 9 years. The sword was not prepared for you. Duyu unconsciously recalled a certain event, wondering, is it for that matter? That matter happened long ago. A mysterious demon cultivator caused chaos in Qingzhou, encountering Lu Kaoj's parents who joined forces to subdue the demon cultivator, losing their lives in the process. If Senior Brother truly sealed 9 years of his heart's effort within the sword for that reason, he muttered to himself, then he indeed was not worthy. Lu Kaoj resheathed the sword on his back, walked forward and said with a firm tone, The day this sword is unsheathed will be the day I get my revenge. Duyu stood behind him, looking at his resolute back, filled with admiration. The bright moonlight shone upon the rugged mountain rocks. Lu Kaoj walked along a small path, silently calculating that Aunt Ding Ning and Duyu wanted to stay here for a few more days. Aunt Ding Ning was all right, perhaps she wanted to help him cultivate his flying artifact. Aunt Ding Ning was cultivating a spell formation in her room when she suddenly let out a loud sneeze. She raised a hand to wipe her nose, muttering to herself, Who's talking bad about me? Never mind, I'll add another defensive formation for Kaoj. That child's appearance is too prone to attracting trouble. Thinking this, she couldn't help but sigh. But her hands continued to cultivate the formation for Lu Kaoj. A cubic box appeared, covered with talismans. Meanwhile, Lu Kaoj thought of Duyu, feeling both helpless and annoyed. That kid Duyu, just by sparring with me, comprehended it for the third time. He comprehended it for the third time after I beat him up. Recalling Duyu's expression then, Lu Kaoj showed a look of disgust regarding him as if he were an idiot. He even said that mastering it completely would lead to skillful control of sword intent. Are the protagonists of this world really that formidable? The more he thought, the angrier he got. Wait, I have a cheat. Why should I envy the protagonist? He raised a hand to stroke his chin, a sly smile playing on his lips. Besides, I've already broken through the initial stage. New cultivation techniques are waiting for me. A moment later, moonlight fell upon a simple tomb. Lu Kaoj walked up to the stone tablet, a happy smile on his face, and tapped the tablet, asking, Guardian, are you there? A purple figure flew out from beneath the tall mound of earth. It still seemed dazed and confused. Lu Kaoj stood before it, letting it examine him from head to toe, then asked, Guardian, have you noticed anything different about this sect master today? He muttered internally, This guardian's mind isn't quite right, but I heard its strength is formidable. Perhaps it can tell I've done more than just break through. But as time passed, the Guardian and Liu Keaj stared deeply at each other, and Liu Keaj's eyes filled with disdain. "Haven't you noticed I've broken through? Why are you not reacting at all?" The Guardian suddenly paused. The Guardian's tail pointed to Liu Keaj's hand. Following the direction of the tail, Liu Keaj, helpless, trembled as he looked at the Guardian, as if it were an archenemy. "HMPH, you won't answer me unless I give you essence blood, is that it? Considering you've helped my Mogate through centuries of calamities." With that he raised his hand and cast a spell. The ring on his index finger glowed green, forming the shape of a hairpin. Liu Keaj silently recited the incantation, his eyes firm, pondering that although this Guardian was a robot, it also had an agreement with his Mogate. It protected Mogate's safety, but each generation's Sect master had to pay a price. A moment later, a faint speck of light appeared between Liu Keaj's two fingertips. This was essence blood. "My father used to give her a spirit energy pearl every month, but for some reason in my generation it's essence blood. People say that the essence of 10 drops of blood can only condense into 1 drop of essence blood." Liu Keaj felt as if all vitality had drained from him, and he tossed that drop of essence blood towards the Guardian, seeing the essence blood fly towards it. The Guardian let out an excited cry, lunged forward and caught the drop of essence blood with its mouth, waving its hands in satisfaction. Liu Keaj in contrast feigned weakness and sighed. "You're so happy? My vitality has been drained by you. It's a pity there's no medicine here. If your conditions weren't so generous I truly wouldn't have agreed." No sooner had he spoken than a hole appeared above the stone tablet, from which surged waves of powerful energy. A moment later a scroll appeared. It was named Qi Drinking Technique, Volume 2, Purple Rank Mid-Grade. Liu Keaj held the scroll, quite satisfied. "Not bad, this robot can not only protect my Mogate but also provide purple rank techniques. In the Tianquan world, each sect's cultivation techniques are not fixed. Everyone has different cultivation methods. Blue rank techniques are already hard to find, and purple rank techniques can even shake heaven and earth." Looking at the scroll in his hand, Liu Keaj was slightly joyful. His technique could transform the surrounding spiritual energy into liquid, then draw it into his body, like drinking water. The 108 methods of drinking east wind and on transforming qi into water are both very compatible with my water power, and this purple rank low-grade qi drinking technique would be considered a treasure even for Qingzhou's top sword sects. Liu Keaj then noticed something that made him exclaim. The words "purple rank mid-grade" came into view, and Liu Keaj stared blankly, thinking he had misread. "Purple rank mid-grade?" He looked at the Guardian, somewhat urgently asking, "Guardian, did you make a mistake? How is this purple rank mid-grade?" Guardian floated opposite him, silent, completely stunned. Liu Keaj also remained still, his face revealing no emotion. "Did you really make a mistake?" A moment later, the Guardian still didn't speak, but its head shook left and right, making kacha-kacha sounds indicating no. Liu Keaj looked at its strange posture, frozen, as he asked, "What exactly is wrong with you?" The scroll in his hand floated, emitting a mysterious purple light. Liu Keaj stared at it intently. Could it be that each volume of the Guardian's qi drinking technique has a different rank, becoming more powerful the further along it goes, even possibly becoming a god rank technique? Thinking this, Liu Keaj's face showed a smug expression. "If that's the case, I can still squeeze out a few more drops of my essence blood." Liu Keaj's face showed a look of ecstasy as he spoke coaxingly. "How about you give me the remaining volumes of the technique too, and I'll give you more essence blood." But the Guardian remained dazed and silent, then it shook its head. Liu Keaj was also a reasonable person. "All right, I understand. You're saying you've lost your mind, so you don't even know yourself, is that it?" He turned and walked away, feigning smugness. "Why can I understand your meaning? Is it because we're kindred spirits?" "No, it's just that I'm too used to it." The Guardian's tail lifted and swayed as if waving goodbye to Liu Keaj. Liu Keaj slightly turned his side, looking at the Guardian's movement, and couldn't help but scoff. "You even know how to wave goodbye to me. Are you only so happy after absorbing my essence blood? From a certain perspective, I'm at least a first-timer, right?" On the other side, Dongi sat slumped on the ground, completely disheartened, sighing, "How could this happen? How is this possible?" Shiao Chu stood beside her, patting her shoulder confidently and spiritedly, saying, "Master, don't cry, Mogate still has me in the future." Dongi turned her head, looking both tearful and amused. "It's precisely because of you that I'm despairing. My brother alone is enough for Mogate. Now with a disciple like you, isn't my Mogate going to be beaten to death by others?" Shiao Chu remained optimistic, thinking her master was praising her, and became even more self-absorbed. "Am I one of a kind?" Dongi looked at her disciple, speechless. Dongi's face was etched with a look of utter hopelessness. "This girl's brain disorder is already a third of my brother's. I must change how I protect her." She reached out with both hands, tightly gripping Shiao Chu's shoulders, looking directly into Shiao Chu's eyes, and very seriously said, "Shiao Chu, from now on every time you go down the mountain, you are not allowed to say you are Dongi's disciple." Shiao Chu looked at her master in confusion for a long time. Dongi's eyes narrowed slightly. Her voice low, "You must say you are Liu Keaj's disciple." Shiao Chu listened to her master's instructions, her eyes wide, her entire face filled with huge question marks. Even after being dragged by her collar and thrown out the door by her master, Shiao Chu still vaguely didn't understand what her master had just said. Dongi didn't offer any further explanation. Sighing inwardly, "Shiao Chu, your master is only doing this for your own good." Lu Dongi recalled the scenes of Lu Keaj telling her bedtime stories and couldn't help but tremble. In the stories her brother had told her there were countless geniuses, but they had no particular hobbies, only an obsession with arrogantly trampling others, first hitting disciples, then masters, then juniors, and finally ancestors. In short, beating them to death according to the family tree and seniority. She watched Shiao Chu walk away, a small figure skipping and jumping very lively, and couldn't help but think about the future. Will someone come looking for a fight because of Shiao Chu? The more she thought, the more afraid she became. Lu Dongi bit her fingernails, feeling very uneasy. Should I just transfer this girl to my brother? But thinking of Shiao Chu's undeniably adorable face and demeanor, Lu Dongi hesitated again. Who wouldn't love that adorable face and those eyes when she eats? She sighed, silently mulling over several seemingly more viable plans. Perhaps I should increase this girl's knowledge. Since the small ones get beaten by the old ones, then I just need to ensure no one can beat the small ones. That way, as long as no one can defeat Shiao Chu, won't I be completely at ease? Thinking of this solution, Lu Dongli's eyes lit up as if she had found the philosophy of life. She swore under the moonlight, from today on, Shiao Chu will be my Lu Dongli's last disciple. First, I will not accept any more disciples. She raised her head to the moon, her voice firm and strong. Second, if Shiao Chu doesn't achieve cultivation success, she is absolutely forbidden from going down the mountain to prevent her from causing trouble. I swear by, the latter half of the sentence suddenly cut off. Lu Dongi, who was just full of momentum, now had her aura halved. No, what if something goes wrong? Just as she was puzzled, a new idea popped into Lu Dongli's mind. That's right, as a loving sister to her brother. Lu Dongi boldly raised her hand and completed her oath. I swear by the life of my brother Lu Keaj, brother-sister affection is truly deep. After completing all procedures, Lu Dongi placed her hands on her hips, steeling herself. HMPH, everything is ready. I must never again teach a disciple like Luo Bing. In another place, a voluptuous woman sat alone, surrounded by a lake, trees, and flowers, creating a picturesque scene. The girl sat in the water, her back slender, playing with a butterfly. Lu Dongli's words seemed to be directed at this woman. I must never accept another disciple. I treated her as a precious disciple, but she wanted to be my sister-in-law. The girl played with the butterfly, her plump lips blooming into a sweet smile as if enjoying her own amusement. On a rock, Lu Keaj was meditating, an indescribably beautiful scene broken by his sneeze. It goes without saying he was using his experience to think, who's talking bad about me? Lu Keaj sat on the rock. Never mind, I'll just cultivate. Experience points are the most important. Lu Keaj closed his eyes and began to use his technique, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body for cultivation. As he cultivated, countless green lights encircled him. Lu Keaj cultivated with an ethereal aura and his experience points rapidly increased. Keaj drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, rapidly accumulating experience points and cleansing his body. But in reality, this cleansing was no less painful than directly injecting air into one's blood vessels. Just thinking about it made one ache. Why is this? The Qi drinking technique has another name, meridian cleansing technique. He stopped in agony. No, he couldn't continue. The pain tonight was already more than enough. He couldn't risk his life just for the sake of gaining experience. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. Lu Keaj lifted his head and gazed at the vast radiant moon, murmuring to himself, cultivating techniques to gain experience. Couldn't it ever be a bit more comfortable? His thoughts drifted again, imagining how easy things would be if the sect offered him a dual cultivation method. If that really happened, he couldn't help but fantasize about training every day alongside a group of graceful, long-legged beauties. Then he immediately imagined himself depleted of all energy, reduced to a withered husk, and couldn't help but worry about dying from exhaustion. Just then, two familiar presences flew towards him, and he looked curiously into the distance. It was Aunt Ding Ning and his junior disciple who flew to Lu Keaj on a leaf artifact. Seeing Aunt Ding Ning, he immediately asked, Aunt Ding Ning, what brings you here, under the moonlight? Aunt Ding Ning, looking like a celestial maiden, said, I've finished refining your artifact. I'm preparing to return to the sect, so I wanted to deliver it to you personally. His junior disciple spoke from the side. Senior brother, but Lu Keaj paid no mind to his junior disciple. Feigning reluctance, he rushed towards Aunt Ding Ning, playfully asking, Aunt Ding Ning, are you truly leaving? Hearing this, Aunt Ding Ning reached out and stroked his head. Do you really think your Aunt Ding Ning has so much free time? The troubles of the sword sect are far more complex than you imagine. Then she produced the artifact and handed it to Lu Keaj, saying, Here, this is yours, keep it safe. See if you like it, don't just stare blankly. Lu Keaj gazed at the leaf artifact in Aunt Ding Ning's hand, utterly astonished. Because it was a low-grade blue-rank artifact. Additional information. One leaf skiff with an invisibility effect can activate a water screen grand array once and automatically restores its original grade after use. He was even more delighted to discover that the one leaf skiff was originally a high-grade yellow-rank flying artifact, but Aunt Ding Ning had also imbued it with an invisibility formation, upgrading it to a low-grade blue-rank artifact. Lu Keaj joyfully hugged the artifact to his chest, thinking, Aunt Ding Ning truly dotes on me, I'm so touched. Aunt Ding Ning, seeing his prolonged silence, turned and asked, Well, do you like it? She thought with Keaj's current abilities he probably wouldn't be able to discern the formation she had prepared for him. Lu Keaj immediately replied, I like it very much, I just sense there's something extraordinary about it. After speaking, he stored the artifact in his ring. Hearing this, Aunt Ding Ning advised, "Then you must cultivate diligently, eventually you'll be able to see through it." Aunt Ding Ning thought he just gained the ability and can already perceive something unusual about the artifact. Could this boy possess talent in artifact refining? Liu Keaj, hearing this, raised his fist and declared with great fervor, "Absolutely, for longevity I will certainly cultivate diligently." Hearing the word longevity, Aunt Ding Ning paused, repeating his words. For longevity, memories instantly flooded Aunt Ding Ning's mind. A Ying once said, "My goal in this life is to live to be 500 years old. That is my purpose in immortal cultivation." She recalled scenes of her elder sister battling monsters. That had been her dream, yet why did she fight so recklessly back then? Meanwhile, Liu Keaj also gazed at the high moon, reminiscing. Mother once said she absolutely wanted to live to be 500 years old. But she passed away so early. We celebrate her birthday every year, so I at least must live until her 500th year. Mentioning her sister, Aunt Ding Ning grew a little melancholy. She said, "I understand, so that's the reason." Aunt Ding Ning handed Liu Keaj a secret manual instructing, "Keaj, this jade slip records 10 simple artifact refining methods. If you like, you can try it. It's always good to learn more. If you can discern the mechanisms I've set, perhaps you possess talent in artifact refining." Receiving the manual, Liu Keaj was astonished. A skill book just like that without doing anything with the matter concluded. Aunt Ding Ning turned and said, "Well then, I'm off." Having received the unexpected artifact and book, he happily waved. "Yes, Aunt, have a safe journey." His junior disciple, ignored high above, still brazenly said, "Senior brother, I also." Liu Keaj completely ignored Duyu, saying, all right, goodbye." Liu Keaj waved goodbye, saying, "Aunt Ding Ning, remember to visit when you have time." No sooner had Aunt Ding Ning left, a sword flew from out of nowhere, whooshing past Liu Keaj's body. The sword was deeply embedded in the ground with the characters King Kong Gate carved onto its blade. He looked at the sword, letting out a serious tisk. King Kong Gate, quite bold, aren't they? Chapter 19. Briefly, the Sword Sect is the strongest sect in Qingzhou, one of the 4 great top sects, and it oversees 3 subordinate gates. These gates are sequentially categorized into upper 100 gates, middle 100 gates, and lower 100 gates. Mogate, meanwhile, ranks at the very bottom of the lower 100 gates. In short, it's considered the strongest among the lower-ranked gates. Liu Keaj angrily shredded the letter sent by King Kong Gate. What honor do the lower 100 gates even possess? The strong are as numerous as flowers. Aren't the weak all alike? No, actually, it seems those obnoxious fellows from King Kong Gate are slightly higher than Mogate, belonging to the lower middle tier of the 100 gates. He cast a disdainful glance. Lower middle tier, is that supposed to be impressive? Liu Keaj's face darkened. Gripping the short sword, he said, "A mere lower middle tier gate now dares to challenge our Mogate? They're getting bolder and bolder." He explained the background. Originally, King Kong Gate, Mogate, and Autumn Water Gate all coexisted within this 100-mile radius. And this entire area was once Mogate's territory. Initially, Mogate kindly allowed them to settle, but unexpectedly now they intend to usurp our position. His face darkened, and he raised his hand to cast a spell. Mogate used to be the dominant one, inviting the 3 other gates to compete. Has King Kong Gate seen my father fall and now wishes to trample Mogate? To cause trouble in front of me, are you worthy? That Liu Keaj wrote a single character on the sword with his hand, then with a light wave sent it back to its owner. "Return from whence you came." The sword flew over the mountains and landed directly in King Kong Gate. Inside King Kong Gate, Autumn Water Gate Master Lin Long and King Kong Gate Master Shiao Chu were idly passing the time. She turned to Shiao Chu, flattering him. "Gate Master Sha, King Kong Gate is growing stronger by the day. Becoming the #1 gate within a 100-mile radius is only a matter of time." Hearing this, the man laughed smugly. "Haha, Mogate now only has that fellow Liu Keaj, who's merely at the initial grand perfection stage. A dignified gate master, yet only at the initial grand perfection stage. Isn't that a global laughingstock? How can Mogate possibly contend with me for resources solely relying on that pretty face?" The man speaking with Lin Long was indeed King Kong Gate Master Shiao Chu. As they spoke, his short sword flew back. Shiao Chu glanced at it, reached out and caught the short sword. He said gleefully. The reply was rather quick. "That kid must be hiding in a corner, trembling in fear right now." Lin Long from the side asked curiously, "See what he wrote, is he asking to become a disciple?" She laughed happily. "Ha, if this were still an era where martial prowess reigned supreme, Mogate would have submitted long ago." Hearing this, Shiao Chu happily agreed. "All right, I'd like to see what this boy is up to," he said, opening it as he spoke. A sword-intent phantom surged forth, condensing into the single character "read," leaving the old couple utterly dumbfounded. Shiao Chu's face turned livid with rage. Lin Long couldn't believe that this boy hadn't written a single word about surrender. Witnessing Liu Keaj's arrogant attitude, Shiao Chu furiously smashed the table. "This is preposterous." As the phantom dissipated, Shiao Chu furiously cursed, "Insolent and rude boy." Lin Long from the side also snorted coldly. "No real ability yet so confident. Truly a man." She then turned to Shiao Chu and said, "Gate Master Sha, since he is so disrespectful, why don't we use the opportunity of the 3-gate competition to give him a chance to atone?" An excellent plan. Hearing this, Shiao Chu agreed. "I had the same idea. Let's quickly formulate a plan and make him realize what true strength is." The scene shifts to Mogate's Yanping Peak, where a high-level sect meeting is in session. Liu Keaj and Lu Dongli were discussing matters. Lu Dongli said, "Brother, the 3-gate masters competition is in 3 days. Do you want me to accompany you?" Liu Keaj's face was filled with disdain. No, no, with your hidden strength, if I bring you along, others will look down on our Mogate upon seeing your supposedly low cultivation. Hearing this, she dutifully sought his opinion. Then I'll hide my cultivation less and display more of it. What do you think of that? Lukeaj narrowed his eyes and said lazily, No, you'd best stay put and guard the gate obediently. As the two spoke, the surrounding space suddenly became incredibly romantic, with rose petals fluttering in the air. Lukeaj couldn't help but think of his vibrant younger sister and her captivating allure. Only then did Ludongli say blankly, Damn it, Ice Soul has broken through. Seeing her disciple's actions, Ludongli was somewhat vexed. How did this girl break through so quickly? She should have remained in seclusion for 50 years. It truly exasperates me. Witnessing Ludongli's displeasure at her disciple's seclusion, Lukeaj grew somewhat puzzled and quickly asked his sister, Do you really dislike your disciple so much? Then he quickly pointed to his own disciple, comparing, Look at my disciple's appearance, then look at yours. Aren't you satisfied? Seeing his master point at him, Heiding's face was filled with confusion. Hearing her brother's words, Ludongli didn't calm down at all. Instead, she became even more furious, slamming the table with a bang and standing up to glare angrily at Lukeaj. Seeing his sister's anger, Lukeaj was both frightened and bewildered, unable to comprehend why she was so furious. Ludongli quickly rushed to Lukeaj, fiercely pinching both his cheeks, all the while scolding, Lu, are you fond of that little girl? I absolutely won't agree. Hearing her inexplicable words, Lukeaj was even more bewildered, but the pain forced him to beg Ludongli to let him go. No, what ghost agreement? Stop it, you'll disfigure me. Now her mind was solely focused on her disciple and her brother. The more she thought, the angrier she became, and the harder she pinched. Damn it, why is this happening? Why does my eldest disciple insist on becoming my sister-in-law and bossing me around? The scene shifts to the bustling, neon-lit exterior of a brothel. My name is Luo Bing. I was 6 years old when my parents sold me to a brothel. After the introduction, a resplendent young woman, adorned with a phoenix crown, emerged from the brothel's entrance. That was the grown-up Luo Bing. She was raised by the madam in the brothel for 5 years, taught many things from reading and writing to the art of seduction. Upon seeing such a resplendent beauty emerge, everyone erupted in clamor, praising her endlessly, even from merely seeing her silhouette. Is this the courtesan of the night? What a beautiful figure. I hear it's her 11th birthday today, and her first night. Splendid. I must acquire her this time. Hearing the vulgar whispers of those strange men, Luo Bing clenched her hands in fear. To avoid keeping everyone waiting, the madam quickly presented Binger, commencing tonight's auction. Binger's first night was officially put up for bidding. Starting bid 10 taels. As the bidding began, everyone scrambled for Binger, offering 15, then 17 taels, gradually increasing to 20, then 21 taels. Someone eagerly wanting to compete quickly spoke up. Damn it, you don't need to increase the price by such small increments, do you? Let's make it swift. He immediately raised the price to 28 taels. The other courtesans upstairs were consumed with jealousy. This little hussy has natural seductive charm. Her first night already drives these men wild. It's almost 30 taels. My first night only fetched 2 taels of silver back then. I'm so envious, another echoed enviously. 2 taels of silver was already a lot. These men only care about appearances. Another courtesan joined the conversation, chiming in. What else would one look at here if not appearance? Mentioning appearance, a courtesan feeling indignant for herself spoke up. HMPH, I'm not only highly talented but also as pure as a flower, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Is there anything I can't do? And her chest is so small, how can she compare to me? These men are truly blind. Back at the scene, the bidding climbed higher and higher. 35, 37, 42 taels. In stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere outside, the woman behind the curtain was frowning in distress. She was far from happy, lamenting in her heart. The livelier they get, the more agonizing it is for me. Indeed, human joys and sorrows are not truly shared. At that time I had fantasized that amidst this chaotic rabble a young master like an angel would descend and whisk me away from this place. But more than anyone, I knew that dreams ultimately remain just dreams. Suddenly a strange man's voice rang out, 10,000 taels. Everyone was startled, filled with curiosity. A young man, hands clasped behind his back, walked in with an air of composure. He continued, 10,000 taels. I'm buying this girl. And the person who had just spoken was Lukeaj, with Ludongli, disguised as a man by his side. Seeing it was a young man, everyone cursed. Damn it, is this kid insane? 10,000 taels for a first night. Does he have so much money he doesn't know what to do with it? This madman's such a beauty. And her first night taken by him. The madam, however, was beaming, thinking, this young master, 1,000 gold for one night is worth it. What discerning taste! Luo Bing secretly lifted the curtain and peeked at the person who was about to buy her. Seeing his figure, Luo Bing thought, this young master has a good appearance, but he's probably no different from the others here. Hearing the madam's words, Lukeaj spoke to correct her. Who said I'm only buying 1,000 gold for one night? This young lady, I'm taking her with me. As soon as Lukeaj's words fell, the entire space instantly became silent. The most surprised person was Luo Bing. Take me away, the madam agreed without thinking. 10,000 taels, 10,000 taels to take her away. Actually, I can even earn a little anyway. She's a courtesan. No one will want her once she leaves. And she's prone to an early demise. Thinking it over, it's such a bargain. The madam unhesitatingly pushed Luo Bing towards Lukeaj, saying, what are you dallying for? quickly go to your master. Luo Bing's veil accidentally fell off, but she didn't care at this moment. She only knew she had been rescued, immediately knelt down and respectfully called out master. Seeing this, Lukeage's lips curved into a smile, and he commanded loudly, "Accept." As soon as Lukeage's words fell, a sudden gust of wind howled, sending papers flying everywhere. Luo Bing gazed blankly at this wondrous scene, etching it into her memory. That night was my birthday. The young master descended like an angel, and the madam, all smiles, presented the contract of sale to Lukeage. "Young master, this is her contract of sale. From now on she belongs to you. To be taken away by such a handsome guest, it is truly a blessing accumulated over lifetimes." The other women in the brothel whispered among themselves. "If he wanted to buy me, I'd rather pay to redeem myself," another woman said. "What a pity. If I were a few years younger, I would definitely step forward and compete with Luo Bing." The madam poked Luo Bing's shoulder, reminding her. "Luo Bing, quickly call him master." Luo Bing looked through her blurred veil at the smiling man holding the contract of sale before her. Luo Bing thought, "He will be my master from now on. My contract of sale is in his hands." However, before Luo Bing could speak, Lukeage unexpectedly tore that contract of sale into pieces. He waved his hand gracefully, scattering all the fragments, and added, "No need. From now on you are free." Lukeage's actions just now left everyone who witnessed them speechless, especially the men present. Someone exclaimed, "Is this kid crazy? He actually tore up the contract of sale he bought for 10,000 taels of silver." Luo Bing also widened her eyes. No one could have imagined Lukeage would do such a thing. "Young master, you are not crazy at all." She smiled as if she had already made up her mind that she would follow the young master from now on. "Does it matter if there's a contract of sale?" Lukeage politely extended his hand to Luo Bing and said, "Let's go." Luo Bing obediently responded, then reached out her hand, and those carefully cared for jade hands were clasped. Just then, Ludongli, disguised as a man, rushed between the two, smiling as she took Luo Bing's hand and said, "Little sister, I'll take you." Night fell, the moon hung high, and when one's mood is pleasant, even the most beautiful scenery becomes more moving. Lukeage, Ludongli, and Luo Bing walked out of the brothel hand in hand. The street lanterns hung high, even more dazzling, adorning the night sky, forming a picturesque scene. Luo Bing curiously and happily admired this sight, exclaiming, "The lanterns are so beautiful. This is my first time out of that place." Ludongli stood beside her, gently saying, "You'll see more beautiful places and things in the future." Luo Bing didn't respond but focused intently on Lukeage, her eyes filled with love. Ludongli frowned unhappily, thinking, "Why is this girl always staring at my brother and ignoring me?" Luo Bing's heart was already completely leaning towards Lukeage, thinking, But I've already seen the most beautiful thing in this world." Lukeage suggested, "Shall we go for a stroll? The lanterns are so beautiful, it would be a pity not to see them." Luo Bing excitedly agreed, "Okay." Seeing Luo Bing's joyful expression, Ludongli was fuming with anger, her eyebrows almost twisted together. Ludongli cursed inwardly. Damn it, Lukeage seemed to sense Ludongli's displeasure. "Little sister, do you find walking like this comfortable?" Ludongli walked between the two, suppressing her anger, and replied, "None of your business." Lukeage said nothing more, secretly observing Luo Bing's excited appearance. "This time I hit the jackpot. Her aptitude isn't bad. Moreover, when I checked Luo Bing's information panel earlier, it also showed a certain chance of unlocking a hidden quest." Lukeage's lips curled into a smile, his hand stroking his chin. "There's a certain chance of unlocking a hidden quest, so there must be treasure. 10,000 taels is nothing, if necessary. Even emptying Mogate wouldn't be impossible." Back at their residence, Ludongli was riding on Lukeage's back, still in a fit of pique. Squeezing his cheeks with all her might, Lukeage dared not resist, pleading, "Stop fooling around, the disciples will be here soon. Save me some face." Ludongli grew even angrier, tightening her grip, and said darkly, "Who cares about your face?" Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted in with the wind. Ludongli quickly noticed this anomaly. She immediately cast aside her anger and shouted in alarm, "Damn it, that wretched disciple of mine has come out of seclusion and her aura is getting more and more obvious." Meanwhile, in a cave in the distance, petals fluttered, falling onto the small river ahead. A graceful figure walked out of the cave entrance, her slender fingers resting on a stone for support. Finally, I've reached the first realm." Her cherry lips parted, emitting a melodious sound. "It's been months since I last saw the young master." A voice came from afar. "Come to my bamboo hut. Come to my bamboo hut, hut." That woman was Luo Bing. Hearing this, she immediately happily lifted her skirt and bowed, saying, "Yes, young master." Luo Bing stepped on the wind and flowers, her heart blossoming with joy, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Young master, he is waiting for me." Just me. In the tea room, Lukeage and Ludongli sat opposite each other. Ding was by their side, responsible for pouring tea and water. Ludongli crossed her arms, her expression stiff, thinking, "It seems you've made up your mind, big brother." Lukeage felt very helpless. "Dongli, you have to consider me too, don't you?" As soon as she heard this, Ludongli wanted to erupt in anger. "Consider you? The Three-Gate Summit is coming up, and not only are you not taking me, you even want to take Luo Bing?" Lukeage retorted. "Dongli, are you jealous?" Ludongli said, feigning composure. "Who's jealous?" So no one spoke. Ludongli picked up a whole cup of water and drank it in one gulp. This sudden action surprised Ding. She slammed the cup onto the table, making Ding's fragile heart tremble with it. Ludongli pressed on, "Just tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" Ludongli's firm attitude even made Lukeage scared. He nervously swallowed as if his thoughts had been seen through. After some thought and consideration, Lukeage finally spoke. The Three-Gate Summit is ostensibly a competition, but do you know its true meaning? Lu Dongi frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" Lu Kayaj explained. "It's to showcase the strength of each sect. Ding is too inconspicuous to bring. And you, no matter what happens, prioritize hiding your strength." Thinking carefully, "Only Luo Bing can showcase our sect's strength." Lu Dongli's eyes widened in surprise, never expecting Lu Kayaj to have considered things so thoroughly. She asked, "Is there such a saying?" Lu Kayaj smiled meaningfully. "The more beautiful the woman by the sect master's side, the more it showcases a sect's strength. This is common sense, like Master Ma of Taobao Gate and Master Lu of Jingdong Gate. Aren't their pages all beautiful and powerful women?" Lu Dongli listened for a while before understanding, then asked confusedly, "Taobao Gate, Jingdong Gate, what are those?" Just then the door suddenly opened and a cool breeze blew in. Luo Bing walked in, bowing as per custom. Disciple Luo Bing greets sect master uncle and master. Luo Bing gently exhaled, raising her hand to wipe away the sweat that hadn't yet fallen from her cheeks. Only then did Luo Bing notice that there was another person in the room, so faint in presence he was like a transparent person. It was Ding, busy pouring water for the two. She panicked slightly and quickly bowed, saying, "Ah, and senior brother." Although Lu Kayaj didn't say it directly, he had been secretly observing. Every time he saw this girl, for some reason, he felt like he was looking at her selfies and her real photos. He thought about Luo Bing only wearing a thin dress paired with that expression and posture. Her aura was indeed seamlessly coordinated. Luo Bing observed Lu Kayaj's attitude, thinking the young master's willpower is too high. His breathing, posture, voice, everything I learned in the brothel I used, but the young master didn't react at all. Luo Bing was very determined to seduce Lu Kayaj, even thinking how wonderful it would be if master could excuse herself and let me be alone with the young master for a while. Lu Kayaj finally spoke. "Ah, Luo Bing, I called you here because I want you to accompany me to the Three-Gate Summit in 3 days." He then thought, "I almost forgot the main business. My previous girlfriend also had someone like this." I almost showed my hand, hearing that she could go out with Lu Kayaj. Luo Bing felt another surge of secret joy. Good luck is coming, but on the surface she shyly brushed her bangs and said, "Yes, sect master uncle." But in Lu Dongli's eyes, Luo Bing was clearly a scheming green tea bitch. Every time she saw Luo Bing smile, Lu Dongli would be fuming with anger, her teeth involuntarily gnashing. How can this wretched disciple smile so happily? Anger turned into action. Lu Dongli crushed the teacup in her hand, slamming it onto the table, the fragments clinking. The two men present were both startled. Lu Dongli angrily stood up, her face etched with fury. "Damn it, how can there be such a wretched disciple in the world?" Lu Dongli stomped her foot in anger and walked out of the room. Lu Kayaj felt perplexed. What exactly did I do to offend that girl? Ding beside him didn't speak up for his master, saying, "Master, your offense is quite significant." Lu Kayaj shot him a displeased glance. "So you've become smart, have you, daring to lecture your master?" Hearing this, Ding broke into a cold sweat, hastily clarifying, No, disciple didn't mean that, master. Ma master, disciple will pour tea for you." Hearing the words pour tea, Luo Bing's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. Luo Bing jumped to Ding's side, wanting to take over the task. "Excuse me, senior brother, let disciple pour tea for sect master uncle." Ding didn't stop her and handed the teapot to Luo Bing. Luo Bing seized the opportunity to show off. The tea poured down. The sound of it entering the cup was pleasant to the ear. This was the art of tea. Her signature feigned indifference technique when pouring tea seemed particularly enchanting. Ding stood behind, his face red like a monkey's bottom. Luo Bing was full of confidence in her performance. "The art of seduction I painstakingly learned in the brothel will surely work even on sect master uncle." Contrary to Luo Bing's delusion, Lu Kayaj remained very indifferent, unconcerned throughout. He was even pondering other questions. Lu Kayaj muttered to himself, "Why do I always feel like that girl Dongli isn't angry with me but is jealous?" Luo Bing sighed inwardly. How can this be? Ignored again, Lu Kayaj brought the teacup to his lips. Actually, he had been secretly evaluating Luo Bing's actions all along. Luo Bing's tea art was indeed good, but unfortunately what hadn't he experienced in his previous life? Which bar wasn't he a regular at? Luo Bing gazed wide-eyed at the man sitting before her, handsome and exceptionally charismatic. Indeed, those in love automatically apply a filter, making the other person seem the best no matter how you look at them. The young master's melancholic eyes and elegant demeanor, this exquisite scene. Right, if the young master were to be swayed by my little tricks, would he still be the young master? Would he still be the young master I deeply love? Luo Bing regrouped, clenched her fists and resolved, "Come on, use your actions to make the young master truly fall in love with you. Luo Bing, you must work harder for love, you must be brave and forge ahead." Looking at Luo Bing's aggressive demeanor, Lu Kayaj felt a little bewildered. Judging by this, is this wretched disciple determined to win me over? Damn it, how did it come to this? In my previous life I was always the one chasing others, no one ever chased me. The night was quiet, fireflies flew high, the mountains and forests were silent, except for a certain place. 3 months remained until the Three-Gate Summit. During these 3 months, Luo Bing used various excuses to enter and exit Lu Kayaj's room, leaving Ding unemployed. Ding was wiping the table when Luo Bing jumped over and snatched the rag. "Senior brother, I'll do that part." Then Luo Bing wiped while subtly showing off her figure. This was a green tea tactic. wiping the table while inadvertently seducing others. Lukeaj walked in, saw this and merely said indifferently, "Are you done wiping? If you keep wiping you'll ruin the table." This caused Luobing immense pain and a sense of failure. When she saw Ding carrying bathwater for Lukeaj, she rushed over and snatched the basin. "Senior brother, I'll do it." While carrying the basin, Luobing deliberately spilled water on herself, then let out a delicate cry. Luobing tried hard to appear weak and in need of protection. "Oh dear, my clothes are all wet." This was another green tea tactic, accidentally getting clothes wet. Unexpectedly, Lukeaj again doused Luobing with cold water. "HMPH, you can't even pour water properly." Ding then chased the girl out. Ding quickly executed the command. Luobing was thrown out, tears streaming down her face. Despite repeated failures, Luobing, as if no separation had occurred, continued to pursue her lofty ideal. Chasing Lukeaj this time, seeing Ding making the bed, Luobing happily rushed in again to take over. "Senior brother, I'll do it." Luobing deliberately bumped her knee against the side of the bed, falling down as if by accident. With an ouch, her entire body naturally landed on the bed in an indescribable pose. This was still part of her green tea tactics, pretending to fall onto someone's bed, but this time it seemed she still didn't win Lukeaj's favor. He even looked somewhat disgusted. Lukeaj, with red eyes, said, "What are you doing, rolling around on my bed? Ding, get me new sheets." Unconsciously 3 months passed and Lukeaj was still diligently cultivating, his various metrics constantly improving. Luobing stood by, continuously exclaiming, as expected of young master, even while cultivating, "You're as beautiful as a god." After his cultivation, Lukeaj exhaled and said, "Let's go, time to depart." Luobing immediately responded, "Yes, young master." Lukeaj took out a leaf-shaped artifact. This artifact, once enlarged, became their aerial transport. Lukeaj was filled with hope for the upcoming journey. 3 gates gathering, here I come." In the early morning, Lukeaj and Luobing traveled through 9 layers of clouds on their flying boat with mountains piled high and shrouded in mist. Lukeaj's face held a hint of gloom. "That girl Dongi was actually so mad she didn't come to see me off. Just you wait until I get back, I'll deal with her." Luobing, following behind, seemed in a very good mood. "This is my first time traveling with young master," Luobing thought, covering her face, feeling utterly blissful. Because she saw Lukeaj's handsome back, she grew even fonder of the man before her. Like all young maidens, Luobing also harbored a romantic dream, to ride in the same boat as young master, just him and her. Just thinking about it made her blush and her heart pound, and she unconsciously blurted out, "Sleep together?" Lukeaj turned his head and asked flatly, "What is it?" Luobing didn't have time to cover her mouth. Luobing was both shy and embarrassed. She had actually spoken her innermost thoughts aloud. "I'm too stupid, she chided herself, unsure how to explain. Lukeaj looked at her expressionlessly with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. "What did you just say?" he asked again. Luobing looked up, gently smoothed her hair, her demeanor gentle and graceful, her voice sweet. "I said that young master is so outstanding, you will surely make waves everywhere at the 3 gates gathering. Young master is wise and formidable, you will definitely inspire awe in the 2 sect masters. Go, go, go." Luobing then turned around, endlessly praising Lukeaj. Luobing gave 2 dry laughs. Madame had said that at such times flattering a man was enough to get by. For them, the best encouragement was, "You were amazing just now." She had said so much in one breath it was time to use her trump card, male flattery. Luobing always believed she was doing the right thing, just following the script. Luobing remained very confident in her eloquence until Lukeaj waved his hand and said to her, neither lightly nor heavily, "Enough, enough, stop fawning." Luobing was struck by lightning, a huge question mark appearing in her mind. "Young master means..." Luobing's face grew even redder, her lips trembling, unable to speak. Luobing's mind seemed to have interpreted it in another way again. Luobing shyly looked at Lukeaj's lower half, wickedly thinking, could it be that thing Madame often talks about? Luobing's thoughts were currently soaring, happiness coming too suddenly, her fingers continuously rubbing her lips. Lukeaj saw that Luobing had been acting strangely since earlier and turned to see what was happening. Luobing suddenly closed her eyes, leaned in close and pouted her lips. The atmosphere was truly awkward. Fortunately, Lukeaj was rational enough. He coldly used his mind-cleansing spell. Luobing let out an ouch because she was suddenly pushed away. Luobing sobbed behind him. Lukeaj escaped, letting out a long sigh of relief. Soon after, Luobing handed Lukeaj another cup of water. "Young master, would you like some water?" She acted as if nothing had happened. Lukeaj's tone was neither warm nor cold. "Luobing, you don't need to take care of me so much." Luobing felt a little inferior, she whispered. "But I was bought by young master after all." Lukeaj finished his water, looking at Luobing with a hint of pity, perhaps in her heart. She always felt herself to be inferior to others. Lukeaj thought to not disappoint Luobing's good intentions. Lukeaj happily said, "Another cup then." "Yes, young master." Luobing replied, "You hold the cup and pour water," truly a picture of affection. Lukeaj was somewhat puzzled. He asked Luobing, "Do you like calling me young master so much?" Luobing was bewildered, not understanding why Lukeaj would ask her that. She timidly replied, Young master doesn't like it." Luobing began to overthink again. "Does young master want us to use a more intimate address?" Luobing stared blankly at Lukeaj, thinking, then let's lay it all out. Luobing gave a cunning smile. She seemed to be thinking a bit too much. She said nothing and gently called out, Then Daddy, Liu Keiaj immediately spat out the water in his mouth. He couldn't accept this plot twist for a moment. Liu Keiaj unleashed his ultimate move. He sealed Luo Bing's mouth, preventing her from making any more sounds. Shut up, Liu Keiaj secretly thought. This wicked disciple, her brain is broken. On the surface he pretended to be shocked, but deep down he liked it. Though he said otherwise, men all like being called Daddy. The place Liu Keiaj and Luo Bing wanted to go was Wangdong Pavilion, the venue for the Three Gates gathering. Liu Keiaj and Luo Bing had already arrived at Wangdong Pavilion. Liu Keiaj said, "This is where the Three Gates gathering is held." Entering the main gate there was not a single person, chillingly empty. Liu Keiaj felt both sad and angry, he thought. I specifically arrived at the last minute. Are these people trying to intimidate me? Luo Bing looked into the distance, pointing and saying, "Young master, someone's coming." Whoosh, a man and a woman arrived on swords, making their way quickly. The man was Zhang Ju, and the other was Shen Qingqing. Before Luo Bing could say anything, she fearfully dodged. "They're so ugly." Liu Keiaj stepped forward, blocking Luo Bing. "No need to salute them, they were just sent to trick my disciple." Luo Bing stood behind Liu Keiaj, a sinister expression on her face. "Despicable, are these people doing this to intimidate young master?" Luo Bing hid behind Liu Keiaj with Shen Qingqing and Zhang Ju standing opposite. She thought to herself, "Oh dear, I was planning to share some of the protagonist's aura with them, but given this, forget it." Zhang Ju curled his lips into a wicked smile, secretly thinking, "My master told me to come here and scare this guy thoroughly, I must perform well." Seeing this, Shen Qingqing and Zhang Ju stood close together, crossing their arms and saying in unison, "You are the Mogate Sect master." Before they could finish, Liu Keiaj had already turned and walked into the house, completely ignoring them, which left both Shen Qingqing and Zhang Ju stunned. Liu Keiaj looked up and sighed deeply. Alas, wind spirit technique activated. Liu Keiaj stood with his hands behind his back, his posture calm, the wind strong, golden leaves dancing in the breeze, scattering into the air and then falling to the ground. Shen Qingqing and Zhang Ju both widened their eyes, mouths agape, staring blankly. Their faces were distorted and they thought to themselves, "What the hell is this? I haven't even finished intimidating him yet." Then Zhang Ju leaned into Shen Qingqing's ear and whispered, "He's showing off right in front of us, what do we do now?" Shen Qingqing narrowed her eyes and nodded. Plan B. Both of them simultaneously clasped their hands and bowed, saluting. Disciples Zhang Ju, Shen Qingqing pay respects to Sect Master Liu. They relied on their status as juniors, deliberately arriving late, then smiling as they greeted him, waiting for the other party to react before finding fault. Although Shen Qingqing and Zhang Ju adopted respectful postures, their faces held triumphant smiles. They believed the cleverness of this move was that the more polite I am, the less you can fault me for being late. You can only silently endure it. His only option was to dismiss the salute. Even if he disliked it, he could only say dismissed. Liu Keiaj simply stood still, not saying a word. The atmosphere unusually quiet. Zhang Ju began to grow anxious. "Why isn't this guy dismissing the salute? Is he pretending to be mute?" Shen Qingqing replied. "Never mind, stand up and then talk." Both of them were about to straighten up, but suddenly their movements halted. What was going on? Their bodies suddenly couldn't move, nor could they lift their heads, feeling as if something was tightly gripping their bodies. Liu Keiaj, his back to them, curled his lips in disdain. "Dare to play mind games with me? Did you forget I can control water?" At this moment, Shen Qingqing and Zhang Ju both stood in puddles of water, rendering them immobile. Liu Keiaj waved his hand, making the water disappear, then said, "Enough." Shen Qingqing and Zhang Ju immediately fell to the ground. Luo Bing stood by, looking at them with contempt. "HMPH, young master, using the power of heaven and earth against you two, isn't that too easy?" Both of them stood up. Zhang Ju angrily said, "Just some petty tricks, what's there to be afraid of?" Zhang Ju stepped forward, clasped his hands and said, "Sect Master Liu, why don't we go inside and talk?" Seeing that Liu Keiaj didn't turn back or continue speaking, Zhang Ju no longer respectfully clasped his hands. "Within a 100-mile radius it has already been decided by our gate master and the Autumn Water Gate master." Shen Qingqing stood by, seeing Liu Keiaj's disdainful attitude. Believing that this Liu Keiaj was indeed as rumored, with low cultivation and incapable of achieving anything significant, I should also step forward. Zhang Ju babbled on, "Everything prepared. Your Mogate only needs two." Before Zhang Ju could finish, Liu Keiaj immediately raised his hand. Liu Keiaj violently waved his hand, pointing his arm at Zhang Ju. And one of Zhang Ju's legs immediately swelled up with a bang. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and Zhang Ju's leg was blown to smithereens. Zhang Ju painfully fell to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming. Shen Qingqing stood beside him, also splattered with blood, her eyes wide with horror, standing motionless. But only a few seconds later, Shen Qingqing's body immediately began to tremble. She stammered, what is this?" He just pointed. Liu Keiaj waved his hand again, creating a stream of water, complaining that it was too noisy. Zhang Ju, who was screaming, was immediately choked by the water stream. Luo Bing looked at Liu Keiaj's handsome back, her heart filled with admiration. "As expected of young master, only you can use the power of heaven and earth like this. Young master is truly domineering." Zhang Ju cried for help, but could only make indistinct ooh sounds. Shen Qingqing was now scared out of her wits, her face pale, seeing Luo Bing and Liu Keiaj walk inside together. Shen Qingqing dared to approach Zhang Ju. Shen Qingqing was sweating cold profusely. She vigilantly watched Luo Bing and Liu Keiaj while thinking, "Can I stop his bleeding? He just pointed at my head. What should I do?" Liu Keiaj sat down in a chair and said, "Serve tea." Shen Qingqing looked at him blankly. "Is he agreeing?" Shen Qingqing tried to unseal Zhang Ju's acupuncture points to see Lu Keage's reaction. Zhang Ju unsealed, screamed in pain again. After exhausting himself, Zhang Ju fainted and Shen Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. But she suddenly thought of something and her face turned terrified. Is this the rumored trash sect master? How can he have such a terrifying aura? Lu Keage remained silent, calmly sitting and sipping his tea. Seeing that they were still there and had no intention of leaving, Lu Keage asked, "What, thirsty?" Shen Qingqing shivered in fear, her face devoid of any color. But Shen Qingqing immediately reacted, carried Zhang Ju on her back and ran away as fast as she could, as if staying 1 second longer would prevent them from leaving unscathed. How could he ask me if I'm thirsty? He clearly meant, if you don't get out, I'm going to serve you tea, deal with you violently. Luo Bing, pouring tea for Lu Keage, smiled. It seems that woman also understood young master's intention. Lu Keage replied expressionlessly. I'm just too lazy to directly write. If you don't leave, I'll pin you to the wall. Even a dog could figure that out. Luo Bing raised a hand to sweep a strand of hair, giggling. You're right, disciple spoke out of turn. Lu Keage still coldly turned to Luo Bing and said, sit down, there are no outsiders here and the scenery is beautiful. Soon, people from King Kong Gate and Autumn Water Gate will arrive. Luo Bing replied yes and then sat down. Luo Bing rested her chin on her hand, looking at Lu Keage. Young master, that move you just used was truly amazing, she flattered, continuously complimenting him. Dazzling light shone on Lu Keage, further enhancing his handsome features. Luo Bing sat beside him, unable to resist stealing several glances, secretly thinking, ah, young master. Watching Lu Keage drink tea, Luo Bing felt immensely excited. Today he was breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing Luo Bing watching him so intently, Lu Keage felt annoyed. This wicked disciple, she gets horny wherever she goes. Such dramatic flair. I wonder what's going on in her head. A lovesick maiden might in the future recall these hidden thoughts, even if ill-timed, and they will automatically transform into peach blossoms blooming around the pavilion. Meanwhile, in another place, Shen Qingqing was still carrying Zhang Ju, running at full speed, cursing incessantly in her heart. Damn it, daddy ancestor, that guy is definitely a monster. Perhaps after running a long way, Shen Qingqing had expended a lot of energy. Her face was streaming with sweat, but she gritted her teeth and continued to run at full speed. Zhang Ju on her back was no better off, his face getting whipped by low-hanging branches along the way. He kept crying out in pain while Shen Qingqing pushed on, thinking, run. I must get back to the sect as soon as possible and report to the sect master. Zhang Ju was constantly jolted on Shen Qingqing's back, his face already swollen like a pig's head, and he couldn't endure it anymore. Zhang Ju, weeping, said, Junior sister, can we fly on our swords? Shen Qingqing was startled and froze. Overcome with panic, Shen Qingqing screamed, don't talk to me. Then the two flew back on their swords together. After a while at King Kong Gate, Shen Qingqing finally returned with Zhang Ju. As soon as two fellow disciples saw their disheveled state, they were very surprised and immediately asked, Second senior brother, why are you so heavily injured? That disciple, seeing the countless scratches on Zhang Ju's face, immediately said angrily, he even scratched his face, despicable. Inside King Kong Gate, Lin Long said confidently, within a 100-mile radius, everything will belong to us. Shiao Chu immediately burst into laughter upon hearing this. Haha, junior sister is right. Suddenly, Shen Qingqing and others pushed the door open, and the disciple carrying Zhang Ju, upon seeing Shiao Chu and Lin Long, immediately shouted, his tone extremely anxious, Master, it's bad, Lu Keage committed violence. Senior brother's face is all messed up. Hearing his disciple's report, Shiao Chu became furious. Absurd, Lu Keage, you're really something. Lin Long stood by, secretly glancing at Shiao Chu, thinking, he's so easily provoked. Shiao Chu threw a pill into Zhang Ju's mouth and commanded loudly, swallow it. Zhang Ju's face was covered in scars, and after a difficult swallow his complexion gradually improved. Shiao Chu frowned, impatiently looking at Zhang Ju. What exactly happened? Zhang Ju struggled, crying, it hurts so much, don't make me speak, just look at the scratches yourself. But that fellow disciple tried to make Zhang Ju sit still. Shiao Chu frowned, gritting his teeth and saying, you mean he crippled your left leg with a single casual point? It was then that Zhang Ju continued, also disciple felt a different power. Lu Keage possesses a power of heaven and earth. Lin Long and Shiao Chu simultaneously exclaimed, what? How can a trash at the initial grand perfection stage possibly do that? Shen Qingqing stood by, looking worried, and said, Master, there's something disciple doesn't know whether to say or not. Lin Long turned to look at Shen Qingqing, a hint of displeasure on her face. At this point, what do you have to hide? Speak quickly. Shen Qingqing immediately recounted everything she knew. A few days ago in our area, a genius emerged, triggering 9 heavenly Tao commands during Spirit Awakening. Haven't you all heard? Lin Long and Shiao Chu were both greatly astonished upon hearing this, their eyes wide. Shiao Chu thought of that terrifying power. Those 9 heavenly Tao commands were simply astonishing, as if they could level this place. Shiao Chu recalled that year when he flew there on his sword intending to seize that power, wondering who had obtained the heavenly Tao commands. If it was someone from an unknown sect, I must bring them into my sect. At that time, Shiao Chu was flying on his sword in the air when he was suddenly enveloped by a strange power. How dare you covet my Spirit Awakener? Shiao Chu was startled. Shiao Chu immediately controlled his flying sword to fly in the opposite direction. He was at a loss, damn it. Shiao Chu kept looking back as he left, his hand controlling the flying sword, trembling uncontrollably. It's a Grand Master run. At that time, due to the pressure of a Grand Master, I couldn't go to the scene to investigate. Returning to reality, Shiao Chu's face was ashen, his brows tightly furrowed, and he immediately made a guess in his heart. Now, looking back, the spirit awakener was probably Liu Keaj. Not only was he favored by the power of heaven and earth, even Shiao Chu angrily kept slapping his face and head. Someone said to approach him. Finally, Shiao Chu sat on the chair trembling, silently contemplating. No wonder he dared to do this to me. No wonder he dared to cripple my disciple's leg. It's over, I made a wrong move. Zhang Ju and the other disciples saw Shiao Chu continuously sweating and wondered, what's wrong with master? Did he drink too much water? Can his head also urinate? At this moment, Lin Long's face was extremely grim. 9 heavenly Dao commands. It was really 9 heavenly Dao commands. Lin Long's heart was filled with admiration for Liu Keaj. How could these King Kong Gate people compare to him? They weren't even worthy of carrying Mogate's shoes. Lin Long turned to look at Shiao Chu, who was trembling in his chair, thinking, this ugly guy is the one who caused me trouble. Lin Long adjusted her clothes again, a sly smile appearing on her face, thinking, however, with my beauty and charm, as long as I'm willing to get close to Liu Keaj, it won't be difficult. Shiao Chu sat trembling in his chair and spoke with difficulty. Someone gather all the elders for a meeting to discuss how many resources to allocate to Mogate. Zhang Ju and that disciple, upon hearing this, immediately exclaimed, trying to dissuade Shiao Chu, Sect Master, you're not mistaken, are you? Give resources to Mogate and discuss how much? Shiao Chu suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, all of you shut up, go do what you're supposed to do. Seeing that Shiao Chu was truly angry, that disciple had no choice but to obey. Yes, Lin Long glanced at Shiao Chu, who was still slapping his own head, and secretly thought, HMPH, men are indeed useless, they retreat at the first sign of trouble. Meanwhile, in another place. Ding ding, system notification sound. Hearing the notification, Liu Keaj thought, system warning. Liu Keaj still sat in his chair, teacup still before him, but now he was no longer drinking tea but concentrating on something. Luo Bing sat beside him, gazing adoringly at Liu Keaj's face, constantly exclaiming inwardly, young master is indeed unparalleled in the world. System notification, Mogate reputation points 501. Liu Keaj raised a hand to stroke his chin, deep in thought. It's already over 500 points, not bad. It seems King Kong Gate and Autumn Water Gate both understand my intentions. System again notified, Mogate reputation points 502. Liu Keaj again stroked his chin and thought, unfortunately small sects don't have many reputation points and they increase too slowly. Always milking these sheep isn't a solution. It's too boring this way. I need to find some fatter sheep. Having made his decision, Liu Keaj resumed his unhurried posture, picked up his teacup and drank tea. While Luo Bing continued to gaze adoringly at Liu Keaj finally noticed Luo Bing's blatant gaze. Keaj was somewhat surprised. Liu Keaj put down his teacup, no longer drinking water, and turned to Luo Bing saying, do I have flowers growing on my face? Luo Bing, dazed by infatuation, nodded repeatedly. Seeing Luo Bing's blank expression, Liu Keaj called out to her again. Only then did Luo Bing suddenly wake up. Ah no, young master, I wasn't paying attention just now. Liu Keaj was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say, and inwardly wondered a few more times, this child, I just asked a question, is it necessary to be so nervous? Wouldn't it be happier if you were more straightforward and dignified? Someone like Liu Keaj simply couldn't understand how cautiously someone who considers themselves inferior might act when they are vulnerable. He also couldn't understand how elusive love can be for some. At the peak of Mogate's Dangfeng, Lu Dongli sat bored, propping her chin on the table, thinking, I wonder what brother and that wretched disciple are doing now. Behind her, Shiao Chu, Lu Dongli's disciple, was playing alone. Just imagining it made Lu Dongli furious. If they dare to do anything out of line, I'll make them pay. Oh right, brother went to discuss the allocation of resources among the 3 gates. As an elder of Mogate, I should be more concerned about this. Lu Dongli looked up at the blue sky, muttering to herself, I wonder how the 3 gates gathering went. She seemed to think of Luo Bing again. Lu Dongli continued to muse to herself, getting angry again. Damn it, when have sisters-in-law ever been harmonious since ancient times? Adorable Shiao Chu sat cross-legged, asking Lu Dongli, Master, am I circulating qi correctly like this? Lu Dongli waved her hand and said, Circulate qi again. Shiao Chu was a little flustered after hearing her master's words. The little one rubbed her hands, thinking, circulating qi is so tiring. So she playfully begged her master to let her off. Master, I'm a genius, I definitely won't make a mistake. How about I don't circulate qi? Lu Dongli walked over and tapped her forehead, startling Shiao Chu with a yelp. She reminded her, do it when I tell you to. Shiao Chu pouted, not daring to disobey, but secretly retorted, Master wasn't paying attention, why am I always the one getting hit? In just a moment, Shiao Chu finished circulating qi, and her whole body was enveloped in a brilliant golden glow. Lu Dongli stood by observing and felt very pleased. As expected of her final disciple, she could infer from one example to many, and had fully mastered the method of circulating qi after only a few days of learning. After circulating qi, her small body felt tired. Shiao Chu exhaled. Lu Dongli, standing by, did not hesitate to clap and praise. This little one, not bad, a teachable child. Shiao Chu was indeed a clever child. Taking advantage of her master's praise, she hugged her face and cutely begged, Master, since I'm so diligent, can I follow second senior sister down the mountain with sect master uncle in the future? Shiao Chu's words slightly hurt Lu Dongli's self-esteem. Why does everyone want to follow sect master uncle down the mountain? Shiao Chu noticed her master's change in expression and immediately panicked. Master is angry. But Lu Dongli suddenly remembered her own childhood with Lu Keaj. Oh, that's right, I was also brother's little shadow when I was a child, so I can't blame them. But Lu Dongli still couldn't agree with the little one. Shiao Chu, you cannot go down the mountain now. Shiao Chu asked, puzzled. How, why not? Lu Dongli explained. You are my final disciple. Shiao Chu still didn't understand. Master, why can't a final disciple go down the mountain? Lu Dongli deliberately played a word game, teasing this little one. Because there's no gate to go out of. Shiao Chu, being young, didn't understand and thought her master was telling the truth. So a final disciple means there's no gate. So a final disciple means there's no gate. Lu Dongli stood there, showing no sign of comforting the child. Who told you to learn bad things instead of good? If your cultivation isn't higher than mine, don't go down the mountain and cause trouble for me. She sighed, thinking, this child is still so young, am I being too harsh? I should comfort her first. Suddenly, Shiao Chu stood up abruptly. The little one smiled slyly at Lu Dongli and said, Master, I understand now, this is what Sect Master Uncle calls seclusion. Lu Dongli didn't understand what the child was talking about, and she blankly asked Shiao Chu, Sect Master Uncle, what did you tell me? The little one proudly patted her chest, quoting her Sect Master Uncle's teachings. Seclusion isn't important, but in the future, everyone in the world must understand one truth. Lu Dongli had a bad premonition and asked again. Why, what truth? The little one, adopting Sect Master Uncle's demeanor, replied. Outside it's Hello Kitty, inside a fierce tiger roars in all directions. Young Shiao Chu had learned many truths from Lu Keaj at a tender age, and like an adult she folded her arms and gazed at the sky. A huge dark shadow fell upon Shiao Chu. Shiao Chu turned her head in fear. It's master. Shiao Chu thought her master was going to hit her and screamed in fear, raising her hands to cover her head. Oh, Lu Dongli hugged the little one tightly, crying and pleading, Shiao Chu, you'd better stay on the mountain with master until you're old, child. Shiao Chu was terrified. Stay until I'm old? A faint light in the sky caught Lu Dongli's attention. Brother, are you back? In the sky a white-clad man flew on a sword. Lu Dongli exclaimed in surprise. It's someone from the sword sect. The sword sect, literally, it means a super sword martial arts sect, no, a sword dancing sect. Super sects naturally have strict hierarchies of disciples. Disciple ranks are divided into inner disciples, outer disciples, and core disciples. But why is there a sword money fee? And the person who suddenly appeared in the sky was a core disciple. In other words, a disciple personally taught by a sword sect elder or venerable, holding a noble status. Lu Dongli looked at this suddenly appearing person, secretly judging. This person seems to be at the second realm grand perfection stage. Let's provisionally consider him at the third realm initial stage. No, mid-stage, Lu Dongli observed. So it's the third realm mid-stage? Then I can still handle it. I'll test his strength first. I'll hide my cultivation to the second realm mid-stage and see what he says. The person flying on his sword remained high above, motionless. Lu Dongli found it strange. Why wasn't that person coming over? Suddenly the person standing on his sword stomped hard on it, making a loud dong sound, and an astonishing force spread out, reverberating throughout the entire mountain. This sound made Lu Dongli understand that this person wanted to use sword intent pressure to announce that a sword sect core disciple had arrived. So why wasn't anyone coming out to greet him? Lu Dongli felt annoyed when she thought of her own brother. How can this sword sect core disciple be so similar to brother? But it's only similar. Brother showing off only makes others think he's showing off, but this person showing off makes me want to stab him. Shiao Chu also felt indignant. Master, that person is imitating Sect Master Uncle, so annoying. Shiao Chu wants to stab him. As expected of master and disciple, their thoughts were very similar. Lu Dongli laughed and stroked Shiao Chu's head. Haha, you're very much like master. Subsequently, Lu Dongli covered her mouth and chuckled mischievously. Haha, how can we be so rude to a sword sect guest? Let's go greet him. With that, Lu Dongli tidied her clothes, tightening the sash around her waist. Lu Dongli's expression changed. It seems I don't need to act. Standing high in the sky was Chen Shao, a true disciple of the sword sect. After waiting a long time for Lu Dongli and her disciple to make a move, Chen Shao wondered, what's Mogate doing? I've waited this long, released my sword pressure, and still no one comes out to greet me? Chen Shao gradually lost his patience, his anger rising. I am Chen Shao, a true disciple of the sword venerable of the sword sect, competing with Duyu for followers, and these guys dare to make me wait? Chen Shao turned to leave. HMPH, if that's how it is, don't expect to receive any more of our cultivation resources. I was just passing by Mogate, but since they're so rude, they have only themselves to blame. Just then, two other figures were also hurrying towards Mogate. An exquisite beauty caught Chen Shao's eye. It was Luo Bing. Luo Bing's beauty seemed to strike a chord with Chen Shao, making him blush. Chen Shao marveled inwardly. How can there be such a pure and unsullied maiden in this world? Immediately after, he noticed the person standing beside the beauty. It seemed to be the Mogate sect master. Chen Shao sneered arrogantly. This trip wasn't in vain. Lu Keaj sighed deeply, his back to the sun, looking tall and handsome in his black robes, hands clasped behind him, striking the pose of a mature and melancholic heartthrob. Seeing Lu Keaj like this, Chen Shao was also stunned. How can that guy be so into character? Chen Shao clenched his fist and struck his other palm, looking as if he had suddenly understood something profound. I get it, so this is how it's done. I've learned. I'll do this next time too. Suddenly he realized that the fairy-like beautiful maiden was looking at him, startling Chen Shao. She's looking at me, Chen Shao shyly thought. I must go up and greet her first, let her know that I am a true disciple of the sword sect. So Chen Shao stepped forward and blocked the path of Lu Keaj and Luo Bing's lotus leaf artifact. Both looked at him in confusion. Chen Shao introduced himself. I am Chen Xiao, a true disciple of the Sword Sect. Under the second elder of the Sword Sect at the grand perfection stage of the second realm, Chen Xiao smiled smugly. With so many titles, she's surely going to admire me, right? How can those male disciples of Mogate compare to me? Lu Keaj completely ignored him, merely giving a cold hum, while Luo Bing stood by, her eyes sparkling as if she would fall in love at any moment. The two then swooshed away, leaving Chen Xiao wide-eyed, still trying to figure out what had happened. I was ignored by him. Chen Xiao was thunderstruck, wishing he could kill immediately. How can I tolerate such a tone, he thought, clenching his fists. Chen Xiao said no more, quickly riding his sword to catch up, then flew in front to block them again. May I be so bold as to ask who you are? Lu Keaj waved his hand, raising his leaf-shaped artifact higher than Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was utterly stunned. What the hell? Looking in Lu Keaj's direction, Chen Xiao was blinded by the sunlight, forced to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Lu Keaj looked down at Chen Xiao from above and said, I am Lu Keaj, Sect Master of Mogate. High above, humiliated by someone from Mogate, he frowned, gnashing his teeth furiously. High above, a mere Sect Master of Mogate, a subordinate of the lower 100 gates, dares to call himself high above in front of a true disciple of the Sword Sect. He simply couldn't swallow this insult. I addressed myself as this humble one out of politeness, and he dares to call himself high above? Does he dare to ride on my head? The more Chen Xiao thought, the angrier he became. Damn it, although I really want to learn that way of acting. Since you're so rude, don't blame me for putting you down. I came here on the orders of my sect. Is this how your Mogate treats guests? Sect Master Lu, aren't you being a bit impolite? Lu Keaj frowned and asked, What did you call me? Chen Xiao replied impatiently, Sect Master Lu. Lu Keaj still looked down from above and asked again, And who are you? Chen Xiao pointed to himself, emphasizing to Lu Keaj, I am a legitimate true disciple of the Sword Sect. Lu Keaj finally deigned to slowly descend his leaf-shaped artifact. A true disciple is still just a disciple, Lu Keaj continued. This disciple, are you lecturing this Sect Master? Chen Xiao was stunned by the person before him. Is this guy an idiot? He thought, recalling his situation in the sect. I am a true disciple of the Sword Sect, and becoming an elder of the Sword Sect is only a matter of time. Moreover, among true disciples my cultivation ranks 5th. Chen Xiao didn't know how many times he had been provoked. This guy actually isn't buttering me up over here. Dongi helplessly slapped her own cheek, making a smack sound. It's over. Brother is acting up again. Chen Xiao stared intently at Lu Keaj. Since you're not buttering me up, you must have something special about you. Why don't I check? With that, Chen Xiao immediately unleashed his divine sense. Lu Keaj scoffed, Want to probe my cultivation? Go right ahead. Then he released his cultivation at the 5th layer of the first realm. Seeing this, Chen Xiao seized the opportunity to mock, having just used his divine sense to probe the cultivation. Does Sect Master Lu truly only have a cultivation of the 5th layer of the first realm? Lu Keaj didn't refute, merely retorted, Is that so? Then he made a turning motion which unexpectedly stunned Chen Xiao, making him lean backward. Lu Keaj then released his cultivation at the 6th layer of the first realm, making Chen Xiao gape and exclaim in immense surprise, The 6th layer of the first realm, one more time and it'll be the 7th layer of the first realm. Chen Xiao's expression was even more shocked this time, and his exclamation was louder. The 7th layer of the first realm. Lu Keaj didn't look at him but just turned his face and asked, Guess what my cultivation is? Chen Xiao was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he couldn't see Lu Keaj's hidden cultivation over here. Dongi was immensely surprised. Brother, have you broken through again? Recalling past events, she couldn't help but smile contentedly. Sure enough, brother is still the same as he was back then. Scenes from their childhood gradually emerged. Dongi always followed Lu Keaj. He was the person she admired most in the world. Under the sunlight, Lu Keaj seemed to glow. There will be no one more outstanding than brother in this world. Chen Xiao's mouth was still agape over here. Keaj glanced at him, secretly thinking, Chen Xiao, this kid, I've heard of him in my previous life. He's a complete loser. Chen Xiao was scared out of his wits, still unable to recover, thus maintaining his state of shock from earlier until now. Lu Keaj recalled him from his previous life. He liked to show off but didn't do it well, making others uncomfortable, and his specialty was annoying people. Chen Xiao followed Duyu every day. He was Duyu's lackey and a loyal fan. This lackey caused a lot of trouble because he liked to show off. Each time Duyu had to resolve it, he would provoke large exotic beasts and Duyu would end up having to rescue him. Lu Keaj raised a hand to stroke his chin, pondering for a moment. This guy acts without a plan but always manages to trigger the protagonist. In other words, fear not a godlike opponent but a pig-like teammate. Then he turned to look at Chen Xiao, an expression of disgust on his face. Am I to waste 20 years of hard-earned experience points just to scare an idiot? Finally, he sighed deeply and shook his head. It's not worth it, it's not worth it. The Tianquan world consumes a lot of resources. Experience points must be managed carefully, used on valuable things like sword intent. Playing dumb isn't worth it. Not worth it. Lu Keaj suddenly turned to look at him, scoffing, Never mind, I've already scared this kid anyway. Since fate brought him to my doorstep, how can I not subdue this idiot? It's a small matter. This guy is here to deliver money. You can leave, but leave the money. Chen Xiao still maintained his initial expression of shock. The leaf-shaped flying artifact quickly swept past him. Lu Keaj said, Follow me. Chen Xiao cupped his hands in obedience. Yes, yes. Sect Master Lu looked at the leaf-shaped artifact and Chen Xiao thought to himself, Swoosh, isn't that the one-leaf skiff? The one-leaf skiff is Elder Ding Ning's unique flying artifact. Chen Xiao's face darkened, his eyebrows tightly furrowed, clearly displeased. This fake, it looks like it needs to be reforged. Wait. Then he suddenly remembered Duyu and Ding Ning. Senior brother Duyu came down the mountain with an elder this time, didn't he? Thinking this, he looked at Liu Keaj again. Could this sect master be the mysterious senior brother that senior brother Duyu spoke of? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. This time, besides completing some tasks and distributing cultivation resources to some small sects affiliated with the Sword Sect, I also have a secret mission: to investigate senior brother Duyu's mysterious senior brother. Senior brother Duyu personally told me that among the sects affiliated with the Sword Sect there is one person who is his match, and also his greatest rival in this life, but it's been several years, and senior brother Duyu hasn't mentioned that senior brother again. Not a single word. Chen Xiao's face began to turn even paler. And recently, after senior brother Duyu and elder Ding Ning returned, Duyu stood on a rock holding his longsword and said to Chen Xiao, "Although my sword intent has reached great completion this time, that senior brother is the same, always one step ahead of me." Duyu tightly gripped his long sword, ignoring the stunned Chen Xiao behind him. "I must work even harder." Chen Xiao's cold sweat started to break out again. "That mysterious senior brother who senior brother Duyu says is always one step ahead. Did you already achieve great completion in sword intent when you descended the mountain last time?" The stories about this senior brother in the Jianghu have become increasingly exaggerated, which is why I was so eager to investigate. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and it was only after pressing senior brother Duyu for a long time that he learned the mysterious senior brother was in the Qinglongchuan region in southern Qingzhou. And the Qinglongchuan region, it's either the upper 100 gates or 9th grade sects, not to mention others. Chen Xiao hurriedly rode his sword, chasing behind Liu Keaj, but it was clear that guy was very likely. No matter what, I must find out. As long as I can find that mysterious senior brother, from now on, senior brother Duyu and I will have another shared secret. Thinking this, a sly expression appeared on his face. Just thinking about being able to share a secret with senior brother Duyu already filled him with excitement. Liu Bing glanced behind her, feeling something was amiss. "Why is that guy always staring at young master?" she quickly said to Liu Keaj. "Young master, that guy behind us keeps looking at you with strange eyes. Why don't I go teach him a lesson?" These words greatly surprised Liu Keaj. Liu Keaj clenched his fist, and from somewhere a phrase popped out. "Let me teach him a lesson." Liu Bing began to overthink, retorting, "A lesson? Is it that kind of lesson?" Liu Keaj frowned, glancing unhappily at the blushing Liu Bing. "Shut up. One more word and you're expelled from the sect." After being scolded, Liu Bing lowered her head, silently thinking, "How could I have thought of such strange things?" Regardless, she looked up at the person before her. "Young master's figure is already etched in my heart. No one will ever take him away." Suddenly, something feathered flew past Liu Keaj and Liu Bing. Liu Keaj was startled by it, raising a hand to shield his eyes, then slowly opened his eyes. It was a very large bird carrying another person. That person held a gourd bottle, continuously drinking water. Looking at the woman before him, Liu Keaj seemed unable to believe his eyes. He froze for a few seconds, reaching out to call Aunt. But before he could finish, the giant bird had already flown away. The speed caused Chen Xiao, who was riding his sword, to crash down, constantly yelling. Liu Keaj looked at the person before him but couldn't acknowledge her, feeling very uncomfortable. He secretly made a plan. "It seems our fate has not yet arrived, but since you've appeared here, we will surely meet again." Below, Dongi and Shiao Chu had observed everything very carefully from start to finish. Shiao Chu asked, "Master, the first person to fall was..." Dongi replied, "Like you, indeed." After losing his flying sword, Chen Xiao was free-falling headfirst towards the ground. With a bang, a large crater appeared where he landed. Dongi and Shiao Chu clapped their hands happily, seeing that the first person to fall was exactly as they had expected. "Excellent." At the King Kong Gate Elders meeting, Shiao Chu sat at the head of the conference table and said, "After all your arguing, what have you decided? How many resources will ultimately be enough to give to Mogate?" The white-haired old man stroked his beard. "I have a method that can both express our sect's sincerity and avoid excessive loss." The others immediately urged eagerly, "Speak quickly, you've been silent for so long, so you had a plan after all?" The elder narrowed his eyes and offered his suggestion. "Each of us sends a few prettier disciples over there, then sends them over. What do you all think?" The other three simultaneously looked at him with exasperated, darkened faces. "Are you serious? If you want to court death, don't drag us into it. Over here." Lin Long of Autumn Watergate said, "That's how things are, but men," she gave a sly smile, glancing behind her. "Where are there any men? If a little beauty can't solve the problem, then just use more of it." The disciples behind her were all eager to try. "Who should we choose now? This matter of diplomacy is a big deal. Of course we must send the most beautiful among all inner and outer disciples." Shen Qingqing stepped out of the crowd. "I volunteer to handle this social affair. I understand it well, please rest assured. Moreover, I have already met him." Lin Long cast a displeased glance, thinking, "A bunch of unruly disciples, aren't you going to let me go? Do you want to hog the prey, ungrateful wretches?" Shen Qingqing's eyes gleamed. "Master will definitely choose me. Come, let the winds and rains surround my body." Suddenly, there was a sound outside. Lin Long shouted, "Flying sword message." Seeing it, Shen Qingqing couldn't help but ponder. Judging by the flying sword, it might be one of Master's social acquaintances, a Grand Elder from a Middle Hundred Gate, but why send a message precisely at this moment? Lin Long picked up the bamboo slip, opened it, and after reading it she was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. After reading the message's content, both Lin Long and Zhang Ju wore sinister smiles. It's even a true disciple of the Second Elder, coming here to allocate resources to us. This is truly, she said, pointing at her disciples as she instructed them. Everyone replied in unison, yes, Master. After the instructions, Lin Long and Zhang Ju exchanged another glance, continuing to smile sinisterly, saying, good fortune has arrived. Happy New Year. The disciples then saluted them, preparing to carry out their task. Truly, what a master, what disciples. Hearing their master's good news, everyone turned to look at the sinister faces, thinking, the moment to shine has come. If a Sword Sect true disciple marries someone like this, how can one not wish to become a phoenix? Perhaps I could even become an elder's wife in the future. Just thinking about it makes my heart flutter. Next, Zhang Ju gave his instructions to the disciples. Everyone listen, put the Mogate matter aside for now. All of you go find that true disciple for me. Spare no effort to find him, he continued. Go find him for me and spare no effort to engage with him. In special circumstances, coercive measures are permitted. Lin Long's courtesans, upon hearing this, were all excited. Sisters, he's only one person, how will we share him? We don't know yet. Who doesn't like being surrounded by women? Another courtesan also spoke, saying as she coyly touched her chest, with enough effort, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. As long as I make a move, it'll be hard for him to get out of bed. Zhang Ju's subordinates standing nearby hearing these discussions all felt disgusted. HMPH, they haven't even found the person and they're already arguing. Does everyone think us men are so depraved? Once I find him, I'll swear brotherhood with him in the peach garden. Haven't you heard that beauty is fleeting but brothers are like limbs? Hearing every word from the men, the women provocatively raised their legs. Is that so? Come here, dear brothers, we sisters would be more than happy to mingle with all of you. Those who had just been disdainful of the women upon hearing this immediately lost all face and scrambled over, vying for attention. I am truly speechless, another could only say helplessly, you've changed the scene. While King Kongate and Autumn Watergate were in chaos, Mogate was also engaged in subtle struggles. Next was the meeting of Nan Wei, Luo Bing and Lu Keaj. When they saw the sect master return, Nan Wei and the disciples immediately stepped forward to greet him. Welcome back, elder brother. Welcome back, sect master uncle. Suddenly someone crawled up from underground. It was Chen Shao. As soon as he stood up, he furiously cursed Mogate, blaming them for his predicament. You Mogate are really something to dare to. But then he saw the figures of two beautiful women from Mogate and he froze. Mogate is so small, yet it has two beauties. HMPH, there are two such exceptionally beautiful female cultivators, and they're both revolving around that guy. Thinking about it, I truly feel my life is worthless, he then muttered. No, my Sword Sect is the strongest in the world. I am also a true disciple of the Sword Sect Second Elder, the future of the Sword Sect, and a capable assistant to the Sword Sect Master. Why should I admire this small Mogate? HMPH, a mere Mogate. I won't even mention the Sect Master. As for the disciples, but when he saw the identity of that woman he gasped again, exclaiming loudly, Second realm, eighth heaven, and she's even at grand perfection. How is this possible? Looking at this woman, he again gaped, thinking, younger than Lu Keaj, yet her strength is beyond my reach. Compared to Sword Sect disciples, this Mogate, he thought, feeling a shiver of fear. Mogate is truly a den of hidden dragons. Looking at the two before him, he simply couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing Chen Shao so scared, Lu Keaj proudly praised his disciple. Not bad, little disciple. You truly bring honor to your master. After praising her, he led his two disciples to the main hall. He then turned to look at Chen Shao again, slyly musing, this is the best opportunity to win over Chen Shao. I mustn't miss it. I need to force him to put on a show until the very last moment. Anyway, Chen Shao's news. Isn't it all my sect master's news? Lu Dongli then invited Chen Shao to join them. Hearing this, he blushed with shyness. Seeing Chen Shao's reaction, Lu Dongli proudly thought, a mere Sword Sect disciple, how can he compare to brother? In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the majestic main hall. As soon as he entered, Chen Shao was astonished. Mogate's architecture was even grander than several Middle Hundred Gate sects he had visited. Is this Lu Keaj truly the mysterious senior brother that senior brother Duyu spoke of? Lu Keaj sat there, exuding a dignified aura, and said, everyone be seated. Seeing Lu Keaj say this, Chen Shao, without ceremony, pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing him about to sit, Luo Bing approached with a teapot, a smile on her face. Chen Shao looked at her in surprise, his handsome face filled with shyness. Is she going to pour tea for me? So close can I smell her fragrance? Chen Shao caught a scent, closed his eyes in enjoyment and smiled contentedly. So fragrant. However, life is not always as one wishes. He quickly realized something was off. Why don't I smell anything? He sniffed and tried again. A blank expression appeared on Chen Shao's face as he turned to look for Luo Bing. At this moment, she was standing 2 meters away from him, miraculously pouring tea without spilling a single drop. Lu Keaj and Lu Dongli both watched her actions, speechless. Is this really necessary? He thought. This kid probably isn't injured, right? She thought. But contrary to their attitudes, Shiao Chu's eyes shone brighter than car headlights as she looked at Luo Bing. Senior sister pours tea so strangely, I want to learn. Chen Shao looked at Luo Bing, lowered his head and sighed helplessly, unable to speak. She is pure and unsullied. Perhaps she is like that with everyone. I shouldn't overthink it, he thought, consoling himself. No sooner had he finished thinking than he looked up and saw Luo Bing enthusiastically leaning close to Lu Keaj, pouring tea. Young master, have some tea. His mind was filled with questions, wondering if this scene was real or fake. Lu Dongli, watching this scene from the side, gnashed her teeth in anger, her hand unconsciously tightening around her teacup. Chen Shao felt his heart shatter more and more. Is it because my identity as a Sword Sect true disciple, a disciple of the Sword Sect second elder, a future pillar of the Sword Sect is too intimidating, and she can't handle it? He still tried to console himself. Seeing him in a daze, Lu Keaj couldn't bear it any longer and had to feign a few coughs to pull him out of his imaginative world. Cough, 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 cough. Chen Shao also noticed his demeanor and immediately transformed into another person. Though heartbroken just a moment ago, he now had the demeanor of a great Sect disciple. Is Sect Master Lu's throat uncomfortable? Chen Shao asked. After speaking, he gently sipped his tea. Much to his surprise, he looked at the person before him, his heart filled with doubt and dissatisfaction. What's wrong with this kid? Why isn't he giving me the money yet? Give me the money, then get out. Are you planning to freeload? Lu Keaj roared internally. Luo Bing stood by, sensing his attitude, and smiled kindly before speaking first. Senior brother, do you have any official business at Mogate? She asked. Chen Shao, seeing her ask, also feigned a few coughs. There's something to discuss, he spoke concisely, but inwardly undercurrents stirred. She called me senior brother. This is my chance to shine. I must seize it firmly. Finally, the two got down to business. Sect Master Lu, I've come this time to distribute cultivation resources to the Sword Sect subordinate sects. Mogate's share is already prepared, he said. With that, he took out a ring and said, this is Mogate's share, containing spirit stones, spirit herbs, and artifact refining materials. Lu Keaj, seeing him take out the ring, maintained a serious expression on the surface, but his heart was filled with excitement. Artifact refining materials, as expected of Ding Ning. Whether it's playing around or cultivating, she's always number one. He happily agreed. All right. He waved his hand, and a stream of water encircled Lu Keaj's hand. Chen Shao was astonished to see the stream of water appear. The power of heaven and earth. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. The stream of water picked up the ring and transferred it to Lu Keaj's hand. Chen Shao, witnessing this scene, was dumbfounded. He actually achieved spirit awakening upon seeing it. Chen Shao's face broke into a joyful smile. I've hit the jackpot. He must be that mysterious senior brother. Thinking of this, his heart blossomed with joy, but little did he know Lu Keaj's consciousness was filled with countless gems. The god of wealth has come. The god of wealth has come. Though excited inwardly, he had to maintain his pretense. This seat has received the items. Also this disciple, tell this seat, besides distributing resources, do you have any other tasks? He asked. Receiving the Sword Sect's benefits also entails helping Sword Sect disciples cultivate. This is the responsibility of a Sword Sect affiliated sect. Lu Keaj felt he couldn't keep it hidden anymore. And Chen Shao finally spoke. Yes, my mission this time is because of a demonic beast crossing. His words made the three women in the room open their eyes in surprise. Demonic beast crossing? Shiao Chu asked. Lu Keaj slammed his sword onto the table, making it emit a terrifying pressure. Where? He asked in a terrifying and authoritative tone. Chen Shao was so frightened by the pressure that he retreated a few steps. Others, upon hearing this, might have already shrunk back, yet he only asked, where? Shocking him beyond belief. Upon hearing it, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. As a sword cultivator, what is there to fear in battle? This is the spirit. After thanking them, Chen Shao bid his farewell. Demonic cultivators are not demons that have gained sentience, nor are they a combination of two demons. Rather, they are cultivators who forcibly merge their own blood with exotic beasts. Lu Keaj listened to Chen Shao's words and began to recall this information. Because after merging with exotic beast blood, they become powerful but also bloodthirsty and cannibalistic. How is this getting weirder and weirder? Eventually, they become demonic cultivators. Forget it, forget it. This world's setting is just like this. Why am I of all people blood-bound to such a monster? The strongest aspect of demonic cultivators is their ability to manipulate exotic beasts connected to their bloodline, multiplying their combat power several times over. What about me then? The exotic beasts of the Tianquan world are a completely different species from the demon race. Exotic beasts have little intelligence, are fierce and bloodthirsty, especially growing by eating food. No, by eating human flesh. Exotic beasts grow stronger by devouring, and if they fall into the hands of demonic cultivators, it will surely lead to massacres. Therefore, demonic cultivators are generally considered invincible in the cultivation world. Apart from some super geniuses, most people do not dare to directly face them, because they are not only incredibly strong but can also level up as they fight. To put it bluntly, they are cheaters, and the demon race also has some differences from the cultivators on Earth in terms of cultivating to become immortal mounts. However, due to limited space, I will not elaborate further. Therefore, all cultivation sects instruct their disciples, if you encounter a demonic cultivator of the same level alone, run immediately. Do not provoke them, for the more you provoke them, the stronger they become. Returning to Lu Keaj, Chen Shao solemnly revealed the mission information. Sect Master Lu, according to the information received by the Sword Sect, this demonic cultivator is at the second realm and is accompanied by several exotic beasts. Lu Keaj's face darkened. Too weak, it's not the one. He was somewhat disappointed, and unfortunately Chen Shao witnessed this state. Why does he seem a little disappointed? I wonder if I can extract any information about it from this demonic cultivator. Liu Keaj picked up his sword, his face filled with passion, and said to this disciple, "If you need this seat's help, just ask, but I must go." He had already made up his mind. Liu Keaj suggested she put away her sword. Seeing him like this, Chen Shao noticed a hint of abnormality, his face stiff, not knowing what to say. "Why does it always feel strange? Never mind, I've found traces of the demonic cultivator. I hope Sect Master Liu can accompany me on this trip." He cupped his hands and made the request, but little did he know this young man had other plans. Taking him along will also allow me to investigate his true strength. If he's formidable, he must be that mysterious senior brother. If he's not strong, then let the Sword Sect true disciple at the second realm grand perfection stage personally subdue the demonic cultivator and regain dignity in front of him. As expected of me, killing two birds with one stone. Chen Shao raised his hand to hide his smug smile. Just then the system notification bar displayed player-triggered quest Demonic Beast Crossing. Accept quest, reward 50,000 experience points, yellow rank artifact repair talisman. Liu Keaj looked up at the notification bar, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Just as I expected, a quest has indeed been triggered. Accept successful, the system notified again. This disciple, this seat accepts your request. Tomorrow I will go down the mountain with you to slay the demon. Liu Keaj agreed verbally, but his eyes cast a disdainful glance at him, and it was this sentence that left Chen Shao dumbfounded. "Yes, Sect Master Liu," he replied, suppressing his unwillingness. "Chen Shao, you have to endure it, damn it, this guy is such a show-off," he grumbled inwardly. He finally left. Liu Keaj watched his retreating figure, secretly musing. "Ascending the mountain to become an immortal, this is my Mogate's territory," he declared confidently. "HMPH, if you want to cause trouble, first ask if the sword in my hand permits it." His gaze was filled with murderous intent. "Brother, I forgot to ask how the Three Gates gathering went." Just then, Dongi stepped forward, breaking the tense atmosphere. As she spoke, she gave a discontented glance at the neatly standing Liu Bing. "Insolent disciple, seeing how intimate my brother and I are, why aren't you quickly moving away?" Liu Keaj was speechless. Liu Bing, who had been waiting for this moment, was very happy. "Yes, Sect Master Uncle," she said, still puffing out her cheeks angrily. "It's like this. Sect Master Uncle elegantly suppressed Autumn Watergate and King Kong Gate, and also reasserted the prestige of our Mogate." She spoke with her hands clasped, elated like an immortal reborn. A true god descended. Liu Keaj listened to Liu Bing, his nose in the air, a look of arrogance. Her sweet words delighted him. Dongi stroked her chin in thought. Prediction no 1785, Autumn Watergate and King Kong Gate. Liu Keaj saw his sister had been silent and couldn't help but ask, "Elder Dongi, what are you thinking about?" She quickly returned to her usual demeanor. "Ah, nothing," but who knew what she was truly thinking? After much deliberation it was confirmed that Autumn Watergate and King Kong Gate would not come looking for trouble, so there was no need to worry too much. However, a thought crossed her mind and her expression turned grim. "Brother, tomorrow you're going down the mountain to slay the demonic cultivator. Can I come with you?" "Demonic cultivators are strong, I'm worried about brother," she thought. Liu Keaj saw through her thoughts at a glance. "Is this girl worrying about me?" he thought, looking at the earnest Dongi beside him. She saw him staring at her and wondered, why isn't brother speaking? If he dares to refuse, I'll pinch his ears hard. Liu Keaj neither refused nor agreed. "As you wish," but that single sentence made Dongi as happy as a child. "Wonderful," he smiled dotingly. With Dongli's personality, how could she not go? "If I can't beat Chen Shao, I still have her as a secret weapon. It's truly great to have a sister." Liu Keaj sighed. Liu Bing stood by, a clear look of worry on her beautiful face. "Young master and master are both going into danger. How can I just sit by and do nothing?" Liu Bing thought, running after the two. "Sect Master Uncle, Master, I also," she began. But before she could finish, Dongi spun around seriously. "No, don't even think about it." Liu Bing was stunned. She hadn't even finished speaking. As if knowing Liu Bing would continue to ask to follow, Dongi decided to refuse outright. "No means no. You dare not steal my brother," she resolved in her heart. Liu Bing was speechless at her reaction. Liu Keaj noticed the commotion, walked over and stroked Liu Bing's head, making her freeze. "Don't go this time," he said. Dongi stood by, puffed out her cheeks in disdain. "Demonic cultivators are much scarier than you imagine. With your current cultivation, not only won't you be able to help, you might even become a burden to us." She also chimed in. "Cultivate diligently. Talk to us again when you're as strong as we are." With that, the two walked out the door side by side, leaving Liu Bing standing alone. Liu Bing watched their retreating figures, thoughts swirling in her mind. "I forgot that young master hadn't broken through for a long time, which allowed my cultivation to catch up. But now young master can break through again, and he's breaking through incredibly quickly, astonishingly fast. If the gap in our cultivation grows wider and wider, then, just as master said, I won't only be unable to help, but will become a burden." Liu Bing's face paled at the thought. "I must work harder. I must stand by young master's side. I must become the only person young master needs." Night fell. Liu Keaj was cultivating diligently, wisps of green aura encircling his body and the room. But suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, a look of discomfort on his face. "Others cultivate and lose money, reason, or talent, but I cultivate and lose my life," he coughed continuously, clutching his chest. "This meridian cleansing technique is truly deadly. It gives me experience, but it's also quickly draining my essence blood to the point of death." Suddenly, a wisp of purple smoke slowly drifted in through a crack in the window, circling before Liu Keaj. Smoke from the Guardian's tombstone? He asked uncertainly. A look of worry on his face, he asked, "Is there something you need?" The wisp of smoke trembled slightly in response. The graveyard was eerily silent at this moment. Lukeage walked to the stone tablet, pondered for a moment. "What is it? If it's for essence blood, I'm afraid I cannot provide it at the moment." Before it could even speak, he immediately refused. The wisp of purple smoke didn't answer him, merely pointed in a certain direction. Lukeage followed the direction and saw a lit room, Chen Xiao's room. Without a sound, it transformed into a knife before his astonished eyes. Then it made 2 slashes, forming an X mark. Lukeage watched, understanding its meaning. "Kill that guy?" "No, I can't," but he was met with the purple smoke's headshake. Lukeage again fell into extreme confusion. "Isn't it asking to kill him? I understand you're talking about the demonic cultivator," Lukeage finally realized. "What do you need the demonic cultivator for?" Wisp of purple smoke said nothing, just pointed at his body. Lukeage saw its movement, his eyes wide with surprise. "You need the demonic cultivator's corpse?" Lukeage asked the Guardian. "So do you need it whole, or?" The Guardian, who was nodding, was also startled by his words. It transformed into a human figure, then with a bang its head exploded. Lukeage nodded, an expression of sudden realization. "No need, I understand." Afterwards he sighed and said, "You know how powerful demonic cultivators are. Even I need to go all out against them. Under these circumstances you're asking me to only cut off its head." Lukeage's tone suddenly changed. "You'll have to pay more." Seeing his intention, the Guardian stood stiffly in place, not saying a word. Seeing its lack of reaction, Lukeage pretended to turn away, then said, "What, playing delaying tactics again? If you don't pay more this time then?" Hearing his tone, the Guardian was startled. Finally it extended its tail, presenting a book to Lukeage. Lukeage's expression instantly did a 180-degree turn, immediately lighting up with joy as he reached for the book. "Give it to me." The Guardian pulled the book back, leaving Lukeage to grab at empty air. Lukeage looked at the Guardian with a flourish, feigning the appearance of an upright gentleman, and scoffed, "You still want to exchange the corpse for the jade slip directly. You may not be smart, but you're not stupid either." No sooner had he spoken than his eyes suddenly widened, his face full of surprise. The book the Guardian produced was the blue-rank low-grade sword technique, Autumn Cicada Sword Art. Lukeage's voice was filled with delight. A blue-rank low-grade sword technique manual. Only the middle 100 gates might possess such a thing. Lukeage's eyes lit up, his heart filled with calculations. The value of this manual was even higher than the life of a second-realm demonic cultivator. "It seems an elder at home is like a treasure. I'll take this job. Plus the system's own quest reward. I'll be making the best use of everything." Lukeage stroked his chin, thinking excitedly, "A blue-rank sword technique is quite anticipated. In my previous life I spent a fortune to get a spear technique. Blue-rank mid-grade dragon entering the sea." Recalling the moves of dragon entering the sea he once used, Lukeage couldn't help but marvel. The essence of this spear technique is to burst forth like a dragon shooting out water. Lukeage's eyes were still deep in thought, but he didn't take them off the blue-rank low-grade sword technique manual. "I wonder if this Autumn Cicada Sword Art is one sword ushers in autumn, one sword makes cicadas fall." Chapter 37. He was eager to possess that item, so he feigned generosity. "Good, for the sake of our relationship, I'll take this job." In truth, he was silently rationalizing to himself. It certainly wasn't because he was anticipating the power of a blue-rank sword technique. The Guardian nodded in agreement. After the exchange was complete, it dissipated and returned to the stone tablet. Lukeage revealed a greedy smile. Having just completed a major transaction, he couldn't help but wonder how many treasures the Guardian held. "I need to find a way to get more treasures." At this moment, Lukeage suddenly asked, "Tell me, what are your intentions for this demonic cultivator's corpse?" But before him was only silence, no sound whatsoever. Lukeage saw himself left behind without a single goodbye and angrily shouted, "Once you achieve your goal, you pretend to be deaf and mute. You're really something." After a while, Lukeage also walked down the mountain, muttering to himself, "Who would have thought I too would one day become someone else's tool?" The sun gradually rose, dispelling the night. A figure appeared at Lukeage's door and spoke, "Lukeage, it's time to set off." Lukeage sat in his room, still radiating vital energy, and hearing the call he said discontentedly, "Coming so early in the morning, saying such ambiguous things, do you really want your brother to go on his way?" Outside the door, Dongi, dressed as a man, stuck out her tongue and laughed, replying, "I just want to experience what it feels like to be a villain." Lukeage opened the door with a clang, looked at Dongi and said, "All right, I'm ready too. How about you?" At this, Dongi patted the small pouch at her waist, looked at him and replied, "Almost. Sleeping necessities, toiletries, hidden weapons to prevent enemies from escaping, paper figures. I've prepared everything." Hearing her list of items, Lukeage couldn't help but shrink back, feeling a little scared. Lukeage slapped his forehead. "My sister is too cautious. What am I going to do?" Dongi clearly heard the complaint. She followed Lukeage with a beaming smile, saying excitedly, "Quickly call that sword sect disciple so we can set off." Lukeage looked up at the sky and replied with just one word, "All right." Immediately, Lukeage's voice echoed throughout the entire sect, spreading to every corner. The order to assemble gently rang out. "That disciple, gather at the mountain gate, gather at the mountain gate, assemble." Important things must be said multiple times. Chen Xiao woke from his sleep with a start, still lying in bed, but the words "assemble" echoed repeatedly in his ears. Assemble, 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 very urgent. In the vast space of Mogate, the morning birds were startled by the sound of the assembly. Chen Xiao shouted furiously, "My name is Chen Xiao, stop calling me disciple." The sun was already high in the sky. Lu Dongli and Lu Keaj walked outside the Sect gate and observed their surroundings. Lu Keaj thought, "I almost forgot Mogate once had a mountain guarding array." He walked to a large pillar and reached out to touch its surface. It was just somewhat dilapidated from disuse. Lu Dongli stood beside Lu Keaj offering comfort. "Brother, don't worry, I've been studying formations and one day I'll repair this ink-washed landscape mountain guard array." Lu Keaj heard Lu Dongli's words and glanced at himself. "I almost forgot that although my sister doesn't have any single attribute at 10 points, she has 9 points in every aspect, so she learns everything with ease. It's just that we're too poor and have no materials for her to practice with." Thinking this, he gently stroked Lu Dongli's head. "Although I know you'd be happier being able to do as you please on the mountain once you've repaired it, I'm truly very pleased, and I'll find a way to get you money." Lu Keaj's gaze was gentle. Lu Dongli looked at Lu Keaj and in the sunlight called out, "Brother?" Their eyes met. Lu Keaj's eyes lowered, obscured by his hair. He secretly thought if only those idiot players could have arrived sooner. After all, suddenly from a distance Chen Xiao ran quickly towards the two. As he ran he shouted, "Sect Master Lu, I solemnly remind you again, my name is Chen Xiao." Not before he could finish, Lu Keaj spoke, "Since this disciple has arrived, let us depart." Lu Dongli also replied, "Yes, Sect Master." Seeing the two ignore him, Chen Xiao felt insulted and was too furious to speak. A smug look on his face, he thought, "HMPH, without me, how will you depart? Can you even know where the demonic cultivator is?" Before Lu Dongli's and Lu Keaj's wide eyes, Chen Xiao puffed out his chest arrogantly, showing off, "Watch closely. If you want to track the demonic cultivator's traces." He suddenly extended his hand, summoning a glowing orb suspended in the air. A long strip-like object whizzed forth from Chen Xiao's hand. He showed off, saying, "This is none other than." Lu Dongli looked blankly at Chen Xiao. Lu Keaj also looked at him, interrupting his flowery and impractical introduction. "A blood tracker, an item specifically used to track the owner of blood. Stop with the nonsense and just start. This seat knows nothing." Lu Keaj's lengthy statement caused Chen Xiao's arm holding the blood tracker to freeze. He picked up the blood tracker and began to chant a spell. Before long, flames blazed fiercely. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, every time he makes me concede. HMPH, I must find a way to get my revenge." Lu Dongli looked at Chen Xiao, who was casting spells behind them, and asked, "Brother, how do you know we have such a thing in Mogate?" Lu Keaj, sweating nervously, stammered out a random excuse to brush it off. "Actually, this is my first time seeing it in person, but I once saw some special people on a certain live stream, under special circumstances, using this special method of essence blood." Lu Dongli's mind was in a whirl, bewildered by Lu Keaj's words. What was special? Just then, Chen Xiao suddenly spoke, "It's reacting." Lu Dongli immediately put Lu Keaj's words out of her mind, turning her head curiously to look. Chen Xiao flew up on his sword, his face filled with pride and excitement. "The closer we get to the blood's owner, the faster this blood tracker beats. Hurry up." The blood tracker in Chen Xiao's hand beat even more fiercely. Lu Dongli stood in the air, curiously staring at the blood tracker in Chen Xiao's hand. "Does this thing have any other special uses?" Lu Keaj was drenched in cold sweat, muttering to himself, "I accidentally let something slip. Not good, not good. I can't lead the child astray." He composed himself, turned to Lu Dongli and spoke, "Nonsense. Sister, think about it. This thing is perfect for mashing garlic." Hearing Lu Keaj's words, she believed him, enlightened, and replied, "So that's it." The blood tracker in Chen Xiao's hand trembled more and more violently. He gripped it tightly with both hands and said to the two behind him, "The blood tracker is vibrating so fiercely I can barely hold on to it. It must be nearby." Hearing this, Lu Dongli looked down and asked in surprise, "Flaming forest?" Below the three was a vast forest, its trees entirely covered in red. Lu Dongli thought to herself, "Brother's arrow marrow grass was obtained here while slaying exotic beasts." She turned to Lu Keaj, "Brother, this flaming forest hides many exotic beasts. If the demonic cultivator is here, their strength will be even greater. Perhaps we should—" Lu Keaj's face showed an excited expression. "Then let's go down." "Demonic cultivators, huh? Let's make you taste the feeling of being forcibly taken." Lu Dongli reached out and covered her forehead, looking at her brother's expression, sighing inwardly. As expected, brother isn't scared at all. Chen Xiao stood on his sword looking down at the flaming forest, thinking, "The flaming forest is filled with the spiritual energy of exotic beasts. If we engage the demonic cultivator here, it will definitely be very dangerous. After all, he can manipulate many exotic beasts here. Once a fight begins, we'll be surrounded by them." Thinking this, Chen Xiao's gaze darted behind him, appraising that Sect Master Lu. "What exactly is he thinking?" Lu Keaj's face showed an excited expression. "Then let's go down. So what if it's a demonic cultivator? I'll let you taste what it's like to be plundered." Chen Xiao couldn't help but be startled. Why is he so excited? A few seconds later, Chen Xiao exclaimed, "I understand as a sword cultivator one must not show any fear. Sect Master Lu is indeed extraordinary." Then the three rushed down toward the flaming forest at extreme speed. Lu Keaj looked around, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes full of anticipation. Below them there were exotic beasts everywhere. Exotic beasts plus a demonic cultivator. Isn't this a furnace for grinding experience? A true man must go for experience points. Lu Keaj's feet landed on the ground covered in lush green grass. Before the three were giant towering trees, their leaves entirely red. Lu Keaj's face showed a sinister smile. "Ha ha ha, demonic cultivators and exotic beasts, you're all surrounded by me. The blood tracker in Chen Xiao's hand was now vibrating violently, buzzing. He was startled. The blood tracker was shaking fiercely. "The demonic cultivator is inside, let's go in." Liu Kei's expression remained unchanged as he led the way. Hearing this, Chen Xiao stumbled, his face pale, his head full of questions. He cast a disdainful glance at Liu Kai, thinking, "Lead the way then. I'll show you my strength in a moment." How hateful. Even the sect masters of our 100 gates wouldn't dare address me like that. He's just a sect master from a bottom-tier gate among the lower 100 gates. What gives him the right? The three continued forward, the blood tracker continuously buzzing. Several snakes appeared behind them. The blood tracker was now moving so violently it was impossible to hold onto. The buzzing grew louder and louder. Chen Xiao led the way, struggling to control the blood tracker in his hand, and warned, "It's very close now, everyone be careful." Liu Kei's gaze fell on the blood tracker in Chen Xiao's hand and he thought blankly, suddenly wondering if it would vibrate and fly off if he stuffed it down the demonic cultivator's throat. The figures of his parents flashed in his mind and his expression darkened. Too bad, he thought. If Mogate also had a blood tracker, I could use it to find the demonic cultivator who killed my parents. Their purpose on this trip was to find demonic cultivators and exotic beasts. Exotic beasts devour each other, even their own kind. Completing the tribute mission won't be easy. Those exotic beasts don't just eat brains. Liu Kai reached out and chanted a spell over the ring on his hand, thinking, "Those exotic beasts will gnaw the corpses until not a single speck remains." Dongi cast a spirit concealing technique, then said, "Let's hide our auras first." Chen Xiao watched her cast the spell, staring in surprise. "I know this technique too, but I can't perform it as skillfully as she does." Just then a suspicious rustling sound came from a nearby patch of grass. Chen Xiao immediately entered a defensive stance, ready to attack. Gripping his sword hilt, he said loudly and vigilantly, "Since we've already hidden our auras, let's get a little closer and go straight in." Suddenly, Liu Kei's hand rested on his shoulder and he said calmly, "Don't go." Chen Xiao turned back, puzzled, and asked, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? I was just about to ambush them." "One ambush and we win. Why are you stopping me?" Liu Kei's expression was somewhat grim and he said solemnly, "Because we've already been exposed." To the surprise of the other two, pairs of blood-red eyes were staring at them like predators at their prey. From the darkness, two exotic beasts rushed out to attack the three. One was a flying level 21 black-winged hound, and the other, resembling a lion, was a level 25 horned tiger. Seeing their appearance, Chen Xiao was scared out of his wits, shouting loudly. Their exotic beasts behind him. Dongi and Liu Kai also entered combat stances. Liu Kai rushed forward and said calmly, "So what? Kill it." Chen Xiao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The black-winged hound also rushed towards him, letting out a roar that revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. Liu Kei's hands touched his sword hilt imbued with spiritual energy. He looked at it disdainfully and shouted, "What are you barking about? I'll blow your dog head to smithereens." Then, with a bang, Liu Kei's sword struck the black-winged hound's head, emanating immense power. Chen Xiao observed from below, thinking, as a sword cultivator, this is how it should be. If Chen Xiao were afraid, what kind of cultivator would he be? No sooner had the black-winged hound fallen than the horned tiger appeared behind Liu Kai, intending to ambush him from the back. It rushed over swiftly, extending its massive claws to strike him. But before its huge claws could touch Liu Kai, they were met by a sword slash and blood splattered. The horned tiger cried out in pain, immediately looked at Chen Xiao, who had just wounded it, and let out a growl filled with murderous intent. Liu Kai's gaze darted to the person behind him. Chen Xiao didn't turn around, only spoke a resolute affirmation filled with chivalry. "Sect Master Liu, I have your back." Liu Kai looked at him, a smile playing on his lips, praising inwardly, "This kid isn't half bad." The black-winged hound stood up, letting out a fierce roar. Liu Kai looked at it and said with a smile, "Now I can happily stab you." Man and beast clashed. Liu Kai's spiritual energy emanated immensely, making the black-winged hound repeatedly suffer setbacks. Chen Xiao tilted his head and muttered, "HMPH, Sect Master Liu is so energized. I am a true disciple of the Sword Sect, a true disciple of the Second Elder, and a close friend of Sword Venerable Senior Brother Duyu. I can't fall behind." This sounded like pure bragging. Then he flew up, rushed towards the horned tiger, and unleashed dozens of sword lights. Liu Kai, still in battle, couldn't help but glance at him in surprise. This kid. But what met his eyes was not an intense battle. Chen Xiao, like an idiot, loudly swung his sword and shouted to build momentum, like a child playing make-believe. The horned tiger beside him for some reason also trembled, seemingly scared. Liu Kai helplessly evaluated Chen Xiao. He's actually an idiot, isn't he? From behind Liu Kai, the black-winged hound rushed up to attack him again. What met his eyes were its sharp teeth and wide-open mouth. Liu Kai thought to himself, "It seems I can't hurt it without using sword intent. Moreover, that demonic cultivator has been hiding in the shadows, clearly preparing to ambush us." Liu Kai said loudly, "In that case I won't hold back." Then he pointed his sword towards the sky and mysterious black currents of air appeared around him. With a loud bang, the black currents unleashed immense power, striking the black-winged hound. Dongi hid behind a nearby tree, a happy smile on her face. Brother finally used sword intent. He should have done so earlier. Even if it's just killing an ant, one should deal with it carefully and use the strongest moves. Chen Xiao's face was so astonished he couldn't speak, his gaze fixed on Liu Kai. It was Chen Xiao's trembling voice. "Sword intent. The sword intent has materialized. He must be that mysterious senior brother." Absolutely. At this age, even senior brother Duyu's sword intent had only just materialized. He is a true prodigy. He's a monster, a monster. Looking at Liu Keiage's back standing amidst the black aura, Chen Xiao became even more certain of his guess. Only such a monster is worthy of being the opponent of flawless sword physique senior brother Duyu. That's right. Senior brother Duyu is a flawless sword physique, then he must also be a flawless sword physique. To think there are two flawless sword physiques in this era, Chen Xiao suddenly cried, tears of joy tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. He looked up and shouted, "This means my sword Dao is about to soar to great heights." The horned tiger, like a foolishly large dog, raised its paw to scratch its face, letting out growls and yelps. The horned tiger leapt up fiercely, charging towards Chen Xiao. It extended its claws, its blood-red icy gaze fixed on this person. Oh, he was convinced. If not now, when will I bite? Chen Xiao, feeling enveloped by murderous intent, turned back, his face pale, and shouted, "Not good." The horned tiger's massive arm slapped directly onto Chen Xiao and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The impact sent him flying far, crashing into a nearby tree. Liu Keiage's eyes widened. He stared blankly as Chen Xiao was sent flying, the shield in front of him almost shattered. Level 30 being beaten so miserably by a level 25, this guy seems to have been too well protected by the sword sect. The horned tiger pressed its advantage, letting out a roar with a wide-open mouth, and charged towards Chen Xiao. With a swish, Liu Keiage raised his sword, his spiritual energy growing denser, his expression somewhat grim. Watch closely, he thought. See what a man forged in blood is like. He slashed down with his sword, as if to tear the sky apart. The horned tiger, in mid-charge, crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Liu Keiage remained calm and composed without a trace of fatigue or urgency. "Oh, a sword sect disciple, you mustn't underestimate your enemies." Chen Xiao stood below, bowing to Liu Keiage, who had flown down gracefully. "Thank you, Sect Master Liu, for your guidance." Liu Keiage's lips curved into a smile of approval. "It seems this kid is almost subdued by me." Just then, a buzz sounded in their ears. Liu Keiage's gaze sharpened, looking towards the source of the sound. "They're here." Footsteps thumped, treading on the ground. Two exotic beasts emerged again from the darkness. It was a level 27 demonic wolf, and the other was a level 26 iron rhino. The demonic wolf spoke. "A mere cultivator at the 7th heaven of the first realm dares to kill my beloved hound in front of me. Truly a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating yourself." The demonic wolf spoke while gesturing, commanding the exotic beast black-winged hound, "Go eat it, and you'll grow a pair of more perfect wings." The exotic beast black-winged hound, upon hearing this, became even more furious. That ugly fellow pointed at Chen Xiao. "As for you, true disciple of the sword sect, you are my prey." Chen Xiao on his side swung his sword, repeatedly slashing the monster 3 or 4 times, and said confidently, "Are you underestimating Sect Master Liu too much?" That ugly fellow still laughed mockingly. "He's just a waste who hasn't even reached the 2nd realm. Do I really need to deal with him seriously? HMPH. Chen Xiao continued to provoke the demonic wolf. "Sect Master Liu is not someone you can casually guess at." At this moment, the Tianquan world's second bragging maniac officially came online. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Xiao again laughed loudly towards the sky, appearing like a madman. Dongi was speechless seeing him like this. Has that kid been infected by brother too? On Liu Keiage's side, the black-winged hound was circling him. After observing his opponent, Liu Keiage decided to use that one move, even though he would run out of spiritual power afterward. Just as the black-winged hound charged at Liu Keiage with its mouth wide open, Liu Keiage simply stood his ground, unleashed his ultimate move, 8 inks, and with a single sword slash struck the black-winged hound's head. With just that one strike, the black-winged hound rolled and fell to the ground. The demonic wolf witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be greatly astonished. He gritted his teeth. "How is this possible? My black-winged hound is a 2nd realm exotic beast." Chen Xiao was now sitting cross-legged on the exotic beast's corpse. "Didn't I tell you, Sect Master Liu will sooner or later become the 2nd greatest person of this era?" While saying this, he was still cheering internally, because the first person would definitely be senior brother Duyu. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Dane player killed exotic beast black-winged hound, gained 20,000 experience points, current level 17. Liu Keiage received the notification. This made him think with satisfaction. Excellent, killing one dog got me 20,000 experience points, and leveling up only costs 18,000, this was a good haul. Level up. No sooner had he spoken than Liu Keiage immediately used 18,000 experience points to level up to 18. The leveling process was very comfortable. Liu Keiage reveled in the feeling. Full health and full mana truly felt great. Dongi and Chen Xiao were also greatly astonished, unable to believe their eyes, thinking, "Brother, Sect Master Liu has broken through again." Dongi felt proud, secretly envisioning a reckless future of leisure. Brother has broken through again. Brother has been breaking through so much lately. If brother keeps breaking through like this, won't I be able to enjoy myself to my heart's content with brother supporting me? Watching Liu Keiage's back, Dongi grew more and more excited, wanting to stay by her brother's side forever. Before she could finish her thought, Dongi suddenly remembered Luo Bing, and a surge of anger flared up. Why does a creature like a sister-in-law even exist in this world? Chen Xiao pondered seriously. Why did Sect Master Liu choose this exact moment to break through to the 8th heaven of the first realm? I understand Sect Master Liu wants to fight the demonic cultivator at this realm, suppressing his cultivation to battle. This must be the tempering Sect Master Liu set for himself. Though the demonic wolf had taken a hit, he showed no intention of conceding. He cackled eerily. "Although I don't know why you said you were 2nd, I will make you all a part of me," he said sinisterly to Chen Xiao. I'll deal with him first, then come for you, Lukeaj sneered mockingly. That ugly fellow hiding in a hood afraid to show his face. The ugly fellow flew into a rage upon hearing this, flames erupting all over his body as he retorted, "Who are you calling ugly, you ugly fellow?" Lukeaj crooked his finger, continuing to provoke, "Don't mind the small details, ugly fellow. Come here and crush this arrogant ant." Enraged, the demonic wolf pointed at Lukeaj, commanding his exotic beast, "Kill it, Iron Rhino." No sooner had he spoken than one demon and one beast charged towards Lukeaj. However, things were not that easy. Before the Iron Rhino could even reach Lukeaj, Chen Shao's single move shattered it, killing it instantly. The demonic wolf watched in astonishment as his exotic beast was shattered before him. Chen Shao sheathed his sword, and a loud boom sounded behind him. Chen Shao turned around and said expressionlessly, "Your beast has no right to approach Sect Master Lu." Chen Shao let out a sigh of relief, his face covered in sweat. "Phew, that move exhausted all my spiritual power. Fortunately, I managed to push all the cold sweat to my back at the last moment, otherwise this sword strike would have been in vain." Lu Dongi stood behind, speechless at Chen Shao's smug expression. Is this kid using spiritual power to push the cold sweat to his back because he doesn't want brother to see it? Just like brother secretly uses spirit wind technique, this kid. Lu Dongli's eyes immediately lit up. He's truly grasped the essence. Seeing the Iron Rhino fall, the demonic wolf cried out powerlessly, clutching his head. "Iron Rhino, why are you lying here? Weren't you supposed to become the leader of all demonic cultivators with me?" "Iron Rhino, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you." Chen Shao and Lu Dongi were both startled by this. Lu Dongi blurted out, "Oh no, that guy is going for the demonic core. Demonic cultivators can devour each other." The demonic wolf went mad and a red orb appeared before him. "Once I kill these two fellows, I will use the blood of an entire village to honor your departed soul." The demonic wolf opened his mouth wide, preparing to swallow the item he had just extracted from the Iron Rhino's corpse. "Now become a part of me and continue to live." Suddenly, a hand reached out, stopping the demonic wolf's intention. With a whoosh, the red precious orb vanished. Amidst the demonic wolf's astonishment, Lukeaj snatched the red orb, clutching it tightly in his palm, and mocked, "Crying and eating corpses at the same time. Your world of demonic cultivators is truly insane." Lu Dongi looked at her brother, overjoyed. "Brother, your water control ability is getting stronger and stronger." Chen Shao also gave a thumbs up, praising the Sect Master's ability without reservation. "Sect Master Lu even understands the principle of not taking what isn't yours. He truly lives up to his reputation." The demonic wolf saw his item openly snatched from his hands and roared furiously, "Give it back, that's mine." Lukeaj smugly put away the red orb. "What are you talking about? Soon even your body will be mine," he thought to himself. "Anyway, the Guardian only wants your head." Lu Dongi and Chen Shao stared blankly, not understanding Lukeaj's meaning. Seeing their expressions, he corrected them. "Stop those strange thoughts in your heads." The demonic wolf's eyes glowed with purple light, sharp fangs protruding, looking extremely furious. "Fine, fine, you forced my hand. Awaken all the exotic beasts in the flaming forest. Summon the dark power." All the exotic beasts gradually awakened, gathering towards the terrifying deep purple source of power. The exotic beasts bared their fangs, growling menacingly, appearing extremely dangerous. Chen Shao said worriedly, "This is bad. All the exotic beasts in this forest have been awakened. If we can't stop him, we'll have to face all of them." Lu Dongi panicked. 15, 18, 19, the number was still increasing, she thought to herself. "Once a special situation arises, I can no longer hide my strength. Brother's life is more important than anything." The demonic wolf saw the situation turning in his favor and laughed triumphantly. "Feel my fear. This is the power of a demonic cultivator. After I kill you, I will command them to devour all the villages within this 100-mile radius." However, his joy didn't last long, as something else suddenly appeared. A hand extended from the water and squeezed the demonic wolf's neck, making him panic. "Damn it, my hands are controlling the exotic beasts. I can't retaliate." Lukeaj smugly unleashed his move. "You forgot, you no longer have exotic beasts to protect you." Purple-black tentacles coiled around the demonic wolf. Only then did the demonic wolf feel fear, his eyes rolling back as he pleaded, You spare my life, I will never appear again. "I swear I will never appear again, never harm anyone again." Lukeaj recalled the painful scenes of losing loved ones, memories that later turned to despair, the children who became orphans, the lives forever lost. He squeezed harder, a crack sound emanating as the demonic wolf's head tilted back. "They have no tomorrow." The demonic wolf collapsed, blood gushing forth. The exotic beasts also gradually dissipated into the air. Lu Dongi saw that everything was over, secretly delighted, and leaned against a tree, sighing in relief. "That was close, so close, I almost drew my sword." Chen Shao instinctively looked around. Why did he vaguely sense a powerful aura like his master's just now? Suddenly, Chen Shao was dumbfounded again, as if he had realized something. Could it be? Chen Shao guessed that because Sect Master Lu had a special status, a great cultivator was secretly protecting him. No, that's not right, he thought. Sect Master Lu is so powerful, why would he need protection? I understand. Then tears streamed down his face in emotion. He was concerned about us. Lukeaj remained focused on collecting, while Chen Shao focused on observing, secretly moved. On the surface, Sect Master Lu seemed to disregard those around him, but he sent a great cultivator to protect himself out of concern for a demonic cultivator's sneak attack. Lu Dongi saw Chen Shao's constantly shifting emotions, thinking, what's wrong with this kid? Is he scared stiff? Is there something seriously wrong with Sword Sect's true disciples? Suddenly the system chimed. Player has completed quest Demonic Beast Crossing. Do you wish to claim rewards? Liu Keaj clicked to claim without hesitation. The system continuously added 50,000 experience points, 35,000 experience points, plus 1 yellow rank artifact repair talisman. Seeing this, Liu Keaj thought, Chen Xiao is just a tool, so this time it's effectively a solo kill for me. And the experience points are truly generous. Liu Keaj looked at the demonic wolf's corpse on the ground. Thinking this counts as spoils of war, the corpse can also be exchanged for a reward. There must be a pile of good things in its storage ring. Besides, are there any other treasures on this demonic cultivator? Before Liu Keaj could even wonder, the system chimed again. Special quest item. If both are collected, a hidden storyline will unlock and a hidden quest can be claimed. Liu Keaj's eyes widened. He walked forward in surprise and pulled out the demonic cultivator's pitch-black nail. Seeing Lu Dongi waving at him, he startled. Ahem, Dongi, quickly clean up the battlefield and deal with these corpses. Lu Dongi obediently replied, Yes, Sect Master. Liu Keaj continued to investigate. This thing can unlock a hidden quest? There was no mention of such an item in the hidden quest forums in my previous life. Is there a special activation method? Suddenly, Chen Xiao's call startled Liu Keaj. Sect Master Liu, thank you very much for this time. Liu Keaj quickly regained his composure, gave a dry cough. A trifle not worth mentioning. Then he thought to himself, You kid, hurry up and get lost. Are you planning to stay for dinner? The quest is done, why aren't you leaving? Chen Xiao respectfully bowed his head. Sect Master Liu's magnanimity. That demonic cultivator's corpse. Before Chen Xiao could finish, Liu Keaj interjected. Take the head back for your report. The rest of the body this seat will use. Liu Keaj thought to himself. You want to take the whole corpse? Dream on. Chen Xiao helplessly replied, Alright, then I only ask for the demonic cultivator's head. Liu Keaj secretly praised. This kid is quite sensible. Chen Xiao also had his own calculations. Without Sect Master Liu, I wouldn't have been able to kill the demonic cultivator, let alone complete the quest. Moreover, Sect Master Liu is that mysterious senior brother that senior brother Duyu often talks about. From now on, senior brother Duyu and I will have a common little secret. Thinking of being able to get close to Duyu, wouldn't I be the one who understands senior brother Duyu the most? I'm a little excited. Suddenly, Liu Keaj called out, startling Chen Xiao, that disciple who's smiling like an idiot. Chen Xiao immediately bowed respectfully and replied, Disciple is here. Liu Keaj stood on the leaf artifact, threw down the demonic cultivator's head and said, This head is for you. May leave now. Chen Xiao quickly caught it, not wanting to separate from Liu Keaj. No, Sect Master Liu, I still wish to follow you and broaden my horizons, and I also have a few questions I'd like to ask. Liu Keaj said coldly. On the way, Chen Xiao successfully accompanied Liu Keaj and Lu Dongi. Disciple wishes to ask, why did Sect Master Liu not draw his life-bound sword from its scabbard from beginning to end? Liu Keaj merely replied coldly. Because he wasn't worthy. Chen Xiao was utterly astonished. He wasn't worthy. Chen Xiao's mouth hung open. Is this Sect Master Liu's demeanor? As a sword cultivator, it should indeed be like this. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled, filled with admiration. Seeing this, Liu Keaj praised inwardly. When this kid first appeared, I thought he was stubborn, but he's much more enlightened now. Lu Dongi was speechless. It's over, another one completely corrupted by brother. But as long as brother is safe, anything goes. Chongqing, I hope you continue to protect brother with me. After all, your name, Lu Dongi recalled her childhood. Looking up at the young man on the mountaintop, a line of poetry surfacing in her mind. The immortal touched my head, tied my hair and bestowed upon me longevity. Back to reality, Lu Dongi looked at Liu Keaj from behind. Brother's bestowed name is truly good. Chongqing, together with brother, the majestic mountain forest appeared hidden in white mist, and soon the three arrived at their destination. Lu Dongi asked in confusion, What's that? Liu Keaj replied, King Kong Gate and Autumn Water Gate. The people below saw Chen Xiao and exclaimed in surprise, That's a true disciple of the Sword Sect. We searched everywhere within a 100-mile radius and couldn't find a Sword Sect true disciple. And he's actually following behind Liu Keaj. They slapped their foreheads in resignation. A miscalculation. Liu Keaj's background is greater than we imagined. The three landed. Liu Keaj spoke. What business do you have? Shiao Chu smilingly stepped forward. Sect Master Liu Ha, today is the day for dividing territory. The once-a-decade allocation of cultivation resources. Our 3 gates are all within this 100-mile radius, so it's convenient for us to discuss and share some resources. Linlong gazed at Liu Keaj's handsome appearance, utterly captivated, her cheeks flushed, feeling shy. How can Liu Keaj be so handsome? No wonder these girls would proactively seek out Sect Master Liu to flatter him. So it was premeditated. Shen Qingqing is my beloved disciple. Her future path is still long. She shouldn't be involved in such despicable matters. I'll handle it personally. Finishing her thought, she said, Sect Master Liu, for this resource allocation we are willing to offer. Before she could finish, Chen Xiao interrupted. So it's a once-a-decade allocation of cultivation resources within a 100-mile radius? I've handled such matters extensively in the Sword Sect. My experience is quite rich. Sect Master Liu, why don't you let me handle it? Liu Keaj didn't refuse, appearing very happy on the surface. Good, he thought to himself. This tool is getting more and more professional. After speaking, he patted Chen Xiao on the shoulder. Chen Xiao's face showed joy. Sect Master Liu actually patted my shoulder. Does this mean he also agrees with my suggestion? Both simultaneously gave a thumbs up, appearing to have a tacit understanding. Liu Keaj mused to himself. Good little tool. If I have food to eat in the future, you'll have dishes to wash. Keep up the good work. Lu Keaj took the lead. Let's go, said Elder Lu Dongli. Lin Long called out to Sect Master Lu from behind. Chen Xiao interrupted again, tightly grasping Lin Long's hand. Gate Master Lin, is that right? Come, please follow me this way. Lin Long had no other choice, helplessly saying, all right. Her heart was filled with anxiety. It's over. I can't touch him, nor can I speak to him. How am I supposed to build a connection now? Chen Xiao, feeling trusted, was overjoyed. If I handle this resource allocation well, will my relationship with Sect Master Lu improve further? Chen Xiao walked along, envisioning his future close relationship with Duyu, growing more and more excited. If I can be close to Sect Master Lu, it also means I'll have more topics to discuss with senior brother Duyu. That way, my dream of becoming senior brother Duyu's confidant will be one step closer. Perfect. On a night with a sparse moon and stars, Chen Xiao, living up to Lu Keaj's expectations, indeed secured a large amount of resources. Afterward, under the cover of night, Lu Keaj began his second reward exchange. Lu Keaj arrived at the desolate cemetery, found a tomb and tapped the tombstone. I'm here and I've brought the corpse. Suddenly a whoosh sound came from the grave. From underground, a little guardian flew high into the air, and both it and Lu Keaj revealed eerie smiles. Lu Keaj directly snatched the blue item from the little guardian's tail. Take it. The little guardian flew to the motionless corpse lying on the ground and sniffed it. Lu Keaj smiled as he put away the item. This autumn cicada sword art manual. I'll give it to little Dongli. If I can't learn it, she can learn it and then teach other disciples or even teach me. She's practically a human skill replication machine. What's more, this is Mogate's family property, isn't it? Lu Keaj pondered, chin in hand. But managing the sect's property, shouldn't that be the responsibility of the sect master's wife? He thought of Lu Dongli, angrily swinging her sword repeatedly, and fearfully mused, it would probably be difficult to make little Dongli give up power. The little guardian continued to sniff around the corpse, and Lu Keaj asked again, what do you want this corpse for? The little guardian used its tail to lift one of the corpse's arms. What's wrong? The little guardian glanced quizzically at Lu Keaj, who stood by, bewildered. Lu Keaj extended his hand and a green vortex appeared. Hey, I'm only showing you this because you're one of us. The little guardian swiftly rushed towards the shining jade stone in his hand. Do you recognize this thing? The little guardian flicked the jade stone out of his palm with its tail. The jade stone fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces with a crack. From the fragments a purple moon medallion appeared, startling Lu Keaj. This is that purple moon medallion, a crescent moon in exquisite patterns surrounded by mysterious dark purple frames. Lu Keaj frowned in alarm. The purple moon medallion. Lu Keaj looked at the item in his hand, recalling his childhood, standing beside a deceased person. He remembered that person's sleeve also had a crescent moon in the exact same pattern, which was related to the Purple Moon Society, the demon cultivators who killed his parents. Lu Keaj asked the little guardian, is this a token of the Purple Moon Society? The little guardian immediately nodded. Lu Keaj leaned in, continuing to ask, so the demon cultivator I killed, was he also a member of the Purple Moon Society? This time the little guardian shook its head. Lu Keaj frowned. No, the little guardian's tail split into two strands. Lu Keaj looked at the item in his hand. Are you trying to say that one needs two of these to be considered a formal member of the Purple Moon Society? The little guardian immediately nodded. Lu Keaj carefully observed the Purple Moon medallion. I see, if one only has one, they are just a probationary member of the Purple Moon Society. The more Purple Moon medallions a person possesses, the higher their status and strength. Lu Keaj raised his eyes. You seem to know a lot about the Purple Moon Society? The little guardian nodded. Lu Keaj then happily thought, if that's the case, I must find an opportunity to thoroughly investigate everything related to that fellow. The little guardian seemed to discover something and shook its head again. Lu Keaj was helpless, unsure what to say. The little guardian suddenly started banging its head against his arm, making thud-thud sounds. Lu Keaj covered his face helplessly. It's over, it's frozen. I knew her mind wasn't quite right, yet I still hoped she could help me find my enemy. My mind is quite slow too. Lu Keaj, chin in hand, pondered, recalling three mysterious dark figures and a giant dragon flying in the middle. But I also had some understanding of the Purple Moon Society in my previous life. I remember there was a guild called the Dawnblade Guild, always trying to put on airs in front of me. They were always tirelessly tracking the Purple Moon Society. A man wearing a large mask with red hair and holding a massive cleaver also had many followers. The Dawnblade Guild was a famous rich guild. Everyone prided themselves on spending money and felt ashamed if they didn't, so their strength was formidable. Another man held a huge trident, had 2 wings on his back, and stood on a mountain of corpses. But back then I alone was stronger than their entire guild combined. They were all defeated by me. He turned sideways, and I still remember it clearly. At that time I even said a line, don't compare your pile of family fortune with my bit of pocket money. That statement shocked the entire server, leaving no one unmatched. Lu Keaj proudly stroked his chin, smiling triumphantly. A prompt sounded behind him. Did you forget what the main point was? The Purple Moon Society? Lu Keaj glanced, sighed. That's all the information I had about the Purple Moon Society in my previous life. Do you think I don't want to recall more? Lu Keaj held up the Purple Moon medallion. So you actually want this? The little guardian immediately nodded. Liu Keaj looked at the item in his hand, his thoughts returning to the two people lying beneath a white cloth, their faces covered. I can give it to you, but I might need to use it later. Can you lend it to me then? The little guardian nodded repeatedly. The little guardian immediately took it, holding it with its tail. Liu Keaj frowned and thought, this thing is so good. Then he said, by the way again, do you know where I can find these purple moon medallions? After all, to unlock more hidden quests I need 2 purple moon medallions. If there's a clue that would be great. The little guardian flew over, and Liu Keaj asked in confusion, what are you looking at me for? Its tail immediately transformed into a hand, flicking lightly, making a snap sound. Many purple moon medallions then appeared around the little guardian. Peefed, PFFT, PFFT. Liu Keaj shouted in alarm. Oh, I swear, are you also at odds with the Purple Moon Society just like me? The little guardian became unstable again, its head spinning continuously, making kacha-kacha sounds. Liu Keaj was helpless. Amnesia. I see you have a bunch of purple moon medallions. So you want me to help you recover those missing memories? The little guardian nodded. Liu Keaj glanced around, chin in hand. Perhaps I can understand you. If I were to guess a little deeper, I might think you're the mastermind behind the Purple Moon Society, and you even specialize in wholesaling purple moon medallions. The little guardian was stunned. Liu Keaj smiled. If the system hadn't marked her as neutral, I might have really misjudged. The little guardian flew to his side, its tail wrapped around his hand, stroking gently. Seeing this, Liu Keaj said, it's all right, my parents' death has nothing to do with you. I know you were restricted and couldn't save them. I'll help you look out for information about the Purple Moon Society. Helping you is also helping myself. However, I'll help you look out for information about the Purple Moon Society, but I'll need to borrow a few of your Purple Moon medallions. The little guardian was startled and flew away from his hand. The little guardian's meaning was, I asked you to bring the corpse back so I could see if that demon cultivator had a Purple Moon medallion. How did it turn into you not only not giving me the Purple Moon medallion, but also wanting me to give you a few? Liu Keaj smiled and explained, I'm not tricking you, please lend me a few purple moon medallions. I truly have a way to obtain useful information and I'll tell you then. She seemed a bit dazed but not beyond help. The little guardian wagged its tail as if asking, how many do you want? I'll take them myself. Liu Keaj extended his hand. 2 are enough, a prompt appeared. Ding, player has met the conditions to unlock a hidden story quest. Do you wish to view it? Liu Keaj repeated. View. Liu Keaj looked at the scene before him and sighed. System, this is quite a grand display. System, the information provided this time seems very useful. Suddenly a flash of light and he opened his eyes in surprise. But the final result was only a small door. This disappointed Liu Keaj. That's it. The system then notified, the Purple Moon Society is a mysterious demon cultivator organization with numerous members. It is one of the 3 major demon cultivator organizations operating in Qingzhou and appears to be plotting something. Purple Moon Society members extremely worship the Purple Moon. They firmly believe that by devouring the Purple Moon they can obtain supreme power. Looking at the brief information, Liu Keaj could hardly believe his eyes, asking in confusion, is that all? Is there only this much? He pondered, chin in hand. It seems I'll have to infer the rest myself. The Purple Moon must refer to some kind of object that when devoured grants power. This also aligns with the demon cultivator's style, worshipping it yet wanting to devour it. Truly insane. A bunch of rotten, mentally unstable fellows. Just as he was feeling exhausted, the system suddenly chimed, ding, to unlock more hidden story quests you need Purple Moon medallions. Liu Keaj generously pulled out many Purple Moon medallions, secretly thinking, so those 2 Purple Moon medallions were just the entrance fee. It's like a bar. If you want to play with women you have to pay more, otherwise you can only sit and watch others dance disco. While trading, Ahu appeared and the little fox was startled by the number of Purple Moon medallions he pulled out. It retreated in surprise, looking at Liu Keaj. Ahu puffed out its cheeks angrily, meaning, why are you taking so many? Hearing this, Liu Keaj retorted impolitely, don't be so stingy. When I gave you essence blood did you see me haggle? HMPH, when I figure it all out I definitely won't be as stingy as you. I'll tell you everything. A ding sounded, and the system asked, player has met the query conditions. Do you wish to view? Liu Keaj replied. View. More information then appeared. The Purple Moon Society holds small member gatherings at all its strongholds in Qingzhou every 3 years. The next gathering is next year's winter solstice. Player has obtained the coordinates of one of the strongholds. Please check. Looking at this new information, Liu Keaj was pleasantly surprised. He smiled happily. Next year's winter solstice, huh? It seems this demon cultivator is also like those idiotic players, selling things they don't need. My chance has come. Liu Keaj also secretly planned that he must work hard to improve his cultivation in the coming time. The time for the idiotic players to arrive is getting closer and closer, and if his strength is insufficient then well, imagined himself standing on a mountaintop telling a group of people, everyone raise your hands and squat with your heads down, but the group showed no fear, instead turning him into a person. Where did this crispy fresh meat pop out from? Healer, let me play with this body for a bit before eating him. He's really handsome. Play what? Anyone who's handsomer than me must die. Just thinking of that scene, Liu Keaj's face turned completely bloodless with fear. What's the difference between rushing up like a novice without strength and just asking for death? Just as he was lost in thought, Ahu suddenly approached him, looking furious. Faced with the little fox's anger, Liu Keaj smiled. I almost forgot about her. It seems I need to reveal some heavenly secrets to appease her." Then he directly threw the purple moon medallion forward, thinking, "I learned this trick from Kong Yi, that blind fortune teller's vortex of guidance. Even a decade-old fortune teller would call me ancestor." The purple moon medallions quickly arranged themselves into a circle, forming a strange Bagua pattern. Lukeage calmly raised his hand and chanted a spell which puzzled Ahu. He counted on his fingers, then suddenly shouted, startling Ahu, "I've figured it out." It quickly flew around Lukeage. Lukeage covered his mouth with his hand, saying mysteriously, "Heavenly secrets must not be revealed." This left Ahu dumbfounded. It angrily opened its mouth and swallowed all the purple moon medallions, then furiously pushed Lukeage, meaning scram, pushed off balance. Lukeage said, don't push, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I just want to organize the clues first." He turned back and compromised with Ahu. "How about I tell you in detail after I've thought it through carefully?" Ahu was still pouting angrily. Seeing this, Lukeage smiled happily, waved his hand and said, "Then I'll slip away now." He left amidst Ahu's worries. Under the clear moonlight, Lukeage didn't actually understand the little one's worries. In the room, Lukeage looked at the map before him and said, "This place is a bit far, but the path of slaughter is never short." He stood inside, looking out at the falling snow. Next year's winter solstice was still far away, but this year's winter solstice had arrived, and it was little Dongli's birthday again. Winter solstice was also a time for Lukeage to cultivate actively. He cultivated until he vomited blood, then calmly exhaled, wiped the sweat from his face with his hand and sighed in relief. "If I keep cultivating like this and get used to the pain, then when I get beaten up in the future, won't I be more resistant?" Not feeling pain, just thinking about it makes me feel incredibly strong. Thinking this, Lukeage smiled happily. He was happily dreaming of a powerful future when a voice called out, bringing Lukeage back to reality. Lu Dongli, dressed beautifully in winter attire, came to see him. Lukeage softly called out to Lu Dongli. He smiled at his sister and said, "It's another winter solstice. Our little Lizzie has grown another year older." He thought to himself that these words used to be spoken by their father every year, but now he was saying them. Then Lukeage asked, "You came down the mountain so lightly dressed today, you'll turn from Pear Winter into Pear Ice." Seeing her brother's concern, she playfully stuck out her tongue and pulled out a fluffy cloak from her pocket, holding it. "Who do you think your brother's sister is?" Amidst the falling snow, with the cold wind howling, the two siblings walked hand in hand down the mountain. Standing at the entrance watching the snowflakes drift, Lukeage said, "Since everything is ready, let's depart. This year's mortal day we must experience it thoroughly." Mortal day is when cultivators seal all their cultivation to experience the mundane world. The Lu couple chose this day as Lu Dongli's birthday. As for Lukeage's birthday, skipped because he didn't like birthdays himself. In Zhaoli County, voices echoed from Mogate's property. "Bah, too much dust. It's normal to have this much dust after being uninhabited for a year," Lu Dongli said, dusting with a feather duster. "Looks like we'll have to clean it ourselves." Suddenly, Lukeage approached her and said, "Dongli, stand still." He gently brushed the dust from his sister's nose with his hand, smiling as he asked, "There's a layer of dust on your nose, didn't you know?" Lu Dongli, seeing this, smiled. Just as she was enthusiastically dusting, Lukeage froze. It seemed he hadn't wiped the dust off. Instead, he had evenly smeared it onto her face. Lukeage, seeing this, laughed at Lu Dongli's dumbfounded expression, and she immediately turned to look at the mirror beside her. What followed was a chaotic chase between the two siblings. "I'll kill you, someone's trying to kill their own brother, help." After the playful skirmish, the two began to cook. Lukeage softly cajoled the still angry Lu Dongli. "Don't be mad anymore, the noodles are almost done." Smelling the fragrant noodles, Lu Dongli immediately forgot her anger. "It smells so good, my nose can't help itself." A steaming hot bowl of noodles with all the fixings was served. Lukeage didn't rush to eat. Instead, he said, "If father were still here, he would surely say that worldly comforts are what warm a mortal's heart the most." Lu Dongli, eating her noodles, chimed in, "And then you would immediately reply, of all the delicacies, none compare to a hot bowl of home-cooked food." This, the two siblings exchanged a glance. Lukeage took something out of his pocket and said, "Oh, I bought this for you when I bought salt." Lu Dongli, holding a pear, smiled happily. "Thanks, big brother." Watching his sister happily munch on the pear, he thought affectionately, "It wasn't really on the way, but I still wanted to buy it for her." Lukeage unconsciously reached out to touch her head, but his hand suddenly stopped, trembling for a moment just before it touched Lu Dongli's head. He withdrew his hand, thinking helplessly, "I almost forgot, little Lizzie has grown up. If I pat her head again, she'll get angry." Lu Dongli glanced at Lukeage, her small mouth still stuffed with food. Then she leaned her head over, resting it against his palm. Her happy face was like a little kitten. Lukeage looked at Lu Dongli's actions, dumbfounded. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand and gently stroked her head. The warm caress made her feel very comfortable. She continued to smile with her mouth. The two of them were transported back to the past when they were both small. One evening, the Lu family was having dinner. Lukeage, eating noodles, exclaimed, "So delicious," at the dining table. Their father, eating elegantly, said, "Worldly comforts warm the heart and worldly affairs banish worries." Lukeage, sitting opposite, stood up and happily said, "All the delicacies are but worldly comforts." His father, hearing this, looked at him exasperated. "Do you have to argue with your father?" Their mother, sitting nearby, saw this scene and couldn't stop laughing. "His father, isn't the child just like you?" Lukeage smiled at his father. "He who told you I'm your son?" Just then, the gluttonous Lu Dongi beside him secretly cast her gaze upon her brother's bowl of noodles. While he wasn't paying attention, she had already picked the egg from Lu Keage's bowl into her mouth. He cried out in shock, "My egg?" But she just chuckled, eating with relish. Seeing her son's despondent expression, their mother smiled and picked the egg from her own bowl for him. "Eat your noodles quickly." Seeing the new egg, Lu Dongli's eyes lit up again, staring at it intently. Lu Keage saw his sister's expression, turned and scolded her. "Mother gave it to me, go away." Their father and mother, sitting opposite, couldn't stop laughing at the sight of the siblings. At this moment, Lu Keage couldn't help but imagine his parents still sitting opposite, smiling at them as they did when they were children. He thought, should I pinch my sister's cheek? Lu Keage already imagined her expression when pinched. I pinch, I pout, I pinch, I pout, feeling that soft and springy texture. But his arm lowered again, not acting on it. He let out a soft sigh. Never mind, Dongi has grown up too, I should save her some face. The two siblings sat by the fire watching the heavy snow falling outside the window. Just then, Lu Keage suddenly called out to Lu Dongi. Lu Dongi heard his call, and while eating her fragrant noodles she glanced at him. He looked at her and softly said, "Happy birthday." A single sentence, yet imbued with so much emotion. Lu Dongi looked at her brother, her beautiful face breaking into a radiant smile. Thank you, big brother." Lu Keage gazed out the window. The weather seemed to be getting colder and colder, and he seriously recalled that next year's winter solstice probably wouldn't be as peaceful as it was now. His gaze fixed on the blazing fire in the stove. "It's time to avenge my parents." The next day, Lu Dongi and Lu Keage walked home together. The two passed by a clear emerald-green river. Lu Keage's voice rang out, catching Lu Dongli's attention. "Little Lizzie, next winter solstice you're coming with me to a place." Lu Dongi crossed her arms deep in thought. "Where are we going? I won't go if it's too far. I just want to guard Mogate and cultivate diligently. How nice that would be." His lips curved slightly as he uttered a few words. "I'm taking you to kill someone." Lu Dongli's eyes widened, her body stiffening slightly. She suddenly understood the meaning of his words and without emotion simply said, "Okay." The two siblings walked in the sunlight and Lu Keage asked her, "This journey is fraught with peril, little Lizzie. Are you afraid?" Lu Dongli's voice was still lively. "With you, big brother, I'm not afraid." Lu Keage smiled at her answer, then continued, "Then we must hurry. There's still much to do. Improve our strength, revitalize the sect, and soon another batch of disciples will arrive." The system issued a countdown notification. 250 days until the Tianquan world enters chaos. Players will descend into the Tianquan world. In Mogate's dazzling space, a voice asked, "You don't know where Sect Master Lu is either. It seems everyone has abandoned me." Lu Bing calmly watered the flowers, her eyes downcast. "I don't know. If I knew where Sect Master Uncle was, I wouldn't be wasting my time here with you." Hearing her words, Chen Shao froze as if turned to ice. He was so coldly rebuffed that he secretly felt jealous. "This woman only cares about Sect Master Lu all day, but I don't feel like I lost unfairly." After a while he went elsewhere, walking and looking around, searching for Lu Keage's figure. Sect Master Lu has gone who knows where. If I just ask him one more thing I can confirm if he's that mysterious senior brother. Suddenly Chen Shao's gaze fell into the distance. Lu Keage and Lu Dongi were walking towards him, and he couldn't help but feel delighted, shouting loudly, "Sect Master Lu," he thought to himself. "Excellent, I didn't wait in vain, my chance has come." Chen Shao rushed towards the Lu siblings, greeting them respectfully. "Sect Master Lu, I've come to take my leave." Lu Keage didn't even look at him, simply waved his hand and said, "Understood, off you go." The expression on Chen Shao's face was not what he had imagined. This situation felt wrong, didn't it? But he thought for a moment and still smiled. "Sect Master Lu, do you need me to convey your regards to Elder Ning and Senior Brother Rong Yu?" The two opposite him exchanged glances, staring intently. Chen Shao's forehead broke out in a fine sweat, and he thought, as long as he answers, as long as he knows Elder Ning and Senior Brother Rong Yu, then it's definitely him. The legendary mysterious Senior Brother, the heaven-defying genius who suppresses Senior Brother Duyu. Keage's lips curved slightly, his gaze appraising the person before him. "This kid wants to test me." Mogate's reputation points haven't increased lately, so it wouldn't hurt to reveal a little to him and gain some benefits from the sword sect. Many advantages that could be gained from Chen Shao surfaced in his mind. After all, where else could he find more benefits than from the sword sect? Qingzhou's top sect and one of the four great top sects. Lu Keage narrowed his eyes and said to Chen Shao, "Convey my regards to Elder Ning for me." Chen Shao froze, his eyes wide as if he had realized something in surprise. Duyu is the junior, so how could a senior greet a junior? It really is him. Although he didn't mention Senior Brother Duyu, he also didn't deny not knowing Senior Brother Duyu. He quickly bowed to Lu Keage and replied, "Yes." Chen Shao rushed off like a gust of wind, and Lu Keage looked at him, silently holding high hopes. "Little Chen, don't disappoint this seat." Lu Dongi stood beside her brother, asking confusedly, "Brother, what are you looking at?" But he replied with a very irritating phrase, looking at a flying poster. Chen Shao had already left Mogate on his sword. In the air just now he couldn't help but smile like a fool, thinking, Sect Master Lu didn't admit to knowing Senior Brother Duyu, and Senior Brother Duyu didn't directly mention Sect Master Lu's name. Perhaps their thoughts are both the same. He reached out and stroked his chin, guessing that both of them might want to hide this intertwined relationship of love and hate, waiting for the right moment to shock the world. A determined look appeared on Chen Shao's face, and he said confidently, "When I return to the mountain I must exaggerate the mysterious Senior Brother's story. But I absolutely cannot reveal any information related to Sect Master Lu." This will be the common secret that senior brother Duyu and I will guess and enjoy on our own. He flew on his sword towards the sun. 7 days later, Chen Xiao left Mogate and Lukeaj was leisurely sipping tea with system notifications ringing in his ears. He thought, it's been 7 days and he hasn't returned to the sword sect. Where has this kid gone to show off again? Sometime later, half a month after Chen Xiao left, Lukeaj was still sitting at the same tea table, no longer leisurely sipping tea, with endless notifications still ringing in his ears. He felt a little angry. HMPH, the sect mission has been completed for so many days and he hasn't returned to report. I need to improve my teaching of disciples. It wasn't until a month after Chen Xiao left that the system continuously notified reputation .0, completely meaningless. Lukeaj angrily smashed his teacup. You idiot little Chen, the next time I see you, I'm going to beat you so hard your parents won't recognize you. Meanwhile, at the sword sect it was covered in white snow. Somewhere in the sword sect, Chen Xiao was gesticulating wildly in front of Duyu, eloquently recounting various things about sect master Lu. Duyu looked at him, speechless. Duyu thought to himself, Brother Keaj breaks through so quickly, isn't it only a matter of time before he surpasses me? Chen Xiao continued to describe enthusiastically, but Duyu's thoughts were elsewhere. Will I also be unable to catch up to his back as I was before? In the snow-covered space, Chen Xiao continued to talk. After contemplating his bleak future, Duyu shook his head and shouted, No, impossible, it can't be like this. Hearing Duyu's voice, he widened his eyes, looked at the dejected person before him, and asked confusedly, Senior brother Duyu, what's wrong? After a while, Duyu stood before Chen Xiao, cupped his hands and said, Junior brother Chen, don't come over for now, I've just had an epiphany and need to go into seclusion to cultivate for a period. With that, he flew off on his sword. Chen Xiao looked at his retreating figure and silently said, The flawless sword physique is truly enviable. No matter what he does, he gains insight. After a while, Chen Xiao also flew off on his sword, thinking as he went, Anyway, it's time for me to spread the news. The threat theory about the mysterious senior brother must be spread, but I mustn't let anyone know Sect Master Lu's name. A delighted smile appeared on his face. Mystery must have an air of mystery about it. Chen Xiao would rather die than reveal Sect Master Lu's name at Mogate. Time flew by and it was already spring. And in Lukeaj's heart Chen Xiao was completely dead. Lukeaj lay leisurely on a chair gazing at the sky thinking, Chen Xiao is dead. Now I need to find other ways to elevate Mogate, but as a small sect how can I attract players to become disciples? So annoying. Looking at the two women before him, Lukeaj thought, experimental players value strength above all else. A small sect like mine, even in my previous life, I wouldn't have given it a second glance. Luo Bing blushed shyly, pointing a finger at her mouth, letting out a breath. She thought Sect Master Uncle was secretly looking at her. Lukeaj seemed to understand her thoughts and immediately became helpless. Then he too shyly turned away. Of course, there were also old lechers. Lukeaj looked at the infatuated crowd surrounding the two beauties, Luo Bing and Lu Dongli. He turned away, wondering, but I need the sect to develop. What use are these flattering sycophants? The sect needs excellent and professional players to have a future. Lukeaj again thought of that woman's figure. Speaking of excellent players, he suddenly remembered his previous life's master, wondering if there was still a chance in this life. He recalled what that person once said. Do you truly like your master? Remembering this, Lukeaj happily thought, in my previous life, my love for master was so intense that it even made that cold-hearted war god confess to me. But then he shook his head, firmly resolving, I can't think of her anymore. If I keep thinking, I won't be able to resist going to find her. Then Lukeaj used spiritual power, emitting a golden light from his fingertips. He thought, first, let me check on the disciples who went down the mountain. Why hasn't a single one returned? It's too quiet on the mountain. Just as he thought this, a bell rang in the distance, startling him. Everyone looked towards the source of the bell. Lukeaj asked, the myriad people bell tolls, something has happened. Without waiting for an answer, he flew off himself, muttering, finally, I've waited for this. How many chapters has it been? Lukeaj murmured to himself as he walked, a charming smile on his face. I can flex again. A huge bell rang out. The myriad people bell has stood before Mogate's mountain entrance ever since the sect was established here. There are a total of 301 such bells in the Qingzhou region, placed before the mountain gates of the Sword Sect and its 300 affiliated sects. At this moment, Lukeaj and several others flew towards the sound of the bell. Each bell was expensive, personally refined by Lord Sword Venerable, the 9th generation of Sword Sect. For thousands of years it has rung without the need for spiritual energy, leading everyone to speculate that a perpetual motion artifact is hidden within. Its function is simple. If something happens in the mortal world, one only needs to light a special incense. The bell will then ring on its own. At this moment, Lukeaj and the others had arrived at the scene. This bell was also known as the Cultivation World's Emergency Hotline. He reached out his hand towards the bell. However, though this bell was ingeniously designed, it wasn't an emergency hotline that worked for every household. And Mogate's rushing out at every disturbance had never yielded good results. Now it was in decline, wasn't it? Luo Bing looked at the man before her and cautiously asked, Sect Master Uncle, does Luo Bing need to go down the mountain to investigate? But in her heart she thought, Young master, please use Luo Bing as you wish. He replied calmly, No matter, this seat will personally go down the mountain to investigate. Lukeaj had his own plans. How could I give such a perfect opportunity to show off to you? Luo Bing still insisted, "Disciple wishes to go with Sect Master Uncle." This made the nearby Lu Dongli furious. Seeing her fervent plea, Lu Keaj waved his hand in agreement. "There's no time to lose lest complications arise. Then you shall accompany this seat." Luo Bing happily responded, "Yes." Then the two left on a flying boat, leaving Lu Dongli fuming, "Wicked disciple, wicked disciple." Another disciple accompanying them was completely unnoticed. On the way to the incident site, Lu Keaj quickly cast a spell, creating a circle to observe the path. Through the circle the scenery appeared but was obstructed by something. He couldn't help but wonder. Misty River. Luo Bing stood behind him, changing her tone to ask, "Young master, it's the Misty River again." In her heart she happily thought, "As long as master isn't here I can call him young master. Master seems hostile towards any woman who approaches young master." Then her cheeks flushed slightly as she thought, "But young master is extraordinarily talented, how could women not approach him?" Before Luo Bing was Lu Keaj's tall, sturdy back. She wondered, if master can't drive them away, then why not just join them? But given her humble origins, she dared not aspire to the position of Sect Master's wife, nor did she dare to think of riding on master's head and becoming master's sister-in-law. Just being one of them would be enough. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Keaj said gravely, "Last time the myriad people bell rang, the incense was lit at the Misty River. I wonder what will happen this time." From high above, the Misty River appeared even clearer after the two descended. The villagers cheered upon seeing them. Cultivators from Mogate are here." All the villagers quickly knelt down, bowing their heads in obeisance. The village chief said, "This old man greets Sect Master Lu." The surrounding villagers were greatly astonished, never expecting the Sect Master of Mogate to come in person. Lu Keaj used a water element spell to help the village chief up and asked, "Old village chief, what happened?" The village chief then tremblingly pointed at the mist and cried, "Sect Master Lu, it's the water ghost. The water ghost has returned." Hearing this, he immediately grew serious and said, "A water ghost again? Crap." Luo Bing stood behind, watching Lu Keaj's expression change slightly, and thought, "Oh no, those people didn't handle things properly last time. Young master will be angry." Before Lu Keaj, Luo Bing and all the villagers was an extremely dangerous lake. Suddenly, the system prompted, "You have triggered a quest." Looking at the newly popped up system notification, it was indeed a water ghost. As soon as his words fell, the water ghost's information panel appeared. Misty River Water Ghost. Clear the water ghost hidden deep within the Misty River. Quest reward 10,000 experience points. Meanwhile, the nearby Luo Bing also watched Lu Keaj's expression with trepidation. "Young master isn't angry because we cleared a water ghost once over half a year ago. The past gradually emerged here, but that was half a year ago." Luo Bing and a senior brother named He Ding were walking towards a dazzling golden light and extremely massive gate. According to Luo Bing, master was in seclusion when the myriad people bell rang that time. Sect Master Uncle had gone down the mountain to handle matters, and only He Ding and I were on the mountain. At that time, our strengths were still very weak. If we had acted rashly, we might have died in this Misty River. So Luo Bing and He Ding changed their minds, deciding to act on their own initiative and take the Inner Gate Spirit Stones to seek help from a Middle Hundred Gate in the same region. After entering the Middle Hundred Gate, both Luo Bing and He Ding had to pay a fee to the young masters there for temporary lodging. At that time, after receiving the Spirit Stones, the Middle Hundred Gate stated that they would definitely handle the water ghost there. Back to the present, Luo Bing still secretly watched Lu Keaj. At that time, young master returned and even praised senior brother and me. The moment that touched Luo Bing's heart surfaced. Lu Keaj stood at a height, praising Luo Bing and He Ding. "You did very well. This is a territory protected by our Mogate, so it must be properly protected. A mere few spirit stones are nothing." Thinking of the past, the resentment in Luo Bing's heart never faded. "But those guys clearly took our spirit stones, yet they didn't take our trust seriously at all." On Lu Keaj's side, he still stood gazing at the water, mockingly sneering. "Good, I'll just cut that guy down. How dare he lie to this seat, he's audacious." Suddenly, Lu Keaj stepped onto the water's surface. Lu Keaj walked lightly on the water. Lu Keaj still calmly deduced the nature of that extremely disgusting water ghost. The water ghosts of the Tianquan world are not born from the resentment of a single person, but from the accumulation of resentment. A water ghost needs to gather the long-standing resentment of many drowned individuals to transform. The villagers admired him again. One after another, they began to marvel and discuss. As expected of the Mogate Sect Master, he can even walk on water. Last time, the disciples from the Middle Hundred Gate came to deal with this, but they were not only dismissive of us, their power was also far from as exquisite as Sect Master Lu's. Lu Keaj looked down at the water, concentrating intently. The same area cannot accommodate two water ghosts, so in a short time Lu Keaj deduced the true identity of the water ghost before him. This could only be the one that wasn't thoroughly eradicated last time. These bastards, they only came to put on a show. Suddenly, Lu Keaj began to question those behind him. "Old village chief, has anyone died?" An old man, bent over and leaning on a walking stick, answered Lu Keaj from the crowd of farmers. "Little Ma's father died. He said he'd bring candied hawthorn back for Little Ma when he went fishing. The child had been craving it for a long time, that wasn't all." The sturdy man next to him also expressed with immense regret, "When we found Little Ma's father, he was already a desiccated corpse. Pity his family is left with only a widow and her young son." As soon as the young man finished speaking, Liu Keage's gaze quickly turned sharp and dangerous. He immediately turned and walked forward, not forgetting to instruct Luo Bing. Luo Bing, stay here and protect them. This seat will be back shortly. Hearing this, Luo Bing immediately stood at attention and replied, "Disciple obeys." Afterward, a water vortex manipulated by Liu Keage suddenly appeared. Moments later, Liu Keage had appeared underwater, protected by an air bubble containing a fixed amount of air. Liu Keage's expression was extremely firm as he resolutely gave a command to the system. "System, lock target." Soon after, the system prompted, "You have discovered the target water ghost." A monster glowing with red light appeared before Liu Keage, and its information panel simultaneously displayed, Misty River Water Ghost Level 20, resentment made manifest with strong ghostly aura after 6 months of dormancy. Even though the water ghost was rapidly approaching him, Liu Keage showed no fear. Sure enough, it wasn't completely dealt with last time. The grotesquely shaped water ghost successfully and quickly closed in on Liu Keage. The scene shifted to the surface where Luo Bing and the villagers stood, unaware of the situation underwater. "Is Sect Master Lu alright? It's just a water ghost. Sect Master Lu can definitely kill it." Suddenly, an explosion occurred underwater, and many water columns shot into the sky, splashing everywhere, catching the villagers off guard and terrifying them. The water gradually receded, revealing the water ghost's disheveled figure. Several farmers had already noticed and were pointing upwards. "The water ghost, it killed Little Ma's father. Where's Sect Master Lu?" In the distance, Liu Keage appeared quietly on the water surface, completely unharmed. Liu Keage's expression grew even more serious. He pointed directly at the water ghost suspended in the air, signaling disperse. As soon as his words fell, a dark, dense smoke emanating a dangerous aura surrounded and devoured the water ghost's struggling body. A flash of light passed, unbearable for anyone to witness, forcing them to cover their eyes and repeatedly signal, "Quick, close your eyes." Moments later, the scene grew quiet, and the lake surface was much clearer than before. Everyone lowered their hands and reopened their eyes. The sight of splashing water, the dark beam of light, and even the disappearance of both the water ghost and Liu Keage left everyone in a panic. Where did Sect Master Lu go? They're gone too. The water ghost is dead and we haven't even had a chance to thank him. Luo Bing and Liu Keage stood on the lotus leaf observing. Liu Keage asked, "Luo Bing, who did you ask the Middle 100 Gate to help last time?" Luo Bing replied, "Shueui Gate." Liu Keage mused, "Shueui Gate, specializing in water element sword techniques. You certainly chose the most suitable one." Next to him, the system prompted, "You have defeated a water ghost. You have gained 10,000 experience points." Luo Bing countered, "Young master, are we going to Shueui Gate now?" Liu Keage replied, "We'll definitely go, but there are other matters to attend to." In a small village, a woman complained while mending, "What a waste of effort mending this. I told you countless times to be careful when fishing. Don't think you can just because you know how to swim." The woman's hand suddenly trembled and her voice did too. "I wish I had done it sooner, finished sewing sooner, so you wouldn't have had to wear torn clothes on the day you left." The little boy looked around with a sword, seemingly searching for something. The little boy wondered, "Where did Daddy go? Where's my candied hawthorn? Why isn't Daddy back yet? Mommy is already crying because of Daddy." Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. The woman quickly wiped her tears and urged her son, "Little Ma, go open the door quickly." The little boy obediently ran to open the door. But the little boy opened the door to find no one, only a stick of candied hawthorn placed at the entrance. Picking up the candied hawthorn, he asked, "Did Daddy come back?" For the vast Qinglongchuan region, it was just the death of a small fisherman. But for a family it was the death of a husband, a father, the pillar of a household. It turned out that the person who placed the candied hawthorn at the door was Liu Keage. The two secretly observed from a corner. Luo Bing asked, "Young master, this child doesn't seem to have any cultivation potential." Liu Keage replied, "This seat, however, believes this child has deep blessings. What his future will hold, it's still hard to say." Luo Bing was surprised by his answer. Liu Keage turned around thinking, with the same good fortune as Shiao Chu, what kind of life will this child have? Luo Bing also agreed. Since young master said so, it seems this child will not be simple in the future. Luo Bing happily thought, indeed young master's actions may be unconventional, but he is a warm person at heart. Shueui Gate ranks 98th among the middle 100 gates. Its sect master's lifespan is nearing its end, and he is diligently cultivating in seclusion to seek a breakthrough. But the elders cannot stand each other. They were constantly vying for power, and the inner sect was already disunited. But even so, it had no effect on its ability to suppress Mogate, which was at the bottom of the 100 gates. When Luo Bing and Liu Keage arrived at Shueui Gate, the Shueui Gate disciples discussed, "This immortal couple is so beautiful, their identities must be extraordinary, right?" A representative stepped forward to greet them. "May I ask who you two are and from which sect? What brings you to our Shueui Gate? Also, the system notifies you that you have triggered a sect mission." Liu Keage calmly read the mission log. Hing Feng, a disciple of Shueui Gate, after taking spirit stones from Mogate, perfunctorily handled the matter, never slaying the water ghost nor fulfilling the duty of the myriad people bell. As the sect master of Mogate, the protector of Misty River, he needed to make Ming Feng understand the prestige of Mogate and the rules of the cultivation world. Go make a scene, sect master. After reading the investigation quest, Liu Keage first checked the names of these NPCs. I wonder if Meng Feng is here. After checking all the information of the disciple before him, Lu Keaj led Luo Bing inside. It seems Meng Feng isn't here. Let's go find him inside. But the Shuewi Gate disciples did not easily let Lu Keaj enter. Halt, are you trying to barge into our Shuewi Gate? Seeing Lu Keaj not reply, the Shuewi Gate disciples angrily asked, if you don't speak, we won't be polite. Lu Keaj observed a bell on the mountaintop. Lu Keaj secretly smiled. So you also have a myriad people bell? Then I'll make you come to me personally. Lu Keaj said go, and then threw something at the bell. The bell rang. It sounded loud as if it wanted to summon everyone in Shuewi Gate. The Shuewi Gate disciples, seeing this, screamed in panic and rushed towards Lu Keaj. How dare you? Do you know what that bell is? Bastard! Lu Keaj was unfazed by the sword tips aimed at him, merely looking at them with a scornful gaze. The Shuewi Gate disciples shivered in fear at his gaze, gradually retreating, terrified. Damn it, what is his background? That look, it's like he's looking at flies. I don't dare to move forward. One of the disciples, though trembling with fear, still managed to ask, I ask again, who are you, sir? From which sect? What brings you to our Shuewi sect? Lu Keaj did not answer, but instead countered, the myriad people bell has rung, yet no one has immediately rushed here. All the disciples felt annoyed upon hearing this. The myriad people bell. He's talking about the myriad people bell? No way, the disciples whispered. This person is dressed richly and has a handsome appearance. Could it be that the rumored enforcer disciple of the sword sect is him? The disciples whispered, sweating coldly. If that's true, then we're in big trouble today. The sword sect's enforcer disciples are a troublesome bunch, but that person is not easy to talk to. We must report this immediately. The problem arose, who among the four of us will report? They pushed the responsibility onto each other. I'm not going, you go. First Elder and Second Elder are constantly fighting over the sect master's position, neither winning. I'm not looking to die. Anyway, I'm definitely not going. Lu Keaj didn't hear what they were whispering. Luo Bing was surprised. Why do these men always exchange flirtatious glances? It's disgusting. Lu Keaj sneered. Have you four finished playing your flirting games? Lu Keaj said with killing intent. If no one comes to handle this, don't blame me for being impolite. The four disciples, frightened, quickly ran to report. I'll report. I'll go too. How can I be left out? Luo Bing asked Lu Keaj, young master, are you going to teach that irresponsible disciple a lesson this time? Remembering that pitiful family, the deceased husband, the weeping wife, and the child searching for his father, Lu Keaj felt a renewed heaviness in his heart. No, I want to seek justice for that child. Eventually, two elders arrived on swords before Luo Bing and Lu Keaj. The two elders approached them and both spoke. Young friend, why did you ring the bell? The white-haired one was Shuewi Gate's first elder, and the black-haired one was Shuewi Gate's second elder. Shuewi Gate's sect master was in seclusion, so it seemed he was done for. These two were like fire and water over the sect master's position. Lu Keaj chuckled. You two are quite in sync, the two elders again said in unison. Who's in sync with him? Luo Bing gave an awkward laugh. Why do all the men in Shuewi Gate like this? Those few guys just now were also exchanging flirtatious glances. As if she heard Luo Bing's words, the first elder angrily shouted at Luo Bing, Little girl, I advise you to watch your words. This elder doesn't like that. Nor do I think much of this shorty, the second elder retorted. I don't think much of you either. The disciples below watched the two elders argue, lost in thought. Were they really so ridiculous, like a couple bickering? The two elders again shouted in unison. All of you shut up, Lu Keaj interjected. I'm not here to watch your show. I am Lu Keaj, sect master of Mogate. Upon hearing Lu Keaj's introduction, several disciples immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So it's not an enforcer disciple that scared me. I thought there was big trouble this time. The second elder rubbed his brow, thinking, Mogate? Which Mogate? The first elder explained. Is it the Mogate at the bottom of the 100 Gates ranking? HMPH, what could you possibly want? Lu Keaj continued. I came to Shuewi Gate today to apprehend someone. Several elders saw through Lu Keaj's cultivation, smiling disdainfully, thinking, a mere first realm 8th heaven cultivation, yet he dares to make a scene at my Shuewi Gate, coming directly to my sect's entrance to apprehend someone. This kid is too arrogant. The first elder's face turned ashen as he asked, apprehend someone? Who do you wish to apprehend, fellow Taoist? Lu Keaj replied. Shuewi Gate disciple Meng Feng. The first elder was startled. He's my third true disciple. This kid came for me. The second elder, seeing this, laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha, so it's his disciple. This is going to be good. Meng Feng arrived on his sword at the gathering place, cursing as he walked. Damn it, is this Mogate sect master acting up again? How dare he call me by my full name? Is it because I'm too handsome and have already surpassed Shuewi Gate, infecting the outside world? Meng Feng narcissistically thought. That shouldn't be. Hasn't my face already been praised by everyone within a 100-mile radius? The illusion appeared. Shameless. Meng Feng suddenly remembered something. Wait, Mogate, I seem to remember something. Meng Feng recalled that Luo Bing and another Shuewi Gate junior brother had once come to him, requesting his help to rescue the villagers of Misty River and slay the water ghost. Meng Feng arrogantly sneered. Greeting your senior brother without kneeling? What kind of etiquette is this? Luo Bing and that Shuewi Gate junior brother whispered to each other. Luo Bing said, I only kneel to young master and master. There's no reason to kneel to this person, but that junior brother persuaded. The Misty River water ghost is causing trouble, and if we only care about momentary pride, those villagers will suffer. Luo Bing was persuaded and knelt down and said, Mogate disciples He Ding and Luo Bing offer spirit stones as a token of gratitude, humbly requesting senior brother's assistance. Meng Feng smiled contemptuously, weighing the money pouch in his hand and saying, "This is more like it, go back, it's just a small water ghost, I can kill it with a flick of my hand." Meng Feng used that money to eat and drink in brothels. He ladies, I'm in a good mood today as long as you serve me well. You'll be rewarded with money. Meng Feng recalled. He cursed to himself. At the time I was happy and exchanged the spirit stones for money, then went drinking and whoring with my senior brothers and forgot about the water ghost. Meng Feng flew on his sword towards Lu Keaj and the others. He must be here for that matter. Ha, trash sect is indeed a trash sect. Even for a small matter, a sect master has to come personally. This Meng Feng thought arrogantly. Isn't it just a water ghost? It can only move in Misty River, it can't come ashore. How much harm can it cause? At most 1 or 2 lives. Before I came to the mountain I was also a rich young master, with servants to command and beat as I pleased. What's more, now that I've cultivated, how can immortals and mortals be the same? But since he's already come to my doorstep, I can't let the second elder seize on this as an opportunity. How else can my master become the sect master? Meng Feng thought slyly. Since things have come to this, the best way to handle it is to admit my mistake first, so he can't find a reason to blame me. Meng Feng stood before the 2 elders, feigning sincerity. I am Meng Feng. Last time I was invited by Mogate to slay the water ghost, but my power was insufficient, allowing the water ghost to escape. I asked Sect Master Lu to punish me and agree to double the compensation of spirit stones to Mogate. The first elder looked at his disciple thinking he had done well. Good, this person is kind-hearted and responsible beyond reproach. The first elder also looked down on their small sect, and double the spirit stones was not a small amount. A small sect coming to our doorstep, aren't they just trying to get some resources? Consider them satisfied. Lu Keaj held his head high and said, in Misty River Fishing Village, a fisherman died. Hearing Lu Keaj's words, Meng Feng was slightly stunned, but his reaction was that this guy wanted more money. Meng Feng gritted his teeth and said, add more money. Disciple agrees to triple compensation, but in his heart he was unwilling. A mortal life is worth a few spirit stones. Triple is my limit. Lu Keaj waved his hand, drawing his sword, and sneered, compensation? How laughable. Lu Keaj said to Meng Feng, Sword Sect Rule number 16. Meng Feng was startled. What? Lu Keaj's face changed, and he stared at Meng Feng with killing intent, enunciating each word. Meng Feng trembled under Lu Keaj's pressure, stammering, Sword Sect Rule number 16. If one accepts a myriad people bell commission and through perfunctory handling indirectly causes a death, one shall be punished with lashes. The first elder was furious. This kid wants even more. It's too obvious. He's clearly trying to extort me. The second elder, standing by, laughed gleefully. I thought he would be blinded by the spirit stones, but this time there's a good show to watch. The Sword Sect's flogging has a total of 6 lashes. 3 lightning lashes strike the physical body, and 3 heart lashes strike the Tao heart. Lightning lashes are a minor matter. Though painful and damaging, they can be healed in the miraculous world of cultivation. But heart lashes are different. They strike directly at the Tao heart. If one's Tao heart is unstable, it may shatter, preventing further progress in cultivation for life or even causing regression. If this happens, unless there is truly an extraordinary stroke of luck, even great cultivators of the 7th or 8th realm cannot save them. Meng Feng was now sweating profusely in fear. He looked at the first elder, pleading, Master, save me. The first elder also harbored killing intent. Damn it, I can't openly defy him now. I can only give him some resources first and then find a way to get them back. I'll give you resources, then you can spare my disciple, right? Thinking this, he softened his tone. Sect Master Lu, let's discuss this. Lu Keaj replied with an expression of extreme disgust. This seat gives you 3 choices, he continued. First, take 6 lashes. Second, take 1 sword strike from this seat. These words successfully infuriated Shuhui Gate's first elder. Meng Feng trembled and stammered. Then what about the third one? Lu Keaj then said viciously, there is no third one, it's not yours, or is the third one combining the first 2? These words further enraged Shuhui Gate's first elder. He could no longer bear it and roared, Lu Keaj. Shuhui Gate's second elder laughed mockingly at the sight. Was the first elder trying to play dirty, using money to silence him? This was a violation of Sword Sect rules, and if that distinguished guest found out, what would he think of him? Shuhui Gate's first elder gritted his teeth and said, Meng Feng was in a dilemma, quickly looking at him for help. Master, quickly say something for me. He shook his head helplessly. Shuhui Gate's second elder watched, secretly overjoyed. Would he dare to speak? If he dares to openly break the rules of the Sword Tao, Shuhui Gate will be mine. Meng Feng, seeing this, trembled, his face ashen, thinking, it's over, Master has abandoned me. Lu Keaj, seeing this, smiled and said, if you don't choose soon, I'm going to personally help you choose the third option. He quickly replied in panic, I'll take 1 sword strike. Meng Feng drew his sword and Lu Keaj's whole body emanated powerful spiritual energy. Since things had come to this, Meng Feng could only calm himself and think, this guy is only at the 8th heaven of the first realm. His cultivation is similar to mine, so taking 1 sword strike from him isn't a big deal. Then he rotated his sword, striking a combat pose, thinking, this is still better than enduring 6 lashes. Facing Meng Feng's hesitation, he calmly said, tell this seat when you're ready, relax. This seat's life-bound sword cannot be drawn. Meng Feng, hearing this, seemed to understand something. His life-bound sword won't be drawn, he's already conceded this much. If he can still hurt me, then I'll quit practicing swordsmanship. The two elders stood by, equally nervous. The first elder of Shuehui Gate smiled smugly, thinking this kid still wanted to exchange resources with him, just putting on a show of strength. The second elder of Shuehui Gate, on the other hand, looked displeased. His life-bound sword isn't drawn, why did this kid suddenly agree? Meng Feng mustered his courage, stepped back, and shouted, "Sect Master Lu, please enlighten me." Lu Keaj also entered a serious state, responding in kind. Immediately he unleashed his power and a large amount of black energy surged forth instantly. The powerful force even caused lightning to streak across the sky. Two elders exclaimed in shock upon seeing the black energy approaching. The power of heaven and earth, sword intent. Meng Feng could only stand rooted to the spot as a large amount of black energy surged towards him. He tried to block the formidable sword intent with his blade. Meng Feng's entire body felt as if it were about to crack open, and veins bulged on his face. Ultimately his sword shattered into pieces, and with just his sword intent, Lu Keaj effortlessly sent Meng Feng flying into a wall. He lay on the ground, his sword broken, his body severely damaged. The first elder of Shuehui Gate roared furiously. Meng Feng, after unleashing his power, Lu Keaj withdrew the dense black sword intent. He calmly stated, "It seems he couldn't withstand a single strike from this seat." The first elder of Shuehui Gate glared at him, angrily thinking, "I thought Lu Keaj was one to use both carrot and stick, but he's turned out to be completely unyielding." Suddenly one of his disciples shouted, "Master, senior brother Meng Feng's sword heart is shattered." Hearing this shocking news, the first elder of Shuehui Gate roared, "Lu Keaj." Meanwhile Lu Keaj chuckled smugly, cultivating without cultivating the heart. "That's just perfect." Lu Keaj's back appeared tall and imposing at this moment. He continued, "Stop practicing swordsmanship." This successfully made the first elder of Shuehui Gate's eyes burn with rage. The second elder of Shuehui Gate added fuel to the fire. "Tisk tisk tisk, no way, surely no one would dare to violate sword sect rules to protect a disciple, right? Oh ho ho, the disciple is so miserable, yet the master doesn't dare to defy sword sect rules, how pitiful." He provoked the first elder of Shuehui Gate from the outside, but had other calculations in his heart. "Hurry and violate the sect rules, then Shuehui Gate will be mine. Let's fight, that kid is so annoying, how can he be tolerated?" The first elder of Shuehui Gate, already furious, was further enraged and pointed at him, cursing, You truly are." The other elder, however, happily stroked his beard, thinking, It's settled." But to his surprise, the first elder of Shuehui Gate forced a smile, stroked his beard, and said, "All right." This greatly astonished the second elder of Shuehui Gate. After speaking, the first elder of Shuehui Gate reluctantly cupped his hands and said to Lu Keaj, "Sect Master Lu is indeed capable at such a young age." The second elder of Shuehui Gate angrily thought, "Damn it, you can actually endure this. Are you a turtle?" Luo Bing was mesmerized by this scene. This was what a true sword cultivator was like. She looked at Lu Keaj's handsome face, thinking, "This is the free-spirited and heroic demeanor of the cultivation world. This is the young master I admire." Luo Bing's gaze seemed to have 1,000 super beauty filters. Afterward she looked at the disciples who were helping Meng Feng up, and a thought stirred in her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled past events. After all, it was senior brother and I who requested Meng Feng, so young master must be angry on our behalf, right? On the second elder of Shuehui Gate's side, having failed to achieve his goal, he began to plot again. "Damn it, I truly underestimated this timid turtle. What? But I can't miss such a good opportunity." He then looked at Meng Feng's exhausted, bowed head behind him, thinking, "I'll add more fuel to the fire, let this rage burn even stronger." Without further ado, the second elder of Shuehui Gate stepped forward and whispered to Meng Feng, "Tisk tisk tisk, so heavily injured. I'm afraid he's completely crippled." The first elder's 10 years of hard work destroyed by another in an instant. The first elder of Shuehui Gate raged again, and the second elder smiled at the sight. "It's working." The second elder of Shuehui Gate helped him up by his swollen face and added, "What? His mouth is full of blood and his teeth are gone. I'm afraid he'll only be able to eat porridge from now on. The poor child is like this and no one dares to stand up for him." This time the first elder of Shuehui Gate was even angrier, and the second elder secretly gloated. Lu Keaj saw this scene and asked, "This seat would like to ask the two elders, if the sect rules are enforced, does Meng Feng have any room to resist?" He secretly thought, adding fuel to the fire, "This seat doesn't like being used as a pawn. Since that's the case, I'll strike both their faces." The two elders fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. The first elder of Shuehui Gate thought, if he resists according to sect rules, Lu Keaj has the right to kill him directly. He didn't wait for them to reply and continued, "Then this seat asks the two elders again if he can withstand one of this seat's sword strikes. Will he be safe and sound?" Seeing something suspicious, the second elder of Shuehui Gate wondered, "What is this kid trying to do?" The first elder of Shuehui Gate seemed to understand. Compared to enduring 6 lashes, this was indeed the best choice. He then launched into a long speech. "So it's not that my punishment is too severe, but that your Shuehui Gate is too weak in theory and weak in its methods of seizing lives." Lu Keaj appeared imposing at this moment, declaring, "Weakness is the root of your evil." The word weak immediately pressed down on the two elders, causing them great pain. Both immediately thought furiously, "Is this kid insulting our entire Shuehui Gate?" The first elder of Shuehui Gate said unhappily, Sect Master Lu, as the head of a sect, you used all your strength to strike a true disciple of our Shuei Gate with a sword. Isn't that a loss of face? Seeing this, he replied with a smile, "Oh, so the first elder of Shuei Gate knows that this seat is the head of a sect. According to sect rules, while this seat's status is not as high as your Shuei Gate sect master, it is at least half a level higher than the two of you." Lu Keaj looked at the person before him with a scrutinizing gaze and said, "Then this seat asks you, why do you not salute me?" The two elders immediately retorted indignantly, You. He covered his mouth and chuckled. "I hope the two elders remember, you are not yet sect masters." The two elders were so angry they couldn't speak, only stammering, You. Suddenly applause and a phrase, interesting, truly interesting, came from an unknown source. A woman swooped down from above, astonishing everyone present. The purple-haired beauty said, "Interesting, you are indeed very interesting." The first elder of Shuei Gate looked up, his face pale, thinking, how did she come out? The second elder of Shuei Gate's face was equally pale. This was truly over. Lu Keaj's expression also changed, wondering, why is she here? Subsequently, the woman descended amidst everyone's shock. She exhaled lightly, revealing her exquisite figure. Looking at the person before him, he thought, Li Nanwei, daughter of the Sword Venerable of the Sword Sect. Her status is one rank higher than Duyu's Sword Venerable attendant. Her status in the Sword Sect is no less than that of the Sword Sect Master's daughter. Li Nanwei's sword was now sheathed at her command, but Lu Keaj was still lost in thought. Besides these two identities, the most crucial thing was that she was smiling very happily at this moment, full of interest. He thought, she is also Duyu's stock. Yes, that's it. A scene of Duyu shyly smiling in front of Li Nanwei flashed in his mind. That kid Duyu must still be in the secret crush stage. While he was focused on her face, Luo Bing behind him thought Lu Keaj was focused on Li Nanwei's double peaks. Luo Bing then shyly thought, so young master likes this type. Childhood memories flashed in her mind when she was little at the brothel. Some of the older sisters were quite plain looking, but because men liked this type, their business was especially good. Coming and going day and night, they could sway until midnight. Luo Bing bit her lip, thinking, it seems young master likes it too. She remembered what someone had once said to her. It seems after returning to the mountain I'll have to try the techniques the old madam taught me. These techniques are quite miraculous. Remember to use them more often. Once every night. But she sighed again. However, the old madam said that others performing them works better than doing it oneself. Resentment filled her heart, while Lu Keaj activated his golden eyes, thinking, since she's the Sword Venerable's daughter, how high must her current realm be? But even the golden eyes couldn't detect it. The result was just a bunch of question marks. The system now popped up a warning, powerful creature, please be careful. Seeing this, Lu Keaj's face immediately darkened. The system cannot detect, meaning she must be at least 20 levels higher than him. In other words, this girl has already reached at least level 40 initial stage. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, I once heard Duyu mention you. But he secretly thought, little Duyu, don't say your senior brother didn't help you. Li Nanwei unhesitatingly bowed to Lu Keaj, which left the two elders of Shuei Gate wide-mouthed in shock. Is that kid crazy? He actually dares to accept a bow from the Sword Venerable's daughter? A mere sect master of a bottom-tier 100 gate, how dare he? He didn't care much about the matter, merely thinking with interest, interesting, this person is truly interesting. Everyone else sees me showing such respect, yet he accepts it calmly. Junior brother Duyu once said there was a mysterious senior brother down the mountain. This person has made her realize something. Could it be him? I should test him. Luo Bing, observing from behind, saw someone flying towards them on a sword and told Lu Keaj, young master, that woman from the sword sect is catching up. Li Nanwei stood tall, flying on her sword alongside Lu Keaj, extending her hand and saying kindly, Sect Master Lu Nanwei has something to ask. Just a moment ago, Lu Keaj was chatting casually with Li Nanwei. Li Nanwei squinted, saying animatedly, oh, Sect Master Lu also knows junior brother Duyu. I wonder when he mentioned me and what he said. Lu Keaj also chuckled politely. They were all good things, but he secretly thought, little Duyu, senior brother can only help you this much. The two elders of Shuei Gate, seeing Li Nanwei and Lu Keaj chatting so happily, were terrified and broke out in cold sweat. We've offended two people at the same time. Lu Keaj wanted to end the conversation, so he cupped his hands and bade farewell. This seat has sect matters to attend to and will take my leave first. Li Nanwei said boldly, Sect Master Lu, please proceed. With that, Lu Keaj left with Luo Bing. After a few steps before leaving the main gate, Lu Keaj suddenly remembered something and stopped. Lu Keaj and Luo Bing both turned back, leaving the three bewildered. Remembering that Meng Veng had previously said he would compensate 3 times, Lu Keaj now demanded payment from the first elder of Shuei Gate. Triple spirit stones. The master pays the debt. That first elder was fuming but could do nothing, so he angrily threw out a spirit stone pouch, saying, here, there's more than enough. Lu Keaj accurately caught the spirit stone pouch, didn't even look at it, and tossed it to Luo Bing, saying as he walked, received, let's go. Luo Bing took the spirit stone pouch and replied, yes, Sect Master Uncle. Li Nanwei watched the two leave, sighing inwardly, this person is truly clever. I must find out if he is that mysterious senior brother. The two elders of Shuei Gate seemed to be unable to endure it anymore, and wanted to bid them farewell, but at the same time they feared Li Nanwei. The first elder had no choice but to step forward and say tactfully, "There have been some internal sect matters. I apologize for the unsightly display, but you should." Just then, two disciples carried out the battered Meng Feng. Li Nanwei glanced at him and commented meaningfully, "He shouldn't practice swordsmanship anymore." The two elders' faces turned pale. Her words represented the sword sect's opinion. Seeing Li Nanwei about to leave, the two elders dared not stop her, stammering, unable to speak. Li Nanwei activated her sword flying technique and left, not forgetting to bid farewell. "I apologize for the disturbance these past few days." Nanwei bids you farewell. The first elder watched Li Nanwei leave like a stone statue, unable to retain even a piece of her clothing. Only then did the second elder vent his frustration, turning around and accusing the first elder. "Haha, what a great disciple you've raised," which left the first elder speechless. When Li Nanwei caught up to Lu Keaj and Luo Bing had already considered Li Nanwei an enemy. She observed Li Nanwei's chest bulging like two balloons. Luo Bing was very displeased. Too much, did she inflate them? Lu Keaj already knew Li Nanwei had caught up but didn't know why she was chasing him. Lu Keaj stood tall and straight, radiating light, and calmly asked, "What is it?" Li Nanwei still wanted to continue the old topic as a test. Sect Master Lu and junior brother Duyu indeed knew each other from childhood, didn't they? Remembering his childhood, Lu Keaj and Duyu had sparred in martial arts, so it was indeed not far off to say they knew each other. Lu Keaj implicitly agreed. Li Nanwei then brought the conversation back to the main point. Then the mysterious senior brother that junior brother Duyu often speaks of must be Sect Master Lu. Lu Keaj, however, didn't understand what Li Nanwei was talking about. He kept questioning Duyu internally. "What's going on? What kind of image has that kid Duyu made of this seat?" Li Nanwei had no choice but to explain. "Sect Master Lu may not know, but Duyu often mentions you in the sword sect, but he has always been unwilling to reveal your identity, and he never mentioned it even when asked by my father." It was only then that Lu Keaj understood, his face burning with anger, his fists clenched. No wonder King Ming had been silent. This was the problem. He really wanted to bash its head in. What on earth was it thinking? That was the sword Venerable, the strongest sword in Qingzhou, whose reputation was at stake. Although angry, Lu Keaj outwardly feigned calmness and cautiously asked, "What did your father say after hearing this?" Li Nanwei was silent for a moment, a hint of sadness flashing across her face. "My father said, he greatly admires him." Lu Keaj listened, puzzled, repeating Nanwei's words. "Admires," he thought. How could the esteemed sword Venerable utter such words of admiration? Lu Keaj thought of the sword Venerable, and suddenly understood. Lu Keaj said seriously, "I understand," Li Nanwei countered. "You understand why my father said such words?" Lu Keaj looked into the distance. "Miss Nanwei, do you know what is the loneliest thing in the world?" Li Nanwei seemed not yet to fully grasp these profound philosophies. Asked, "What is it?" Withered leaves flew everywhere, and bright sunlight shone ahead. Lu Keaj clasped his hands behind his back and explained, "It is to be an unparalleled challenger yet have no one to contend with. To be peerless in the world is the greatest solitude." Li Nanwei's face brightened with understanding. She seemed to grasp the reason. Luo Bing, though inexperienced, found Lu Keaj's explanation incredibly easy to understand. "So that's it. That's why Sword Venerable said he admired him. Duyu, as Sword Venerable's attendant, possesses talent that can surpass Sword Venerable. Truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. And he also has a powerful opponent like you, young master. This is what Sword Venerable admires." Luo Bing looked at Lu Keaj's back, even more mesmerized and adoring. She bowed and said, "Luo Bing congratulates Sect Master Uncle. To have such an opponent in life, how fortunate." Li Nanwei highly praised Luo Bing's words and actions, secretly thinking this little girl has good aptitude to have grasped this truth so quickly. Mogate is indeed unfathomable. However, Lu Keaj, who was praised, showed no pride or joy, but instead became even angrier. "Congratulations, my ass. The next time I see Duyu, I'm going to bash its head in. That's the Sword Venerable's genuine reputation." Lu Keaj politely tried to leave, saying, "Does Miss Nanwei have anything else to ask?" "No, then we'll be going." Lu Keaj was preoccupied with other urgent matters. Damn it, he'd settle accounts with him later. He should go back and collect his quest rewards first. Li Nanwei was surprised by Lu Keaj's attitude. "Nothing else? Then we'll be going." This was the first time she had ever heard such words. In Li Nanwei's impression, she was a respected figure. Because anywhere in Qingzhou, as soon as she appeared, all sects would hastily bow, never uttering words like, "We'll be going first." Moreover, this time Li Nanwei had specifically mentioned her father. Receiving such special treatment for the first time made Nanwei a little curious about Lu Keaj. So she cupped her hands and said, "Sect Master Lu, may Nanwei stay at Mogate for a few days?" After much thought, Lu Keaj concluded that this person was indeed unique, completely uninterested in climbing the social ladder, and not bad-looking either. Lu Keaj scornfully glanced at Li Nanwei. "This girl doesn't give me items, doesn't issue quests, and can't be attacked, yet she wants to follow me back to Mogate and stay for a few days for free. Dream on." He had to quickly think of an excuse to get rid of her. Just as he was racking his brains for a plausible reason, Lu Keaj noticed the token hanging from Nanwei's waist. HMPH, that thing is good. That thing successfully captured Lu Keaj's attention. Lu Keaj couldn't hide his smile, his attitude instantly doing a 180-degree turn faster than flipping a hand. "Since you are the Sword Venerable's daughter and Duyu's senior sister, as the host I should certainly extend my hospitality." Luo Bing frowned, displeased, thinking, Young master usually dislikes outsiders. What's wrong today? Li Nanwei burst into laughter. Haha. Nanwei was immensely pleased. So that's how it is. Haha. Meanwhile Luo Bing beside her couldn't take her eyes off Nanwei's chest. She looked at others, then at her own. And indeed there was no comparison without pain at this moment. Luo Bing was even more convinced of her suspicion. Indeed, young master likes large sizes. Luo Bing changed her strategy for seducing Lu Kaiaj again. The massage plan starting tonight. Before long the three arrived at Mount Dancheng where everything was as peaceful as ever. Lu Kaiaj extended his hand and introduced, "That's the guest room over there. Miss Nanwei, make yourself at home." Nanwei bowed in response. "All right, thank you, Sect Master Lu." As soon as Lu Kaiaj landed, he immediately instructed Luo Bing, "Find time to settle that mother and son, at least don't let them suffer too much." Luo Bing quickly followed up, "Yes, disciple understands." Lu Kaiaj also went to attend to his own affairs. It was time to collect his quest rewards. "I wonder what good things I'll get this time, hee. The system quickly popped up a golden notification. "Please claim your quest rewards as soon as possible." Lu Kaiaj was currently sitting cross-legged at leisure, so he spoke. "System, claim quest rewards." Upon hearing this, the system panel immediately appeared before him, dispensing quest rewards. He looked up at Lu Kaiaj and sighed helplessly. "Here we go again. The last time this special effect appeared, it only gave me some insipid experience points. I have a bad feeling." Despite saying so, he still sat calmly, feeling it. The system had now upgraded, experience points 20,000. Seeing it run normally, without lag or abnormalities, he nodded and said, running smoothly. Next, as soon as he called the system, it began to announce quest points. Seeing this, he looked up and said helplessly, "Here we go again. Doesn't this special effect cost money?" Hearing this, the system answered in confusion, "Now calculating your completion points for this quest." Then the system inexplicably displayed 3 question marks, making Lu Kaiaj helplessly. Seeing the system's posture, he frowned in annoyance. This broken system just loves these flashy things. Why can't it just give me the points directly? Suddenly the number 2 appeared on the screen, leaving him wide-eyed, unable to believe his eyes. His eyes narrowed to a slit, his brows furrowed, and he uttered 2 in confusion. Then the system updated again, with an 8 appearing before it, making him sigh in relief and say, "That's more like it." Then a 0 appeared before it, leaving him speechless, and his face also darkened. Then the system began to cheer enthusiastically. "Congratulations, you have gained 82 reputation points." Seeing this, he looked up helplessly and asked speechlessly, 82 points? Are the remaining 18 points for good looks? Then he seemed to understand something, so he stroked his chin and said, "It seems to get the highest score. I have to beat both the young and the old and absolutely not let those 2 bad old men off." Then he looked at the system panel where the reputation points were increasing 1047-1000. Seeing this, he said, "Oh, enough reputation points to break through to an 8th grade sect." He tapped on the screen with his hand and said, "Then," after a while, the system appeared and notified him. Conditions for upgrading to an 8th grade sect. 1047-1000 reputation points, 13 cultivators at 2nd realm or above, over 100 disciples including outer disciples 81. Seeing this, he stroked his chin and pondered, "Still lacking 2 conditions. The third one is a bit troublesome. The second seems simpler and I've accumulated enough experience points recently." After a while a smile suddenly appeared on his lips and he happily said, "Then let's raise 2 more levels, directly breaking through 2 realms." He began to cultivate and upgrade from level 18 to level 19, from level 19 to level 20, thus steadily progressing, reaching grand perfection of the 1st realm. At this moment Lu Dongi was watching Shiao Chu cultivate, then suddenly turned and said, "Brother has broken through again and even consecutively broke through 2 realms." At this moment on the other side a woman with long eyelashes closed her eyes, suddenly startled awake. She opened her eyes, looked around and then suddenly asked, "Is it grand perfection of the 1st realm?" She walked wondering. "It's not difficult to break through 2 realms consecutively. Both my junior brother Duyu and I have experienced this, but was he really only at the 8th heaven of the 1st realm when he was at Shuiui Gate?" Then she felt a chill, shocked, thinking, how is it possible to manifest sword intent at the 8th heaven of the 1st realm? Even her most respected father had personally said not to waste time on sword intent below the 3rd realm. Even a once-in-a-millennium perfect sword physique like junior brother Duyu would only form a sword heart after the 3rd realm. Then she remembered Lu Kaiaj's face and suddenly a strange smile appeared, half her face blushing as an idea struck her. How about flying over and capturing him for study? The next second she lay in bed blushing and holding her cheeks, consoling herself. "No, I must be calm. I am the Sword Venerable's daughter. How can I do such a thing?" After regaining her composure she sighed and stammered, consoling herself. But, then she happily fantasized about him, whispering, "Is that really 1st realm sword intent manifestation? I really want it. But please don't misunderstand, Li Nanwei is merely a sword cultivator." At this moment she tossed and turned like a child, comforting herself. Enduring, he must still be absorbing now. "I'll go catch him first thing tomorrow morning." "No, ask him." Indeed, this obsession was a bit excessive, and not just once. The image of a bound crying boy appeared before her. "I heard you're that once-in-a-millennium perfect sword physique?" Then a strangely tall figure rushed over, asking with a terrified expression, "I really want to study him." The boy was scared and cried, shouting, "Senior brother, save me! Senior brother, save me!" That piercing scream seemed to shatter the roof. No one knew what happened that night, but it's worth mentioning that Duyu, in his unconscious state, kept muttering about that senior brother. At this moment Lu Kaiaj was stretching, breathing. 1234 1234 again. However, Lukeage was like a barrier at this moment, completely unaware of what absorption meant and even wore a sly smile. A quest notification suddenly popped up announcing an upgrade. He scratched his head, smiling like a triumphant farmer. Hee, I can do upgrade quests again. At this moment 4 color choices appeared from left to right. Yellow, green, purple, orange. He hesitated, saying the orange difficulty had a good starting effect last time, so this time of course I'll still choose it. He smiled smugly and then selected it. The selected orange option immediately notified, you have successfully selected the quest difficulty, orange. Then he read it carefully, frowning and saying, what a coincidence indeed, you came knocking at Hell's Gate yourself. Subsequently, an upgrade quest appeared. The quest being to kill a demonic cultivator from a mysterious organization. After reading it he smirked and said with a smile, it seems this year won't be peaceful. The countdown now showed 48 minutes. Lukeage's face wore a mysterious expression as he said, hunting hour begins. Then he kept clicking the screen saying you should cherish the next few hours, after all these are the last moments of your life. The next morning, the rock Lukeage slowly appeared, calmly sitting in meditation. Perhaps you don't know, daily cultivation is Lukeage's habit. Small matters will not make him change his habits, or rather he considers the killing of demonic cultivators that everyone talks about to be a small matter. At this moment he slowly opened his eyes and said, it's dawn. Suddenly, a pair of breasts appeared before him. A person bent down and said, Sect Master Lu, your cultivation method is very interesting. Then she chuckled like a child. At this he frowned irritably and retorted, Miss Nanwei, do you not know that interrupting others' cultivation is extremely impolite? Then he turned his face away from her, letting her see him, and she hurriedly thought, I can't give women face or they'll take an inch and go a mile. Then she clasped her hands together, leaned closer to him, and said with a smile, Nanwei was wrong. This startled him, making his face turn pale, unsure what to say. At this moment he turned and left, trying his best to calm down. Although this girl is a sword cultivator, I am in any case a very attractive man, so I should still avoid her somewhat. There should be some discretion between a brother-in-law and sister-in-law. After calming down he turned around and said, Miss Nanwei, this seat has important matters to attend to down the mountain. You may move freely in Mogate, no need to be constrained. Hearing this she quickly interrupted, I'll wait, Sect Master Lu. Nanwei has something to ask. He heard this, turned, preparing to leave, and then said, speak. Then she put her hands on her hips, leisurely retorted, Sect Master Lu, my father once said that no one can manifest sword intent below the 3rd realm, but Sect Master Lu can. Why is that? Faced with such a question he was speechless and could only glance. Then he whispered, it proves Sword Venerable was wrong. She carried a large sword on her back. Upon hearing this she asked in astonishment, Sword Venerable was wrong? Sword Venerable was the head of the Sword Dao, the most dazzling light of Qingzhou's Sword Dao. If it were anyone else, upon hearing Lukeage's words only the word arrogant would come to mind. Then she vigilantly called out to this person's father, and then she tightly clutched her heart. Then she recalled her father's words, I am now the head of the Sword Dao, but that does not mean I am the Sword Dao itself. Then she smiled slightly and said, if you were to meet him you would surely admire him greatly. Lukeage then flew off on his sword, sitting atop it, feigning a thoughtful expression, wondering what good things this orange difficulty quest would yield. He was already thinking about the spoils before he had even done anything. He smiled happily, his smile full of hidden meaning, already feeling a thrill just thinking about it, though in reality he hadn't even found the quest target yet. Excitedly he raised his hands high and shouted, my little monster, wash your neck and prepare for reincarnation. Although Lukeage called it a little monster, please don't be mistaken. It was a gigantic creature on par with a cultivator's level, possessing exotic beasts, a powerful bloodline, and capable of devouring other demonic creatures during battle to enhance itself, an existence that humans were completely incapable of resisting. He stood with his hands behind his back looking towards the bright future, appearing composed and at ease, but Lukeage was not like that. He was a player from Golden Ox Village, where old and young men and women lived a peaceful and tranquil life. A mother was meticulously sewing clothes, never forgetting to keep an eye on her child playing in the distance. Don't run so fast, you'll fall. Hearing this, the little girl merely giggled. Beside Golden Ox Village was a small river, its waters clear, shrouded in a thin mist, with continuous green mountains behind, a beautiful poetic landscape. It was like a natural painting depicted by writers. Suddenly, a purple-haired woman with leopard print clothes and blackened lips emerged from the water. She silently observed Golden Ox Village before her, then she grotesquely stuck out her tongue and said, excellent, another human village found. Behind her was an extremely bizarre creature. She stretched out her long tongue and licked it, then asked the ghoul behind her, bloodthirsty ghoul, you must be very hungry, aren't you? Then she pointed at Golden Ox Village and commanded, go eat that delicious flesh and blood, go, the scent of those children is making my mouth water. With that, she splashed illusory water onto the river surface as if Golden Ox Village was about to be overturned. At this moment the ghouls suddenly rushed forward, terrifying the humans. Monsters, monsters, run, run! A once peaceful village was now filled with people fleeing in terror. Seeing the colossal figure block out the sun, the little girl innocently hummed. Seeing this, the mother immediately rushed forward. Don't hurt my child. Suddenly the water rose, and everything seemed to attack the mother and daughter. Seeing this, the petite woman tightly hugged her child, protecting her. A figure appeared to shield them. It was Lukeage. He turned back and told them to retreat. The mother quickly hugged her child and ran. Are you a cultivator, sir? Thank you, sir, thank you. The terrifying ghastly green monster with its gaping maw was a level 21 giant snake. Below it was a level 20 giant spider. Liu Kaioj looked up at them and said, HMPH, a level 21 and a level 20, barely acceptable. Then they pounced on him like tigers on prey. The leading ghoul spoke, don't be in a hurry, let me see who is so audacious. Then she walked coquettishly, leaning on the ghouls and said, how dare you obstruct our meal? Liu Kaioj still stood calmly in the water. She saw his face and was instantly startled, her demeanor becoming unusually compliant. Mesmerized by his beauty, she said, so handsome. To the bewildered gazes of the two ghouls around them, she blushed, cough, and said, you look very delicious. Hearing this, Liu Kaioj smiled smugly and retorted, so how do you plan to eat me? Or rather, which mouth do you plan to use to eat me? Then she looked at him with a strange expression and said, I want to tear you to shreds. Then her hair suddenly floated up, a grotesque expression on her face, saying she'd eat him with sauce. Hearing these words, Liu Kaioj merely sneered, that's not how I expected to be eaten. Then with a mere wave of his hand, a roaring flame erupted. He pointed directly at the group and said, I thought you'd choose a smoother, gentler way of eating. At this, she also exhaled with her foul-smelling mouth and said, dare to strike at me, you're asking for death. Seeing the demon cultivator release demonic power, Liu Kaioj didn't hesitate, swiftly unleashing water power, and streams of water shot from his hand. The demon cultivator was attacking but was hit by the Sect Master's move, and before she could do anything it was reflected many times over. Water then sprayed from her mouth, accompanied by demonic energy. She suddenly cried out, her eyes wide, power of heaven and earth. Without waiting for the demon cultivator to recover, Liu Kaioj drew his sword and rushed forward, shouting goodbye. However, before his sword could touch the demon cultivator, her giant snake lunged like lightning, taking the opportunity to bite Liu Kaioj. The Sect Master noticed the anomaly, turned, and saw 4 sharp, massive fangs. How can a dignified Mobi Sect Master be so easily dealt with? With a whoosh, Liu Kaioj leapt up. The giant snake bit only mud and stones, but just as he escaped the giant snake's jaws of death, the giant spider appeared behind Liu Kaioj. These two monsters truly seemed intent on devouring him. It was more than 10 times larger than the Sect Master, and Liu Kaioj was surprised by its speed. The villagers stood there, terrified and dumbfounded. The little girl he had saved earlier in her mother's arms shouted, brother, be careful. Liu Kaioj pursed his lips at the giant spider's bottomless maw and replied, don't worry, big brother is very strong. Then Liu Kaioj not only didn't flee but without moving waved his hand and sent that giant monstrous spider flying. Liu Kaioj's spiritual energy lingered in the air like blades. The little girl who had been in her mother's arms, seeing Liu Kaioj answer her so confidently, and then send that monster flying with a single move, couldn't help but gape in awe. Her mother, seeing her daughter's infatuation with a handsome man at such a young age, reminded her, that's an uncle. The little girl heard her mother and immediately turned around, firmly saying, he's so handsome, so he must be an older brother. Her mother was speechless. Liu Kaioj gently landed on the ground. The giant spider landed on its 2-shell Asire with a thump, raising a cloud of dust. Liu Kaioj looked at the level 20 monster with cold eyes, sneering smugly. Too low level. Using 2 skills casually consumes 1/5 of my energy. I must end this quickly. The demon cultivator regained her composure, stood up under the protection of the ferocious giant snake, and furiously shouted, you mere first realm cultivator, how dare you mock me so? It seems I must repay your kindness properly. Tear him to shreds, she screamed, her face contorted. The giant snake and giant spider obeyed, rushing forward from behind the demon cultivator, who stood below, directing the 2 massive monsters. Liu Kaioj, however, remained motionless. He looked at her with a friendly gaze and smiled. All out attack, I had the same idea. Just attack faster. If you're too slow, I won't feel anything. As Liu Kaioj spoke, he waved his hand to summon a skeletal construct, and instantly, a vast expanse of white bone power appeared, enveloping the surrounding space. The giant snake and giant spider were charging but lost their way due to the obstruction of the skeletal construct. The demon cultivator, unable to pinpoint Liu Kaioj's location, shouted in exasperation, hurry up, he's trying to escape. Escape? How can escaping make one stronger? A true man must always strive to grow stronger. After a cold sneer, Liu Kaioj continued to unleash water power. Water power, as the name suggests, instantly gathers all water vapor into a force. Before the giant snake and giant spider could even touch Liu Kaioj's hair, they were violently pressed to the ground by his water power. The immense weight collided fiercely with the ground, creating a huge tremor, and dust and water mist intermingled. Liu Kaioj stood handsomely in the black smoke and with a gentle wave of his hand unleashed ink splash. Streams of black ink shot towards the opponents, coalescing into a single mass that tightly trapped the giant snake and giant spider. They struggled in agony, but it was futile. Liu Kaioj was too powerful. They were mere shrimp before him, and fighting him was the biggest mistake of their lives. Liu Kaioj, without a speck of dirt on him, walked step by step towards the demon cultivator, leaving the 2 monsters still struggling in the ink behind him. Water power and the skeletal construct had thoroughly crushed them. The demon cultivator saw her 2 subordinates crushed, their flesh scattered, and was startled into a long moment of panic. Liu Kaioj walked forward and smugly asked, demon cultivator, how do you plan to eat me now? Liu Kaioj's mockery made her so angry she wanted to vomit blood. She began to rage and demonic power started emanating from her body, enveloping her completely. I want to tear you to shreds and then keep you conscious. I want you to watch me eat your flesh piece by piece. The sect master gently stroked his chin, his expression grim, and closing his eyes he said in a provocative tone, "Sigh, that's too cruel. It reminds me of the pleasant days I spent playing with some foreign friends. They used to eat bullfrogs that way too." The more Lukeaj spoke, the angrier the woman became, creating an opening. "Die!" Her eyes flashed with light, accompanied by red demonic energy rushing straight at him. Lukeaj feigned a hesitant expression and asked, "Don't you know that my power of heaven and earth is water? Are you out of your mind to spew this poison bone that uses water as a medium?" The poison bone had already been launched. Only then did Lukeaj speak, and only then did she realize, her mouth agape, her eyes wide as she stared at him. Lukeaj raised his hand and two streams of power merged. Her poison bone was swept back by the water power like swirling vortices. The demon cultivator froze in terror. Even if she had a minute now, she might not be able to escape. Her bone power was reflected back by the sect master's water power. This was truly a case of being hoisted by her own petard. Streams of bones pierced the demon cultivator's body, making her unstable, swaying as she fell backward. Cough, cough, attacked by her own poison bone, combined with the water power, the demon cultivator could no longer stand. Her face and limbs were scorched by the poison bone, and a mysterious green film began to emanate from her entire body. She knelt on the ground, that layer of green light having transformed into a light sphere enveloping and protecting her. Seeing the demon cultivator hiding in the protective shield, Lukeaj sneered. "Oh, not dead yet?" The demon cultivator, once beautiful, was now utterly disheveled. She was afraid. With pitiful eyes she begged for her life. "Please spare me, I can do anything, my body is very good, whatever you want to play." Lukeaj interrupted. "To be honest, I was once very obsessed with that kind of pleasure, and your figure is indeed very attractive, but now women only slow down my sword." Lukeaj waved his hand and the protective shield was split in half. "Moreover, those wronged souls you devoured, they all wish for your swift demise." The battle ended, leaving only the cold corpses of the demon cultivator and her two massive subordinates on the ground. But the giant spider was still trembling. Instantly, its eyes lit up again, its countless teeth began to move, searching for a target of revenge. "Brother, we won! Brother is so amazing!" The little girl who had been saved that morning had been watching the entire battle. Seeing the sect master win, she immediately cheered. She shouted at the giant spider and giant snake, unaware that danger was still lurking, having identified its prey. Its goal was to regain strength and seek revenge on Lukeaj. Red eyes gleamed, hissing sounds emerged, and with a whoosh it opened its fanged maw and rushed over like lightning with its 8 chelicerae, aiming to devour the little girl. A thread shot from its mouth, but it was no ordinary thread. Its end was like 3 or 4 tridents combined, extremely sharp. A piercing scream rang out. The little girl was terrified, her pupils contracted, blood splattered, making her extremely frightened. She quickly recovered and saw that Lukeaj had blocked the blow for her. The blood that had just splattered was his. The little girl was still scared, her voice trembling. "Brother?" The giant spider, seeing its thread hit Lukeaj, was also terrified and began to retract its chelicerae and retreat. Several glowing eyes also flickered with fear. The sect master unleashed ink splash, hitting its foul-smelling mouth without aiming. Now, even if it fled to the ends of the earth, it wouldn't escape. Swish! The giant spider's enormous body was split in two, allowing Lukeaj to look directly past it. After killing the giant spider, Lukeaj also felt a stinging pain where he had been pierced by the thread earlier. "Cough!" Lukeaj sneered. Surprised to be injured, he immediately grabbed the thread and pulled it out forcefully. As soon as it was pulled out, much blood flowed and the pain made him tremble. Woo-woo-woo-woo. Crying sounds came from below. Lukeaj curiously looked down and found the little girl he had saved twice crying. "Woo-woo, brother got hurt to save me, it's all my fault. Woo-woo, this little girl is too cute." The sect master then squatted down next to the little girl, raised his hand and released a bit of water power, smiling as he said, "Look." His gentle voice instantly stopped the little girl's sparkling tears. Seeing the few drops of water Lukeaj created, the little girl's mouth opened wide in astonishment, her eyes, red and swollen from crying, turning into a look of curiosity. She gently touched the drops of water and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Her angelic smile in the water's glow made onlookers exclaim, "I love her, so cute, oh my goodness. I really want to have such a cute daughter, she's just a bit too infatuated with handsome men." Whoosh! Lukeaj left the village using a stream of water. The little girl looked in the direction he left and shouted, "Big brother?" Seeing him leave, the villagers all knelt down in thanks. "Thank you, Cultivator, for saving us." "Thank you, Cultivator, for saving us." "Cultivator, your great kindness is beyond repayment. May we know your esteemed name?" one person asked Lukeaj, who was now high in the sky, using spiritual power to burn the corpses of the demon cultivator, giant snake and giant spider below. His voice came from afar. "This seat, Lukeaj of Mogate." Lukeaj sat on his flying carpet preparing to leave the village, holding the demon cultivator's tattered clothes which he had beaten into disarray. Seeing this scene, it was a bit perverse. Who would beat up a girl and then take her clothes, hold them up, look at them and then mutter to himself, "Tisk, tisk, tisk, nice style, but the material isn't very good. Both the top and the skirt are mediocre, yellow, rank inferior goods. I'll throw them aside and find a chance to sell them." Lukeaj's mind conjured images of his sister Dongi and his beloved disciple wearing this tight-fitting outfit. This garment was too revealing. If they made too large a movement, it would reveal some tantalizing scenes. Improper, truly improper. He thought it was improper, but his face looked as if he was about to have a nosebleed. Lukeaj set aside the scantily clad outfit, walked to the edge of the flying carpet and looked down at the village, seeing people still kneeling before him. They're still thanking me. Is this Qingzhou? Although it's remote, the villagers are very united and their lives are harmonious. Lukeaj stood with his hands behind his back facing the sun, secretly musing, cultivators in Tianquan world don't become immortals. We are just a little stronger than ordinary people. And the people of Qingzhou, they unconditionally believe that those who practice the sword will protect them. Ultimately, if you wield a sword but cannot protect the weak, what is the point of wielding a sword? Lukeaj returned to the items he had just collected, taking out a jade bracelet from a bag. He smiled and muttered to himself, "This is that demoness's storage bracelet. Let me see what good stuff is inside." The bracelet had a jade-like eye that sparkled like the cheap special effects adored by fans. The jade eye was at the center, with several small golden rings wrapped around both sides. HMPH, Lukeaj stared in surprise at the bracelet in his hand, which was slowly undergoing some changes. Lukeaj also seemed very expectant. I took out some spirit stones from the bracelet, only a few pieces. How is she poorer than me? Lukeaj looked at the few small spirit stones in his hand with a straight face. Perhaps I had too high expectations for that unremarkable demonic cultivator. She's as beautiful as Chen Shao but so miserable. Lukeaj continued to reach into the glowing bracelet, and his mouth fell open in surprise. Oh, what's that big thing? A huge skull. This must be the real deal. Who knew what he pulled out was someone else's head, which left him a little disappointed. Then he held up the skull, pointed it at the sky and burned it with demonic power. Rest in peace, I've avenged you. A part of the skull dissipated into the air carried by the wind. Next item, Purple Moon Medallion. This guy was a formal member of the Purple Moon Society. Lukeaj coldly assessed his decision. Killing her was indeed the right choice. He rummaged around thinking he had been disappointed enough and would find something good, but ended up in complete despair. There was nothing left. This bracelet was quite poor. The best treasure was actually the clothes she wore. Tisk, he could only see if the system could give him a pleasant surprise. He reached into the air to submit the quest and the system immediately appeared. The information displayed on the large screen indicated that this time's rewards would be drawn from a spinning wheel. Good luck. This orange rank quest reward will be divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. Grade A is the best. Grade D is the worst. Please start. The huge system in front of him emitted a prompt indicating that the rewards had been used up. Lukeaj pointed and cursed in dissatisfaction. You're only giving me this much for grade A, is that reasonable? The system replied on the small screen, very reasonable, which made Lukeaj even angrier. Where did you learn that sense of humor? Lukeaj stomped his foot angrily on the flying carpet, his face red like a monkey's bottom, cursing the system. HMPH, even so, with my luck, isn't getting a grade A reward a piece of cake. Let me show you what a lucky emperor is. Poke. The system's spinning wheel began to turn and the lotus platform in the center emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire sky. Lukeaj clasped his hands tightly and swallowed hard. Stop quickly. The wheel is decelerating and the light is gradually dimming. Lukeaj anticipated the hope of receiving some treasures. Grade A, grade A, grade A, he repeated it 3 times for emphasis. He hoped for grade A, so he kept shouting grade A. The wheel was spinning slower and slower. It would definitely stop at grade A. Damn it, even from the ground Lukeaj could be heard cursing above. HMPH, it won't stop. Lukeaj lowered his hand from his head, looking at the panel still spinning in front of him, feeling somewhat indescribable. Now he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. If it stopped on something useless again, he would be furious. His eyes were wide like brass bells and his mouth was open like a purse. Can it still be played like this? Are you messing with me from the start? The system surprisingly landed on grade A again. Seeing Lukeaj a little angry, it replied, "Don't overthink it, he." Lukeaj reached out to catch the treasure, slowly descending from the high-altitude spinning wheel, not forgetting to taunt the system. "Hey, don't think you can run away after messing with my reward." The reward was just in his hand. Its light shone on Lukeaj's face, making him exclaim, "Oh," in surprise. The system's red prompt card stated that it could copy any special item he had touched in the world for one-time use only. After reading it, Lukeaj also exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, this is a cheat-level treasure." Simply put, if there's a cheat item in this world, getting this will let him duplicate it. Lukeaj paused, somewhat surprised. Isn't the protagonist cheat item right at his own house? That would be the item carried by Duyu, the protagonist of the 4 great top sects in Tianquan world. Duyu has it on him. It must contain a huge secret. After all, that thing is the only treasure in this world from the ancient super-elite sect of Tianyi Dao. Tianyi Dao. Lukeaj's hands began to gesture, and a smug smile played on his lips. Since the protagonist has it, then even if he is chosen by the heavens, I must obtain it. When I go back, I'll have her touch me lightly. After all, there are 5 of the 4 heavenly kings. This is only natural. Receiving such an interesting reward from the system, Lukeaj also showed a triumphant smile. Next, it's time to level up. Thus, Lukeaj sat cross-legged on the flying carpet, cultivating like those bald satyrs. Leveling up from 20 to 21, when he opened his eyes, he felt full of energy. He exclaimed, "Excellent. After breaking through level 20, my spiritual power has doubled, and my water control ability has also greatly enhanced, not to mention other talents. Now if I encounter a second-realm demonic cultivator like before, I can kill them empty-handed. After all, I am a man who cultivates a purple rank technique. I wonder if the next technique's rank will increase. After all, purple rank techniques are currently the highest in Tianquan world. The orange 7 rank technique was originally exclusive to the ancient super elite sect, Tianyi Dao, which was founded by its sect master and is now long lost. It is said that his father was human and his mother was a demon. Though they married, they struggled to have children. And even if they did, the offspring were neither fully human nor fully demon. From ancient times to the present, Tianquan world has continuously produced promising talents like brilliant stars. But if one were to ask which star shone the brightest, it would undoubtedly be the venerable sect master of Tianyi Dao. Yet this very sect master was a half-demon. From childhood he was frail and plagued by a strange illness. Even elixirs and potent medicines had no effect. His body was always cold. No one believed he would survive. He was born with a destiny of tribulation. But such a figure not only survived but single-handedly ushered in a new era of cultivation. In ancient times, the threshold for cultivation was far higher than it is now. Ordinary people throughout their entire lives could never step into this beautiful world of cultivation. He created the qi refining art, which even those with mediocre aptitude could cultivate, creating opportunities for many. He changed an entire weak race with his own power. This was the fortune he bestowed upon the human world. The so-called Tianyi Dao beneath the firmament represented power almost equal to the Dao itself, referring to Tianyi Dao of old, located in Qingzhou. Qingzhou was named after the Qing character of this half-human, half-demon. 8th realm demonic cultivators are called great sages, and above the 8th realm they are called emperors. Therefore the world called him Emperor Qing, an immortal of the mountains and forests. The next day at dawn, Lucayage also returned to Mogate. On a distant cliff a woman's figure was visible, her precious sword blazing with flames. If one didn't look closely, they might even mistake her for a male cultivator meditating there. Li Nanwei gazed happily into the distance, her eyes and those 2 large grapefruits sparkling, muttering to herself, "He's back." With that, she curled her lips and landed with a thud. No safety shorts definitely flashed. 2 grapefruits, no, those 2 watermelons, they're shaking so much they're practically blinding the audience. No kidding. Sect Master Lu, Li Nanwei enthusiastically waved at Lucayage from a distance. Sect Master Lu's innocent face and 2 huge watermelons came bouncing over as if she had found a treasure. Lucayage, seeing Li Nanwei, felt no joy. Instead, cold sweat broke out and his face was glum. "Is this crazy woman waiting for me?" Li Nanwei ran over and asked curiously, "Sect Master Lu, have you broken through again?" She secretly thought, second realm. He actually reached the 2nd realm in just one day. This speed of breakthrough among all sword sect disciples neither she nor Duyu could match. She was deep in thought when Lucayage's voice startled her. "Miss Nanwei, is there something you need?" Only then did Li Nanwei shed her naive expression and get straight to the point. "I do have something to discuss with Sect Master Lu." She immediately placed the saber on her shoulder with a thud, then drew it out with a whoosh. Saber is not light. It's already hard enough for this girl to carry 2 large grapefruits, and she's still stubbornly carrying this sword. Truly amazing. "Sect Master Lu, please enlighten me." At this moment the focus should be on the sword and that face, but why can't I help but keep staring at that pair of huge grapefruits, unable to avert my gaze? Taking a bite would surely leave a lifelong memory of that rich and mellow taste. Lucayage's body stiffened and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He thought, this woman is truly like her father, both sword fanatics. I'm really tired of this father-daughter duo. I've been encountering strange things lately, so it seems it's time for me to go and resolve some bad luck. Lucayage stared at Li Nanwei. When Sword Venerable was young, he sought duels everywhere, very warlike. Everyone thought this kind of sword Dao would easily be cut short, but after Sword Venerable won, everyone changed their tune. Thinking back, I also once dueled with Sword Venerable. So, facing the challenge from Sword Venerable's daughter Lucayage stared at the jade pendant hanging from Li Nanwei's waist, and after confirming it was indeed her, he lightly nodded in agreement. Good, he's handsome and he agreed to my request. Li Nanwei looked at Lucayage ecstatic, but the author is truly strange. Insisting that I press my face tightly against Li Nanwei's heavy valley, Lucayage then said seriously, "But I have a condition." Seeing the handsome man make a condition, Li Nanwei also replied seriously, "As long as it's not excessive, please speak, Sect Master Lu." Lucayage stood in the sunlight filtering through the falling leaves, which added a touch of exquisite beauty to the handsome man before him. He said in a low voice, "I will only strike once, that's all." Li Nanwei, far from being displeased, chuckled and agreed. Good, 1 sword strike is enough to stop her itch. This man can actually form a sword heart in the 1st realm. I can't take it anymore. I really want to kill you. Li Nanwei showed a perverted expression, somewhat madly obsessed with killing, but ultimately it was intensely rich. The sect master pointed to the training ground. "Follow me, Mogate's training ground is straight ahead." "Okay," Li Nanwei nodded, quickly following behind, fearing Lucayage would change his mind about fighting her. At this moment on the training ground, Shiao Chu was being trained by Dongi and Luo Bing, while He Ding stood by watching. Seeing that Shiao Chu didn't seem to be doing too well, Luo Bing spoke softly and stepped forward. "Shiao Chu, you're doing it wrong. Watch as your second senior sister teaches you. The sword should be drawn like this. As soon as Luo Bing drew her sword, it was breathtaking. Her beauty was like a flower coupled with two swaying grapefruits. Every move she made was accompanied by butterflies dancing. The beauty was graceful. Even her movements disdained pretense, her posture light and slender, and her sword dance was as beautiful as a fairy. Isn't this exactly Shiao Chu's ideal image? Shiao Chu's eyes lit up. Oh, second senior sister is amazing. As she spoke, her two small hands kept clapping. This little girl's demeanor was too adorable. Dongi stood beside her, also marveling. Excellent. Ding simply stared with wide eyes and an open mouth, unsure how to praise her. Lu Keaj walked over with Li Nanwei just as Luo Bing was demonstrating her graceful sword dance. Sect Master Lu, the atmosphere at Mogate is truly enviable. Lu Keaj gestured for her to enter. Please, Li Nanwei hummed, those two grapefruits leading the way, and she bounced along behind. The scene was too eye-catching. I felt like I couldn't take it anymore. Sisters. Seeing Lu Keaj return, Luo Bing, Dongi, and Ding greeted him in unison. Sect Master, Uncle, Brother, Master. Luo Bing, seeing Li Nanwei walking beside Lu Keaj, couldn't help but glance sideways. What? Why do hers seem even bigger? She had to admit. Li Nanwei's two grapefruits were indeed substantial and wonderfully plump. Luo Bing again recalled, how could that massage technique be useless? Did it really need someone else's help? As soon as Li Nanwei greeted him, her gaze fell on Ding, but the two seemed somewhat unfriendly. Several ink scales even appeared before Ding. Li Nanwei turned around curiously, patted Lu Keaj's shoulder, and directly asked, Sect Master Lu, I have some slight understanding of qi gazing. There's a faint black aura within this disciple's sacred qi. Lu Keaj turned to look at Ding and after confirming said, Oh, so it's this small matter. Ding, seeing the two staring at him and talking about qi gazing, was also a little curious. Lu Keaj turned back and replied to Li Nanwei, I've never believed in fate. Li Nanwei was quite surprised by this answer, so she continued to ask. Then in Sect Master Lu's view, what is destiny? Lu Dongi looked at her senior brother with a different gaze again, only to see him reveal a perverse smile. She was startled. Why was brother getting another chance to show off? Lu Keaj walked forward as sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, his handsome smile making the sisters eagerly wish for offspring. Destiny is merely an excuse for the weak, and luck is just the humility of the strong. My fate is mine to control, not heaven's. Nanwei was momentarily stunned, slightly surprised, and broke out in a cold sweat after hearing his words, speaking incoherently as she blurted out. Excellent, that statement is truly excellent. My fate is mine to control, not heaven's. Just as they reached the center of the training ground, Lu Keaj made a few flourishes with his fan and amidst a blue glow drew his precious sword. His hair danced in the wind and his robes, though simple, exuded an air of nobility, clearly indicating he was no ordinary person. His voice, hoarse yet deep and warm, then spoke, Miss Nanwei, please. On the spacious training ground, Lu Keaj, his junior sister Lu Dongi, and the disciples watched the duel. Lu Dongi suddenly realized, so brother is here to duel. Luo Bing, standing next to Lu Dongi, also quietly understood. Her eyes widened in surprise. Young master is going to fight the well-endowed woman? Shiao Chu, on the other hand, was incredibly excited, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Keaj. Sect Master Uncle is going to show off again. Nanwei carried a huge sword on her back. She extended two fingers, condensing spiritual energy before her, looking directly at Lu Keaj, and politely said, Sect Master Lu is currently at the first layer of the second realm, so I will also voluntarily suppress my cultivation to that realm. As soon as her words fell, Nanwei's cultivation truly dropped to the first layer of the second realm. Lu Dongi stared blankly at Lu Keaj, her eyes round and her mouth forming an O shape. However, her thoughts were completely contrary to her facial expression. He reached the second realm as soon as he came down the mountain. Brother broke through again, how amazing. When Lu Keaj saw Lu Dongli's blank expression, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, glaring at her. Why is this child making that familiar face again? Shouldn't she be happy that I broke through? Nanwei wasted no time. She reached behind her head and gripped the hilt of the sword on her back. A smile played on her lips as she then said, Sect Master Lu, you said you'd only strike once, so I will also use all my strength for this strike. Then Nanwei gently unsheathed her sword. Blue spiritual energy flowed on the blade as she lightly swung it, sweeping it across her cheek. As Nanwei drew her sword from its sheath, blue spiritual energy immediately appeared on the blade, slowly enveloping it. The originally sunny sky suddenly began to snow heavily, causing Lu Keaj to look up in surprise. Snowflakes, why is it snowing here? Shiao Chu excitedly reached out her hand, catching the falling snowflakes in the air. She happily cheered, so beautiful. However, Luo Bing quickly grew vigilant, realizing that this was not snow at all. Only Lu Dongi silently and carefully observed everything. Once she understood the situation, Lu Dongi calmly stated, This is sword intent. These snowflakes flying everywhere are the sword Venerable's daughter's heart sword. Luo Bing and Shiao Chu were even more astonished upon hearing this, asking in unison, Heart sword? Lu Keaj looked at Nanwei's actions and condition, then spoke praising, as expected of her. Then it's my turn to make a move, Lu Keaj spoke calmly, his hand already tightly gripping his sword. After their exchange, Lu Keaj lightly shifted his foot. In an instant the Bagua formation activated, encircling both of them and emitting a beautiful blue light. Taking this opportunity, Lu Keaj revealed an excited expression, thinking, it's missed opportunity again. Then Lu Keaj suddenly swung his sword lightly, carrying terrifying power, forming a pervasive black smoke that rushed towards Nanwei. But Nanwei's vigilance was high. She immediately sensed what he was trying to do. Nanwei excitedly swung her sword behind her head, dense blue spiritual energy enveloping her body. Nanwei spoke proudly, "Want to break my heart sword? It's not that simple. This will be my strongest strike." Liu Keaj also quickly rushed forward, continuously calculating in his mind. Li Nanwei, Sword Venerable's daughter, Duyu's senior sister, already a 4th realm cultivator in her teens, just one step away from being a great cultivator. Meanwhile, Liu Keaj was still contemplating, while Nanwei had already bowed and decisively swung her sword, cutting through the air. Countless rays of light shone around the blade. Her sword chi rushed towards Liu Keaj. Liu Keaj saw her competitive strike, and a smile played on his lips. "Too bad, I've already seen through your weakness. After all, your battle with Duyu in your previous life is common knowledge." Two terrifying rays of light clashed, sending earth and stones flying everywhere. It was precisely because of that battle that you and Duyu truly became legendary figures. Nanwei was defeated by Duyu lying spread-eagled on the cold ground, while Duyu held his longsword, pointing at the blushing girl who was looking at him. Liu Keaj rushed towards the formidable Nanwei, wielding his sword enveloped in black chi, secretly thinking, "So I used a cheat from the very beginning of this match." The sword chi clashed, immediately causing a considerable tremor, and smoke and dust filled the air. After the smoke gradually dispersed, Nanwei and Liu Keaj landed safely on the ground. Because Liu Keaj had already mastered all of Nanwei's weaknesses, he won this match with ease. Everyone was very surprised to see this scene. Dongi exclaimed in surprise, "Ha!" Shiao Chu's mouth gaped open as she shouted, "A draw!" Nanwei was unconvinced. She glanced at Liu Keaj, saying in surprise, "A draw." Everyone looked on, thinking it was a draw, but in reality Liu Keaj had already taken her token. He spoke, "Miss Nanwei, you dropped something." Only then did Nanwei realize her token was missing, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah?" She turned to look at Liu Keaj, refusing to concede, gritting her teeth unwillingly. "I was only a little bit away from him." Liu Keaj was radiant, smiling dashingly at her, casually dangling a token in his hand. Seeing his expression, she immediately became suspicious. Did he let me win by a lot? Nanwei no longer wore that unconvinced expression. Instead, she looked at Liu Keaj with an even gentler gaze, thinking to herself, "But no matter what, he still won." Nanwei cupped her hands and bowed to Liu Keaj, saying at the same time, "I lost." Dongi stood with her hands on her hips, proudly declaring, "Brother will never lose as expected." Luo Bing beside her also admired him greatly. "Sect Master Uncle is truly amazing." Petite Shiao Chu excitedly jumped up and cheered. "Sect Master Uncle is indeed the strongest." Nanwei forcefully plunged her huge sword into the ground, looked directly at Liu Keaj and asked in confusion, "But Nanwei doesn't understand. My sword heart, sword skills and experience are all no less than Sect Master Lu's." "But why?" Liu Keaj still held Nanwei's token in his hand. He pointed the hand holding the token to his head and said, "You have a weakness. Think carefully. That's the weakness I caught." Hearing this, Nanwei was somewhat surprised. She stared at Liu Keaj with wide eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "Sect Master Lu, you caught my weakness?" Dongi was also greatly astonished upon hearing this. "A weakness?" Shiao Chu scratched her head in confusion, asking very puzzledly, "What weakness?" As for Luo Bing, she didn't know what she thought of, but she immediately covered her face with her hand, thinking to herself, "I'm so ashamed. How could I say such a thing in public?" The old madam covered her mouth coquettishly and chastised her. "Every woman has 2 grapefruits and a hole. Use them well." Luo Bing recalled the past and couldn't help but blush. So she shyly shook her head. "Ah, truly?" Dongi asked in confusion. "Truly what?" Hey Ding, seeing Luo Bing's expression, stared at her with wide eyes in confusion. Petite Shiao Chu also leaned over, curiously asking Luo Bing, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Luo Bing, seeing everyone staring at her, grew even more shy and said, "No, nothing." She secretly blamed herself for getting carried away with her thoughts. Nanwei suddenly remembered the spot where Liu Keaj had lightly shifted his foot before the duel began, and the Bagua formation that had encircled both of them. She instantly realized, it's missed opportunity. Nanwei's pupils suddenly contracted. She looked at Liu Keaj in surprise, her mind filled with unbelievable thoughts. Could it be? He saw through my weakness from the very beginning. Nanwei's face was now glowing, and she looked at Liu Keaj with admiring eyes, thinking excitedly, "Perhaps this handsome Sect Master Lu's attainments in the way of the sword have surpassed my imagination." Nanwei was now completely convinced. She tightly gripped the sword in her hand and bowed to Liu Keaj, who stood opposite. "I've been taught well." Petite Shiao Chu didn't understand what had just been said and muttered in confusion. "Taught well? Is Sect Master Uncle teaching that older sister sword techniques?" Luo Bing, hearing Shiao Chu's question, gently told the little girl, "That's the Sword Venerable's daughter, Shiao Chu. Don't speak carelessly." However, Dongi, standing by, folded her arms and retorted, "Brother was indeed giving guidance to the Sword Venerable's daughter." Dongi's words astonished both Luo Bing and Shiao Chu. Shiao Chu was even more excited, cheering, "Sect Master Uncle is indeed the best in the world." Liu Keaj stood dashingly in the sunlight, which shone on his face without a single blind spot, his profile even more divine. The golden leaves rustled, making his figure both majestic and gentle. As Shiao Chu's voice rang out, "Shiao Chu must become Sect Master Uncle's second disciple." Liu Keaj gently walked over to Nanwei. He handed the token to her, signaling to return it. No need for formalities. Liu Keaj appeared gentle on the surface, but inwardly he was calculating how to replicate this important item. It seems more time is needed. He looked at the replication speed, which displayed 0.336, and felt confused. Why does it take so long? Does this wooden token truly hold some astonishing secret? Then he looked at Nanwei, who was holding the token in her hand, and secretly revealed a mischievous smile. Isn't there a ready-made human key to the mystery right here? Nanwei carefully examined the token before finally sighing in relief. Phew, thankfully you're fine. Liu Keoj seized the opportunity to ask, his tone like casual concern. Oh, Miss Nanwei values it so much, does this wooden token have anything unusual about it? Seeing Liu Keoj seemed interested, Nanwei raised the token and calmly explained. To be honest, Sect Master Liu, this wooden token is indeed special. It cannot be stored in a storage ring. I obtained this wooden token from ruins related to Tianyi Dao. Perhaps it's an item they left in the mortal world, she explained while looking at the token, that besides not being able to be stored in a storage ring, it also has the ability to think. Liu Keoj listened, closed his eyes, and lightly nodded. Interesting. This expression made Nanwei a little bewildered. Seeing Liu Keoj seemed rather unconcerned, Nanwei smiled and continued, it's indeed not very precious. It's just that junior brother Duyu is very interested in Tianyi Dao, so I thought I'd give this item to him after returning to the sword sect. Liu Keoj squinted at the smiling woman before him, thinking to himself, no wonder this thing later fell into Duyu's hands, but why is she smiling so eagerly? This girl still sees Duyu as a child, but how did things change later? Liu Keoj's face showed disgust. A slight smile played on his lips as he secretly evaluated Duyu. Tisk, turns out he's a siscon. Nanwei did not linger long. She cupped her hands and bid farewell. Since my wish has been fulfilled, I will take my leave, Sect Master Liu. I learned a lot and want to make good use of this opportunity. Before Nanwei could finish, Liu Keoj waved his hand to interrupt. Understood, go. Remember to convey my regards to the sword venerable. Nanwei smiled and replied, all right. Then she turned to bid farewell to Lu Dongi and the others, fellow Taoists of Mogate, until we meet again. They also politely bowed to Nanwei. Liu Keoj stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching Nanwei depart, flying swiftly into the deep blue sky. He secretly calculated, this time my name should reach the sword venerable's ears, right? How much will my reputation points increase? A few days later, Liu Keoj was no longer as calm as he had been. Instead, he was furious, constantly pounding the table and shouting, damn it, that woman has been back for several days, why haven't my reputation points increased at all? When I get the chance, I'll definitely go challenge the sword sect and beat up all their true disciples. As he furiously roared, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Replication complete. Liu Keoj looked up at the notification, his heart filled with immense joy. In Qingzhou's sword sect, at the very moment Liu Keoj's wooden token was successfully replicated, Duyu's mood was also far from calm. Duyu was deep in thought. His senior sister was in seclusion in the wooden hut behind him, and he was guarding her. Logically, in the sword sect, with his senior sister's status, no one would dare to challenge her, but then he remembered Li Nanwei's words, junior brother, I know who that senior brother you speak of is. Duyu's mind was a whirl of thoughts. Did senior sister Nanwei go down the mountain to see senior brother Keoj this time? I really want to know what they did. Did senior brother Keoj mention me? What realm has he reached now? After a while of deep contemplation, Duyu let out a shout, then shook off his worries, trying to relax. So annoying, I must calm down. Just then, Duyu seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky in surprise, seeing white dots falling from the sky. This is, Duyu murmured in surprise. Just then, the door gradually opened. Duyu immediately recognized senior sister Nanwei's heart sword. Li Nanwei had finished her cultivation. She walked out of the room, letting out a long breath. Duyu happily exclaimed, Senior Sister Nanwei. He knelt down respectfully and said, congratulations on emerging from seclusion, Senior Sister Nanwei. Li Nanwei smiled in response to Duyu. The loophole finally closed. A girl's satisfied smile held a peculiar attraction for men. Duyu was no exception. He was astonished, completely lost in thought. Senior Sister Nanwei's smile. Duyu quickly composed himself. No, I must ask about senior brother Keoj as soon as possible. Li Nanwei took out a wooden token and said to Duyu, Junior brother, this wooden token is for you. Duyu held the wooden token, murmuring gratefully. This is, Li Nanwei eagerly explained, I got this from the ruins of Tianyi Dao. It's not of much use, but knowing you like collecting these trinkets, I brought it back. Upon hearing this, Duyu's eyes immediately lit up and he exclaimed, Tianyi Dao, Li Nanwei happily added. Oh, and look at this thread, it broke a few days ago and the spot where I tied it back together was cut by senior brother Keoj, the one you're always thinking about. Duyu, with a straight face, repeated Li Nanwei's words. This was cut by senior brother Keoj. He eagerly pressed Li Nanwei for information about Liu Keoj. Did senior sister and senior brother Keoj have a match? What realm is senior brother Keoj in now? How's his sword Dao cultivation? Has his heart sword improved at all? Li Nanwei was breathless and had to raise her hand, signaling for a pause. Stop, just stop for a moment. Can you ask one question at a time? Duyu knew he was too excited and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, senior sister. Li Nanwei looked ahead, gesturing for Duyu to go there, and she would tell him slowly. She calmly sat down on a bench, then looked at Duyu, who was still standing blankly before her. Li Nanwei smiled and invited him to sit. Have a seat. The siblings sat side by side, chatting idly and forgetting the passage of time. Li Nanwei began, we've talked so much. Time flies so quickly. Duyu let out an enlightened oh. He sincerely admired Liu Keaj, who accomplished things others couldn't, as expected of senior brother Keaj, he pondered. And senior brother broke through the first realm less than 4 months ago, and now he's broken through another realm. As he was speaking, Duyu suddenly remembered something and exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, that's right." He turned to Li Nanwei and asked seriously, "Senior sister, have you seen Sword Venerable since you returned? Did you mention senior brother Keaj then?" Li Nanwei softly replied, "No," Duyu asked doubtfully. "Why?" Li Nanwei replied with a meaningful smile. "Because I have a feeling he's going to give my father a big surprise," she playfully said to Duyu. "Won't it be more interesting this way? How will the Sword Dao Head and the Sword Dao Rising Star meet?" Duyu thought worriedly. "It will be a huge surprise." Night fell. At this moment, Liu Keaj was studying the wooden token he had just duplicated. He tapped the token with his hand and commented, "This thing doesn't seem to be anything special." Liu Keaj smiled, affirming with great interest, "But it doesn't matter. With this thing, I'll become the 5th of the 4 heavenly kings anyway." He used his spiritual sense. The wooden token shone with light in Liu Keaj's hand. He squinted, observing it carefully. The result was astounding, and Liu Keaj couldn't help but exclaim, "HMPH, it's actually so spacious inside." Liu Keaj's spiritual sense was now like a pearl deep within the ocean. He looked at the void of white space before him and commented, "Is this inside the wooden token? Did I go in? There's actually nothing good inside." Liu Keaj's interest quickly piqued. He happily decided, "Oh, it would be interesting to retrieve my spiritual sense after coming out, wouldn't it? Why not try again?" A flash of light accompanied Liu Keaj's words. "I'll go in again," he murmured. "HMPH, I'm out again." Just like that, Liu Keaj tried again and again. "Oh, I'm in again." His interest gradually waned. "I'm out again." After going in and out a few times, Liu Keaj felt a bit bored. He held the wooden token, idly spinning it. Liu Keaj murmured boredly, "This isn't fun anymore. Is there any way to make it more interesting?" Li Nanwei said this thing could help purify the mind, but what good was purifying the mind? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. "Wait, in that white space, can all protagonists' spiritual senses enter?" Liu Keaj boldly speculated. "If everyone's spiritual senses were here, wouldn't that create a very sacred communion?" He held the wooden token, excitedly continuing, "How about this? This white space is actually the Tianquan world and also an online chatroom for the protagonists of the 4 worlds, right?" A sly smile played on his lips and he praised triumphantly, "Oh, doesn't that sound interesting? At least Duyu now has one of these wooden tokens too, so why not give it a try?" Acting on the thought, Liu Keaj began to inject his spiritual sense into the wooden token, deciding to go with it. His spiritual sense realized within the wooden token. Can a circle be formed by rotating on the wooden token? Does this mean one can write? Outside, Liu Keaj also drew circles on his wooden token with his hand. At this moment in the Sword Sect, the moonlight was bright in the night sky. A figure was cultivating in seclusion. It was Duyu. His eyes were closed and he was fully focused on circulating his cultivation. Suddenly, he noticed that the wooden token he was wearing was glowing unusually. Duyu murmured in surprise, "Why is the wooden token senior sister Nanwei gave me acting so strangely?" Duyu held it and said decisively, "I'll inject my spiritual sense and see." The wooden token glowed, similar to when Liu Keaj discovered its functionality. After Duyu's spiritual sense entered the spacious interior of the wooden token, he looked around bewildered, muttering to himself, "What is this? Where is this?" Duyu saw the words before him. "Beneath the firmament, one person's power close to the Tao." He realized in surprise, "Is this talking about Emperor Qing?" Duyu fearfully speculated, "Could this be the legacy left by Emperor Qing, the Heavenly King? Impossible. How could Emperor Qing's foundation be condensed into this small wooden token?" His face turned pale as he thought that person was a prodigy of the heavens, the strongest existence in Tianquan world. And even his 5 disciples were powerful cultivators who reached the 9th realm. "Don't be delusional." Duyu quickly shook his head, calming himself. "How could I be so lucky to inherit their legacy?" Duyu, wake up. At this moment, Liu Keaj was putting on an act to deceive others. He continued to write on the wooden token with his hand. His spiritual sense displayed the character empty. Liu Keaj sighed boredly. "Even a handsome guy like me has written something. Why is no one responding? So annoying. And my nickname empty is a bit strange. I wonder what it means." So he did it. Liu Keaj mumbled, "I'll write one more sentence. I don't believe you truly can't see it." Liu Keaj's empty spiritual sense then wrote another question. "Is anyone awake?" Sure enough, Duyu read it immediately. He looked left and right, muttering doubtfully to himself, "Does he know we exist? Is anyone else here? Have others been chosen to come in too?" Just then, a spiritual sense named Yellow wrote the character 1 as if in response to Duyu. He widened his eyes and commented, "Sure enough, there are others." Upon seeing this, Liu Keaj mocked, "Yellow, TCH, how could anyone choose a nickname like that? Trying to be unique or something, how ridiculous." Ha! The spiritual sense named Yellow then continued to ask. Liu Keaj murmured, "As long as I write on this wooden token, they can see it over there," and read the subsequent content too. Liu Keaj triumphantly wrote his response. "Does this kid think he's only talking to me?" Liu Keaj's empty spiritual sense eloquently declared. "There are also 3 other missing fellows. I will pull them out one by one." The other spiritual senses buzzed with discussion. 4 people. So there were 4 people to begin with. This mysterious fellow knows how many people are here. This mysterious fellow knows how many people are here. Did he use his divine power to pull us in? What kind of terrifying power is this? Empty then continued to ask. The remaining three, have you all shown yourselves? The three names Heaven, Earth, and Profound all responded simultaneously with the character 1. Lukeage sneered, commenting, "Sure enough, these fellows are only most formidable when reunited," he triumphantly remarked. "So your nicknames were originally Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow. I thought you were just trying to be unique." Huang Yayan, or the spiritual sense Yellow, spoke. "May I ask how to address you?" Lukeage's lips curved into a sly smile as he replied, "I haven't even asked you yet, and you're asking me first." He stroked his chin, murmuring meaningfully to himself. "However, a perfect plan has just formed in my mind," he wrote on the wooden token, calculating simultaneously. "Let me broaden your horizons. My name is?" The spiritual sense Empty, representing the master, did not display the answer according to Lukeage's wishes. "You can call me." The four individuals were all stunned by the answer. Lukeage cunningly wrote the two characters Guider. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow were all wide-eyed in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Duyu felt very confused. He muttered to himself, "Guider, who exactly is he? How strong is he? I'm also from the Sword Sect in Sword Venerable's eyes, but I haven't received any attention." The more Duyu thought, the more confused he became. He speculated incredulously. Could the person on the other side be even stronger than Sword Venerable? But why would such a master choose me? Even if they were to choose, it should be senior brother Kaoj. He hesitated. But this also concerns the powerful Tianyi Dao sect. I can't miss this opportunity. Unwilling to miss the chance, Duyu decisively thought, regarding Sword Venerable, I'll keep it from him for now and tell him when the time is right. He recalled Lukeage's teachings from his childhood, and his resolve hardened. Harbor no intention to harm others, but never be without guard against them. That's right, senior brother Kaoj taught me that a little kid shouldn't completely trust others. Now I can't completely trust this Guider either. He stared intently at the three characters, Guider, before him, pondering. If senior brother Kaoj encountered this situation, what would he do? People in the 22nd century have developed better in all walks of life. They should spend more time online. Lukeage was no exception. After all, he was also an experienced keyboard warrior. Lukeage triumphantly propped his chin, grinning widely. I just wrote these few words and they've already taken it as idle talk, he mused. Now I just need the most arrogant and domineering fellow to come out and question me. No sooner had he spoken than the one called Heaven immediately posed a question, testing Lukeage. Esteemed Guider, you say we were chosen by you to come here. How much do you know about us and how can you make us believe you? Lukeage sneered, commenting, using we to rope others in, that's a bit poor. His fingers flew across the wooden token and Lukeage whispered excitedly. Unfortunately, you asked the very question I wanted you to ask. You see, the four of you, I know you inside and out like the 7 famous identities. The spiritual sense Empty, representing Lukeage, concisely displayed 4 characters. Sword, Saber, Arrogance, Arrow, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each representing a weapon, were all greatly shocked and agitated, discussing among themselves. He actually knows us so well. He truly understands me. We are indeed the chosen ones. Lukeage secretly speculated. Heaven, this name is very reckless. It's definitely not Duyu. Oh, what's Duyu's nickname? Heaven hurriedly wrote, Esteemed Guider, I apologize for my impoliteness. Lukeage sneered in reply. There won't be a next time. He then decisively replied in the name of Empty. There won't be a next time. My task is somewhat complete. You can communicate amongst yourselves. If there's anything important, you can write my name and I will receive your message. That's all for today. In reality, Lukeage had already secretly observed them carefully, which was why he acted this way. The admin has gone offline. Those 4 seem to be saying something. After a little thought, their identities will immediately be revealed. He looked at the wooden token, muttering doubtfully to himself. But what exactly is Duyu's nickname? Heaven is definitely not it. Earth, Profound, Yellow. Who could be Duyu? Who would have thought Lukeage's guess was completely wrong? Meanwhile, Duyu was holding the wooden token, happily commenting, Heaven is indeed a good nickname. The moon hanging in the night sky really suits my name. Just like that, Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow chatted in the wooden token for a while, but Lukeage still couldn't figure out who Duyu was. Because he had excluded Heaven as a possibility for Duyu from the start, he could only sit and watch for now. After a while he cursed helplessly. What a bunch of heroes, not a single one of you is like Duyu. It seems you're all surfing the internet with alternate personalities, huh? Chat away, chat away. Just wait until you face each other in reality. See if you're not dumbfounded and fall flat on your backs. The night was quiet. Moonlight spilled over the rolling mountains and ethereal mist lingered, creating a dreamlike landscape. Time flew by quickly while chatting in the wooden token. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Lukeage to offer essence blood. Lukeage was standing before a tombstone on a mountaintop. Above, a small soul vaguely shimmered with purple light. He said in a frustrated tone, Don't get too excited, you don't gain anything from sucking my essence blood. His face full of annoyance, he sighed and quickly raised his hand to get to work. He continued, Hold on, I'll give it to you now. The soul, unwilling to wait, approached and sucked on Lukeage's hand, a surprised expression appearing on his face. Facing this action, he seemed to freeze on the spot. Immediately after, Lukeage snapped back to reality. He cried and wailed loudly, vigorously waving his arm. I'll close your mouth. Didn't you say you only needed a little bit? The soul buzzed in response. After a while, when it had sucked Lukeage dry of his essence blood, the soul suddenly grew a size larger than before. It licked its mouth, looking very full. HMPH. while he like a dried corpse leaned lifelessly against the tombstone. A tiny soul looking exactly like him at this moment floated out of his mouth. The soul gradually shrunk and flew towards him. At this moment Liu Keiage's face was still pale. He forced out, "Hey, I'm already at the second realm now. According to our agreement, shouldn't you give me the third volume of the Qi drinking art?" It gently responded. No sooner had he spoken than the soul retrieved a cultivation manual from the void, enveloped in purple light with exquisitely beautiful cloud patterns. The manual appeared within a mysterious magic array. This was precisely the third volume of the Qi drinking art, a purple-grade mid-tier technique. He gently reached out and took it. This volume of the manual was enveloped in abundant spiritual energy. Shock was hard to hide on his face. "I thought it would reach purple-grade high-tier. Still too greedy." Ultimately, purple-grade high-tier cultivation manuals are the prized treasures of the 4 major first-rank sects. Liu Keiage focused intently on the manual, his gaze gradually becoming dull, and his face a bit foolish. The soul approached him, asking quizzically, He suddenly woke up. The soul held up 4 fingers. Liu Keiage, not understanding its meaning, held the manual before him and asked curiously, "What do you mean? Are you talking about the 4th volume?" It immediately nodded repeatedly in response. Liu Keiage excitedly leaned towards the soul, pointing at the manual in his hand, and eagerly asked, "Do you mean, can the 4th volume improve its grade?" This time it nodded even more vigorously. After hearing this, he was utterly astonished. Clenching his hands, mouth agape, he exclaimed loudly, "Wow!" The soul, not understanding, asked quizzically, Liu Keiage suppressed the joy about to burst forth, covering his mouth with his hand, and chuckled. He said, "He. The 4th volume is a purple-grade high-tier cultivation manual. You're truly my treasure. Only with age do I realize it. So that's what it means." Suddenly, the coquettish image of Aunt Ning and the little soul appeared in his mind, and he continued to laugh slyly. He continued, "If I now have 2 women on top, wouldn't that round up to harmoniously living with 2 beautiful wives?" Liu Keiage still couldn't suppress his inner excitement. With one hand covering his sly face, he extended the other towards the soul. He said, "Dear esteemed senior, would you mind if I lay in your coffin for a while to make our friendship even more solid and intimate?" The soul still didn't understand the deeper meaning of his words. Tilting its head, its face full of confusion, Liu Keiage merely scratched his face, dryly laughing as he replied, "I forgot, you're a bit silly. Just kidding, you wouldn't understand even if you heard it." It immediately flew into a rage, striking Liu Keiage's face with spiritual power. "HMPH," he cried out, "ouch," and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Hey, you actually understood that. Stop, I have something good for you here." Liu Keiage took out 2 small square pieces engraved with crescent moon marks and handed them to the little soul. He continued with a smile, "Aren't you collecting these? They're for you." It suddenly stopped, eagerly looking at his hands. It seemed stunned by the square pieces. Without further hesitation, the little soul rushed forward, savoring and enthusiastically enjoying the 2 pieces. "Wow," he thought, filled with doubt, truly not understanding why it was collecting these things. After receiving Liu Keiage's small gift, its face beamed with happy joy, and it danced continuously like a child. He thought, although this little fellow's age is unknown, it's not really old, it's just an abandoned child. Suddenly a dazzling blue light appeared before him. He asked in astonishment, "Oh!" A magic array appeared, revealing a blue cultivation manual within. This was the Sweeping Star Sword Art, a blue-grade low-tier technique. This volume of the manual slowly flew towards Liu Keiage, a look of unhidden joy on his face. He carefully extended his hands to receive it, saying, "This is a blue-grade sword art." In response to Liu Keiage's excitement, the little soul gently nodded. He thought, "This is truly my family's little gratitude imp. I must hide it well." He lowered his head slightly, a sly smile on his face, secretly musing, if those perverse sand sculpture players found out, they might lick me all over like a dog again, and maybe even shout, Sister, have you found a strong male beast at home? I promise I won't cause trouble." After achieving his initial goal, Liu Keiage turned and descended the mountain. He waved goodbye to the little soul with one hand, holding the manual behind his back with the other, his steps majestic. He grinned, thinking to himself, next it's time to return the manual to its owner. Night fell over Mogate's Daunching Mountain. Moonlight illuminated the sky and mist coiled around the mountain base. Liu Keiage reached out and knocked on the door, asking, "Donli, are you there?" Inside the room, Donli turned her head from behind the curtain, hastily replying, "I'm here, brother, wait for me." Standing outside the door, he slowly withdrew his hand, a hint of doubt on his face. He thought, is Donli taking a bath? Donli's door gradually pushed open. She was wearing hastily donned loose clothing, one hand pulling at her collar, her head tilted slightly as she looked at him. Inside Donli's room, despite being the abode of a sect master elder, it appeared very modest. Liu Keiage sat down. She gently poured tea and offered it to her brother. "Why are you here so late?" Liu Keiage gently waved his hand, and 2 glowing cultivation manuals appeared on the table. He replied, "This is for my chief steward of Mogate. These 2 sword arts are for you." Faced with Liu Keiage's actions, she was astonished, her eyes wide as if seeing a treasure, and she nervously asked in return, "These are?" Meanwhile, he continued to sip his tea leisurely. Donli eagerly picked up the 2 glowing precious manuals, her face filled with excitement. She continued, "Wow, the grade isn't low either. This is very suitable for teaching to disciples." She suddenly put away her initial joy, bent down, narrowed her eyes, and turned to look at him with a belly full of questions. She asked, "Tell me quickly, where did you get these things? We don't have money now, don't spend carelessly." Hearing her words he seemed to freeze and the teacup in his hand hastily stopped. With playful and bewildered expressions on both their faces he reached out and pinched her cheek, replying with certainty, "Amazing, I didn't spend any money. I also put in a lot of effort to get these things." Dongi's face was red and swollen from his pinch. She pouted, rubbing her poor cheek with her hand. After delivering the appropriate items to the right person, Lukeaj hastily rose to leave. She gazed at his tall and sturdy back under the silver moonlight. She watched in astonishment as he waved goodbye, instructing, "Don't let down your brother's good intentions. Study them quickly, then teach them to the disciples." Dongi walked to the door, silently watching her brother's figure gradually disappear into the silent night. Her cheeks puffed out. She looked like a cute little pufferfish at this moment, tightly clutching the 2 cultivation manuals in her hands. She thought, "I'm definitely not getting a sister-in-law in this lifetime." Night shrouded Qinglongchuan 100 Fragrance Valley. The moonlight was blood red and the sky was eerily gloomy. Beneath the valley's cracks a fiery red flood dragon was coiling and moving. Wherever it went, the ground was scorched, and the flowers, plants, and trees along the way lost their vitality. This exotic flood dragon beast had a long saber scar on its head, indicating its painful past. Its eyes gleamed fiercely. The flood dragon charged towards the mountaintop. Its body enveloped in dense dark red spiritual energy. In an instant it soared into the air, rushed to the mountaintop, excitedly flicking its tongue to greet its master. A man with lion's mane-like bushy hair also emitted powerful spiritual energy. The man's thick eyebrows were twisted, his face looked terrible. He was sweating profusely, and suddenly he became furious, his eyes blood-red, roaring, "There are still 6 months until the triennial Purple Moon Society gathering. This time at the Purple Moon Society gathering, if I can obtain the Dragon Tongue Jade, my injuries will be completely healed." Suddenly a sharp pain struck him. He frowned, pressing his other hand against his severed arm, cursing as he pressed. "Those 2 bastards, after all these years, their sordid intent is still there, making me suffer every day." He covered his face, trembling uncontrollably, recalling his hellish past. The figures of Mogate's 2 elders appeared before his eyes. "Mogate, once I'm fully recovered, I will personally slaughter your entire family and destroy your sect." Seeing this, the flood dragon approached the old man with twisted eyebrows. Seeing it, he reached out to the flood dragon and said, "I'm fine, give it to me." The flood dragon opened its gaping maw, its sharp teeth chilling to the bone. A wailing baby appeared on its tongue. He seemed to have transformed. With a benevolent expression he picked up the baby, gently cooing, "Ha ha ha ha, good little one." The old man with twisted eyebrows made a scratch on the baby's tiny arm with his sharp claws. It cried even harder, "Wah wah wah." He still tried hard to play a good person, gently cooing, his face continuously smiling, "Good, don't cry, don't cry." Finally he shed his hypocritical mask, laughing slyly, revealing sharp teeth, and said in a cruel tone, "I'll put you out of your misery now, it'll be quick." The sound of the night being torn apart rang out. It was a terrifying night. Just a few seconds later the baby completely disappeared. With blood still on his lips he laughed triumphantly. "Indeed, only little girls are the most delicious. After 10 years old the taste changes and they're hard to eat." The flood dragon suddenly roared, revealing teeth as sharp as knives. The old man with twisted eyebrows turned purple in the face. Clenching his hand he said furiously, "If I'm not mistaken, that pair of Mo-bead sword cultivators also had a son and a daughter, didn't they? Counting it, they should be over 10 years old now, but I'll make an exception this time." He stood up and walked towards the cave entrance. Behind him, human skulls piled high like a mountain were what he had consumed over the years. He continued, "Ultimately, the children of my enemies should taste quite good, shouldn't they?" The old man with twisted eyebrows looked up at the blood moon seeping through the cave entrance. "That Mogate couple fought to the death, severely wounding me and causing me to completely lose my honor within the organization." He stretched out his hand towards the sky as if trying to grasp something, his face filled with anger, suddenly roaring, "All resources should have belonged to me, but they were snatched away by others, causing me to fall to the 3rd realm." Clutching the moonlight he trembled loudly, saying, "Mo-bate, after the 3rd Purple Moon gathering, I will show you what true hell on earth is." Outside 100 Fragrance Valley in Qinglongchuan, a woman collapsed amidst the still burning and smoking magma. She cried miserably, her hands reaching out continuously, "My child, give me back my child, please, give me back my child, please." She seemed to have collapsed, weakly slamming her soft hands repeatedly on the ground. Behind her a young man slowly approached. It was none other than a disciple of Mogate. Mu Dongfang, with a wooden sword at his waist, reached out to the woman and gently said, "She's gone mad." Mu Dongfang pointed a finger at the woman's forehead and cast a spell, a blue light appearing. This was precisely the heart-cleansing spell. The woman immediately calmed down. He walked carrying the woman on his back under the bright moonlight. He asked the woman if she was a local villager. "I'll take you back." Mu Dongfang carried the woman. The woman murmured to him that a large snake had taken her child. The woman's face held a pitiful expression. That was her only child. "I only have one daughter." The sun had already risen. He carried the woman on his back, trudging wearily through the vast forest. The woman kept waving her arms, incoherently saying, "I cannot lose my child. I don't want to be a barren poisonous tree." She gradually saw hallucinations. Thousands of red eyes appeared before her, scrutinizing her life. Mocking voices echoed, "You've endured all these years, yet you still can't bear a child. Such a big butt, so many eggs. I thought you could have children. Ah, what does any of that have to do with bearing children? And not meant for those awful husbands. Your husband utterly dismissed them." "I don't believe it," she shrieked even more intensely. one hand covering her ears, the other desperately reaching out to the unseen voices. I don't want it, I don't want it. Facing her uncontrolled frenzy, he looked grim, lowering his head slightly. Mu Dongfang merely whispered, "Still your mind." Hearing Mu Dongfang's words, she gradually regained her calm, no longer flailing her arms, and looked down at the young man taking her home. He thought to himself. She had endured immense trauma, not just the feeling of losing her child. Upon reaching the village where she lived, he stopped. A villager asked, "Are you a cultivator?" Mu Dongfang bowed his head slightly and silently entered the village. Behind him, a villager held a weapon ready to attack Mu Dongfang but was stopped by an old woman. The surrounding villagers discussed amongst themselves, "Isn't the person he's carrying one of ours? How can a cultivator be so ordinary and short, completely unlike the ones I've seen before?" Hearing himself disparaged for being short, a hint of sadness appeared on his face as he called out, "Everyone," thinking, "There are many kinds of cultivators." Mu Dongfang thought of his sect master, tall and exceptionally charismatic. Lukeaj had said, "If handsomeness in the world were a commodity, I'd have 12 barrels of it, and the world would owe me 10. Mu Dongfang thought, "There are indeed cultivators as charismatic as Sectmaster Uncle, but there are also some senior disciples who remain obscure." The image of a cultivator resembling an ordinary villager appeared before his eyes. That was He Ding, he thought. Senior brother and I are the same type. Returning to reality, he looked back, his face already brightening. He told himself, "But I also want to become that handsome." Suddenly, a man pushed his way out from behind the crowd shouting, "That's my wife, wait, that's my wife." After seeing her family, Mu Dongfang gently helped her to sit on the ground. He smiled and explained, "I met her on the road, she seemed to have been attacked by a monster." The man quickly rushed to his wife, he loudly rebuked her. "Gone, what's gone?" A bolt of lightning seemed to strike the scorching sun. He stared blankly as if unable to believe his ears. Instead of showing care or concern for his wife, the man, full of displeasure and anger, scolded her. "It's just a daughter, isn't it? What's the use of not being able to bear children?" At this moment her eyes were vacant. Mu Dongfang stood behind, lowering his head to suppress his fury, but his expression was also rather grim. He frowned. He watched the couple with a solemn expression, his heart filled with incomprehension. How could this be? Sect Master Uncle would never be like this. A wisp of smoke drifted by, and he recalled past conversations with the Sect Master and Master. Lukeaj had said, "If I had a harem, I would actually only hope to have one daughter." Hearing his greedy intention, Lu Dongli frowned. She responded with great displeasure. A harem." The teacup in her hand had already cracked. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Dongli, wielding a long bamboo pole, lovingly chased after her brother. Lukeaj was scared to tears. As she chased, she pointed and scolded, "One isn't enough. You want a whole harem. How are you still alive?" Mu Dongfang remained calm amidst the ever-changing world. He slowly savored each sip of tea, thinking, "Later I'm sure I'll have a junior sister." Returning to reality from the small village, Mu Dongfang looked up towards the distant forest, telling himself, the large snake that took the little girl was still hiding in the valley. If it wasn't eliminated, it would eventually threaten the village. Mu Dongfang gripped his sword hilt tightly. He asked himself, "I'll go see how it is." Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted his troubled mood, startling the villagers. Mu Dongfang observed slowly, covering his face with one hand to avoid the toxic gas. The man turned around in a panic and asked, "What's happening? Is the ground moving?" Behind the white smoke, the flood dragon gradually appeared, fiercely flicking its tongue and roaring at the village. The villagers fell into a panic, screaming loudly, "It's a monster, we're doomed. The monster is invading the village, run, run." Here, Mu Dongfang was looking up at the monster. Mu Dongfang's face was rigid. The immense monster blocked out the sun above him. He thought, "The pressure is immense, but I haven't even broken through the first realm. Can I defeat it?" Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind him, and he hurriedly turned to look. Before him was the old mother, collapsing in agony. Seeing the culprit who had taken her child, she stammered, "Wow, my child was taken by it." The man hastily knelt, urgently pulling her to run. He shouted, "What are you still doing? It's all over, run, run." The mother's face grew increasingly sorrowful, turning purple, tears streaming down. She screamed, stretching out her hand, pointing at the monster before her, "I won't leave, I want my child, I want my child." The man hastily embraced his wife's fragile body, gritting his teeth, suppressing the resentment in his heart. He comforted her. "Foolish wife, don't court death any longer. All right, if you want to die, I'll die with you." Witnessing this heartbreaking moment, Mu Dongfang merely turned silently, facing the colossal flood dragon. Mu Dongfang's face held resolve, his back straightened. His sword already drawn, he thought, "Master, I was wrong. I didn't learn your caution. Sect Master Uncle, if I make a big fuss about this like you would, will other sects pay attention?" He lowered his head, closed his eyes, recalling the Sect Master's steadfast back, recalling the Elder's admonitions to properly wield his sword down the mountain and become a proper member of the martial world. As if gaining more courage, Mu Dongfang opened his eyes, his gaze now different, becoming more resolute and brave. He calculated in his heart, "As long as I involve other sects, this monster will be finished." It didn't make him wait long. The flood dragon lunged at Mu Dongfang like a predator. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp teeth, and viscous saliva hung from them like spider silk. Mu Dongfang let out a shout. He thrust his sword at the colossal monster, his expression unchanging, casting aside the fear that was about to surge within him. Instead, a slightly charming thought crossed his mind. "I wonder if I look as handsome as Sect Master Uncle right now." This place was covered by many tall bamboo groves, and in the center of the forest stood a grand hall, appearing very luxurious yet possessing an ancient charm. Light emanated from within the hall. Inside the hall, Lukeaj was cultivating, lines of carved text floating before him. Below the floor, a Bagua formation glowed, surrounded by pillars formed from spiritual energy. Lukeaj said, according to this book, as long as spiritual sense is transmitted in this manner, the success rate is 98. Suddenly, an explosion occurred with a bang and dense smoke billowed outwards. Lukeaj was as if rooted to the spot. His hair disheveled like a mobile bird's nest, his face red like a ripe tomato. He gently exhaled. The room had just been subjected to the immense tremor of the explosion. Shattered stones lay zoudered on the ground, and the smoke had not yet fully dispersed. He held his face in his hands, lowering his head, his mind now a jumble. He said, "This 3.15.926 probability, it can't be real, can it? Otherwise, still failing after so many attempts, or is the difficulty of this artifact refining tool too high?" Suddenly, a red notification bar appeared before Lukeaj. There was an exclamation mark in the notification bar, startling him. HMPH. A line of text appeared on the system panel. Mogate's third disciple Mu Dongfang is in danger. Reading this information, Lukeaj's expression changed dramatically. He hastily mounted his leaf fan-shaped flying carpet, rushing towards his third disciple at a speed that seemed to tear through the wispy white clouds. His face was filled with extreme worry. He cast a spell with his hand, making the flying carpet fly faster, countless unsettling thoughts flashing through his mind. 100 Fragrance Valley, even if Qingzhou exerted all its might, would take several hours to reach. Several hours would be enough to freeze an ordinary person to death. Lukeaj recalled Mu Dongfang's clumsy yet sincere figure, his face filled with tension. He silently prayed, "Mu Dongfang, oh Mu Dongfang, I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky right now." Past memories suddenly surfaced. Mu Dongfang, looking very mischievous as a child, was waving at Lukeaj. His innate aptitude and sword Dao index were only a mere 3 points. He said, "This kid's aptitude upon entering the sect was very poor, truly abnormal." But he then continued, "This kid's destiny is also just a question mark. His slightly foolish smile is quite endearing." Lukeaj thought, "The reason this happens is because his luck is sometimes abnormally good." He then recalled a past scene. Mu Dongfang was drawing prizes at a roadside stall, winning various cutely shaped clay figurines. He innocently told the shop owner, "Oh boss, I won again." His luck was so good that it scared the shop owner speechless. But sometimes his luck was completely the opposite. Senior brother was carrying the completely unconscious Mu Dongfang, who had a large durian on his head. Senior brother said with a helpless expression, "Third junior brother went out today and somehow got hit on the head by a durian that fell from the sky." Returning to reality, Lukeaj was no longer so worried, his face also becoming more resolute. He silently prayed, "You must be very lucky now." In the vast sky, with the cerulean heavens above and majestic rolling mountains below, he rode his flying carpet, flashing past and disappearing into the white clouds at 100 Fragrance Valley. Night had fallen and the sun had set. Mu Dongfang's battle with the monster flood dragon had not yet ended. He fought fiercely with it. Whoosh, the sounds of battle rose and fell, his sword enveloped in powerful yellow spiritual energy. The flood dragon slammed its stone-hard head into Mu Dongfang. Fortunately, he blocked it, but the battle did not end there. It forcefully pushed him backward. Under this extreme pressure, Mu Dongfang was already bleeding. He was sent flying a great distance. The flood dragon held its head high, its 4 eyes gleaming, letting out a piercing roar. The flood dragon lifted its tail, pointing towards the running people below. The monster violently swung its tail at the old couple. Its tail was several times larger than them. It violently slammed its tail onto the cracked earth, roaring again, its mouth filled with sharp iron-like teeth. The skin at the corners of its mouth seemed about to tear, looking utterly terrifying. Mu Dongfang hurriedly ran towards the couple. He used a spell to erect a sturdy wall protecting the villagers. The power gap was too great. It only blocked one attack before shattering and dissipating into nothingness. He bore the immense pressure of that blow. Mu Dongfang's body trembled ceaselessly, his face covered in wounds. He stammered, "I can't hold on much longer." As Mu Dongfang became exhausted, the flood dragon swiftly charged at him. It opened its massive mouth, intending to swallow him whole. The sight before him was terrifying. He looked up at it, his face filled with helplessness, blood still continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, thinking, "This is really it for me." From high above, a shocking burst of crimson-black spiritual energy shot towards the flood dragon like a rocket. The massive spiritual energy collision created a violent explosion. A surprised and slightly fearful expression appeared on its face, and lightning still lingered in the air. The flood dragon cast its gaze to the ground. A sharp iron spear was deeply embedded in the earth, abundant spiritual energy still swirling around it. More importantly, the power it emanated was growing stronger and stronger. Facing this overwhelming power, Mu Dongfang shielded his eyes from the dust with one hand. He was panicked, his eyes constantly scanning. It was the first time he had seen the flood dragon so terrified. It widened its eyes, curled up like a giant earthworm, and rapidly fled. He stood on the ground, shattered by the bronze power, and saw something colossal flying overhead. He gradually looked up towards the vast sky. Above 100 Fragrance Valley, a giant bird spread its wings, eclipsing the blood-red sun. This magnificent sight was captivating. Suddenly a woman's voice came from the back of the giant bird. Which sect is this child from? Even after having just endured an intense battle, Mu Dongfang still straightened his back and replied loudly, Mogate, Mu Dongfang. No sooner had he robustly introduced his sect than his body began to tremble and his eyes could barely stay open. Mu Dongfang gradually collapsed to the ground, his strength completely spent. Lying on the cold earth, the woman gently landed and walked towards him. His hazy eyes struggled to see. Before him was a woman clad in majestic battle armor. The beauty's face was obscured by the sunlight. She stood with hands on her hips and asked, Mogate, I've never heard that name before, but you're not bad. Mu Dongfang replied with difficulty, his voice filled with exhaustion. Of course, Sect Master Uncle said I am a great sage. The beauty was puzzled. She repeatedly asked, Great sage, what does great sage mean? Mu Dongfang could no longer hold on. He tightly closed his eyes. Back then in Zhaoli County. Today the sky was a beautiful azure blue. Below lay a small, rather impoverished sect. A group of children in martial attire sat gathered around Lukeaj. He said, This time I'm going to tell the story of Journey to the East. Outside the door, a child was secretly listening. Upon hearing they were to hear a story, the children were thrilled, clapping their hands and clamoring. He held up 2 fingers and began to tell the story. The story was about a swordsman who wielded a long sword named Ruyi Jingubang as you wish golden hooped rod, capable of traversing heaven and earth, omnipotent. Everyone affectionately called him the great sage equal to heaven. The children exclaimed, Wow! The child hiding behind the door was none other than Mu Dongfang in his youth. His eyes sparkled, looking very excited. He thought, traversing heaven and earth, omnipotent, wielding a long sword named Ruyi Jingubang. The great sage equal to heaven. Inside the sect the children were playing, each holding a small wooden stick. The children shouted loudly, I'm the great sage equal to heaven. I'm also the great sage equal to heaven. Me too, I'm also the great sage equal to heaven. Lukeaj stood nearby watching them. Suddenly a small hand was placed on the dilapidated door. The door slowly opened. He said, Ah, behind the door. Mu Dongfang suddenly appeared. The children were surprised by his appearance. Mu Dongfang stammered, I also want to be the great sage equal to heaven. A mischievous child walked up, pointed at his face and said disdainfully, You're so ugly, you're only fit to be a monster. Mu Dongfang was shocked to hear these rude words. Another child with freckles on his face. He raised his wooden stick and shouted, That's right, he's a monster. The other children also chimed in. Ugly monster, hit him, quickly hit the ugly monster, hit him. No sooner had they spoken than they rushed forward, repeatedly striking Mu Dongfang's head with hard wooden sticks. Some even kicked his back fiercely. Mu Dongfang could only curl up on the floor holding his head in his hands, looking very pitiful. He tried to retort, I'm not a monster. Suffering immensely from the brutal beating, he cried out with tearful eyes, I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm not playing anymore. The children had achieved their goal. One child threw the wooden stick in his hand to the ground and shouted, If you're not playing, then don't play, freak. Another child pulled down his eyelids to taunt him. Na 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 na. The rest also mocked him. Na 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 na. What can you do without us to play with? As the children passed by Mu Dongfang, one suggested, Come on, let's go play over there. Although he had stopped the violence, he still couldn't calm down, huddled on the cold floor, tightly clasping his head. Mu Dongfang slowly released his hands and looked up at the children. After they had gone far, he gently picked up the discarded wooden stick from the ground. He softly said, I also want to be the great sage equal to heaven. Mu Dongfang held the branch before him, a happier expression on his face. Excitement surged over his small scarred face. I can do it too. He placed the wooden stick on the ground, swinging it back and forth, making small tapping sounds while chanting, Earth God, come out quickly. Suddenly, from behind Mu Dongfang, a voice rang out, Cough, 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 who's calling this old man? He was delighted to hear this and replied, It's the Earth God. Lukeaj gently cupped his hands and slightly bowed to him. This humble deity greets the great sage. He turned in surprise to look at Lukeaj. Mu Dongfang scratched his head, a mix of shyness and self-deprecation, and hurriedly replied, The great sage? I'm not the great sage. They said I'm ugly, I'm a monster. He looked up at Mu Dongfang, said nothing more, just smiled faintly, seeing his mood improve. Lukeaj placed a hand on his head, gently ruffled his hair and asked, Little one, let me ask you who told you this story. He was puzzled by the question. He stammered in reply, It was you. Hearing this, Lukeaj with a smile on his lips continued, Then what if I told you that you are more like the great sage than any of them? Mu Dongfang's eyes sparkled. Hearing this, he was still shocked. He stammered, Oh really? Lukeaj reached out and placed a hand on his back, startling him. He continued, The great sage equal to heaven would never bow his head, nor would he be as timid as you. Stand tall. He pushed Mu Dongfang's back, making him stand even straighter. What I say goes, understand? He looked at Lukeaj's smiling face and softly replied, Suddenly, Lukeaj bent down, leaned close to his ear, a sly smile on his face. Also, I have a secret to tell you. He turned in surprise to look at Lukeaj, asking, he said, I am a cultivator. No sooner had he spoken than he cast a spell. The wooden stick in Mu Dongfang's hand suddenly flew into the air, transformed into a wooden sword, and slowly descended into his grasp. Mu Dongfang received the wooden sword, his face filled with happiness, and shouted, Wow, it's the Ruyi Jingu Bang. After giving the child the wooden sword, Lukeaj turned to leave. It's for you, keep it a secret, okay? Mu Dongfang hurriedly replied, thank you. Holding the small wooden sword, he bounced and ran down the street, saying as he ran, I'm also the great sage equal to heaven. Unlike the great sage equal to heaven, I have the Ruyi Jingu Bang. Suddenly, Mu Dongfang slowly stopped. Oh, that's right. Under the dazzling sunlight, he loudly declared with a firm and heroic posture, The great sage equal to heaven must stand tall and proud. At his feet was a glowing model made in the image of the great sage. In Mogate's main hall, Dongi held a cup of steaming tea. She asked Lukeaj doubtfully, "Brother, do you really think that child is like the great sage equal to heaven?" Lukeaj gently poured the tea, replying as he did so, "Just messing with him, not at all alike." Her face turned purple with anger at his excessive teasing. She waved her fist and shouted, "How can you be so annoying, humph?" But he dodged the fist that came tearing through the air. Lukeaj looked up at the distant sky and replied in a deep voice, "Although that child doesn't seem like it now, he will in the future." The image of Mu Dongfang walking proudly and majestically through the village, holding a wooden sword in his hand, appeared before his eyes. He and his sister sat together, savoring the tea's aroma and chatting. With a composed expression he continued, "Take this child as your third junior brother," she replied with some hesitation, "but that child's aptitude seems very poor." Dongi was somewhat surprised. Her peculiar brother before her was now showing a faint smile, looking very trustworthy. Her doubts vanished, and a smile gradually blossomed on her rosy lips. Joy filled the young woman's face as she agreed to Lukeaj's decision, softly replying, "I understand." Back in reality, under the azure sky, a gigantic bird was circling with dimly visible massive mountains below, shrouded in ethereal mist. After a long period of unconsciousness, Mu Dongfang slowly opened his eyes. He sat on the back of the giant bird, looked around and asked, "This is," on his scarred face, Mu Dongfang said in alarm. "A raven." Behind him, a woman's voice rang out asking, "Awake?" He was startled and quickly turned to look. The distinguished individual who had just saved his life was standing before him. He cupped his hands and respectfully bowed to this senior. "Many thanks to senior for your timely rescue." Looking at his perfectly intact hands, he suddenly noticed something different, thinking, "My injuries are much better. Perhaps this senior gave me a spiritual elixir." The beauty was sitting on an exquisitely carved wooden chair. She looked up at the distant sky and softly replied, Mu Dongfang was greatly shocked, his eyes wide and vacant. He bent down, cupped his hands in a respectful bow and asked her reverently, "May I ask, senior, for your esteemed name?" The beauty looked up at him, her deep red eyes seemingly capable of drawing in all who gazed upon them. She replied, "Zhang Xinyan of Autumn Mountain." At this moment before Mu Dongfang was a beauty clad in majestic battle armor. She held a wine gourd tied with a red string, drinking freely, her elegant hair fluttering in the wind like a valiant female general, yet also like a fairy sister. Upon learning of her sect, Mu Dongfang was dumbfounded with astonishment, his mouth agape, thinking, "How wonderful! Is this the Autumn Mountain that Sect Master Uncle often speaks of?" This is the extreme northern land Autumn Mountain. The sky here was covered by beautiful green aurora, the scene before him like a fairyland. A waterfall cascaded down with the sect's main hall above the waterfall. Below the waterfall were also many grand halls, a magnificent and profound sight. Mu Dongfang said with admiration, "Autumn Mountain, one of the 4 great sects under heaven, renowned alongside Qingzhou's sword sect, a top-tier power." The images of the sect's disciples gradually appeared before his eyes. They were all ambitious and exceptionally wise individuals, he continued. But Sect Master Uncle once said that Autumn Mountain has some special cultivation techniques. They suppress the cultivator's desires, but amplify one particular desire. Mu Dongfang silently recalled that Sect Master Uncle had also specifically mentioned that most people in Autumn Mountain always had cold expressions on their faces. However, he looked up at Zhang Xinyan, who was gently capping her wine gourd, her face devoid of any expression. He thought, this senior seems to be no exception. Suddenly, the rich aroma of fine wine permeated the air, drifting towards Mu Dongfang. He couldn't help but be struck by its allure. "It smells so good, this must be excellent wine, right? Could this senior be a gourmand?" Zhang Xinyan leaned back in her chair. She raised her wine gourd, slowly tilted it, and savored the taste of the wine. Mu Dongfang cupped his hands and continued, "Cough, cough. Mu Dongfang will never forget senior's life-saving grace. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will surely repay you." Suddenly he stammered. Mu Dongfang's face suddenly darkened as he remembered Sect Master Uncle's warning. "If you ever encounter a unicorn-like monster in the future, you must immediately return and report it. That is Mogate's sworn enemy." With a firm and resolute expression he cupped his hands and addressed the senior, "That flood dragon beast may be related to my sect. This issue might even involve demon cultivators. This junior must return to the sect as soon as possible to report to the sect master." Zhang Xinyan rested her face on her hand and coldly replied with a direction. He was stunned, not understanding what she meant. She closed her eyes, calmly took another sip of wine and continued, "Can you walk back on your own?" Mu Dongfang seemed to understand her good intention. He quickly cupped his hands and replied somewhat flustered, "And many thanks, senior." The majestic black raven immediately changed direction and flew towards Mogate. Now the sky displayed a brilliant yellow, interwoven with undulating white clouds. Mu Dongfang slowly observed Zhang Xinyan, secretly thinking, this senior appears cold on the surface but is actually very kind. Her beautiful face was tilted back as she drank, and although obscured by the dazzling sunlight, it did not hide her beauty in the slightest. Zhang Xinyan looked at him. He was deep in thought with his eyes closed, his expression very solemn. Her curled eyelashes added a touch of ethereal charm to her captivating red eyes. She thought, "I'm just a little curious about what this Mogate actually teaches its disciples to make them like this." Meanwhile, Mu Dongfang was cultivating intently, and dazzling halo enveloping him. Strange, my realm seems to have been unbound. I'm about to break through the first realm. At this moment, Lukeaj had a bewildered expression. He looked very foolish. The notification panel appeared once more, this time with a yellow notification. Mu Dongfang is out of danger. He then waved his hand, changing the flying carpet's direction, and flew back to Mogate. He muttered to himself, "Wasted effort, never mind as long as that kid is fine." Inside Mogate, Shiao Chu was practicing pole standing in hellish training. Lu Dongli shouted, "A little steadier." Shiao Chu's face bore a reluctant expression. Suddenly Lukeaj descended from outside. It quickly ran to his side, leaving Shiao Chu alone, dazed. Practicing pole standing, Luo Bing and Lu Dongli happily shouted, "Sect, master, uncle, brother," seeing Luo Bing intimately address Lukeaj. She immediately grew angry, looking at her smiling face with a murderous expression, secretly thinking, "Why are you so enthusiastic? I didn't tell you to be like this." She immediately seized the opportunity, quickly approached him, and with a cute expression said in a sweet tone, "Sect, master, uncle, let me pour you some tea." Lu Dongli's face darkened behind them. She cursed inwardly, "You little monkey, how dare you ignore me below?" Shiao Chu strenuously waved and called to him. Lukeaj ignored Luo Bing. He gently high-fived the little disciple. Shiao Chu said with an excited expression, "Sect, master, uncle." Hee. He immediately responded to Shiao Chu, hee. In the joyful atmosphere, Lu Dongli suddenly noticed something approaching. She looked up at the sky. HMPH? She quickly entered battle stance, ready to draw her sword, and hurriedly reported to Lukeaj, "Brother, someone's coming. I've never felt such an aura before." He felt puzzled and looked towards the distant sky. The others behind them also looked, but found nothing unusual, asking blankly, where is anyone?" Only Luo Bing detected an aura similar to her own. "Indeed, master, I also saw it. Behind that dazzling sunlight, a gigantic bird is flying towards them." The huge bird was large enough to block the sun from the area where the four stood, leaving them instantly wide-eyed. Lu Dongli vigilantly continued, "Brother, I can't see through that woman. She's a great cultivator." Lukeaj knew who it was. A mesmerized smile spread across his face as he looked up at Zhang Xinyan. "It's her," he thought. Lukeaj looked up at the giant eagle, its wings spread obscuring the sun, and silently mused, "Master, long time no see." He recalled that back then his real life was too dull, and it was his first time playing Tianquan World. He continued to remember, "With my excellent skills and considerable wealth, these wild monsters were no match for me, and I didn't fully treat Tianquan World as a real place." In his memory, Lukeaj stood before a level 10 hunter-hound monster which roared madly. He shivered, thinking in fear, "Damn it, this monster is not right." As he remembered the monster pouncing and biting his arm, he thought, "But the realism of Tianquan World had already made me realize this world was not simple." Lukeaj was terrified. "Damn it, this pain is too real. No, I need to log off. I need to get out of here." The system voice rang out. "Logging off is strictly forbidden. Please die first, then re-enter." Hearing the system's words, he was struck by lightning, asking the system in a daze, "What the hell? There's a setting like that." That moment, the hunter-hound monster pounced fiercely at Lukeaj. It roared, scaring his eyes almost out of his sockets. He was tightly choked by the monster, his face turning purple. "It hurts so much. Am I really going to die in this game?" Before becoming the hunter-hound monster's meal, Lukeaj secretly swore, "Damn it, when I get out I'm definitely going to complain to this game company." But unexpectedly, a sword light flashed across the fierce monster's neck and blood splattered. Lukeaj's eyes widened as he looked at the person before him, her hand gripping the blood-stained sword. Zhang Xinyan was bathed in sunlight, radiating light as if her entire being glowed. She glanced at him coldly. He stared blankly at the woman before him for a long time. It was then that he found the true power of playing this game. The system appeared and issued a new quest. "Is the great cultivator willing to take a disciple? Respond yes or no below." Lukeaj quickly clicked the yes button. He said through gritted teeth, "Of course." The system prompted that the player's HP was recovering. Then the screen displayed discipleship failed. Favorability too low. He looked at the result, riddled with question marks, and angrily said to the foolish system, "Are you messing with me?" Seeing Zhang Xinyan turn to leave, he hastily shouted, "Hey, wait!" She didn't turn back, merely glancing at him. "What is it?" he stammered. Is there any way to quickly raise your favorability? How much money would it take? Is $500,000 enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xinyan's sword tip shot straight towards him. The sword tip stopped as it reached Lukeaj's neck. He was so scared he raised his hands in surrender. She said coldly, "Talking nonsense again like this dog." Sweat dripped down his forehead, but his heart was secretly thrilled. Excellent. The settings in Tianquan World are much better than those flashy games. It doesn't treat money as everything. How interesting. Thinking this, Lukeaj respectfully lowered his head. "I'm sorry, I was out of line just now. What I meant was, how can I become your disciple?" Zhang Xinyan looked in surprise at the respectful man before her. She said disdainfully, "You only have a pretty face and nothing else. I won't take a disciple like you." Lukeaj felt a little confused. "Strange, I've been charming from the start, always and everywhere. How could this happen?" He broke free from the grip of memory. A faint smile on his lips. As the saying goes, a good woman fears a persistent suitor. He accidentally discovered her preference for gourmet food, so he learned a few tricks from several great chefs. Gradually, he inadvertently became a top chef and also successfully became her only chef disciple. The same smile still hung on his lips, his eyes growing profound and sometimes even carrying a hint of betraying his master, triggered by his junior brother's situation. Lukeaj looked up at the sky and sighed, secretly pondering. "But what I regret the most is looking at the plump, huge bird soaring in the sky." He continued to think, I actually wanted to slaughter it and cook it. You can tell from its appearance how delicious the meat would be, but unfortunately, I never got the chance." The suffering bird seemed to sense an ominous premonition, shivering all over in panic. A gigantic bird landed on the ground, vigilantly watching Lu Keaj, thinking, "Why is this man always staring at my body?" Mu Dongfang waved and shouted, "Sect Master, Uncle Master, the Bingming of Words has arrived, its junior brother Mo." Zhang Xinyan appeared with a stern expression. Lu Dongli frowned and said, "Brother, Mu Dongfang somehow encountered such a great cultivator. Not only can I not see through this person's strength, but Mu Dongfang's aura is also very weak, as if he's just been injured," he asked her in confusion. "What do you mean? As long as it's not a great cultivator, you can see through their strength?" She was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat. Faced with such an awkward situation, Lu Dongli turned around with a forced smile. Lu Keaj looked at her scrutinizingly, thinking, this girl's temperament is the type to control everything, and coupled with the artifact Aunt Ning gave her to hide her aura, I really don't know this girl's true strength now. His sharp gaze made Lu Dongli's face turn purple. He thought, I must ask her about her strength later. Mu Dongfang quickly landed safely. He bowed. "Sect Master, Uncle Master, I encountered danger. And it's all thanks to this senior's timely assistance." Mu Dongfang looked up at his master, thinking, now is not the time to talk about the flood dragon. I'll report it to Master and Sect Master Uncle tomorrow. Lu Keaj walked to Zhang Xinyan's side with the brilliant sunlight behind him. He spoke, introducing himself. "This seat is Lu Keaj, Sect Master of Mogate." At this moment he shone like the dazzling sunlight itself. He asked Zhang Xinyan, "May I ask this fellow Taoist name?" She stroked the bird's head and replied briefly, "Autumn Mountain." Zhang Xinyan. She widened her eyes, looking at the man who appeared exceptionally handsome in the sunlight. After a moment of daze, she turned her head to look elsewhere. The three women of the sect felt puzzled. Zhang Xinyan, however, secretly peeked at his face, her cheeks slightly flushed. His demeanor was extraordinary, and he looked like a sculpted figure. She secretly sighed. How can this person be so handsome? Lu Keaj thought with satisfaction. Sure enough, my 10-point charm is very real. Only Lu Dongli stared intently at her, angrily thinking, what's wrong with that woman? Why is she blushing? Don't think I didn't see it. He extended his hand, inviting her. "Fellow Taoist, since you rescued my Mogate disciple, it's fate. Why not stay here for a few days and let me extend my hospitality?" She did not refuse, agreeing readily. All right, she secretly assessed, such a small Mogate actually has a powerful disciple, and a young girl who is also close to reaching the great cultivator realm. She paused, and there's another person. Lu Keaj's picturesque, handsome face made her blush again, she thought. Such a handsome man. Zhang Xinyan's lips curved slightly. "This small Mogate is truly interesting," the system prompted. "Your reputation is rapidly increasing." Lu Keaj slightly tilted his head to look at her, thinking, even she will immediately value my Mogate. He thought with hidden intent. Don't worry, she's very cautious, and I know that very well. I'll make sure she has a pleasant stay here. Inside Mogate were several simple tower-style buildings. The two of them sat together in a plain room. Ding walked over to pour tea for them. Lu Keaj stopped him, saying, "No need, fellow Taoist prefers wine, not tea, right?" Hearing him ask this, she froze, a hint of hesitation on her face. She shyly hummed in agreement. He extended his hand, inviting her. "Fellow Taoist, please feel free." This greatly surprised her. She looked at him again with shy eyes and replied softly, "All right." With that, she took out her wine gourd, and as soon as it was opened, a unique fragrance emanated from it. The fragrance drifted towards him. He closed his eyes, sensing it. "Oh, the aroma of this wine." He asked, "Is this spring sleep wine?" She silently looked at the wine pot and replied, "Yes." She thought, "The taste of this wine is very special. Zugren, you know a lot, but few truly like it. I can't find a winemate who likes this wine in Autumn Mountain." Lu Keaj stroked his chin and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this wine is brewed from 14 different spiritual herbs, namely ginseng, dragon rome grass, and scarlet plum." Slowly recited the names of the 14 herbs, then went on to describe the brewing process of these 14 spiritual herbs. He sighed, "The taste is too unique and the price is high. So many know of it, but no one likes it." These words impressed Zhang Xinyan once again, and she couldn't help but wonder, this person actually knows so much about this wine. Lu Dongli, seeing him talk about fine wine as if counting treasures, couldn't help but whisper in doubt, "Brother, when did you become knowledgeable about wine?" Her disciple also asked doubtfully, "Sect Master Uncle, when did you become knowledgeable about wine?" Zhang Xinyan said, "I didn't expect Sect Master Lu and I to be kindred spirits." She took out another wine gourd and handed it to him, saying, "Please." Lu Keaj accepted it with pleasure, finding it impolite to refuse. Everyone in the sect looked at him in surprise. Lu Dongli was shocked a second time. When did brother start liking wine? Luo Bing, standing beside her, was equally surprised. When did Sect Master Uncle start liking wine? Shiao Chu looked at the wine pot and sighed. "The wine smells so good." It was then that he looked at them and asked, "Why have you all come to my place?" Shiao Chu's eyes sparkled, saliva dripping, saying, "It smells so good." Lu Keaj quickly closed the lid of the wine gourd. Looking at Shiao Chu scrutinizingly, he told Shiao Chu, "You can't drink yet, step back." The few of them turned to leave, only Shiao Chu hesitated, pleading, I just want a little taste," but Luo Bing quickly pulled her away. Lu Keaj smiled faintly and said, "Please excuse me." Looking at the wine gourd in his hand, he recalled the old days. "In my previous life I didn't like this stuff at all." Zhang Xinyan drank her wine, looking at him with expectant eyes. He however lowered his head, hiding his fear. "If I tell her now that I don't like it, will she kick me to death?" He quickly adjusted his mood, put on a brilliant smile, and praised the wine's taste, secretly vowing to drink it today no matter what. With that, he closed his eyes and tilted his head back, pouring the wine into his mouth. As the wine moistened his taste buds, his tightly closed eyes shot open, and he was struck dumb as if by lightning. Lu Keaj recalled Zhang Xinyan's confidences when she was drunk in his previous life. But, Keaj, your master is not powerful at all now. The faint aroma of wine permeated the air, making him realize the wine wasn't as bad as he'd imagined. In fact, it had some flavor. He looked with gentle eyes at her, drinking beside him, silently calling her master in his heart. The scene shifted to a blood-red dusk in his previous life where people knelt, expressing endless gratitude to the two of them. Autumn Mountain's cultivation technique was very special, amplifying human desires and thus producing very strong emotions. Lu Keaj sighed, Master, you're truly amazing, but for someone like Zhang Xinyan what was suppressed was emotional desire. So she didn't understand what love was. She turned and asked him, what does amazing mean? Lu Keaj smiled and said, amazing means very impressive, very powerful, very handsome, sparkling. He thought narcissistically, as expected of me. I can even make up explanations, Zhang Xinyan suddenly told him. But one of my senior sisters said that when she likes someone her eyes are always sparkling, he said, in confusion. After understanding he completely froze. No way, my most powerful master actually likes some important figure. Lu Keaj angrily furrowed his brows. No, I must stop this, master can only be my master. She blinked. Zhang Xinyan asked him, so she likes those very powerful people? He scratched his head, stammering in reply, how should I put it, that's not powerful, and there's nothing particularly powerful about it. Zhang Xinyan looked blankly into the distance, asking him, then what is love? Keaj, do you know? He seemed to have seized an opportunity, closed his eyes and rejoiced inwardly. I've been waiting for you to ask that. In the afterglow of the sunset he turned and sincerely told her, your disciple also doesn't know what love is. Your disciple only knows that when a person has no attachments in their heart, that is when they are most beautiful. She looked directly at him, her beautiful face showing doubt. Is that so? He thought his plan to stop his master from falling in love had succeeded, but it wasn't until a night on Autumn Mountain that Lu Keaj recalled that night. My master once spoke her true feelings while drunk, yet with her cultivation she shouldn't have been able to get drunk. Zhang Xinyan, thoroughly inebriated, her pretty face flushed, rested her chin in her hand, her eyes glazed as she softly whispered, but Keaj, your master is not powerful at all right now. Back in reality, seeing him keep his eyes closed without responding, Zhang Xinyan asked, what's wrong, do you really not like the taste of spring sleep wine? She looked sadly at the wine gourd, murmuring, not many people like spring sleep, after all its taste is bitter and unique. Lu Keaj replied, no, fellow Taoist, I like it very much. I even tasted some long-forgotten flavors. She saw Lu Keaj looking at her gently, lost in thought. He's looking at me. Why does it feel like a reunion after a long separation? After thinking for a moment, I actually considered this person my disciple upon first meeting him. Why is he looking at me this way? He offered the wine bottle forward, inviting, fellow Taoist, please. She still looked at him, not responding. She watched him tilt his head back and pour the wine into his mouth, falling into deep thought once more. My green jade wine gourd in fact contains immense power. There are at least several large jars of rare fine wine hidden inside. Zhang Xinyan thought worriedly, if he keeps drinking like this he'll get drunk. Lu Keaj drank and pondered the words she had spoken to him that time. He wanted to speak but hesitated as her inebriated, hazy image from his previous life once again flashed before his eyes. Zhang Xinyan's voice echoed in his ears. But Keaj, being a master isn't interesting at all. Recalling his flushed face from back then, he thought, she and I are ultimately people from two different worlds. Lu Keaj took off his gaming glasses. He leaned back in his chair, pondering, what's wrong with me? How could I develop feelings for a fictional character? This feeling is truly strange, he thought to himself. He walked to the balcony, gazing at the splendid glittering city before him, his heart a turmoil. Am I sick? Those two worlds are too real, making me unable to distinguish reality. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he fell into deep thought. At that time I hadn't realized my feelings. Until that day, Lu Keaj was indecisive in the virtual world. A fierce battle was unfolding. Zhang Xinyan stood proudly on the battlefield, stating loudly, these fellows were calculated from the very beginning. Before her was a giant fire dragon, and a woman stood steadily on its fierce head. She said contemptuously, this is truly unexpected. Destroying a village is a common occurrence. Originally, only a low-level demonic cultivator was arranged. But for you, she trailed off. Her face was ferocious. With one eye and one red spider lily, she said, to eliminate Autumn Mountain and Great Cultivator Zhang, we dispatched over a dozen great demonic cultivators this time. Zhang Xinyan, blood still on her lips, replied calmly, it doesn't matter. At least the villagers could escape. She hesitated. Besides, Zhang Xinyan pointed her spear directly at her, shouting with determined eyes, even if I die, you all will come down with me. The demoness angrily ordered her subordinates, she's practically dead and still talking tough. Get her, capture them alive. She narrowed her eyes, making her face even more sinister, her long tongue lightly licking her fingertips, and said maliciously, this woman is known as the Cold Cultivator. As long as I catch her, you can do whatever you want with her, play with her however you please. Her subordinates, hearing this, let out lewd and sinister laughter. In the real world, Lu Keaj with a buzz cut was drinking a glass of ice water. A petite woman with fox ears was dutifully massaging his legs, asking in a sweet voice, young master, is my technique all right? he replied faintly. Behind his sunglasses were a pair of contemplative eyes. How strange, he thought to himself, seeing that petite figure, yet it fills me with so many thoughts. Her waist was slender. At a time like this, how could I not stare at this exquisite figure? Lukeage pursed his lips in thought, but for some reason his mood was a mess today. His phone on the table suddenly popped up with a notification catching his attention. He picked up his phone, looking at the notification, his heart a turmoil. Phone notification, important system news. Millions of demonic cultivators besiege Autumn Mountain's great cultivator. God-tier storyline unlocked. He thought worriedly. Master seems to be in Autumn Mountain too. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Lukeage clicked the notification. The young girl looked at him, a smile playing on her lips, secretly calculating. If I just spend one night with this rich kid, I'll have more money than I can spend in a lifetime, right? She lifted her body, aiming for his lap, continuing to think, at a time like this, I need to be more proactive. Before she could even sit down, he pushed her away. He loudly told her to leave. Go back, I'm not in the mood today. After speaking, he quickly turned and left, leaving the woman bewildered and confused, her heart filled with questions. What happened? Is my charm not enough? Usually when I walk down the street, men can't wait to pin me down and devour me. Lukeage thought of Zhang Xinyan fighting her enemies alone. Those bastards are truly audacious, daring to touch my master, Lukeage's master. He said nothing more, immediately connecting to the system. Wait, if I rush in like this, how can one person defeat so many demonic cultivators? After a moment of thought, a smile played on Lukeage's lips. I've got it. They're just minor demonic cultivators. I'll let them witness the power of my money. Zhang Xinyan was panting, long streaks of blood clinging to the corners of her mouth. On the battlefield, countless soldier corpses lay strewn everywhere and raging fires had consumed everything. Zhang Xinyan leaned exhaustedly against a rock. The roar of a giant dragon came from the air, and the demoness spoke. How formidable, all 5 of my comrades are dead, and yet you, this damned woman, are only severely wounded. The spider lily-faced demoness's eyes gleamed with killing intent, and she mocked Zhang Xinyan's disheveled appearance. But now you can't escape even with wings. Behind her, 2 grotesque figures began to stir restlessly. With sharp fangs and gleaming red eyes, the demoness commanded. Go you two, make her happy first, and the rest will take turns queuing up. No sooner had she spoken than the 2 grotesque figures smiled contentedly, quickly tearing open their clothes to reveal their bare chests. Both laughed loudly, saying, A great cultivator from Autumn Mountain, this is my first time enjoying such treatment. I heard they amplify certain desires. I wonder what this woman's is. They then laughed sinisterly again. Zhang Xinyan, her eyes half closed, looked at them hatefully, her scarred face whispering. I already severed my meridians long ago, thinking I would never use them again in this life. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. She gazed blankly at the sky, tears in her eyes, and softly said, It's nothing more than? Lukeage's figure appeared before her amidst the raging flames. Zhang Xinyan watched intently, filled with powerlessness. She softly said, Lukeage, your master can no longer protect you. She lowered her head and began to cast a spell. A red aura rose, and Zhang Xinyan whispered, If in the next life. I don't want to be your master anymore. I want to be, she trailed off. The 2 grotesque figures stepped forward, standing before her, their sinister laughter echoing as they extended their hands and said, Here I come, beautiful one. Just then a dazzling light appeared in the sky. Lukeage's voice came from within the light. Who dares to provoke my master? Zhang Xinyan squinted towards the golden light. The demoness, hearing this, flew into a rage, her face ashen, teeth clenched, her wings burning fiercely as she flew rapidly through the sky. A sharp spiritual energy sword, shimmering with golden light, manifested. Lukeage descended majestically, triggering an earthquake, his body exuding the aura of a great deity. Lukeage turned to Zhang Xinyan and said, Master, even if there's a next life, you must still be my master. Seeing her grown-up disciple say such words, Zhang Xinyan was stunned, her heart roaring. This brat, that's not what I meant that other thing. Thousands of ferocious beasts appeared in the sky, giant centipedes roaring as if to challenge Lukeage. The demoness's voice rang out, You alone think you can stop us? The demoness looked at Lukeage, challenging her alone, and she smiled, saying, At most it will just be one more corpse lying on the ground. At the same time, the beasts and grotesque figures roared violently, creating a chaotic scene. Those beasts, reaching levels 60, 57, 59, and even 61, were preparing to attack. Lukeage looked coldly at their levels. A smirk played on his lips as he said, Indeed, this is tricky. Each one is a great demonic cultivator. I alone probably can't match you all. Seeing the situation was too dangerous, Zhang Xinyan shouted loudly, Lukeage, run, you can't handle these guys? Lukeage turned to her, chuckled and consoled. Master, I never said I was going to deal with these things. I have my own method, she asked back in surprise. Your own method? The demoness, hearing this, let out a chuckle. She raised a hand to cover her smile, mocking, Your own method? There isn't a single great cultivator's aura within 100 li radius here. What method could you possibly have? Lukeage spread his hands and told a story. Ever since I was a child I've had a dream. At this moment his eyes filled with killing intent. He began to summon an army. A green light appearing in his palm, Lukeage said, That is to simply raise my hand and shout, and 1,000 will respond. For this I diligently cultivated summoning, enduring for many years, all for this moment. The demoness, triumphant, looked down from the air and said, Summoning, I've never heard of you cultivators doing such a thing. Zhang Xinyan weakly placed her hand on her chest. She let out a soft sigh and whispered, Keaj, I know you're stalling for time, but it's a fact that there's no great cultivator's aura within 100 li radius here. Your master will die here no matter what. Lu Keaj shook his head and sneered contemptuously at the demoness. Short-sighted. Try to see a little further. This is taking too long, the demoness ordered. What are you standing around for? Kill that brat! Thousands of ferocious beasts roared, attacking Lu Keaj and Zhang Xinyan. Lu Keaj also acted. He raised his hands high, summoning with a green aura, my army. Come forth. Miniature portals appeared in the sky, and great cultivators and spirit beasts, their levels on par with the demoness's demonic beasts, all assembled. The voices of the great cultivators rang out. Charge for CEO Lu 50,000 for one battle. Compared to what I've paid, this amount is indeed massive. Beat those demonic cultivators senseless. Killing one earns reputation points. Charge. The demoness's army was stunned to see Lu Keaj summon 50,000 players and spirit beasts. They asked each other in panic, where did these guys come from? Every one of them is high-leveled. Someone even shouted in fear, run, quick run. No sooner had he spoken than the demoness's side called out to each other and fled, leaving only Lu Keaj's army. Zhang Xinyan was drenched in cold sweat and could only softly call out, Keaj. Lu Keaj stood there and sighed. Even he himself wondered what was wrong with him. Just for a virtual character he had splurged several million in an instant. That was half a month's worth of his pocket money. He unconsciously glanced at Zhang Xinyan, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Lu Keaj smiled gently and said, it's only a few million, it's well worth it. Lu Keaj turned to face her. He extended his hand and said, Master, don't worry, those demonic beasts must have all vanished without a trace. Zhang Xinyan smiled. She held Lu Keaj's hand and softly replied, all right. Lu Keaj helped her to her feet. Due to her severe injuries, she couldn't stand steadily and collapsed against him. Lu Keaj asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? Zhang Xinyan gasped for breath, her body extremely weak. Keaj, she thought. The two stood side by side. Zhang Xinyan softly said, I like, before she could finish. Zhang Xinyan stared blankly as a flash of light appeared and Lu Keaj vanished before her eyes. Zhang Xinyan painfully knelt to the ground. She stretched out her hand, shouting loudly, Keaj. Lu Keaj returned to the real world, panting and drenched in sweat. He stammered, just a little, just a little. Keaj lay on the sofa, covering his face with his hands. He was disappointed in himself, thinking he didn't know how to face her anymore. Master and disciple, lovers. He tried to calm himself and organize his thoughts. Lu Keaj said, but she is merely a pile of data at best. She's not human. Lu Keaj, what's wrong with you? Lu Keaj sat blankly. His phone notification ringtone sounded. Notification content. Important notice. A certain god-tier player spent millions to defy fate and rewrite the storyline. Autumn Mountain's great cultivator has been rescued by a player. Lu Keaj let out a tisk. Lu Keaj, holding a wine bottle, recalled with a thoughtful gaze, in my previous life I dared not defy my master or ancestors. However, in this life I am different. The two drank together, watching Zhang Xinyan sit before him. Lu Keaj softly thought, we are people from the same world. Zhang Xinyan held the wine bottle. She glanced at the person before her suspiciously, thinking how strange. Being with this person feels incredibly harmonious, unbelievably comfortable. Night gradually fell and the bright moon hung high. The two drank a bit too much outside. Lu Keaj's head spun. He spoke, it's late now. I won't disturb your rest, fellow Taoist. Zhang Xinyan responded, Lu Keaj waved, smiling as he bid her farewell. Good night, fellow Taoist. Her gaze left Lu Keaj standing rooted to the spot. Zhang Xinyan blurted out. She also raised her hand and responded, good night. Then Lu Keaj turned and left, thinking, that's the only time she's normal, isn't it? Zhang Xinyan also turned, confused, thinking, good night, from now on it's going to be very interesting. The scene was calm and serene with light clouds and gentle breezes. Lu Keaj awoke groggily, sunlight shining on his face. Lu Keaj looked bewildered, scratching his head, gazing in confusion at his surroundings. Lu Keaj asked in puzzlement, why am I sleeping here? Dongi saw Lu Keaj sitting bewildered on the boat and said, indeed, last night someone was dead drunk, thinking he was sleeping on a cloud. Lu Keaj calmed down, stammering, actually drunk. I knew not if the sky was in the water, a boat full of clear dreams pressing on the starry river. Dongi sat with her arms crossed, stunned. Hearing this poem she was flustered, wondering, drunk, I knew not if the sky was in the water, a boat full of clear dreams pressing on the starry river. Was this just a poem brother casually recited? Lu Keaj stood before her, waving his hand and saying, what are you thinking? Dongi coughed a few times, then shyly lowered her head and replied, nothing. Oh, brother is sober now, I have something to tell you. Lu Keaj stood up, stretched, and replied, go ahead, what is it? Dongi solemnly told him, brother, Mu Dongfang told me everything yesterday. He did encounter that flood dragon beast. He turned to look at her, blurting out, Dongi continued, one of its horns was broken and its whole body was red. It's very likely the same one. In an instant Lu Keaj summoned his sword, Buhan appearing ferociously. Dark energy swirled around him. Lu Keaj grimly held Buhan and shouted, good, good, good. A strange red light flickered in his eyes and a smile played on his lips as he said, it seems we're destined to cross paths. Dongi stood by with her arms crossed worriedly, saying, but that demon beast has already escaped far away. I'm afraid it's too late for us to chase it now. Lu Keaj held Buhan before him, frowning as he examined the sword and replied, no need to chase. On that day we will go and take its head ourselves. He thought, the Purple Moon Society gathering will be held in a specific area, with only one secret stronghold. The coordinates for 100 Fragrance Valley provided by the system are very close. Based on this information, Lu Keaj concluded that the demon beast would definitely appear there at that time. Dongli's eyes widened, her mouth agape, unable to believe her ears, thinking, it will appear on its own. Lukeaj gazed at Buhan in his hand, lost in thought. I sealed Buhan for 9 years, all for this moment. I learned a strange skill during the sacrifice, allowing it to consume experience points every month. 9 years of resentment. The moment the sword is drawn, I don't know what will happen. The flames of hatred blurred his eyes. Gazing at Buhan in his hand, Lukeaj was filled with fury. I'll let you live a little longer, he thought. Lukeaj looked at the calm water surface, a faint smile playing on his lips, thinking the top priority now is to increase Zhang Xinyan's favorability. His eyes filled with determination, showing his resolve. In this life I have nothing left to worry about, having betrayed my master and annihilated my ancestors. Lukeaj watched with focused eyes, looking at the plump fish swimming before him. Lukeaj asked, want some fish soup? Lu Dongli was startled, letting out a gasp. Dongli, a little surprised, asked him, brother, what's wrong with you? Everything was within his capabilities. Lukeaj affirmed, of course, starting today I will cook myself. With that, he cast a water spell and thousands of fish floated in the air. Lu Dongli was excited, her mind already conjuring images of various fish dishes, her mouth watering. She cheered, wow, is it New Year's? Back at Mogate's tall tower, Zhang Xinyan sat alone in her room, perplexed, muttering to herself, I had such a rare good time drinking with Sect Master Lu last night, but that's all it was. Zhang Xinyan left her bed, tidied her hair, thinking, today is a good day to leave. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and Shiao Chu's voice came from outside. Senior, are you there? Sect Master Uncle made fish soup and asked you to come eat. Zhang Xinyan opened the door, and the cute Shiao Chu immediately waved at her. She replied, I don't like ordinary food. I probably won't be used to your meals, so I'll take my leave. Shiao Chu nervously clutched her skirt, looking at her with teary eyes, and said, Sect Master Uncle said if Shiao Chu doesn't bring you over, I won't be able to eat his food for a month. Shiao Chu's watery eyes pleaded pitifully, Senior, please. Looking at the child before her, Zhang Xinyan found it hard to refuse. She sighed and reluctantly agreed. Zhang Xinyan and Shiao Chu left together, the cute little girl walking in front with her following behind. Zhang Xinyan thought, consider this a thank you gift for him accompanying me for drinks last night. After all, it's just an ordinary home-cooked meal, nothing special. The aroma of the food wafted towards her. Shiao Chu, smelling it, shouted excitedly, wow, it's Sect Master Uncle's homemade food, it smells so good. Zhang Xinyan was also startled by the rich aroma. Zhang Xinyan indulged in the scent, the impressive fragrance making her wonder, why is this aroma so enticing? At the dining table ahead, everyone was already seated. Lukeaj's voice rang out, don't rush, everyone will get some. Shiao Chu quickly ran over saying, I'll sit here. Seeing this warm meal, she couldn't help but smile faintly. Zhang Xinyan sighed, what a joyful and harmonious sect. It doesn't feel like a sect, it's more like a family. She walked to the dining table and looked at the food. Zhang Xinyan thought, although it smells good, the taste might not be as good. I'll try it first. Seeing her arrive, Lukeaj gestured for her to sit at the table and said, you're here. Sit down, the freshly cooked fish soup is coming right up. Zhang Xinyan gently replied. Zhang Xinyan lifted her skirt and sat on a chair. Everyone was already seated. He served the fish soup and its aroma immediately drew everyone's attention. Shiao Chu called out, Sect Master Uncle, Shiao Chu wants some too. Lukeaj gently reminded the little girl, you have to invite the guest first. A steaming bowl of fish soup was placed on the table, its aroma wafting out. Zhang Xinyan picked up the bowl, politely saying thank you. Looking at the steaming fish soup, Zhang Xinyan thought, nothing special, just an ordinary bowl of fish soup. Lukeaj looked at her and said, try it, see if my cooking suits your taste. Zhang Xinyan obediently scooped up the first spoonful of soup and tasted it. Shiao Chu watched her drink the soup, curiously, quietly waiting for the result. Zhang Xinyan took the first sip of fish soup. She suddenly stopped, her eyes wide. The taste was too delicious. She couldn't help but finish the bowl in one gulp. Seeing her eat with such relish, Lukeaj smiled and said, indeed, the shortest path to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Lukeaj thought, I specially learned cooking for her in my previous life. I know her taste like the back of my hand. Lukeaj propped his hands on the table and asked, does it suit her taste? Zhang Xinyan put down the bowl and wiped her mouth. She somewhat shyly handed the bowl back to Lukeaj, stammering, Another bowl. Lukeaj excitedly agreed, all right. Then he proactively served her soup and everyone else also began to eat. Just like that, Zhang Xinyan stayed at Mogate for a few days. Every day Shiao Chu would invite her to dinner, and later she would even come to the table on her own. Shiao Chu happily waited. Woohoo, dinner's ready. Sect Master Uncle's cooking. Zhang Xinyan calmly drank her tea. Lu Dongli frowned, guessing, what's wrong with brother? Why is he suddenly so enthusiastic about cooking? It's a bit strange, isn't it? Because of that great cultivator, she kept thinking, one who constantly sneers, and one who is extremely cold. They are completely different types of people. Finally, Lu Dongli figured it out. The young girl's eyes brightened. Wait, I get it, so that's how it is. She looked at Lukeaj, her eyes full of happiness. Brother, it's all for me that he's working so hard to keep this great cultivator here. After all, right now, the one who needs the great cultivator's guidance the most in all of Mogate is me. With this innocent thought, Lu Dongli poured all her determination into those potatoes. Brother's thoughtfulness, Lu Dongli will never betray, completely unaware of these thoughts flashing through his sister's mind. He wondered, what's wrong with Dongli? Did my 10-point charm make me even more handsome? Zhang Xinyan secretly glanced over. Lukeaj's appearance, filtered through her eyes, seemed like a beautiful man descended from heaven. A man who knows my taste and understands my heart, she thought. Zhang Xinyan took out her wine gourd thinking, is this what many people outside call a soulmate? Meanwhile, Lu Keaj had no idea he had become someone's soulmate. She poured wine thinking instead of waiting for dinner, I might as well have a drink first. Zhang Xinyan was stopped by someone. Wait, it was Lu Keaj. He took out something and said, this is a vermilion bird fruit. A small amount dripped into spring sleep wine doesn't taste good. He then squeezed the juice into the wine, smiling. You hit me. A hint of peculiar red appeared in the wineglass. She stared blankly at Lu Keaj. He thought, drink it. After drinking, your admiration for me will grow stronger and stronger. This is my deep love. Zhang Xinyan drank it in one gulp and admitted, indeed, the taste is much better. She thought, this person must be my soulmate. The night was deep. So often, the more concern one shows, the more counterproductive the effect. Lu Keaj cultivated diligently, dense spiritual energy swirling around him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood thinking, this cultivation technique becomes more unreliable the more I practice it. Although effective, it's too mentally exhausting. Lu Keaj picked up the wooden token. Curious, are these chosen ones still active? I have nothing else to do, so I might as well ask them about the Purple Moon Society. The screen lit up. He thought, let's see what you're chatting about first. Zan asked, do you like garlic bread? Tien replied, yes. Di also responded a bit, and Huang also responded a bit. He was speechless. Di asked again, do you like thousand-layer mooncakes? Tien, Zan, and Huang all responded a bit. Lu Keaj gritted his teeth. Are you really the protagonists of this world? What trivial things are you chatting about? Aren't you going to talk about anything related to the Tianquan world? It seems I still have to guide you. A message appeared. Kong asked, how much do you know about the Purple Moon Society? Everyone there was startled, discussing among themselves. Here it comes finally. The guider is testing us. We must answer seriously. Zan was the first to answer. The Purple Moon Society is one of the oldest cultivation societies among demon cultivators. As far as I know, allowing it to continue existing after the ancient disaster was truly foolish. This society is known for its mystery, even older than the four great sects. Lu Keaj sighed. Oh, this society has existed for so long, he thought. Speaking of which, in my previous life, when I followed the Purple Moon Society, those war-loving guilds calling themselves God's teams were actually just challenging my wallet, right? Lu Keaj fell into memory. Back then, they always wanted to recruit me to be their figurehead, but how could I willingly become someone else's tool? After arguing with them, I didn't get any information about the Purple Moon Society at all. Dee sent a message saying the people of the Purple Moon Society have an extremely strong worship of the Purple Moon. They firmly believe that the Purple Moon contains a supreme power. As long as they devour the Purple Moon, they can ascend to heaven in one step. He cursed angrily. What nonsense is this kid saying? If the Purple Moon Society doesn't worship the Purple Moon, are they going to worship the Blue Moon instead? Lu Keaj tapped the wooden token. Give me some useful information. To help others, I always have to show some strength, right? All he sent was a long string of ellipses, but it was enough to make those people understand that the guider was very dissatisfied with the information they provided. Everyone grew tense. We must continue to provide more useful information, Dee then said. Actually, I know a big secret about the Purple Moon Society. Lu Keaj thought curiously. A big secret, how big could it be? Dee sent a message saying, not sure, it's just a guess. Everyone here knows that Emperor Ching was of half-human, half-demon bloodline. He gritted his teeth and cursed. This redundant nonsense again, who doesn't know that? Dee said with some concern. Esteemed guider, I don't know if what I'm about to say will offend you. I also don't know if I should say it. Lu Keaj expressed understanding. This kid is worried I'm a descendant of Emperor Ching since this wooden token is also a gift from heaven. Not bad, quite thoughtful. He grinned, tapping the wooden token. Since that's the case, isn't this my opportunity? Lu Keaj sent a message. The reputation of Emperor Ching is his own. Why care about others' slander? As for me, I've offended plenty of people. Yet Autumn Mountain still stands. The four of them all became silent and tense. Duyu was surprised. He knows I offended someone, yet he maintains spring and autumn. This grand ambition was truly magnificent. The other two also widened their eyes. Such a style was not something anyone could possess. The last one was equally impressed, completely captivated by these brilliant words. With such a style from the guider, what was there to worry about? Earth then said, as far as I know, because Lord Ching Emperor had half-demon blood flowing through his veins, he possessed a purple heart. Lu Keaj understood. In other words, what the Purple Moon Society coveted was actually Emperor Ching's heart. He frowned. Good, these demonic cultivators actually wanted to lay hands on the power with which Emperor Ching saved the entire Tianquan world. If they truly obtained it, everything would likely become very troublesome. Lu Keaj knew full well that such power could both save countless lives and destroy countless beings. He smirked slyly, tapping the wooden token. Since the Purple Moon Society's schemes are so profound, no matter what I do to hinder them, you cannot blame me. Consider it adding some tempering to your gathering. He didn't say it aloud, but the Purple Moon Society holds its gathering every 3 years in different cities, and the next one would be on the winter solstice. That's all for today. Lu Keaj was filled with anticipation. Oh, what would these people's reactions be when they learned this news? They were all very nervous. News about the Purple Moon Society killing demonic cultivators also yields rewards. Those people still wanted to seize Emperor Ching's heart. This year's winter solstice we must act. Liu Keaj lay comfortably on the floor enjoying service from 4 individuals. This feeling was fantastic, truly just pawns, no doubt about it. He sat up and muttered to himself, I must do this more often in the future. For now I need to assess my own strength. To overthrow the Purple Moon Society I'll need a few trump cards. Liu Keaj picked up his sword, waiting. Excellent, my brother, we'll meet in a few days, let me see how you are now. The item in his hand was Buhan. This low-tier blue rank sword has been sealed and restricted. There's no need to upgrade you now. Keep it blue rank. Those experience points will be preserved until those mediocre individuals arrive. Liu Keaj mused, this restriction was merely a warm-up for 9 years. Now that it's just been lifted, what surprises can you bring me? Internal inspection, 189 days remaining. A system notification popped up. He calculated that the internal inspection wasn't far off. Before that I still have things to do. Late at night a house at the foot of the mountain remained lit. A dark figure approached the wooden door and a voice from inside called out, Brother, come in. He felt a bit awkward. This girl projecting her spiritual sense so obviously. If bad guys wanted to cause trouble here, they would have failed before they even started. Liu Keaj walked in openly and honestly. Lu Dongi leisurely poured tea. Brother, why do you always choose to come when I've just finished bathing? He sat down looking sober. Ha ha ha, pure coincidence, just coincidence, she asked. It's so late, is something the matter? Liu Keaj said seriously. I'll ask you one last time, are you truly not coming with me to the trial grounds again? Dongi sighed, shaking her head. Once was enough, going again would be a waste of spirit stones, he persuaded. They're just spirit stones, we can afford them, she complained. Brother, as the sect master, you know how high the daily expenses are. Mogate, though small in numbers, consumes a lot of spirit stones every month. I won't say more. Liu Keaj, helpless, had to give up. If you don't go, I'll go alone. Trial grounds, first realm. The so-called trial grounds are 7 trial locations set up by the Sword Sect in Qingzhou, intended for trials. Simply put, they are for disciples to cultivate and break through, but they are only divided into 3 levels, first realm, second realm and third realm. These realms contain mechanisms, demonic beasts and many other elements. There are different rankings based on breakthrough speed, which is beneficial for cultivators. Wouldn't a ranking list stir up competitive spirit? But there's one drawback. Apart from Sword Sect disciples, others must pay if they wish to break through. He said, however, there's one thing I must ask you, which level of the trial grounds did you pass 2 years ago? Lu Dongi said confidently. Brother, the content of these 3 realms is similar. Only the difficulty differs. From a cost-saving perspective, flying directly to the third realm is the most economical way. Liu Keaj was greatly surprised. So 2 years ago you were already in the third realm? She suddenly realized she had let slip. Lu Dongi panicked. Oh no, I spilled the beans. Liu Keaj pinched his sister's cheek. Ignoring the realm issue, you didn't even glance at the sword statue in the center of the trial grounds, did you? He paused, then continued. But we have to pay to enter those trial grounds. She struggled to break free while explaining. Of course I saw it. It records the original sword marks. The last great cultivator to reach the 9th realm of Tianquan world. Many people participate in the trials just to hide that sword. Lu Dongi said, that sword helped so many people break through. The rare sword sect shouldn't share it. If it were me, I'd hide it and admire it slowly. Liu Keaj flicked her forehead. That's why you can only stay on the mountain while the sword sect can establish a sect. He pointed out that what they seek is not self-interest, not the eternal existence of the sword sect, but the eternal existence of the way of the sword. Such conviction even I admire greatly. Lu Dongi pouted, rubbing her aching forehead. She looked so adorable. Liu Keaj mused, I want to see that sword statue too. Also that ranking list must have the names of those chosen ones. When those mediocre players arrive, they too will learn about this mysterious Mogate. If we don't rely on these strong individuals, everyone will look down on our Mogate, especially since we're the bottom of the barrel. He suddenly realized. That's right. Liu Keaj glanced at Lu Dongi, his gaze sharp, and said in a deep voice, You. She was a little scared, stammering, Brother, what's wrong? He pinned Lu Dongi against the wall. She blushed shyly. Brother, Liu Keaj asked, aren't you? He furrowed his brows. Already broken through the disciple realm. This question was completely unexpected, too disappointing. Lu Dongli's forehead was covered in sweat as she replied, Ha ha ha, how could that be? I only just reached the third realm 2 years ago. Ha ha ha. Liu Keaj asked, Really? The pressure was indescribable. She forced a smile. Really, truly. He accepted the answer, turned and left. All right, Lu Dongi sighed in relief. Recalling the scene just now like something from a romance novel, a girl's bedside reading, she was extremely excited. What was I thinking? Next time I won't be so polite with brother, we're just siblings. The next day the sun was nearing the mountaintop. Liu Keaj flew through the air acting on his thoughts. Today was the day to set off for the sword sect to check the ranking list. A strong gust of wind suddenly blocked his path. He looked up and saw a gigantic mount with Zhang Xinyan sitting atop it. She asked, Where are you going? Liu Keaj replied. To the sword sect's trial grounds. He thought she probably wouldn't be interested in a place like that. So I didn't tell her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xinyan extended her hand and said, Let's go together. He was very surprised. The two sat together on the mount, soaring through the clouds. Liu Keaj secretly glanced at the woman beside him, thinking, She has a cold nature. She's not the type who enjoys watching excitement. Oh, I see, he confidently concluded. She's not interested in the trial grounds, she's interested in me. Regrettably, this narcissistic thought was not wrong. Zhang Xinyan glanced at Liu Keaj, secretly sighing that this person was naturally so handsome. In the eyes of an enamored person, he was like an angel descended from heaven. Her indifferent blue eyes casually swept across him. Liu Keaj chuckled and asked, "Fellow Taoist, is something the matter? Is there something on my face?" She quickly turned her head to hide her embarrassment. No, he took the opportunity to pull out a mirror and look. As expected, this is the power of charm. She rarely looks at me like this, so I might as well strike up another conversation with her. Liu Keaj asked, "Fellow Taoist, tell me, if I break through tomorrow, can I do it?" Zhang Xinyan replied casually. "Of course you can," he confidently continued. "Then where do you think I'll rank on the leaderboard?" Zhang Xinyan blushed shyly, not daring to look directly at Liu Keaj. She thought, what does he mean by asking me this? I don't like guessing other people's thoughts, so I'll just speak the truth. Zhang Xinyan looked up at the sky, exuding an extraordinary aura. Zhang Xinyan replied, "The higher the better." Liu Keaj grew even more excited upon hearing this. Revealing his divine profile, Liu Keaj unhesitatingly struck a pose. Liu Keaj spoke, "Good, then the higher the better." The water curtain cave suddenly appeared before their eyes. The Sword Sect's trial grounds Green Lotus Cave glowed with dazzling light. The giant eagle spread its wings, carrying Zhang Xinyan and Liu Keaj directly towards the light source. Looking at the water curtain cave before him, he unreservedly showed his affection. Liu Keaj praised, "Water curtain cave, I like it." Zhang Xinyan looked at him in confusion. Liu Keaj cast a spell. A water orb appeared in his palm. Liu Keaj suggested, "Fellow Taoist, let's go in together." Zhang Xinyan was also attracted by the water orb, and she quickly replied, "All right." With her agreement, Liu Keaj eagerly said, "Please, fellow Taoist." Then the two flew with the rock towards the water curtain cave, where it was glowing brightly. Zhang Xinyan looked at the water orb in his hand, wondering, is that water power? Upon arriving at the water curtain cave, a gigantic ancient tree had already become a spirit. Light emanated from its trunk, and two dragon statues guarded beneath the tree. The doorkeeper came out to greet the guests, saying, "You've come for inspection, have you?" Liu Keaj calmly replied, "Yes, but girls naturally have a sixth sense." Zhang Xinyan quickly interrupted, "Wait." No sooner had she spoken than a voice rang out, "The great cultivator on the ancient tree has activated the formation." Sensing the anomaly, Zhang Xinyan quickly bowed. She knelt before the glowing ancient tree. Zhang Xinyan said, "Zhang Xinyan of Autumn Mountain greets Senior." Looking at the divine eye on the ancient tree, the two couldn't help but exclaim, "Ancient tree." Liu Keaj, always resourceful, was still taken aback looking at the ancient tree before him. Liu Keaj was somewhat dissatisfied. "Amazing, I didn't even realize this ancient tree had become a spirit, and it's doing doorkeeper duty. It's probably above the fifth realm, even stronger than Zhang Xinyan. This is truly the Sword Sect's foundation." Chen Minru came out to greet the two. Chen Minru spoke, "Who wishes to enter the trial grounds? Sword Sect disciples enjoy a 50 discount. The male disciple standing behind was startled. He frowned and retorted, who said there's a 50 discount?" Chen Minru ignored her senior brother's questioning, secretly thinking to herself, this person is so handsome. Now it's my turn to shine. Liu Keaj held a token engraved with Mogate looking imposing. Liu Keaj introduced himself. "This seat is Liu Keaj, Sect Master of Mogate." Upon hearing this, the male disciple looked at Liu Keaj disdainfully, a playful smile playing on his lips. The male disciple thought, a mere second realm, yet he can be a sect master. Instead, this introduction attracted the female disciple. Her cheeks flushed and her heart fluttered as she continuously praised. To become a sect master at such a young age, he must be a young prodigy. Liu Keaj took the opportunity to ask, "Did you say 50 discount just now? Does that still count?" Chen Minru stood intoxicated before him. Facing Liu Keaj up close, Chen Minru seemed to lose control, utterly devoid of shame. She eagerly said, "It counts, it counts." The male disciple behind quickly tried to stop her. He frowned and shouted, "Hey, junior sister." Chen Minru was still lost in his captivating beauty. He smiled at me. Without any tactics, relying on their God-given beauty, the two easily passed the inspection. Chen Minru spoke, "Sect Master Liu, please come this way." Liu Keaj turned to look at Zhang Xinyan, who was preparing to drink wine. Liu Keaj reminded her, "Fellow Taoist, please wait for me here for a moment, I'll be right back." Zhang Xinyan replied, "No problem." The male disciple watched Liu Keaj and Chen Minru enter. He couldn't hide his anger, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Right back with your strength, you probably can't even pass the first stage. What's the use of being handsome?" Taking advantage of being alone, Chen Minru introduced herself. "My name is Chen Minru, Sect Master Liu can just call me Minru. That's the first level teleportation array." Liu Keaj replied cheerfully, "I'm alright," and Liu Keaj turned and stepped into the challenge. Chen Minru stood behind, constantly cheering him on. Chen Minru shouted, "Go, Sect Master Liu." Liu Keaj gently stroked his chin and sighed proudly. Liu Keaj knew that there was surely no one in this world who disliked beauty. If there was, it was only because they hadn't met him yet. Having exhausted all his strength today, Liu Keaj stepped into the first gate, and a void of yellow light gradually swallowed him. Liu Keaj looked at the scene of a body of water before him, feeling puzzled. He arrived and a wooden figure came out to greet him. Liu Keaj, hands behind his back, exclaimed, "A wooden figure." The assessment for the first stage was sword chi. The stronger the sword chi, the more the wooden figure would be affected. If you could make it tilt 30 degrees, it counted as passing. Liu Keaj quickly channeled his power with both hands and a blue-black spiritual energy appeared. Liu Keaj assessed, "If I remember correctly, when Duyu's sword was unleashed, the wooden figure immediately fell, and powerful sword chi suppressed it, only for it to spring back a few seconds later. This unique sight made Duyu famous among the younger generation." Outside, a mirror reflected Liu Keaj's actions, and countless eyes focused on him. Zhang Xinyan looked up at his figure. Zhang Xinyan mused, I wonder how far you can go, it's truly intriguing. The male disciple curled his lips in a sneer, secretly mocking. The male disciple secretly scoffed, you won't pass the first stage even in your dreams. Meanwhile, Chen Minru watched with eyes full of admiration. Back to Lukeage, he fiercely slashed at the wooden figure with his sword. Lukeage said coldly, this is just a test, why waste time? Witnessing Lukeage's move, the male disciple crossed his arms and chuckled. The male disciple remarked, he didn't even draw his sword from its sheath, truly foolish. In contrast, Chen Minru shrieked, so handsome, what a fast move, his posture. The wooden figure remained motionless, and the surrounding spiritual energy turned black. The male disciple outside saw this scene and laughed his head off. The male disciple didn't forget to taunt, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, how can there be such useless sword chi? Chen Minru was dumbfounded. Chen Minru blurted out, that's not how it's done. Zhang Xinyan could not hide her surprise. Zhang Xinyan uttered, the wooden figure struck fiercely twice, emitted light, then the wooden figure was split in half and fell, and Lukeage walked confidently to the other side. Surprised old hag, Chen Minru and the male disciple were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Chen Minru wondered, how did he actually manage to cut through this special wood? As for Zhang Xinyan, she smiled faintly. Zhang Xinyan said with an amused tone, truly interesting. Having dealt with the wooden figure, Lukeage turned and walked away. Lukeage chuckled. Time for the next stage. The disciples observing Lukeage's assessment process were all stunned by his power. The female disciples were all captivated by him. Voices of discussion. Too strong. Suddenly, a sword gently flew into the air. It even broke all previous best records. Who is this person? How could such a powerful sword be from a third-realm cultivator? Lukeage walked calmly, full of imposing presence. Hearing the disciples' discussions outside, Lukeage smiled faintly, and a sword gently danced. That wood was made of spirit wood, not a small leaf that breaks at a touch. A door appeared and content was displayed. Congratulations on successfully passing the first stage. Reward 10,000 experience points. Lukeage recalled his initial sword strike. He explained, my sword just now merely contained my strongest sword chi, including the power of water and sword intent. The wooden figure spoke. It was just a hit back then. Why did you try to kill me? The wooden figure cried aggrievedly. Lukeage smiled triumphantly. Is this what those top cultivators call an easy win? In reality, they all give it their all. Zhang Xinyan's gaze did not leave the mirror. She murmured, this person actually formed sword intent. Sword cultivators have sword intent, saber cultivators have saber strength, spear cultivators have spear momentum. These are always 3 to 4 essential conditions for initiation. Observing Lukeage, she still couldn't believe her eyes. Zhang Xinyan wondered, but he just reached the second realm. The ancient tree emitted a sound and rose-colored light shone. Zhang Xinyan noticed the anomaly. She looked up at the burning ancient tree. Zhang Xinyan wondered, even senior ancient tree is shocked with its abilities. It can surely see everything clearly. Lukeage thought of the ancient tree that had become a spirit. He realized Zhang Xinyan was right. This ancient tree was said to have been personally planted by Emperor Qing and survived the ancient catastrophe. Looking at the Bagua eyes shimmering with golden light constantly observing him, his sword Buhan was also being stared at by the ancient tree's eyes. Lukeage wondered, and at this moment for some reason it kept staring at Buhan in Lukeage's hand. Lukeage calmly entered the second stage, surrounded by yellow spiritual energy. Looking at the majestic mountains and rivers before him with birds circling, Lukeage was a little surprised, and he said, is this the secret chamber of the second stage? Looking around, Lukeage guessed that the secret chamber of the second stage was within a painting, truly making it hard to guard against. Suddenly, the scene before him vanished, replaced by a battlefield engulfed in flames. Lukeage sighed. As expected, I'm not used to such tranquility. Outside, the female disciples continued their shipping mode. While other disciples continued to discuss, this guy has already entered the second stage of the trial grounds. This assessment is completely different from the first stage. Heh, this time he'll surely come back crying. I really want to see that handsome guy fall into the water and get drenched. Lukeage passed through the battlefield and entered the trial grounds, where 1,000 stone steps floated on the water. He observed the surrounding scenery, towering mountains, flowing water, and numerous giant rocks forming a line of sky. Lukeage pondered for a long time, then said, it seems the challenge ends as soon as I walk into this line of sky, formed by these 2 mountains and rocks. Without hesitation, Lukeage stepped onto the first rock. Mechanism activated, and gravity quickly appeared. Lukeage smiled, regretting that he had guessed wrong. Lukeage identified gravity, so that's what this challenge is. Outside, the disciples were still intently observing Lukeage's progress. What a charming person. The discussions remained fervent. HMPH, this test assesses spiritual power control. If one's spiritual power isn't strong, they'll be drained of energy by the gravity of these bluestones and die in this stage. Many third-realm cultivators couldn't make it through before. Even with such great difficulty, he's still so handsome. Go, Sect Master, this stage won't stop Lukeage. He calmly walked step by step across each stone, appearing at ease. Lukeage said calmly, I thought it would be more challenging, but the gravity is only 4 or 5 times stronger than usual and it barely consumed any spiritual power. I even wanted to run, but who told me I have so much spiritual energy? Watching Lukeage quickly step onto each stone already halfway through, the disciples discussed amongst themselves, how is this happening? Why does it feel like this kid is just strolling through a market? Countless eyes stared blankly at the scene reflected in the mirror. Sweating profusely, the male disciples grew increasingly shocked. Isn't this cheating? In contrast, the female disciples shamelessly shrieked, So handsome, Sect Master is indeed strong and handsome. Lukeaj walked to the last stone, standing motionless, hands behind his back, looking distinguished. Lukeaj spoke. Is it over? I didn't feel anything. Make it a bit harder. While nothing was happening yet, Lukeaj enjoyed the surrounding air, letting it clear his mind, he said. On the forest, the mountain breeze very comfortable. Suddenly, many sharp sword leaves appeared. Lukeaj looked at the sword leaves that were about to attack him very close by. He frowned, his eyes cold. Lukeaj blurted out, "These leaves are truly strange. Here comes the show," the male disciples excitedly exclaimed. "It's here," the forest transforming into swords. All the leaves simultaneously turn into blades, attacking directly like dense raindrops. Meanwhile, the female disciples were sweating profusely, clasping their hands in prayer. "Sect Master, be careful," the male disciple standing nearby said. "No one can get out of there unharmed. Even senior brother Duyu was injured." Zhang Xinyan stood quietly, somewhat anticipating Lukeaj's next move. Zhang Xinyan murmured, "A frontal assault. Besides that one strike just now, I haven't seen his sword in action. This is a good chance to see what sword techniques he'll use to face this challenge." Lukeaj lightly brandished his sword a few times, saying, "So it's a sword technique assessment. What a pity about my sword technique." Lukeaj stood amidst the sword rain, a white light surrounding him. Lukeaj assessed, merely ordinary attacks. Content updated. Level 1 normal attack, sword skill level 2 normal swing. Each sword deals 150 to 200 damage. Simple strike, quick slash deals 150 damage. Standard strike, slow slash deals 200 damage. Lukeaj continuously swung his sword, fiercely slashing, defending against the sword leaves attacks. Lukeaj recalled, "From a young age I admired and learned the pure sword techniques from there. Even the system rated it as S rank. Back then, upgrading one level cost me 100,000 experience points. Even purple rank only needed 30,000 to 50,000 points. One by one the sword leaves were rapidly cut down," Lukeaj realized, but it was worth it. After a series of continuous moves, the sword leaves were shattered and fell. Landing on the ground, he stood calmly in the forest, sword in hand. Lukeaj said, "Who can refuse an ordinary attack that deals extremely high damage?" Outside, everyone was pale-faced, shocked, and sweating profusely. Discussions grew louder. "What is this, a monster? I can't believe his sword technique is so sharp." In the distance, Zhang Xinyan silently observed Lukeaj's every move, assessing. "No rules, no restraints. He just swings his sword and slashes. Is this his sword style? Truly astonishing," the matter resolved. Lukeaj looked forward, unable to hide a smile. Lukeaj shared, "Only by getting closer did I realize this mountain was actually a monster." Lukeaj pondered, "But now the problem is with this guy." A leaf gently fell onto the calm lake surface. Lukeaj felt puzzled. "Not even a single leaf can float. Seems like there's a problem," the disciple over there said proudly. "As long as you touch the stream water here, it will drain your spiritual power. Don't even think about flying over because there are restrictions above. To pass this stage you must walk step by step, which is very troublesome. This guy is definitely no match for senior brother Duyu." Senior brother Duyu once cut off the entire stream with one sword strike. That strike was truly magnificent. I still remember it vividly. The girls in the audience were mesmerized by Lukeaj, screaming incessantly. In their imagination it was the scene of him revealing his 8-pack abs. Just thinking about it made them incredibly excited. Suddenly, Lukeaj extended his hand. He lightly flicked his finger, unleashing demonic power. Lukeaj pushed his hand forward and the water surface parted from the middle to both sides, forming a path. Everyone was stunned, especially the girls who were expecting Lukeaj to strip and swim. Their dreams were shattered. Lukeaj triumphantly thought to himself, "All the water in this world must obey my commands and flow wherever I want it to go." This caught a woman's attention. She mused, "The ancient tree only reacted unusually when Sect Master Lu drew his sword, but why is it also reacting now? What other secrets does he have?" The mirror reflected Lukeaj's confident face. He stood before a precarious rock fissure, calmly saying, "So what is the power of this monster?" The disciple, arms crossed, said, "The most important thing in this stage is the sword heart. You can't just pass the test. That stone wall is a demonic beast. It won't attack humans. However, it will release everyone's inner fears. Even senior brother Duyu faced it back then." Zhang Xinyan pondered, "The ghost beast, it doesn't amplify things that scare people, but rather what people fear the most. Void, humanity, monsters, everything." Now her biggest question was, what does he fear? Ultimately, Lukeaj made his decision. "I'll participate." Before him was a bottomless passage. A beam of light suddenly flashed and Lukeaj's eyes flickered slightly. He was still a bit puzzled, not knowing what was about to happen. The disciples outside, observing through the mirror, immediately stirred. "Why is he so quiet? That's not right. What kind of monster did he see? Everyone has fears and he must be no exception. Did he cheat again?" Zhang Xinyan was equally curious. "What happened? What did he see?" Before anyone could react, the ancient tree glowed and announced, "Past." The disciples discussed amongst themselves, is his Dao heart really that strong? Was that the legendary mountain that collapsed before his eyes? His expression unchanged, he actually passed the test. Lukeaj gradually walked towards the exit, an indescribable wryness in his eyes. "It wasn't me, I saw nothing at all," he smiled triumphantly. "After all, there's nothing in this world that can scare me." Lukeaj paused. "Wait, what did Dongi see when she passed through here?" He pondered, unable to recall anything himself. System notification, "You have successfully passed the stage and received a reward of 30,000 experience points." Lukeaj's face showed joy. He walked into the passage and slowly disappeared. The scene before him was an illusory arena. Lukeaj's figure gradually appeared. He had finally arrived. Liu Keaj stood before a peculiar magical formation, examining it carefully from its shape to its properties, then recalled that the secret chamber could also transform into a flower shape. Seeing his reflected appearance, Liu Keaj succumbed to narcissism again. Strange, there's only one mirror here. Is it meant for me to admire my own face? Truly handsome as expected of me. After careful observation, Liu Keaj suddenly discovered something. He was about to reach out and touch the patterned mirror. But Liu Keaj immediately clenched his hand. His face was furrowed and his tone was one of displeasure. What's the meaning of this? Is this trial trying to disparage my appearance? Suddenly the mirror cracked, and the reflection within gave off a strange sensation. Then, a black hole appeared in the center of the mirror, emitting a heavy pressure. Due to the violent tremor, Liu Keaj quickly pulled back and took out his weapon for defense, which was his sword. The reflection leapt out abruptly, looking as if it intended to duel its original. Liu Keaj thought, interesting. So this stage is about defeating oneself. Liu Keaj smiled faintly. Since that's the case, everything will be easy. He transformed his sword into an energy attack towards the original. I could have upgraded to defeat you, but that would be too slow. Liu Keaj waved his hand, and the original before him stopped its sword formation. But immediately a heart-stopping whoosh sound followed. Liu Keaj was already standing behind the dark original, secretly thinking, this is our difference. Even though our abilities are exactly the same, which skill to use and when to use it, that determines a person's true strength. Sorry, you're just like me but not me. The rapid attack just performed was called Spirit Wind Art, and as long as its master said open, the opponent would instantly vanish. Immediately after, a system notification sounded among the fellow disciples. Mogate's Liu Keaj has successfully passed the trial. Everyone was surprised, finding it unbelievably easy. Just as everyone was about to inquire with Senior Ancient Tree, it had already responded. Mogate's Liu Keaj ranks first on the second realm newcomer list. Everyone's heart tensed again. Senior brother Duyu topped both the second and third realm lists, but he hadn't participated in the second realm since he deemed it unnecessary. Furthermore, this sect Master Liu, only 2 realms apart, had already halved the time. This small Mo-bead sect unexpectedly concealed a dragon. How terrifying, how terrifying. However, there were still girls like this one, filled with admiration for Liu Keaj. The first time I saw him, I felt that Sect Master Liu was very special, with the demeanor of a cultivator, while the male disciples felt helpless. What's going on? Clearly you're just captivated by his handsomeness. Zhang Xinyan also secretly felt proud of Liu Keaj when suddenly she was startled. Strange, what is this feeling? Joy. Why would I feel joy for someone else? Liu Keaj's image immediately flashed through Zhang Xinyan's mind, making her suspicious. Perhaps it's because I already consider him a confidant. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the trial grounds. Not seeing any additional explanations, Liu Keaj was somewhat disappointed. No mention of rewards meant this stages. System rewards would be effective for contemplating the sword steel. Finally, Liu Keaj easily passed through the Golden Gate. He had finally arrived at the location of the contemplating sword steel, but the stone before him had a wide crack in the middle. Liu Keaj secretly speculated. Sword mark, that's the sword mark left by the first sword venerable. If you are a sword cultivator, staring directly at this sword mark more than 3 times will reveal its special qualities. Some people achieve breakthroughs here. Some master sword techniques, some temper their sword hearts. What did Liu Keaj realize? He had already looked at this miraculous sword mark more than 3 times, then he secretly thought, HMPH, what's with this sword mark? Memories of the past surged and Liu Keaj immediately reacted, his brows furrowed. Damn it, isn't this just my normal attack? A light pink rose petal drifted down and Zhang Xinyan reached out to catch it. She looked up at the giant tea tree before her and then called out, Senior. Suddenly a voice came from the tree root. Little girl, how did you two meet? Zhang Xinyan looked up at the tree root and slowly recounted, Senior, that's a long story. It starts with an exotic beast. Zhang Xinyan earnestly told the ancient tree about how she met Liu Keaj, and after this period of interaction she felt very comfortable with him. I already consider him a lifelong confidant. The ancient tree, upon hearing this, teased, just a confidant? Zhang Xinyan nodded, yes, Senior. This junior considers him a confidant. In fact, after saying those strange words earlier, she already felt that this senior ancient tree was a bit peculiar. Recalling what other fellow disciples had told her, Xinyan, it's time for you to find your true love too. Immerse yourself in the light of love, Elder Zhang. Love nourishes not only the soul but also the body. Zhang Xinyan thought, why do the ancient tree's eyes look a bit like theirs? The ancient tree seemed to notice and was somewhat pleased. May the little girl understand her feelings sooner, but if one day you are perhaps not worthy of him. Zhang Xinyan didn't understand what he meant. She tried to ask. Senior thinks so highly of him. The ancient tree did not answer this question but instead said, since you have been chosen, it seems there's another profound meaning and you're surely destined for greatness in the future. Zhang Xinyan still didn't understand what chosen meant. The ancient tree ceased responding, silently falling into a slumber. Zhang Xinyan curiously asked, Senior, what exactly do you want to tell me? On Liu Keaj's side he was pondering normal attack. Why normal attack? Did the first sword venerable also know this move? He looked at the sword mark on the stone and said, this is too much of a coincidence, there must be something fishy. Liu Keaj closed his eyes in thought. His sword technique was taught by the little attendant. Could she have some connection to the first sword venerable? If there were already dense purple chapters and a large number of cultivation methods and techniques with his realm strength a mystery, now he still suspected a connection with the first sword venerable. Only then did Lukeage feel interested. He chuckled softly. He, this feeling of having someone sitting above me is so smooth. If it's a move commonly used by the first sword venerable, then so be it if I spend a bit more experience points. After all, power is temporary, but hiding one's strength is eternal. Fulfilling Lukeage's wish, the system is evaluating your trial level. Please note that this will affect the standard of your final reward, your level evaluation. S-rank was still a new concept to Lukeage. He reached out to try, while thinking, S-rank, I've never heard of anyone successfully completing a trial at this level in my previous life. What could it be? The system immediately displayed the S-rank reward. Depending on the situation, you can obtain one of the 3-tier inheritances of the first sword venerable, as well as special item purchase permissions. Lukeage didn't expect to earn so much, and he happily shouted, holy crap. However, the system seemed to say, it's not that easy, and urgently reminded, due to the contradiction between your conditions and the first sword venerable's 3-tier inheritance, your only choice is haha. Lukeage angrily cursed, damn it, but due to the protagonist's halo he was still treated favorably. Note, as compensation you will receive more special item purchase permissions. Lukeage happily returned to normal, asking, is your body alright? Both items were valuable, making it difficult to choose. Lukeage was no exception. The first sword venerable's inheritance shouldn't be bad, right? Which one to choose since he couldn't choose both? Lukeage casually said, left for men, right for women. I'll choose the left. The item slot slowly opened, revealing a dazzling light, a scroll of letters and a pile of text not yet translated by Google. System notification, you have obtained the first sword venerable's sword technique inheritance, Azure Slowness. Learn immediately. Lukeage took the treasure and said purple grade high tier. Just one step away from orange grade top tier sword technique. But then he suddenly remembered something. Wait, in the game in my previous life wasn't Azure Slowness Duyu's biggest signature move? Lukeage thought, then in the future Duyu's attack scene will appear in his subconscious. Senior brother Lukeage, take my extremely powerful ultimate move. At that time Lukeage would stand still and calmly reply, this lord also knows it. So Lukeage immediately locked onto this cheap item, learning it only cost 50,000 experience points. Azure Slowness doesn't mean the sword technique is slow, but rather that it is extremely fast. The sword arrives first, the sound follows, the system added its effect. Azure Slowness can be used in conjunction with normal attacks. Lukeage's lips curled into a smile. Understood. A touch of Azure Slowness. This sword is faster than that sword, and each sword carries a critical strike. Little do you're finished. Lukeage remembered something and said to the system, by the way, didn't you say there were special item purchase permissions earlier? The system replied, special items will appear shortly. You have only 10 minutes to choose. Failure to do so will be considered a relinquishment, Lukeage mused. Does an S-rank trial rewards rare items still need to be chosen? An adult's choice is, of course, all of them, but together they amount to 750,000 experience points. However, Lukeage silently pondered, if it were an ordinary person, this amount of experience would indeed be a large sum, basically untouched in their pocket. They would have to use it all. But for me, 20 years of frustration cannot be compensated with experience points. Today I must get it all back within a day. Even 750,000, I won't even blink. So Lukeage also took all the items without hesitation. He looked at the pile of items in his hand and said, this incomplete blue skill upgrade scroll is useless. I'll keep it for collection. So first let's see what special attribute I got from the random draw. So a mixture was underway, creating another top-tier item. Watching the mixture begin to glow and emit a unique spiritual energy, Lukeage didn't dare to blink and quickly recognized it. Divine sense has increased somewhat. The perception range and sensitivity of divine consciousness will receive a qualitative improvement. Lukeage absorbed the divine sense into his body. The ancient tree outside shook slightly. Zhang Xinyan heard it and looked up. Senior Ancient Tree has reacted. Then she smiled again, calmly continuing to drink her wine. It seems fellow Taoist Lu has had another breakthrough. He always seems to bring surprises to others. Recalling the Ancient Tree once telling her that if one day she might not be worthy of him, this made Zhang Xinyan ponder for a while. She blushed slightly, thinking, what's happening? Why am I unconsciously thinking these things? On Lukeage's side after absorbing the divine sense, he seemed to have gained some insight. Excellent. My divine consciousness can penetrate deeper, and its sensitivity is stronger. Next, add a designated special attribute. But what's so great about choosing this kind of thing? Lukeage tightly gripped the divine consciousness in his hand and smiled and said, a sword cultivator of course adds to sword Dao aptitude. Lukeage's explosive aura manifested. Looking at his sword Dao aptitude, he could confirm that adding one more point would increase his attributes by 10. I'm happy to call it the strongest attribute. Furthermore, after reaching 3 points, Lukeage continued to enhance and evolve his abilities. System notification. Congratulations, you have entered the Sword Heart Translucent realm. Outside, the Ancient Tree's anomaly drew attention. What's wrong with Senior Ancient Tree? Is there another strange phenomenon? Could it be that Sect master of Mogate? Suddenly, a light flashed from the center of the ancient tree, and everyone recognized this symbol, Sword Heart Translucent. The fellow disciples panicked. Sword Heart Translucent, how could this be? Even the Sword Venerable only reached Sword Heart Translucent the moment he broke through to the fourth realm. Hearing the male disciples in such a panic, the girls immediately interjected. Why not? Anyway, Sect Master Lu is no ordinary person. Such a young and handsome Sect Master is clearly a chosen one. Their words also made sense. The girls were flushed and mesmerized. Anyway, the moment we saw Sect Master Lu, it was like the sound of a jade bottle shattering in our ears. Splash, splash, something warm and sticky gushing out. That's right, that's love. Falling for Liu Keaj at first sight. And that's the end of it, however. This still couldn't dispel everyone's panic. That Sect Master Lu is only at the second realm, yet he's already Sword Heart Translucent. Is that so? Doesn't that mean he's even stronger than Sword Venerable at the same stage? Sword Dao experts are indeed terrifying, indeed terrifying. Suddenly, everyone's personal swords flew into the sky and everyone was astonished. What's going on? My spirit sword, this feeling. Everyone's spirit swords trembled. They immediately felt it was feeling resentment towards Liu Keaj. Everyone's gaze turned to Liu Keaj's projection and then they said, that guy's sword is making our sword spirits feel fear. The moment of Sword Heart Translucent will awaken one's innate divine ability. His innate divine ability caused the change just now. What exactly did he awaken? Liu Keaj's lips curled slightly into a smile, secretly thinking, who would have thought that my innate divine ability would be this? Before Liu Keaj was a long sword with a mysterious energy emanating around its blade. This was sword-severing flesh, heart-severing soul, which could attach special power to the blade. It inflicts damage on intangible entities like divine sense, spiritual souls, and spirit artifacts. Liu Keaj picked up his sword and said excitedly, once these intangible entities are wounded, they're extremely difficult to recover. My normal attack not only critically strikes but also has a built-in spirit artifact crushing effect. Oh, this ability is related to the user's mental strength. Liu Keaj felt it would take more time to master this sword. It seems I'll need to develop this special attribute further if the opportunity arises. Then, Liu Keaj raised his hand to stroke his chin, a look of confusion on his face as various questions kept popping into his mind. By the way, the normal attack is on the sword steel and it was taught to me by the little attendant. So who exactly is the little attendant? There was no answer to the question in Liu Keaj's mind. The more he thought, the more muddled he became, his eyes tightly closed, brows furrowed almost to touch. She can't be the first Sword Venerable, can she? After thinking for a while, Liu Keaj shook his head and affirmed, no, the first Sword Venerable was a person. That's 100 certain. So she must have some connection with the first Sword Venerable. Countless more questions arose in Liu Keaj's mind, but none had an answer. He wondered if the ancient tree outside the door and the little attendant knew each other. Also, what kind of spirit beast could the little attendant be? Night fell, and a large bright full moon hung in the sky, its light spilling onto a tomb. An eerie glow emanated from around the tombstone, and an old wooden coffin lid suddenly shifted, then slowly opened. At the same time, a voice came from inside the coffin, that kid. After a moment of shaking, the coffin lid opened a crack, and a ray of light pierced through. The light then said with effort, when will he return? At this moment in another place, the disciples saw Liu Keaj walk out the door and all shouted in unison, he's out, he's out! Liu Keaj slowly emerged, looking down from above it where the disciples stood, a hazy light emanating around him, obscuring everyone's faces, but behind that light, Liu Keaj's expression was gentle, with a faint smile playing on his lips. The disciples, witnessing this scene, all blushed, their hearts pounding, completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes, all sharing a common thought. He's smiling at us. The extraordinary Sword Venerable genius is smiling at us. Such a cool genius is smiling at us. I'm falling apart. Despite the excited clamor below, Liu Keaj calmly scanned the scene, only seeing a ranking list appear in the sky. Liu Keaj raised his hand to stroke his chin, looking up at the long glowing ranking list in the sky, secretly thinking, excellent. When the interesting players appear, this ranking list will come into play and they'll surely be astonished, their jaws dropping, and then they'll willingly become my tools. Liu Keaj walked up to Zhang Xinyan, smiling and politely saying, sorry to have kept you waiting. Contrary to Liu Keaj's guess, Zhang Xinyan's expression was very good. She quickly shook her head and said, not long, it was quick. Hearing Zhang Xinyan's words, Liu Keaj felt depressed. Quick, I'm not happy at all. Just as he was feeling annoyed, the ancient tree beside them suddenly spoke, startling Liu Keaj. You did very well. Liu Keaj immediately cupped his hands and looked up at the ancient tree, saying, Senior, you flatter me. But Liu Keaj was a little suspicious in his heart. I received a lot of reputation points, half of which came from this ancient tree. Maybe it really appreciates me. The ancient tree spoke again. Young man, I have a request. A question mark immediately popped up in Liu Keaj's mind. Liu Keaj still looked up at the ancient tree, respectfully saying, please speak, senior. After receiving Liu Keaj's permission, the ancient tree said, the one who taught you sword techniques, is that person still alive? Liu Keaj's mind flashed with the image of that person's tomb. Then he replied, still alive. But Liu Keaj added in his heart, although in a tomb. The ancient tree immediately shook, cackling, can you invite him to come and meet me here? Liu Keaj's face showed difficulty, but he still tried to persuade, I'm afraid not. Senior ancient tree, his situation is somewhat special now. I'm afraid he cannot come here. He also thought, that person is lying in a tomb. I've never even seen his true form. Despite this, the ancient tree did not give up and spoke again. Never mind, as long as he's still alive, as long as he's still alive. Hearing the ancient tree's insistence, Liu Keaj couldn't help but suspect, Senior Ancient Tree's words make me feel like that's a very ancient figure. Could we actually be talking about different people? With a doubt in his heart, he wanted to find an answer. Liu Keaj cupped his hands, looked up at the ancient tree and asked, Junior still wishes to confirm. Is the person Senior Ancient Tree refers to the same person Junior is thinking of? I hope Senior will tell me his esteemed name. Suddenly, the petals on the ancient tree continuously drifted down, forming a beautiful scene. Liu Keaj looked on, somewhat stunned. Only then did the ancient tree speak. His name is Lu Li. Lu Li? Is it that eccentric Lu Li? Liu Keaj focused on the name the ancient tree had just mentioned. Lu Li. In my memories from my previous life there was no one named Lu Li. The ancient tree remained silent as if waiting for an answer. Liu Keaj looked up at the ancient tree, secretly thinking, but Senior Ancient Tree is very serious, it certainly wouldn't be a random name. After a while Liu Keaj remembered the unformed soul again. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, his expression very focused, and again wondered if Lu Li and that person were really the same. And the name doesn't sound like a woman's name. Seeing Liu Keaj deep in thought and not answering, the ancient tree also guessed the answer and said, perhaps we are talking about different people. You don't need to worry too much. Liu Keaj was a little surprised that the ancient tree gave up so easily. Then the ancient tree suddenly said, but I agree to this marriage. Liu Keaj and Zhang Xinyan both looked at the ancient tree in confusion. Ignoring their confusion, the ancient tree said again, little friend Liu, how about we play a game? Liu Keaj was a little confused by the ancient tree's question, but still calmly replied, please speak, Senior Ancient Tree. The ancient tree no longer stood on ceremony, saying, I saw that when little friend Liu was going through the trials, your natal sword never left its sheath from beginning to end. This old man can't help but be a little curious. The hardness of this tree branch should be similar to the wooden dummy in the first stage. If little friend can leave a sword mark, you will pass the test. If you succeed, I will give both of you a small gift. How about it? Seeing that this matter was not difficult for him, Liu Keaj agreed. All right. But Zhang Xinyan beside him couldn't help but be surprised. Ah, me too. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Keaj quickly drew his sword and pointed it at a branch of the ancient tree. But a sudden shout came from behind him. Wait, it was a nearby disciple. Seeing Liu Keaj stop, she quickly continued, Sect Master Liu, please don't draw your sword. That's a new branch of Senior Ancient Tree. Hearing the disciple's words, Liu Keaj merely replied calmly, not yet. Then Liu Keaj swung his sword and a powerful force emanated. The disciples not far away were also stunned by that force. With a soft whoosh, the branch separated from the ancient tree and fell to the ground. The disciples were dumbfounded by the scene they had just witnessed, stuttering and unable to speak. Fast, too fast, sword intent, that was sword intent just now. This isn't the move Senior Brother Duyu comprehended from the sword steel? No, I can't believe he's only at the second realm, yet he's already comprehended sword intent. Liu Keaj immediately returned to his normal posture, his expression unchanged. The disciples behind him were all dumbfounded, constantly exclaiming that move just now was also recognized by the sword steel. No wonder he passed so easily. The ancient tree remained silent from beginning to end. The disciples whispered worriedly, though he's a young genius, he doesn't show Senior Ancient Tree any respect. Will Senior Ancient Tree get angry? He was only asked to leave a sword mark, but he directly chopped it off. Suddenly, the ancient tree laughed heartily, shaking its entire trunk. You are stronger than he was back then. The ancient tree's words shocked the disciples once again. Could he and Senior Ancient Tree's words be the first sword venerable? Compared to the disciples' surprise, Liu Keaj was calmer. He waved his hand and a blue force appeared around him. Then he gently said, the highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without contention. Zhang Xinyan beside him was somewhat puzzled. She repeated Liu Keaj's words, the highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without contention. She had a guess in her heart. Does he mean that he doesn't care about winning or losing at this moment, but cares about moving forward bravely and never retreating? Liu Keaj straightened his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind and the light from the sky shining on him, making him look even more majestic. Indeed, just as Zhang Xinyan had guessed, Liu Keaj's heart was precisely like this at this moment. What I want is not to surpass Lu Li now. What I want is to ascend Mount Kunlun, eat immortal peaches and jade flowers, live as long as heaven and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. The ancient tree spontaneously detached a branch from its trunk, let it fall, and said, you are indeed very interesting. I give this to you. Liu Keaj reached out to take the slowly falling branch, thanking the senior. Liu Keaj was very happy. This was a top-grade artifact refining material, which he could take back for Hing and the others to refine wooden dummies. Suddenly the ancient tree emitted a dazzling light and then said, in addition, I will also send the gift I promised both of you. 2 complete peach blossoms fell from the tree, still glowing and swaying in the wind. Liu Keaj and Zhang Xinyan simultaneously reached out to take the flowers, both with confused expressions on their faces. Liu Keaj suspected, could it be to increase love luck? The 2 flowers gently swayed, slowly drifting in the wind, and finally landed in Liu Keaj and Zhang Xinyan's palms. Facing their confusion, the ancient tree explained, these 2 peach blossoms will sense each other when you encounter danger in the future, helping you overcome difficulties together. Liu Keaj and Zhang Xinyan widened their eyes, staring blankly as the peach blossoms dissolved in their palms, secretly thinking, peach blossoms, so that's what they mean. The disciples not far away also witnessed the scene, realizing that Senior Ancient Tree was playing matchmaker. Tisk tisk tisk, love-hate entanglement between the Mogate Sect Master and the Autumn Mountain Grand Deacon. A woman 3 years older brings good fortune, 5 years older is like a mother, 3,000 years older becomes an immortal. Several female disciples, secretly admiring Sect Master Lu, shed tears and sighed upon seeing this scene. Why wasn't it me who received the peach blossoms with Sect Master Lu? Lu Kaioj secretly glanced at Zhang Xinyan, thinking, in my previous life, because our master-disciple relationship was confirmed, a system would remind us of dangerous situations. But most of the time Master was protecting me. Lu Kaioj tightly clenched his hand, secretly resolving, then in this life let me protect you. After a while at Mogate's Danqing Mountain, Zhang Xinyan was resting. Lu Kaioj stood beside her, stroking his chin, lost in thought. This time images of his disciples appeared in Lu Kaioj's mind. He tightly clenched his hand, secretly thinking, these Sword Sect disciples must have returned to their ordinary lives, right? Duyu, Li Nanwei and Chen Xiao, they completely failed in their duty of promotion. I must seize the Sword Sect's reputation points. After a moment of thought, Lu Kaioj looked at Zhang Xinyan, who had remained silent all this time. He pondered, the atmosphere has been awkward since just now. I must find a way. To break the awkward silence, Lu Kaioj decided to speak first. Fellow Taoist, I am going to a place. Would fellow Taoist like to accompany me? Zhang Xinyan closed her eyes and nodded in agreement. All right. But just a few seconds later, Zhang Xinyan suddenly realized something was amiss and immediately turned to look at Lu Kaioj, asking, where? Lu Kaioj noticed that Zhang Xinyan had been distracted this whole time, as if something was on her mind. What are you thinking about? Is it trouble from your sect? Lu Kaioj also thought in her previous life she was pursued by countless cultivators, who had their desires amplified, and she was forced to descend the mountain for experience. I know all this. Hearing Lu Kaioj's question, Zhang Xinyan no longer avoided the topic and spoke of her confusion. Fellow Taoist Lu, what is love? What is liking? Why are countless people in this world so persistent about these things? Hearing Zhang Xinyan's unexpected questions, Lu Kaioj looked at her silently, wondering, could it be that this time she was annoyed by the people from Autumn Mountain chasing her and even encountered some unnecessary trouble before coming out? After a moment of silence, Lu Kaioj stood up, took 2 steps forward, his hands clasped behind his back, and replied to Zhang Xinyan's confusion with a majestic demeanor. I don't know what love is. I only know that when a person has no attachments in their heart, that person is the coolest. Zhang Xinyan was a little surprised by Lu Kaioj's answer, and she stammered, cool? Lu Kaioj half turned to face Zhang Xinyan and continued to ask, fellow Taoist, how many interesting human stories have I told you? How about you tell me about the troubles of Autumn Mountain? Mentioning this, Zhang Xinyan felt a headache. He merely closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Afterwards, Zhang Xinyan also stood up, walked to Lu Kaioj's side and looking into the distance said, Autumn Mountain's cultivation techniques amplify human desires, but some also amplify human emotional desires. After a failed pursuit, people become irrational, and then rumors and slanders appear. Thinking of herself being accused, Zhang Xinyan lowered her head, a melancholic expression on her face, and continued, those people say I have a cold temperament, say I'm difficult to get along with, and even say I'm completely unsuitable as a cultivation partner. It's ridiculous to even think about it. Lu Kaioj's face turned ashen after hearing this, and he cursed continuously in his mind, how dare those despicable scoundrels talk about my person like that? What do you think you are? Don't let me catch you or I'll smash all your heads askew. Lu Kaioj gently turned to Zhang Xinyan and said, they've never truly interacted with you, so what right do they have to say you're difficult to get along with? I find you not only easygoing but also very comfortable to be around. Zhang Xinyan was slightly startled and said, fellow Taoist. He smiled and replied, have you ever heard the saying sour grapes? He faced her directly and said, they couldn't reach the grapes but I did. Zhang Xinyan's cheeks flushed slightly and his voice remained exceptionally sweet. In the tranquil clear sky, the freely soaring birds seemed to utter sounds at this moment, taking them to the trial grounds for a shift change. Let's go, brother, the person responded in a deep voice. Since we're here, let's pay our respects to Senior Ancient Tree. At this moment they had arrived before the ancient tree with its brilliant red leaves. Everyone present was astonished. Sect Master Lu is indeed outstanding. Who would have thought he'd be so brilliant? Suddenly something made him widen his eyes. It was an opened card on which a line of Chinese characters seemed to be written. When he read that line, he exclaimed in surprise, it really is him. Do you ask the crowd, fellow disciples, could someone tell me more about this person? A young woman in the crowd eagerly raised her hand and said, senior brother Duyu, I'll tell you. She spoke voluminously. Duyu listened, nodding all the while. Duyu's face suddenly turned pale. Impossible, he gritted his teeth. How could this be? Duyu's emotions seemed to plunge into disappointment. He clenched his hands silently thinking, Senior brother Kaioj, I can't believe you lied to me. Seeing Duyu's ashen face, everyone couldn't help but wonder, why does senior brother Duyu look like this? Is he that shocked? Senior brother Duyu is a talent too. Duyu's hands trembled slightly. These ordinary disciples simply didn't understand that Duyu had been taught by Kaioj when he was a child. As a child, Kaioj once asked Duyu, do you know why you're my opponent? Duyu asked curiously. Senior brother Kaioj, W.Y. Kaioj replied, I'll only say it once, this is my secret, I'm only telling you, you must remember it. Duyu respectfully perked up his ears, listening intently to every word. He resolved, I must engrave it in my heart. Kaioj said, no woman in heart, sword naturally divine. Duyu in his innocence nodded and repeated, no woman in heart, sword naturally divine. Now, as Duyu recalled these words, his hands clenched tightly. Why, thinking that Kaioj had a woman by his side, yet he was still smiling happily. Duyu trembled with anger. You're the one who said these words, yet now you have a cultivation partner. You're a traitor, a female disciple guessed. Senior brother Duyu, I remember you once said there was a mysterious senior brother under the sword sect. Were you talking about Sect Master Lu? Duyu and Chen Xiao were simultaneously startled. Chen Xiao immediately waved his hand in denial. Of course not, how could that be? Don't talk nonsense, don't guess wildly. Everyone believed him and wondered, if not, is there another master? That senior brother probably isn't inferior to Sect Master Lu, is he? Just like that, Mogate's reputation points were forcibly snatched away by someone named Chen. Lu Keaj sneezed out of nowhere. Zhang Xinyan, standing beside him, asked, fellow Taoist, do you feel the wind is too strong? Lu Keaj rubbed his nose and replied, no, it's probably someone bad-mouthing me behind my back. Zhang Xinyan didn't respond, lowering her head to Keaj and saying, fellow Taoist, the flying bird city you spoke of has arrived. At the foot of the mountain, a dense flock of white birds soared in the sky. Keaj nodded, confirming they had arrived at the correct location. Finally, we're at Flying Bird City. Zhang Xinyan curiously asked him why he wanted to come to this small city. Keaj replied with a smile. You'll know later, he thought to himself. Even if I explain it to her now, she wouldn't understand anyway. No one would believe I'm here to steal new quests. He. Memories flooded Keaj's mind. Flying Bird City, one of the 10 novice villages in the internal test. This is where I lived during the internal test in my previous life. I couldn't be more familiar with it, and this new quest will entrap many people. Meanwhile, in Flying Bird City, someone with rhinitis continuously coughed up mucus, and he muttered to himself, just a little more and this formation will be complete. It turned out that the mucus he coughed up had a purpose. After some discharge, a formation stably formed. This mysterious stranger nodded. It's done. I'm sorry, I just wanted to live. This formation will take away your chance at survival, but your lives will forever live within me. Afterwards he summoned some dark magic from the formation and cast it upon the flock of birds. The birds unknowingly fell victim to the spell, none escaping. They began to panic, flying chaotically in all directions, but it was to no avail. The birds' bodies, including their wings, gradually turned red and slowly blackened into crows scattering across the sky. The flock of birds began to gather, then burst out of the forest and flew towards the villagers. Wherever they flew, trees withered and turned to dust. The formation caster felt something was wrong. What's happening? What went wrong? Why can't I absorb the bird's vitality? Instead, they're absorbing the surrounding life force. However, he couldn't last much longer. Mucus continuously poured out. This person felt like he was about to die. These birds would definitely harm humans, but this wasn't my original plan. Birds began to notice humans. Their eyes turned blood red and they swooped down to attack. As people were picking sweet fruits, they suddenly heard an unusual sound. One person, seeing it inadvertently, waved to attract those around him. Everyone looked at the birds. How are they different from usual? How strange, wherever they fly, the trees wither. What's happening? Suddenly, the sky was covered in an eerie dark crimson. The birds' cries rose and fell. The man who had inadvertently summoned them knelt, clutching his head, continuously muttering, I don't want to hurt anyone, I don't want to hurt anyone, I don't want to hurt anyone. People had already realized these birds were not right. They turned and fled, shouting to everyone, run quickly, those birds are abnormal, quickly hide in the city. These birds are pecking at me, they want to eat people, help. The purple-clad mastermind trembled nearby. Don't blame me, it's not my fault, I'm dying, I'm about to die. Suddenly, Lu Keaj patted him on the back from behind and said, get lost. The purple-clad man turned to look at him, asking in confusion, he is? The sunlight shone on Keaj, making him appear even more radiant in his eyes. The purple-clad man was no exception, asking himself, has a deity descended to earth? Keaj cast a contemptuous glance at him. Was it you who brought about the bird disaster? To save yourself, you drew an evil formation, causing the birds to go mad. You're dying, so of course it's not your fault, but what about the living? After you die, who cares about the heinous crimes you committed? Keaj looked at the frantically attacking flock of birds. How annoying. If you die, what about us who are still alive? He also thought, in my previous life, the formation in Flying Bird City only automatically activated after the Blood Asura to protect the populace until the players arrived. At that time, as an internal test player, I completely failed to understand what a Blood Asura was, and because the quest description stated the death toll was in the triple digits, I didn't pay attention, only caring that those birds gave experience points. Keaj's voice rang out, fellow Taoist, there's a formation in Flying Bird City that can protect the city's inhabitants. I don't know how to activate it. Do you? The purple-clad man realized Keaj wasn't talking to him. He had just sat up when he suddenly jolted. There was someone else. Footsteps came from behind the purple-clad man. He turned to look. Zhang Xinyan appeared, responding to Keaj's words. I know. The purple-clad man stared at her in astonishment. A great cultivator. Keaj merely looked leisurely at the flock of birds in the sky and said, a speck of dust in the air falling on a person is a mountain. Perhaps others didn't understand, but Zhang Xinyan did. Keaj drew the sword from his side and said, today I just want to step out into the world. Those blackened birds flew towards a tall tower and a light devouring energy shot from the top of the tower. This made the birds start to feel scared and they were sucked in. The residents on the ground were still shaken, as this situation had never happened before. How could those birds suddenly go mad? If these birds rushed into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire Flying Bird City would likely become a living hell. The residents knelt at Zhang Xinyan's feet, continuously thanking her. Many thanks, great cultivator. If you hadn't arrived in time, all of us would have been finished, Zhang Xinyan replied. You're welcome. The residents' faint voices rose, but now this formation can only stop them. Yet we still need to make a living. We need to go out of the city to pick fruits. The elders nodded in agreement. That's right. If this bird plague isn't resolved, we will starve to death sooner or later. We implore great cultivator for help. Zhang Xinyan looked up and said, he asked me to activate the formation. He will take action. Everyone's gaze turned to the protagonist who was floating in midair, beneath the heavenly lightning and the fierce flock of birds. Kaj loudly declared, the bird plague, I will resolve it. The crow's eyes flickered red, and they frantically rushed towards him, countless in number, attacking all at once. At this moment lightning also began to appear. The people below cried out in fear. How can there be so many? Can that great cultivator handle them? Quickly, let him come in and hide. Can plan for the long term. Zhang Xinyan looked at him with deep affection and said, I believe him. That man looked up at the blood-red sky. He gritted his teeth and thought, he's only at the second realm. If a great cultivator doesn't intervene, I can't deal with so many blood birds. Kaj jumped up, laughing happily. How can I fight if they're all flying in the sky, and you need to enter through the city gate, not let them attack? As he spoke, a stream of water condensed in his hand. This path is blocked, I'll go down. Then Kaj unleashed a move to attack those vicious crows. They were all struck down, falling like raindrops. That man's eyes almost popped out in surprise. How can this be? Then that man also recognized the move and immediately shouted, it's the power of heaven and earth. This person has grasped the enlightenment of heaven and earth. He stood in the water enjoying it. Rain, for this lord is the home ground. In the distance another flock of bloodbirds was swarming. Looking at the water condensed in his hand, Kaj said, the excellent effects of water power are far richer than imagined. Next his hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and the water droplets under his control shot towards that flock of bloodbirds. The next second all that was heard was their chaotic screams, followed by continuous massive explosions, forming dazzling red smoke in the sky. Kaj thought to himself, although the power of heaven and earth is effective, it consumes too much. Zhang Xinyan also had the same concern. If he keeps using the power of heaven and earth, his spiritual energy will be depleted. He looked at the bloodbirds that were still alive, smacked his lips, not much spiritual energy left, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, but I am a chosen one. A beam of light appeared from the system, bearing only the words, upgrade. The golden light instantly sent the crows that were charging to attack him flying. She was astonished. He upgraded. I can't believe he can break through in battle. That man witnessed all this, dumbfounded, thinking, the power of heaven and earth is one thing, but I can't believe he can break through in battle. Who exactly is that kid? He then looked at them and said, since I'm not worried about spiritual energy anymore, let's combine sword intent and the power of heaven and earth and try again. Kaj extended his hand and made a simple gesture. At this moment the sky looked even more ominous and eerie. That man saw this scene and could no longer hold back, shouting, sword intent. He actually has sword intent. His face was covered in sweat, full of confusion. He's only at the second realm. The magnificent sight before him made that man blurt out blankly, hey, a heavenly mountain waterfall. The entire person suddenly lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Is this the legendary power of heaven and earth? Kaj leisurely landed before that man. His brow furrowed unconsciously, and he said, you're beyond saving. The man, utterly convinced of his defeat, replied, I know. The man looked at his reflection in the water, covering his mouth, and said, but seeing your majestic demeanor, I suddenly feel regret. Then the man looked up at the sky with satisfaction. Cultivators should not bring disaster to ordinary people. Light gradually dispelled the darkness. Only the sound of dirt beneath the man's feet was heard. Instead, they should be like you, their hero. His heart meridian shattered. He can no longer be saved, Xinyan whispered. At the same time, Kaj merely looked at the man with a grim expression. He averted his gaze. No, he had saved himself. Immediately after, Kaj sharply turned around. The bird plague has been eliminated, but the blood formation still remains. It must be eradicated completely for this matter to be truly resolved. Let's go, we'll eradicate it. He and she strode across the wide square with a crowd gathering behind them. After a while they began to murmur amongst themselves again. We don't even know the names of those two cultivators, our benefactors, another person lavishly praised. They truly are an immortal couple, another added. If only we knew their names, their fame would surely spread far and wide. Upon hearing this, Kaj merely curled his lips slightly into a smile, then slowly looked at them. Don't rush, I'll tell you this seat's name in a bit, he thought to himself. After all, Mogate's reputation points and recruiting players as tools will all depend on you. At this moment Kaj and Xinyan had walked some distance away before she calmly asked, does fellow Taoist always suppress your cultivation realm? Then she explained unprompted. Just now I saw your realm continuously ascending and you handled that flock of birds with ease. He smiled slightly again and asked, has fellow Taoist ever heard the name of the sword venerable? Then he softly added, legend has it that the sword venerable once broke through an entire major realm in a single day. Xinyan paused slightly upon hearing this, somewhat puzzled. This matter has spread far and wide. Of course I've heard of it, but why bring it up suddenly? Kaj suddenly stopped, turned his head slightly and said seriously and gravely, if I said I could also do it, would fellow Taoist believe me? Upon hearing this, she immediately froze, her pupils and the corners of her mouth slightly agape. Filled with surprise, seeing this, he turned, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode away, laughing. I'm just joking, fellow Taoist, don't take it seriously. Keaj and Xinyan had already distanced themselves, and he muttered, holding some berries. Unfortunately, these birds haven't ruined all these fruits yet. They're a bit sour, but still edible. Meanwhile, she still stood rooted to the spot, silently gazing at him, her eyes deep and perplexed. Xinyan asked herself, what did Senior Ancient Tree see? How many secrets does he truly possess? She recalled the ancient tree once saying that one day she might not be worthy of him. Xinyan grew curious about Keaj, and a woman's sign of falling in love is precisely her curiosity about a man. A moment later, he and she stood before the blood formation set up by that man. Keaj softly said, the blood formation has been found. Immediately after, he pointed his hand at the blood formation, solemnly chanted a spell, and instantly caused the blood formation to explode with a boom, filling the air with smoke and dust. Keaj looked at the mutated bird corpses, thinking grimly to himself, cannot eat them. These bird corpses carry blood poison. Then he tilted his head back and shouted to the sky, this seat, Keaj, Sect Master of Mogate, has resolved the bird plague. The bird corpses here are not to be eaten. Please remember this, because the sound was too loud. It quickly echoed throughout every corner of Flying Bird City, repeating continuously, this seat, Keaj, Sect Master of Mogate, has resolved the bird plague. The bird corpses here are not to be eaten. Please remember this. The residents of Flying Bird City had also accepted it. People either knelt and kowtowed or clasped their hands, shedding tears, saying with immense gratitude, many thanks for the reminder, honored cultivator from Mogate. We will surely remember Mogate's great kindness. So it was Sect Master of Mogate himself who took action. No wonder it was resolved so effortlessly. Many thanks, Sect Master Lu. Many thanks, Sect Master Lu. After the matter was resolved, Keaj simply let out a soft breath and looked at the surrounding bird corpses once more, lamenting to himself, if not for the blood poison, I'd really want to roast these birds, sprinkle some spices, and use my unique fire control grilling technique. He looked at Xinyan, who was deep in thought beside him, thinking of letting her taste the bird meat. Seemingly nonchalant, Xinyan was actually secretly observing him, her lips slightly curled, thinking to herself, he's still so thoughtful. If not for his reminder, who knows how many people in Flying Bird City would have suffered from the blood poison in these bird corpses. Keaj feigned a cough, a faint smile reappearing on his lips. Although he wanted to let her taste the bird meat, the people of Flying Bird City had already etched Mogate's name deep into their minds. Though he could only gain reputation points now, once players appeared, his name would surely become legendary. But what he didn't know was that among the 10 internal test novice villages, only Flying Bird City had no wild beasts. A team of 1,000 people couldn't find a single beast within a 10-mile radius. Thousands of internal test players in Flying Bird City could only level up through daily quests. A certain Flying Bird City player. Do you know how I passed this internal test? It was by picking fruits every day. Besides picking fruits, it was still picking fruits. Being a farmer in a game, that was the torment of my life at this moment. Keaj seemed to suddenly realize, clapping his hands and thinking to himself, I almost forgot, the amusing players participating in this internal test can no longer find beasts. But then he comforted himself inwardly. It's alright, even if they have no beast to catch, they've met me. Keaj muttered to himself, how can this seat, a dignified chosen one, be compared to those birds? You all are indeed children chosen by the gods. Xinyan stood beside him, seeing Keaj's expression constantly change, wondering in confusion, why does his expression keep changing? Did he think of something interesting? Just then, something in his chest began to squirm and emit light. It immediately caught Keaj's attention, and he looked down in surprise. He picked it up, frowning slightly, filled with confusion. What's going on? Why is this wooden token reacting so intensely? Has it reached a state where it can receive messages from the protagonist? Then Keaj showed an interested smile, thinking, could it be that some new feature has been unlocked? Keaj held the wooden token before him, pondering what new feature could it be. As he was still curious, the light on the wooden token suddenly extinguished, leaving Keaj with a furrowed, displeased face. Strange, I can't feel anything, he thought to himself. It twitched. He then muttered to himself, a wooden token can't twitch. Unbeknownst to him, an extremely important event had occurred. Time rewound to half an hour earlier. The sky then appeared dyed red with lightning and thunder. The figures of monstrous birds appeared densely in the sky. At this moment a voice rang out. The bird plague caused by this old man has finally begun. An old man appeared, surrounded by a shroud of black energy. The old man spoke. All of this is within my control. It is the future. The old man's gaunt figure emerged, holding a hollow wooden staff with a piece of cloth hanging down to cover half of his left face. A faint smile perpetually hung at the corner of his mouth as he said, You awakened it with blood, chose Flying Bird City. In truth, it was all this old man. Everything is controlled by me. Finally, the old man narrowed his eyes, smiling slyly, and said, Ultimately, this old man is one who acts on behalf of Heaven's way. He looked at a person offering a large bowl, asking himself curiously, could a dying person, faced with the temptation of a life formation mimicking a secret realm, actually remain unmoved? The old man smirked. Alas, I've already made my move. Then a sly glint flashed in the old man's eyes as he recalled the person who seemingly caused the disaster. That person had once cried out, I'm saved. As long as I can control this formation, I can live, the old man said. In the future I foresaw that dying person was merely a tool to trigger the bird plague. He then looked elsewhere and said, What a pity. These are merely my chess pieces, the old man whispered. "My good chess piece, I only need one. That was my first discarded piece." He then looked at a dirty child and said, "The first chess piece was merely a dirty, mute and foolish child bearing a demon seed mark for over 10 years now." The old man revealed a sinister smile, then looked at the boy he easily controlled. "The demon seed is fated to take root and sprout." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in the air, immediately making the old man turn his head in surprise. "What's going on?" the old man cried out, then sharply looked towards where Xinyan and Liu Keaj were. "Who is disrupting Heaven's Tao plan?" The old man gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "They are disrupting my Heaven's Tao plan." "A few great cultivators of the 5th realm and a boy of the 2nd realm," the old man asked in confusion. "Disrupting the bird plague, disrupting Heaven's Tao chess game. Are these great cultivators outsiders?" Then the old man suddenly put 2 fingers to his mouth, bit down, and blood flowed. "I don't believe it." The old man then smeared his right eye with the 2 bloodied fingers. "If she were an outsider, how could I not see her in the future?" The old man's eyes flickered with green light as he looked at her, saying, "If I can see it, then she is not." Then the old man saw something that made him tremble violently in shock. Before the old man's eyes was a battlefield strewn with weapons, broken and dilapidated, on the verge of being utterly destroyed. Then images flashed continuously, making the old man pause and ponder for a moment. The old man concluded, "I saw the future of those great cultivators. She is not an outsider. Could that 2nd realm boy be the one?" The old man stared intently at him. It was instantly apparent. No sooner had the old man spoken than he began to unleash his precognitive ability. The old man seemed to have seen something he shouldn't, immediately letting out a tragic cry, then spitting out a mouthful of blood. The old man trembled, covering his eyes, supporting himself with his staff. "An outsider. He is the outsider," the old man said unwillingly. "Why are all people chess pieces? Why can he break free from my chess game? Who is it? These eyes, this lotus, who exactly is it?" the old man roared. Meanwhile, a pair of green eyes appeared in that void. The wooden token remained unchanged. Keaj didn't overthink it. He merely breathed evenly, pondering to himself, "Never mind, perhaps I'll only see new features when I become stronger. For now, let it give me some hints. Where else does fellow Taoist wish to go?" Xinyan turned to ask him. He quickly replied, "No, let's go home," she replied softly but with a hint of undetectable disappointment. Xinyan looked at him again. Her face slightly flushed. "That's not my home, it's just your home." At this very moment in Mogate, the remaining person was instructing Shiao Chu in cultivation. She was still diligently practicing swordplay, though her shouted spirit seemed weak. Unlike the 2 watching, Luo Bing sat idly to the side, propping her chin on her hand in boredom. She then let out a long sigh, gazing at the vast sky, and said boredly, "Master has gone into seclusion, no one knows where. Young master has gone out, no one knows where." After speaking, Luo Bing sighed again. The key was that she frowned, recalling Xinyan's figure, secretly thinking that senior who accompanied young master has a more alluring figure than myself, not to mention that they are alone, man and woman together in a room. She quickly dismissed the thought. "Impossible. Young master hasn't shown even a hint of interest in me, so how much better could that senior's figure be than mine?" Luo Bing said, looking down at her full chest. Luo Bing suddenly blushed again, falling silent after a while. She finally calmed down, lowering her eyelids and silently admonishing herself, "What am I thinking? How can I compare like this? Young master cannot love the flesh, as the madam would say. He must love a person's soul, and a little bit of the body too, right?" Luo Bing thought, then touched her chest, saying curiously. Suddenly, Shiao Chu leaned close and called out, "Senior sister." This immediately made Luo Bing shriek in fright. She collected herself and asked, "What's wrong? You startled me." Shiao Chu innocently asked, "Senior sister, what does preferring boys over girls mean?" Luo Bing froze upon hearing this. A hint of bewilderment on her face. She was actually deep in thought, recalling those terrible scenes from the past. Back then her father had resolutely told her mother, sell her, only then can my son afford to continue his studies." Then she recalled the injustice from her childhood. "Isn't it just tearing your new clothes?" Seeing her silent, Shiao Chu spoke again. "Senior sister," behind the 2, junior brother Dongfang awkwardly said to Heiding, "Brother, why don't you explain it to Shiao Chu? Don't tell her about that peasant couple, it's my fault." Seeing this, he walked over and gently patted Shiao Chu's shoulder. When Shiao Chu turned around and called senior brother 3 times, Heiding with a straight face pointed in another direction. After leading her to their destination, he gently pointed downwards. What did Shiao Chu just ask? The stone where Heiding brought her had words written on it, and Shiao Chu read them out quickly. "In our Mogate, preferring boys over girls means heavy objects are carried by men and light objects by women." "Oh, so preferring boys over girls means that?" Shiao Chu exclaimed excitedly. Seeing Shiao Chu so happy, Heiding naturally reached out and ruffled her hair. That old man still didn't know that his original brilliant plan had been disrupted by Sect Master Lu. Just above their heads, a woman's figure suddenly appeared. A delicate and voluptuous woman. Ning Ying stood on a large leaf, smiling faintly. "I haven't been to Mogate in half a year." When she descended, the 4 of them also respectfully bowed. "Senior Ning, no need for formalities." Ning Ying softly asked, "Where are Keaj and the others? Why aren't they here?" Luo Bing quickly replied, replying to Senior, "Master has gone into seclusion, and Sect Master Uncle has gone down the mountain to the trial grounds." "Into seclusion?" Ning Ying asked back uncertainly. Then suddenly currents of air appeared around her, making her frown immediately. "This girl secluding herself is fine, but why set up 13 layers of restrictions, then?" Ning Ying looked at Luo Bing and asked, "Keaj went to the trial grounds. Why didn't you go?" She honestly replied, Sect Master Uncle said there were other matters. Seeing the silent expressions of the disciples, she finally let out a weary sigh, thinking, what other matters? I'm afraid they ran out of spirit stones. That scoundrel doesn't even know to ask for anything. I'll leave them some spirit stones before I go this time. Unexpectedly, Luo Bing, who was standing opposite her, was mesmerized by her ample bosom, her face immediately flushing, secretly thinking, Senior Ning's assets are indeed unmatched. She thought, my madam once said that if a woman has 2 peach-sized peaks, her attraction to men is fatal. She suddenly panicked again. What if young master likes large ones like Senior Ning? She then frantically shook her head again, dismissing the thought. What am I thinking? Luo Bing secretly thought. But speaking of this, those sisters once said that men's tastes are ever-changing. She remembered those courtesans when doing that, always saying things like auntie, sister-in-law, older aunt, younger sister. But she was startled again, her face pale, and she blurted out, younger sister. She didn't seem to realize her own behavior, continuing to think no way, but she thought about it and looked at her own peaks. In some respects, master was even inferior to her. Ning Ying finally spoke to Luo Bing. What are you doing? Luo Bing was startled but quickly composed herself, bowing carefully to the side. Nothing, Senior Ning, please. This made Luo Bing sigh in relief, secretly thinking, no, I should spend some time cleansing myself. Suddenly, somewhere an old man's blood-stained arm appeared on the gravel ground, and he even groaned in pain. So painful, that bastard. He roared in anger, his hand still covering his bleeding right eye. What on earth was that? He recalled the eye he had just seen, asking himself, what's wrong, my eye? He panicked, his vision gradually blurring, unable to even maintain his balance. After his vision shifted, he realized, trembling in terror, the power granted to me by the Tao of Heaven blinded just by looking at that guy. He then struggled to endure the excruciating pain, laboriously leaning on his staff, thinking, I must find out who that guy is. I won't allow a second outsider. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished, leaving only a wisp of black smoke lingering in the air. That wisp of black smoke flew back to the tower, which was the ancient intelligence organization's stronghold spread across the Tianquan continent. He took his seat on the throne directly in front of a woman. Xuanji quickly sensed an anomaly and stepped forward, asking, Tower Lord, are you injured? Then she quickly handed him a small scroll. Xuanji, go investigate this person. This is his portrait. Xuanji took it, immediately opened it to look, and then continuously praised, there is actually such a handsome and dashing man in this world. He sternly said, don't be swayed by beauty, carefully investigate everything about this person. Otherwise you know the consequences. You may withdraw. As soon as she turned around, her cheeks were slightly flushed, clutching the scroll tightly, secretly thinking, of course I'll investigate everything about him. Xuanji truly wants to understand him. Xinyan and Lu Keaj were still sitting on the back of that enormous creature which was soaring through the vast sky. The system interface appeared, which he immediately saw, secretly thinking, system alert activated. Seeing the notification, Keaj foolishly cheered again, in 10 more days the easiest pawns will arrive. He smirked slyly, all the groundwork is laid, just waiting for the fish to bite. She sat beside him paying little attention, merely saying softly, fellow Taoist, we've reached Mogate. The familiar scene appeared before them. Keaj asked in surprise, why is no one coming out to greet this lord? Xinyan also wondered, they should be cultivating right now. Why isn't there a single soul? But then she suddenly stammered, confused as to why she was so natural, as if Mogate's affairs had anything to do with her. Divine sense, he stood next to Xinyan, his eyes slightly closed, speaking softly. Soon all the surrounding sights entered Keaj's mind and then exited. He understood everything, saying softly, so Aunt Ning is here. This made Xinyan perplexed. Xinyan wondered inwardly. The two walked to a row of houses and upon entering, immediately saw the 4 of them and her sitting on chairs. Keaj recognized Ning Ying and turned to call out, Aunt Ning, long time no see. He happily walked forward, his hands outstretched as if wanting to embrace her. But then he seemed to realize his action was somewhat impolite, quickly cupping his hands and rubbing them together, putting on a fawning expression as he said to her, what good things did you bring for the kids this time? Ning Ying was speechless. Eyes, good things, the only thing on your mind? Don't you remember Aunt Ning? I remember, of course I remember. He chattered like a little bird, his eyes unintentionally glancing at her full bosom. It's a pity I've grown up and can't just jump into Aunt Ning's surging embrace like before. At this moment she finally looked at where Xinyan was standing, silently asking in her heart. Ning Ying kept looking at her, then thought to herself, isn't this? Xinyan seemed to notice her gaze, so Keaj pointed at Xinyan and introduced, Aunt Ning, I forgot to introduce, this is fellow Taoist Zhang from Autumn Mountain. Senior Ning? Xinyan's cheeks were slightly flushed and she called out shyly, struggling in her heart, what's wrong? Shouldn't I address her as an equal? Why am I so conflicted and nervous? But Ning Ying, standing opposite her, showed an arrogant sneer, making her break out in a cold sweat. Ning Ying was still pondering this kid. Elder Zhang Xinyan of my Autumn Mountain. Don't you recognize her? Then she asked herself, she's my peer, why does she look like she's meeting a parent? Ning Ying looked at the boy beside her again, thinking, could the atmosphere between these two be like this after all? She understood, and a calculating smile appeared in her heart. These two, I didn't expect it to be true. Call her senior sister, call her what? Ning Ying imagined herself patting Zhang Xinyan's head, already laughing excitedly. Seeing this, Keaj, though puzzled, still asked, Aunt Ning, you've come to see me, so you must have something to discuss, right? He also thought, I don't know what Aunt Ning is thinking. She's at an age where she should be keen on matchmaking. Ning Ying quickly composed herself again. She raised her hand and gave a feigned cough. Indeed, I do have something. I received some items in the sect that I don't need, so I brought them for both of you. Ning Ying finished speaking and handed over a package containing items. Immediately after, some sparkling jade stones also appeared. She took them out and said, "These are seeds of high-grade spirit trees. Knowing that you two lacked them, I brought some over." This immediately left He Ding speechless, and Mu Dongfang also opened his mouth wide and said, "High-grade spirit tree seeds, these are extremely precious things." Luo Bing also exclaimed in surprise, "She actually just gave us a bag." Shiao Chu also looked at Ning Ying with sparkling eyes. "High-grade spirit tree seeds, can they be eaten?" At the same time she also looked at Xin Yan, sneering disdainfully, secretly thinking, HMPH, don't put on airs as a great cultivator anymore. Our Kaoj also has a great cultivator doting on him. At this moment an imprint suddenly appeared on the backs of his and Xin Yan's hands, composed of 4 independent small light points, looking like a lotus. Xin Yan and Kaoj simultaneously found it strange and raised their hands. At this moment the small imprint emitted a faint bright aura. These seeds belonged to Senior Ancient Tree. Xin Yan looked at her palm and then at the seeds. A moment ago, in a certain secret chamber in Mogate, a young girl was diligently suppressing her realm, preventing it from breaking through, but this girl was not here. This was merely her meticulously designed illusion. Dongi bent down, gasping for breath. That was close. She then straightened up, saying, "If my spiritual energy had been 10 times more chaotic just now, I would have had a 1% chance of failing to break through." At this moment Dongi gently clutched her hair. After suppressing it for so many years, she still couldn't suppress it, and she still broke through her realm. It's better to be careful in the future. What are you thinking? Why are you being so cautious? Suddenly Dongi seemed to sense something and said, "Oh, brother and sister Zhang are back." What else? Ning Ying had just finished speaking when she reached for her clothes, turned, and quickly ran out of the secret chamber, saying as she ran, "It's been 3 days, 11 hours and 3/4 since I last saw brother." Dongi ran to the house where Kaoj and everyone else were, a radiant smile on her face. "Brother, sister Zhang, Aunt Ning, the peach blossoms are so beautiful." Seeing the falling petals, her cheeks flushed, but then her face quickly darkened because she saw the connection between Kaoj and Xin Yan on their hands. Dongi looked at them both, a rare look of disappointment on her face, secretly thinking, "Brother, sister Zhang, your peach blossoms are not beautiful at all." Dongi lowered her head, her face gloomy, looking unhappy. Kaoj immediately frowned, turned to her and said, "Dongi, HMPH, why does it always feel like I'm being caught cheating?" Kaoj felt a tickle in his heart, silently stroking his head and asking himself, "This feeling is still very novel. Aunt Ning, you're here." Dongi ignored him, walking straight past him. "It's good that Aunt Ning is here. What gifts did she bring?" She curiously leaned towards the cloth bundle in Ning Ying's hand, looking at the twinkling lights in the air, and asked, "This girl, Dongi?" Luo Bing thought, young master and senior Zhang have a somewhat intimate relationship. She looked at them both and thought, but so what? Luo Bing's lips curled into a relieved smile. She lowered her eyelids, secretly congratulating herself. "As long as I can be one of young master's many women, Luo Bing will have succeeded." Ning Ying also seemed to be in an awkward situation. She just laughed dryly. "Since everyone is here, why don't we take advantage of this auspicious day to plant the spirit tree seeds?" "All right," he agreed. Shiao Chu also quickly interjected, "All right, let's go plant trees." Meanwhile, Dongli's expression was somewhat gloomy, and she merely grunted in agreement. In the spacious courtyard, a sound of digging continuously echoed, and soon a deep, large pit was dug. Ning Ying and Kaoj sat on the other side, watching everyone diligently dig the pit. She suddenly asked, "Your trial journey this time was quite fruitful, wasn't it?" He replied, "Just a little more than ordinary people. I gained some insight, achieved Sword Heart Translucent, and also obtained Sword Venerable's ultimate skill, Azure Slowness." Kaoj listed. "Oh, and I also passed the trial in half the time of the second place holder." Hearing him say this, Ning Ying also turned in surprise to look at Kaoj, asking back, "You call this a little more than ordinary people? Mogate disciples are you all like this?" He calmly replied, "Don't you agree? Mogate disciples should all be like this." Dongi, Luo Bing, Shiao Chu, Mu Dongfang and He Ding all spoke loudly at the same time. Hearing this, she recalled the image of an old friend, revealing a faint smile, secretly thinking, "Your sister's children haven't disappointed you." The next day everyone stood at the entrance of Mogate to see Ning Ying off. Kaoj regretfully asked, "Aunt Ning, are you really not staying a few more days?" "Aunt Ning isn't as free as you. I have a mountain of things waiting for me in the sect," she said, tapping his forehead with her finger, replying helplessly. "Oh, and Duyu asked me to say hello to you on his behalf." Kaoj rubbed his head indifferently and sighed. "Indeed, Aunt Ning, please also extend my regards to him." "Oh, I forgot to tell you, Duyu already entered the 4th realm a few days ago," Ning Ying continued, clearly hinting at her underlying reason for mentioning it. "It's good that you're improving so quickly, you brat, but being high-minded but low-skilled is not a good thing. You're not the only genius. You'll also get there soon." Kaoj smiled faintly, his brows lowered, and replied, "You haven't even reached the 3rd realm yourself, yet you dare to say soon?" She felt that this matter was most likely an amusing one for him. Hearing this, Kaoj also replied, "Isn't that just a matter of time?" Ning Ying didn't argue with her young charge, turning instead to say, "Never mind, actually. Do you also ask me to ask you a question?" She was still dissatisfied, thinking, "That brat doesn't know what modesty and caution mean. I must give him a tough lesson." Aunt Ning, why does that brat talk so much nonsense? Lu Keaj showed an impatient and blank expression. She ignored him, merely turning her head calmly to say, he asked if a fourth realm cultivator could withstand one of your unsheathed sword strikes. Hearing Ning Ying say this, those behind him also showed bewildered expressions. Shiao Chu asked herself, will Uncle Duyu be stronger than Sect Master Uncle? How will he answer? Xin Yan looked at him, curious. After a moment, Lu Keaj softly said, Aunt Ning, please convey one message to him. Sealed my sword for 10 years, below the 5th realm. I can sever them with one sword strike. He said that when you cast the spirit wind art and sealed your sword for 10 years, your willpower was truly extraordinary. Xin Yan opened her eyes wide in surprise, as expected of young master. Luo Bing thought with a blushing reverence, and even the little girl standing next to Dongi loudly exclaimed, making her turn around vigilantly. So cool, I want to say such cool words like Sect Master Uncle too. She quickly walked over to Shiao Chu and gave her a hard knock, making the little girl cry out in pain. Ning Ying heard this and turned away, satisfied, but before leaving she looked back and said, understood, I'll tell him your exact words. As she stood on the large leaf and departed, the Lu siblings stood below, waving goodbye loudly. Goodbye, Aunt Ning. Ning Ying didn't forget to tell the two, I left gifts for you in the bamboo house, remember to get them later. Hearing this, Dongi and Lu Keaj's eyes simultaneously sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, Xin Yan gently spoke. I've bothered you these past few days, fellow Taoist. No sooner had she spoken than her gigantic monstrous bird also whizzed and flew behind her. Xin Yan softly said, I shall take my leave now. You're going back too? He asked blankly. Xin Yan hummed, already turning to leave. All right then, safe travels, fellow Taoist. Lu Keaj waved his hand, his face still showing reluctance, and said, thank you. She replied, Dongi saw this scene and merely cast a cold glance, thinking, that's right, Sister Zhang has no official relationship with brother, so direct contact is indeed inappropriate. Despite her outward demeanor, she was giggling inwardly as if she had won a battle. I'm different, I'm his sister, we can stay together every day. Xin Yan stood on the monstrous bird's back as if remembering something and spoke to him. Oh, I also left something in the bamboo house. Fellow Taoist, please check it before you sleep. Lu Keaj asked in confusion, but she only noticed the unnecessary before you sleep part. No sooner had she spoken than she manipulated the monstrous bird to fly away. Xin Yan half closed her eyes, muttering to herself, I can't look back. If I see him, I won't want to leave. Zhang Xin Yan, what's wrong with you? She asked herself, reaching out to open her wine gourd. Xin Yan also sadly said, he always said I was cool, but now I don't feel cool anymore. Deep into the night, Lu Keaj was currently holding an exquisitely carved ring. The storage ring left by Aunt Ning contained a pile of spirit stones and refining materials. Just the spirit stones alone were enough for all of Mogate's disciples to visit the trial grounds once. He put the ring on his left index finger, affirming, sure enough, mature women are like this, quietly bringing benefits to others. As he exited Ning Ying's bamboo house, he also glanced at the house next door and said, that's Xin Yan's bamboo house. But it's still a while until bedtime, so I'll go get it later. Lu Keaj averted his gaze and looked up at the bright moon in the night sky. He had other matters to attend to now. He walked to a tombstone, tapping it with his hand as he called out, Wu, are you there? No sooner had Lu Keaj spoken than something that looked like a ghost shaking its small head flew out from the pile of earth. I went down the mountain to the Sword Sect's trial grounds this time, he said, sighing to Wu. I got first place, not worth mentioning. Incidentally, I also learned a bit of sword technique, Lu Keaj said arrogantly to it, pretending that he had only gained a little insight not worth mentioning, and also comprehended sword heart translucent. Contrary to his expectation, Wu only showed a bewildered expression, making Lu Keaj sigh helplessly. Well, that boasting attempt failed, Sect Master Uncle. He quickly composed himself and said seriously, all right, this long story with your brain you definitely wouldn't understand. Let's talk about things related to you, this time down the mountain. I found that the sword mark Sword Venerable left on the stone steel was actually the sword technique you taught me. Where did you get this sword technique? When he didn't hear an answer, Lu Keaj leaned forward again, looking at it with wide confused eyes and asking, forgot, in that case I can only release more explosive news, he said defiantly. Do you remember the name Lu Li? Lu Li, the eccentric Lu Li. Lu Li, Lu Keaj said solemnly. Wu, who had been bewildered earlier, now nodded abruptly, immediately making him say happily, there's a reaction. I remember, it suddenly blurted out. Wu kept muttering, I remember. As it spoke, its physical form also changed from a ghost to something else. What did you remember? Lu Keaj asked anxiously. As he approached it, it completely transformed into a form resembling a small fox. After transforming, Wu sat calmly on the tomb, making him stare blankly before saying, I remember who Lu Li is. Who is Lu Li? Lu Keaj asked anxiously. What is Lu Li? What is Lu Li? What did you just say? It suddenly shook its head mischievously, feigning ignorance. He was speechless even now, only knowing to angrily say, I'm asking you who Lu Li is? Are you deaf? Wu also showed an expression of disliking his voice. I heard you don't need to speak so loudly. Question marks popped up in Lu Keaj's mind and suddenly some strange scenes appeared. Are you playing tricks on me? Damn it, today I really will. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he turned towards it. Suddenly, Wu said that Lu Li was Emperor Qing's disciple. Emperor Qing's disciple. Lu Keaj regained his composure, repeating its words in alarm. No, Emperor Qing had a total of 5 disciples, all great cultivators above the 9th realm. The names of these 5 are still well known today, but none of them are named Lu Li, he replied solemnly, clearly a matter of great importance. He was Emperor Qing's last personal disciple. Wu Wu tilted its head and said, Emperor Qing's personal disciple? He stroked his chin in confusion, but during the ancient catastrophe he and his 5 disciples all died in that calamity. Lu Keaj finished speaking, then exclaimed in surprise sweat, could it be that Emperor Qing didn't die during the ancient catastrophe? That's right, Wu Wu replied, scratching its ears. Lu Li is him. Probably. It suddenly became evasive. Probably. Wu Wu unexpectedly fell over again, clutching its head. Probably. Lu Keaj also repeated, then approached it. What do you know? Do you know anything else related to Lu Li and Emperor Qing? Probably, Wu Wu said again. Then waved its paw, explaining, I think I stayed with them for a very, very long time. But my memory is very hazy. I only remember a bamboo forest. It said, young bamboo. What about the young bamboo? He was ecstatic, secretly thinking. My guardian was with Emperor Qing. If that's the case, don't I also have a connection with Emperor Qing? Lu Keaj revealed a triumphant and joyful smile. Not bad, but then Wu Wu suddenly said, your voice is very soft, didn't you eat? Soon his veins bulged with anger. Lu Keaj picked up a shovel from somewhere, walked to the pile of earth behind the tombstone and prepared to dig, angrily shouting, if I can't hear you then I'll dig up the grave. I'll hear you once I dig you out. Wu Wu, it suddenly cried out. I remember, the bamboo is black and there's a small stream next to the bamboo forest, black young bamboo, stream water. He stroked his chin in thought and then said, no way, such a coincidence. The only black young bamboo I know of is at the Sword Sect's first Sword Venerable's enlightenment spot, Lu Keaj softly said. Then thought with a gloomy vigilance, it can't be such a coincidence, can it? There are countless black young bamboo trees in the Tianquan world. It can't be a coincidence with the Sword Sect. He also thought of Wu Wu, but what exactly is this guardian's identity? I'm very curious now. Have you remembered who you are? He didn't let his doubts linger and immediately asked it. No, I can't even remember my own name. It drooped its ears and said dejectedly. Lu Keaj curiously leaned forward, pressing his face close, and said, then why did you only have a head before and now you've become a complete shape? At least there's some change, right? But Wu Wu merely shook its head in annoyance. Because the restriction had loosened. No sooner had it spoken than its tiny body trembled continuously, seemingly in extreme pain, making it clutch its head and scream incessantly. No more, no more, my little head hurts so much it feels like it's going to burst. As Wu Wu was still screaming, its figure gradually blurred. No, no, can't, Wu Wu, it cried out, then immediately grew larger. Essence blood, quickly give me essence blood. Hearing Wu Wu say this and then pounce on him, Lu Keaj was also startled and shouted loudly, wait a minute, but before he could continue it touched his fingertip. Immediately after, Wu Wu gave him a huge shock. Because at this moment it actually obediently shrank and contentedly sucked his finger. Lu Keaj was drained of essence blood and could only say hoarsely, stop. Wu Wu, full, it cried out joyfully at this moment, even happily flying around the tomb once, completely content, leaving him sprawled beside the tombstone. It still sensibly flew back to Lu Keaj's side, happily chirping, Wu Wu, thank you. He looked at Wu Wu with dead fish eyes. If you still don't know who you are, then how about I give you a name? Let's call you. But I had a name before, I just can't remember it, it said dejectedly, clutching its tail. Lu Keaj quickly remedied his words. Not a name, just a nickname, I'll call you. Wu Wu tilted its head and said to him, that's fine, but what do you want to call me? Lu Keaj answered casually, you always make Wu Wu sound, so I'll call you. He chuckled. Wu Wu, it asked back in confusion, then flipped a few times in the air and excitedly said, Wu Wu, I like this name. Wu Wu happily said to him, I'm so happy, so I'll show you some of my treasures. Treasures? Lu Keaj looked vaguely at Wu Wu. These are all my treasures, but some of them were left here by others. No sooner had it spoken than countless magnificent treasures appeared around Wu Wu, making him exclaim in surprise. Ah, a rare treasure flashed in Lu Keaj's eyes. It was Azure Slowness, a purple-grade high-tier sword technique, one of Sword Venerable's inheritances. Seeing this, he angrily shouted, you actually have Azure Slowness in your possession. I wasted my effort breaking through the trial for nothing. Immediately after, Lu Keaj's eyes lit up, and he reached out to grab the other treasures suspended in the air. You don't have all of Sword Venerable's inheritances here, do you? But suddenly, all the treasures before him instantly vanished, leaving Lu Keaj facing Wu Wu's question with an awkward and regretful expression. What do you want to do? He put on a fawning, almost syrupy sweet expression, saying to Wu Wu, where did you get all these things? He secretly calculated in his heart. I can only coax and trick it. Others left them here, Wu Wu quickly replied. Lu Keaj then asked, others who? It shook its head again. I forgot. He then asked, then can you take them out and show them to me? But it didn't answer as readily as he had hoped. Wu provocatively perked up its ears and said to him, what did you just say? Left with no choice, Lu Keaj shouted at it with perked ears, his voice deafening. I said, give me the jade slip and I'll squeeze out essence blood for you even if it kills me. Hearing this, Wu Wu replied cheerfully and happily, essence blood, good. Then what about the jade slip? He reached out and asked it. The only reply was it scratching its head, asking in confusion, what did you just say? Why do you always whisper? Lu Keaj looked at the dumbfounded Wu Wu before him. Lu Keaj also showed signs of fatigue, thinking to himself, this kid probably has selective hearing loss, right? In the end, he still couldn't get any jade slips from Wu Wu. Lu Keaj stood alone, stroking his chin and pondering. Wu Wu possesses a large number of jade slips, which very likely contain the complete inheritance of the first Sword Venerable. There were 3 sword techniques at the Sword Steel. I've already obtained 2 and perhaps she has the other one. Additionally, she has met the living Emperor Cheng and Emperor Cheng's last personal disciple Lu Li. He said, if the Purple Moon Society worships the Purple Moon even if they covet Emperor Cheng's heart, it's understandable that she and the Purple Moon Society have a conflict. But this Lu Li, why have I never heard of him? In my previous life when I played the game, there was no plot related to him either. Liu Kaioj wondered, was his identity obscured by something? Then, as if remembering something he had just forgotten, oh right, Xinyan also left a gift for me to pick up before bedtime. No sooner had he spoken than Liu Kaioj rushed back to Mo base. Never mind that, I'll go see what she left for me first. Before Xinyan's bamboo house, just as he reached the door, he saw Dongi sitting on the steps opposite humming. Liu Kaioj looked at her and asked, what are you doing here? Brother, I'm waiting for you, Dongi replied. Brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Dongi stood up and said seriously. Waiting for me? Why didn't you wait in my room? He asked, leaving her speechless. Seeing this, Dongi no longer cared, pouting and saying, I'll be frank, I just wanted to see what senior sister John left for you. Hearing this, Liu Kaioj gave her a complex look which made her uneasy, and she quickly turned her head to avoid his gaze. Dongi, he called out, then reached out and ruffled her head. Adult matters, children shouldn't meddle, there's nothing going on yet. After speaking, Liu Kaioj pushed Dongli's head aside. You can look, but I need to determine if you can look first, he said casually, leaving her behind, fuming and shouting, darn it, I'm not a child anymore, I've grown up. Haven't you got a clue whether you've grown up or not? Liu Kaioj asked softly, making Dongi puff out her cheeks in anger and shout, HMPH, mean big brother. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, thinking, brother's condition is a bit off. His aura today feels very weak, unlike before. Dongi looked at him, assessing. Seeing this, she did not continue to argue. She turned to him, asking worriedly, brother, are you all right? Liu Kaioj replied quickly and calmly, it's nothing, just an equivalent exchange with our family's guardian. After speaking, he pushed open the door and entered Xinyan's bamboo house. Dongli's heart became conflicted again. Brother, he's sacrificed so much for us, it's my first time seeing him like this. I even find myself wondering if there's really something between brother and senior sister Zhang. I truly don't deserve brother like this. As Mogate's sect master, right? She pondered with a slumped face. Am I worthy of the position of Mogate elder? Liu Kaioj opened the door, looked at the tidy room and sighed. Clean and orderly, very fitting for her personality. The necklace on the table, that must be what she left for me, right? He looked at the shimmering dark necklace on the wooden table. It felt warm and smooth in his hand like body temperature. Liu Kaioj picked it up and said, there's a special formation too. The system displayed information at this moment. Black jade necklace, gentle and soft. Other abilities. A painted curtain demon formation capable of withstanding a full force strike from a 5th realm grade cultivator. This item is usually worn close to the body. A subtle scent of its owner can be detected, he said speechlessly. Another defensive artifact similar to what Aunt Ning gave me. Do I look like someone who's easily bullied? But he saw the system note that a subtle scent of its owner could be detected, so this item must have been worn by Zhang Xinyan, right? Liu Kaioj curiously brought it close to his face. Is that so? But suddenly, Dongi unexpectedly appeared behind him, shouting loudly, painted curtain great formation, which startled him. Senior sister Zhang gave him this, but she looked at the jade in his hand, frowning and saying, a jade pendant. Why did you have to wait until bedtime to get it? Seeing her questioning gaze, Liu Kaioj could only remain silent, unsure how to answer. You wouldn't understand, it's because, he said, subtly tucking the jade pendant into his pocket, a sense of ceremony. Next time you give a gift, pay attention to the sense of ceremony. Don't always be so direct like you're disarming a bomb every time, Liu Kaioj said as he turned and left, leaving her to ponder confusedly. A sense of ceremony? What? But Dongi didn't know that Liu Kaioj was holding a carefully carved jade with the character and meaning peace calm on it, thinking to himself, this end character is for retrieving before bedtime. A sense of ceremony? Liu Kaioj smiled, asking himself, is she trying to say good night to me? He couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the awkward exchanges between him and Xinyan. Tomorrow I'll be going down the mountain again. There are 5 days left until the arrival of the 10,000 internal test players. I must make some more preparations, he thought as he walked. Behind Liu Kaioj, Dongi still stood there gloomily, watching him leave. A moment later in her room, Dongi sat at her desk, slowly picking up a brush and dabbing something. She looked at her hand, illuminated by candlelight, asking herself, if it's lit by a lamp, will it look a bit more like it? On the back of Dongli's hand there was now an imprint similar to the one on Liu Kaioj and Xinyan earlier. Dongli's eyes suddenly became sad, and then she lay on the table, covering the imprint and saying, doesn't look like it at all. The next day, a surge of power gathered beneath the cultivator, meditating on a rock. After cultivating for a while, Liu Kaioj sat blankly, muttering, the chi convergence art is becoming more and more professional. I can already bleed from 7 orifices now. He stood up, patted his clothes and said, it's almost time to set off. This time I'll bring little Dongi. It's time for that girl to get used to things. As Liu Kaioj walked, he pondered, a woman with Zhang Xinyan's personality saying goodnight to me already indicates clear progress in our relationship. After all, she's not the type to play with emotions or have many fish ponds. Thinking this, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Since she's already said good night, what should be the next step? As if he had thought of a good idea, Lukeaj smirked slyly and muttered to himself, I was truly brilliant just now. Scene change. After being asked, Dongi firmly refused. No, Lukeaj asked, puzzled. Why not? In the wooden house, Dongi coldly turned her head and spoke heartlessly. I need to cultivate on the mountain. I don't want to go down. It's too dangerous down there. In reality, it was just an excuse. The main reason was that she didn't want to be alone with her brother. It felt uncomfortable. Hearing his sister say this, Lukeaj walked over to persuade her. Being mature isn't like this, you know. What's the danger in going down the mountain just once? Shiao Chu watched Lukeaj with curious, wide eyes from the side. After his persuasion yielded no results, Dongi covered her ears and shook her head, saying no means no. Lukeaj stood behind his sister, unsure what to say. Shiao Chu looked up at the good show, seeing that he couldn't persuade her. Lukeaj also turned his head. If you're not going, I'll go alone. Shiao Chu raised her hand and spoke from the corner. I want to go. Shiao Chu's words immediately caught their attention. Lukeaj and Dongi immediately flew to Shiao Chu. Lukeaj said happily, Shiao Chu wants to go, all right then you can come with me. Meanwhile, Dongi angrily waved her arms. No, this child cannot go. Seeing this, Lukeaj turned his head and looked at her with a provocative gaze. What's wrong? This child is still young. It's perfectly normal for her to go play down the mountain. That's true. The more children go out to play, the better they develop skills like climbing walls and poles and hiding, which come in handy every time they sneak out to play away from their parents. Dongi was so angry her eyes narrowed to slits, shouting, Brother, you're still asking what's wrong with me? Haven't you corrupted Shiao Chu? That's right. Playing with someone who corrupts children makes it easier for them to go astray. These two were not only grinning broadly but also nudging each other, intentionally provoking Dongi. Lukeaj asked with a smile, when did I corrupt her? Where's the proof? Shiao Chu also chimed in, no, not at all. Dongi grew even more furious, shouting, Isn't this child's personality you're doing? Shiao Chu, you already agreed you can't go down the mountain. The two seemed not to care what she said, still slyly winking at each other and smiling. Cute little Shiao Chu, with her hands behind her back, pitifully said, Shiao Chu knows Shiao Chu is Master's personal disciple, and when I want to go down the mountain, the door is closed. Lukeaj smiled and picked up Shiao Chu, letting her sit on his shoulders. Shiao Chu doesn't have a door, but she can be packaged and taken away by me. Let's go. I've decided. Shiao Chu will come down the mountain with me. Seeing she could go down the mountain, Shiao Chu's eyes sparkled like morning stars, and she danced with excitement, cheering loudly. Pack up. Dongi's face turned purple with anger. If you want to go, then go quickly. Shiao Chu, think carefully about what Master said. After going down the mountain, you'll be Sect Master Uncle's disciple, remember that. Hearing this, both Shiao Chu and Lukeaj widened their eyes, looking at Dongi in confusion. The wooden door closed and the two stood in the courtyard, neither speaking. Lukeaj thought, what's wrong with Dongi? That girl wasn't like this before. Has love disappeared? In the sky, a flying boat slowly approached with three figures distinctly visible on it. To have someone to command, they brought Luo Bing, Lukeaj reminded. Shiao Chu, though this lord is taking you down the mountain for a change of scenery, there are some things I must warn you about first. Seeing Lukeaj mention her name, Shiao Chu happily waved her hand. Master, please speak, I will listen carefully. Lukeaj was also helpless with this little girl, unsure what to say. He rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, just call me Sect Master Uncle. Shiao Chu was extremely obedient, clenching her fists, taking a deep breath and loudly shouting the two characters, Shibo Sect Master Uncle. Lukeaj uttered a few words thoughtfully. This world is vast. This lord hopes you will broaden your horizons and bravely embrace new things. Down the mountain there are all sorts of oddities. Some walk in a line, some roll around. Do not belittle them. Luo Bing and Shiao Chu asked blankly, are there really such strange humans? Lukeaj patiently explained, not only are there but there are many. Furthermore, my Mogate's potential is boundless. Like a hidden dragon in the abyss, venturing down the mountain will inevitably attract the admiration of countless people. If you encounter those who like to flatter, this lord hopes you will always maintain your original intention. You can be appropriately aloof. That's how internal test players are. The colder you are, the more they like to flatter you. After all, those who can flatter casually and comfortably are definitely ordinary NPCs. Only those who are uncomfortable no matter how they flatter can access hidden storylines. Shiao Chu opened her eyes wide and asked curiously, Sect Master Uncle, what does lick dog mean? Lukeaj looked at the little girl and explained, it's someone who listens to your every command, uses all their ability to be good to you, only wants to make you comfortable, has no self-respect, and even if you ignore them today, they'll come back to you tomorrow. After explaining, Shiao Chu showed a confused expression and said, oh, Luo Bing, blushing, raised a hand to cover her mouth. So she is young master's little lick dog? The 7-story Heavenly Secret Tower stood in the air. Xuanji reported inside the Heavenly Secret Tower. Tower Lord, I have thoroughly investigated Lukeaj's information. Holding the scroll, she pondered. The man in the painting, with a life of just over 20 years, is truly a young prodigy with a tumultuous journey. Yet he was stagnant at the peak of the first realm for many years, failing to advance. His parents died because of demon cultivators, and at a young age he became the head of a sect, burdened with heavy responsibilities. Xuanji rolled up the scroll and held it in her hand, a look of pity on her face. She felt sorry for Lukeaj. This man was stagnant in the first realm for years, yet now he has astonished everyone, gained enlightenment from heaven and earth, comprehended sword intent, and even disrupted the Tower Lord's plan. This person probably has the potential of a sword venerable. The Tower Lord on the high seat saw her in a daze and gave a faint cough to remind her. Xuanji, startled to hear the Tower Lord call her name, quickly lowered her head. Yes, this subordinate is here, Xuanji secretly thought. If only I could understand him more. She presented the scroll with both hands. All his information is here, Tower Lord. Please take a look. The Tower Lord was an old man blind in one eye with long scars covering the side of his face next to his other eye. He asked Xuanji in a deep voice, Xuanji, do something for me. He looked at her sternly and instructed, go try to approach Lukeaj by any means necessary. You must get close to him. This old man needs more information about him. She immediately brightened with joy upon hearing the Tower Lord. Such a good opportunity, what she had wished for in her heart was now directly presented before her. The Tower Lord seemed to understand what Xuanji was thinking. His visible eye gleamed and he asked in a deep voice, are you very happy? This sentence immediately left her speechless, daring not to say anything more. The Tower Lord, holding Lukeaj's information scroll, said, I know you like to keep male companions. If you can handle him, I'll naturally be pleased, but if you fail to accomplish what I've tasked you with, you know the consequences. At this moment he was truly terrifying, exuding a murderous aura. Seeing this, Xuanji quickly bowed and knelt. Understood. The Tower Lord waved her away. He sat watching her retreating figure, observing her perfect backlines and impressive chest. He knew Xuanji was outwardly demure but inwardly extremely libertine. A woman like her certainly knew how to use every means to seduce countless men. But if she went too far and drew this person's attention to the heavenly secret tower too soon, this old man might face great trouble. The Tower Lord stood on the city wall overlooking the world below. His eyes slightly narrowed. 1,000-year-old Bodhi tree can be destroyed by an ant colony. This old man would absolutely not allow anyone to destroy the heavenly Tao he personally set up in this game of chess. But there was one thing he didn't know. Lukeaj unknowingly had already removed 2 pieces from his chessboard. The Demon Seed and Flying Bird City had both been thoroughly dealt with. Outside Flying Bird City, the sky had turned to night. Thousands of bright stars twinkled in the sky. The clear water reflected the starlight. Luo Bing, Lukeaj and Shiao Chu sat by the river making a fire and cooking. Steam billowed from the pot. He stirred the food and said, delicious food usually only requires simple cooking methods. Now we should add a pinch of salt. She and the little girl watched, filled with envy. Luo Bing called out, young master, I feel like we're a family of 3 on an outing right now. Lukeaj stirred the soup in the pot and asked, Shiao Chu is definitely the daughter in this family of 3, so what do you consider yourself? She awkwardly replied. Young master, this concubine offers her greetings. He remained silent, his face grim. Luo Bing felt she had said something wrong and awkwardly began. Young master, I feel like we're a family of 3 on an outing right now. If young master likes, this concubine can also call young master daddy. She spoke while playfully tossing her hair. Hearing Luo Bing call him daddy, Lukeaj's face darkened. Daddy, stop pretending. I'm going to bring out the family disciplinary tool. Shiao Chu sat by, ignoring them, only caring about the fragrant soup in the pot. Shiao Chu was so hungry she sucked her finger, praising, so fragrant. She awkwardly shrugged, biting her finger, and shyly said, then please use your whip on this slave, young master. He stood up, one hand clenched, the other on his hip, the ring on his hand also sparkling. Shiao Chu excitedly watched the soup in the pot, continuously exclaiming, so fragrant, too fragrant. A long black wooden stick appeared in Lukeaj's hand. This was the disciplinary rod. Luo Bing's eyes widened and sweat poured down her face when she saw the rod. He held the rod, his eyes blood red, shining like LED lights, scaring her into quickly interrupting. She picked up a piece of firewood, broke it in half, and shouted, the fire's almost out, the fish soup won't be fragrant then. A ladle of fish soup was poured into a bowl. Lukeaj handed the soup bowl to Luo Bing, casually adding, in my eyes, everyone before the age of 18 is a child. If they carelessly stray and get caught, all that effort would be wasted. Holding the hot soup in her hands, she was somewhat confused. Suddenly a system interface appeared, displaying a few words, system notification. He saw the system notification, standing in surprise before the screen, reading the text, internal inspection. 10,000 test players descending, 60 seconds remaining, countdown begins. On the ground a golden circle appeared. In the center was a countdown showing the number 0:59 seconds. Lukeaj stood inside the circle, a satisfied smile on his face. Finally they're here, the test players. In a dark void, various shapes of light spots slowly descended. Black text was connecting with a running light bar. The screen showed connected. The golden light bar reached its end, indicating the connection process was complete. White light spots shone, turning into dazzling rays, displaying the words "Welcome to the Tianquan world." The 3 characters Tianquan world appeared, and the screen showed player name, password, and other information, then switched to game start. Shiao Chu and Luo Bing looked surprised. What's coming? She asked him. 10,000 foolish players flapped their wings, making a rustling sound. Calling out with a flapping sound, Luo Bing and Shiao Chu wondered. Foolish players, what are those? Can they be eaten? In another silent space-time, time suddenly stopped, and the moon shone yet was blurred. The entire tower emitted a purple light. Isn't this Mogate? Many dazzling rays of light appeared around it, illuminating the entire sky. It seemed to be invading another world. Finally, the download was complete. Many people were immersed in this game, including Suju, Big Head Ding Dang, Supervisor Governor, Old 8, and many other supporting characters. This was Lin Wagon. The girl looked around. A boy was gazing up in surprise, a world both fantastical and prosperous. The long-haired man meanwhile concluded this was an MMO game world. Lin Wagen, level 1, loudly declared Tianquan world. The moonlight seemed to welcome them. Wagen happily took control. It felt good, exactly like his real-world body. Suddenly a shout came, roll call. He turned and asked, have other guilds also entered the hall? He immediately saw 4 people hugging trees. Wagen immediately cursed. They're actually hugging trees here. Hugging trees and roll call sound similar. Suddenly, the long-haired man walked forward, his eyes full of desire, wanting to know if, given this level of realism, one could undress in this world. The girl stepped forward, her face glowing, saying, yes, what if she has a desire to understand everything deeply? The boy asked if it was necessary. Wagen covered his forehead and turned to leave. What kind of people are these? Can I find a few more upright ones? He then thought, these idiots, the first thing they do after entering the game is look for wild beasts. What's the point of fooling around? Wagen obtained a wooden stick as a weapon. He muttered to himself. Upgrading was the top priority. Wagen chuckled. After all, his guild leader had once remarked to him while drinking, Vice Guild Leader, although your operations are terrible and your appearance is ordinary, you have nearly 1 million followers. You're on this first list, don't disappoint my expectations. Because of this, Wagen thought, since the guild leader valued him so much, he absolutely couldn't betray his trust. Wagen raised his wooden stick high. I am Lin Wagen. My goal is to be first on the server, he shouted loudly. Drawing puzzled looks from the crowd, Wagen began to menacingly declare, wild monsters, here I come. Suddenly, Wagen dropped to his knees, gasping for breath. He started to lose patience. Where are the monsters above my head? Wagen yelled. Are you full, monster boss? The others were similar. The boy looked bewildered, muttering, are you full? How is this forest cleaner than my face? The girl had to lean on a tree to stand steady. This starting area was too peaceful, wasn't it? This made the long-haired man also helplessly grip a dead branch, complaining about finding this stick for nothing. Wagen could only sigh at this moment. A peaceful start like this was too boring. Never mind, he'd go send some red envelopes in the group to see what they were all doing. The screen displayed top 10 muscle men in internal test. Wagen sent a message there, but everyone was silent. After a while no one replied. He muttered to himself in confusion, damn it, these brats dare not reply to me. Wagen immediately decided he'd send some pocket money to shake things up. Eventually, the system displayed wishing you prosperity and good fortune. And he waited a little longer. This made him shout, normally they snatch red envelopes faster than senior engineers. How come there's no activity today? Are they that busy? Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen. Someone had claimed a red envelope. It was none other than guild leader Big Muscle Man Lin Zilin's level 30. This made Wagen cheer. Someone claimed a red envelope. He narrowed his eyes. Finally a reply. A conversation appeared on the screen. Vice Captain, what's going on over there? You still have time to send messages? Holy crap, its mouth is lunging at me again. Watch me, this old man, get it in one shot and send it sprawling. Wagen didn't understand what was happening, not knowing who the captain was dealing with. Was he dealing with a tree over there? Lin Zilin's level 30 sent an audio recording, making him curious to click and listen. As a result, not 1 but 2 audio recordings played. Lin Z heartily said, Vice Guild Leader, thanks for the red envelope. While from the guild leader's side came, its mouth, is this wild boar trying to ram me? Ouch, my butt. He stared blankly at the screen, not knowing what to say. Wagen's face darkened and he muttered helplessly, am I the only one here without monsters? Am I, Lin Wagen, really that unlucky? He suddenly turned his head. Right, the town, Wagen confidently declared. I know where the monsters are, he then thought. If there are no demon beasts outside the city, then there must be demon beasts inside the city. What could they be? He suddenly guessed. Were they zombies, ghouls, or bullies? Wagen revealed a sinister smile. Killing people right at the start, his beginning was going to be different. Then he dashed like the wind, kicking up a cloud of white smoke behind him. Wagen quickly arrived before the city wall. He stood there imposingly, and suddenly the city gate opened. Wagen excitedly struck a combat pose. Here they come, unexpectedly. Many eyes turned towards him. Wagen yelled, die! Then he charged in fiercely. Flash of light suddenly appeared. He was surprised by the scene before him. Ha! Wagen's mouth hung open. Why weren't any of the names read? Then he started to feel annoyed, watching people come and go. Wagen's gaze suddenly stopped on a girl. Isn't that Welfare Heim a level 2 novice? Watching the girl slowly approach, he thought, has that person already reached level 2? Wagen suddenly blocked the girl's path, winking playfully. Little sister, how are you already level 2? She suddenly folded her arms, her eyes wide, and fiercely said, Bumpkin, there's a quest right in front of you. Why don't you go take it yourself? And what the hell are you blocking me for? This old lady is busy completing quests to level up. He hadn't expected to provoke such a shrew. Watching her walk away, Wagen bowed his head in thanks, but his face darkened. Why is this woman's mouth so foul? Moreover, she turned her face and deeply sneered at him, clearly indicating that this person's character doesn't suit playing together. In the future, block my path less. I only want to befriend handsome and rich men. I don't want to know a bumpkin like you. Wagen was annoyed. Isn't that handsome guy me? He kept thinking. I just have a bit more pocket money. It doesn't mean I'm stupid, okay? Only a ghost would look at them. He walked away irritably. So disgusting, I'm furious. Suddenly, Wagen smelled a rich aroma. His eyes lit up and he looked towards a lively marketplace. Wagen shouted, this is too realistic. He walked to a pastry shop and loudly asked the owner, give me a baked flatbread. Wagon had never expected to be able to eat in a game. He was suddenly smacked hard on the hand. Wagon pulled his hand back, looking at the owner with teary eyes. The owner stepped forward and said, "If you want a baked flatbread, you need to pay first." This left him stunned. "Money?" Suddenly Wagon noticed something. He shouted joyfully like a child, "Isn't this the quest giver? I finally found you." Wagon quickly ran to the old woman and said, "Do you need any help? Have mountain spirits or wild monsters attacked you?" He walked up to the old woman. The old woman said, "Young man, you've come at a good time. Please help me pick a basket of fruit now, and I'll give you 5 wen coins as a reward." This made Wagon ask blankly, "Pick fruit?" He recalled seeing people carrying baskets earlier. Realizing they were all doing quests, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. "I'll take this quest." Subsequently, Lin Wagon began his colorful farmer's life. While others fought monsters, he climbed trees. While others were killed by monsters, he was still picking fruit. He was skilled at climbing trees, and his hands quickly picked fruit. Soon Wagon had picked many fruits, only returning late at night with a heavy basket on his back. But were there really no monsters in Flying Bird City? He walked with difficulty, carrying the heavy fruit basket, and an image of a man with an evil, charming smile appeared behind him. No, there really were monsters in Flying Bird City, but there's a legend that they just disappeared. 3 days later, as he was eating, he suddenly heard a guest say, "Birds in 10,000 forms forest suddenly turned vicious, pecking people relentlessly until death." It was a cultivator, Lukeaj, Sect master of Mogate, who saved us. At that time he unleashed 10 swords, one sword striking down thousands of birds. Wagon was eating with relish, and hearing this, he immediately pricked up his ears and secretly thought, Lukeaj, Sect master of Mogate, sounds like an important person. Another person waved his hand confidently, saying, "Nonsense." It was clearly 3 swords, one sword struck down 10,000 birds. Wagon turned his face, blurting out, "One sword bringing down 10,000, or 3 swords, the shop owner's daughter also chimed in. "Not only that, I heard he only used 1 sword." He was very surprised to hear this. 1 sword, the shop owner's daughter had an expression of immense admiration, and her cousin said, "Sect Master Mo only used 1 sword and the world became clear and bright. That sword not only saved our Flying Bird City but also struck me and my cousin's hearts." Wagon's mouth hung open, surprised. "Really?" Everyone turned to look at him. They all said in unison, "Absolutely true, it was indeed 1 sword. We misremembered just now. How could an immortal descending to deal with tens of thousands of little flying birds need a second sword move?" His eyes lit up. 1 sword to clear the world, destroying all the birds in the forest. This NPC is too cool. Wagon stepped forward, wanting to ask, "Everyone, does anyone know how I can meet this Sect Master Mo?" Someone was fishing, but the bobber was moving, yet no one was pulling it in at this moment. Someone was very famous among the trial players. Shiao Chu asked blankly, "Uncle Master, aren't you going to pull in your fishing rod yet?" Luo Bing thought to herself, "It seems the young master's mind isn't on the fish but on the scenery." She pondered. Speaking of scenery reminded her of mountains again. She had been practicing diligently every night recently, and looking at herself she seemed to have changed a bit from before. She wondered if the young master had noticed. Looking at the screen, Kaj exclaimed in surprise, "Great, I can browse the player's forum directly as an NPC." He clicked the screen. Kaj revealed a sly smile. "That's truly wonderful. He's an NPC. If he could post, wouldn't that mean?" But he was very shocked because he actually had no right to speak. Kaj said displeased, "To dare to mute me, it seems it might be a permanent mute." He reluctantly accepted. "Alright, it's fine if I can't post. I'll just secretly observe. Whoever dares to post threads slandering me, I must kill them several times. But browsing the forum isn't for that, is it?" Kaj's face showed an expression full of anticipation. It had been over 20 years since he last saw photos of stockings, uniforms, or women. He lamented that what he saw was blurry. Was that all there was? "These legs won't do, they can't compare to my little Dongi." This immediately made Kaj lose interest, so he went to see what the trial players in Flying Bird City were doing. He typed Flying Bird City into the search bar. A series of information about Flying Bird City appeared. Kaj read the interesting information. "Is this a portrait? I wonder how much it resembles me." He clicked to view and couldn't help but be surprised. In the painting he held a long sword, shining brightly in the vast sky, heroic and dashing. Handsome he was, but one couldn't say it was entirely similar. One could only say it was completely unrelated. Many comments praised his handsomeness. "The person in this picture is too handsome. I'm in love, irresistible." Then another commented, "Don't ask if the NPC Lukeaj is really that handsome. As long as his back view is half as good as the person in the painting, they'll be obsessed with this game." They all praised him without reservation. But at the same time, countless people were also puzzled. They didn't know if he was real or fake, or if he was truly as good as in the picture. Kaj said happily, "As expected, the female fans are very enthusiastic." He thought to himself, "So it's him. In my previous life there was also a famous painter. Perhaps I'll consider making him my exclusive painter in the future." Kaj suddenly stood up, looking into the distance. It was time for him to create some buzz. Shiao Chu kept calling his name from the side. "Uncle Master, the fish is on the hook." Kaj's reply left the little girl very confused. At this moment, outside Flying Bird City, green trees formed a canopy. Wagon skillfully placed sweet fruits into a basket with both hands. He thought to himself, "My picking is becoming more and more proficient. There are no unnecessary movements at all. The only thing proficient is my hands." Wagon felt that picking fruits like this was actually quite good away from the hustle and bustle of big cities. Gaining a little experience and a small amount of silver, the girl next to him had already started a conversation. To be able to eat a bowl of hot dumplings and a baked flatbread, the two said in unison. Exactly. It seemed they were also in sync. She turned and asked him, "Do you think we have a chance to meet that legendary NPC?" He replied, "Are you talking about Sect Master Mo Lukeaj?" Her eyes lit up. After all, Flying Bird City had many legends about him. Wagon thought again. Impossible. Based on my experience, such characters are mostly big bosses among NPCs, figures who can stir the player's spirits in the early stages of the game. The girl felt she could meet Lukeaj. He asked, "Why do you say that?" Then her eyes lit up and she confidently asserted that it was a woman's intuition. Wagon pointed behind him and asked, "Do you see that withered tree? If they can see him, I'll eat that tree." This was the game's trap. Because he cared, he told her these things, lest she harbor unrealistic fantasies about intangible things. Suddenly someone shouted, "Look, isn't that a meteor shower?" This attracted his and the girl's attention. They looked up at the sky. How could there be a meteor shower in broad daylight? Three figures appeared like dazzling lights on a gigantic leaf. Suddenly the figure of a beautiful girl appeared. Wagon looked up and saw that it wasn't a meteor shower but cultivators. And that girl was very pretty. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and joy as they looked at a person and said, "That's Sect Master Lu of Mogate. I saw him last time." He was startled to hear this. She said to Wagon, "If it's really Sect Master Lu, we'll eat that withered tree, right? This world is so real, eating a withered tree must feel great too." They were like rays of light, making everyone look forward eagerly. The crowd shouted, "Look, they're landing." There was a commotion nearby. Unexpectedly, it was a leaf boat. "Oh my god, it's so cool, so ethereal. Is that the legendary flying magic item? How much do I need to recharge to get one? I want to recharge immediately." Detection mode activated, scanning the three of them. First up was Mogate disciple Shiao Chu, level 12. This is a gifted and talented young girl. Next is Mogate disciple Luo Bing, level 17, who seems to have some unrevealed attributes, and has already added attribute points. They exclaimed, "As expected, they are Mogate disciples. Everyone look at the system message, it's true, those two girls both seem very mysterious." Wagon suddenly shouted, "No, everyone look at that man's tooltip, this is Mogate Sect Master Lukeaj level. Is it a question mark? Does that mean only characters more than 20 levels higher than them will display a question mark?" Their mouths hung open, meaning Sect Master Mo was at least 20 levels higher than them. Absolutely more than that. How could he as a Sect Master be only 20 levels higher than them? Such an unparalleled expert could probably be 70 or 80 levels higher than them. Keaj thought to himself, the Mogate disciples all have good aptitudes. If they stay in Mogate without sufficient tempering, their talents will be wasted. For their future, I guess I'll have to debut as an idol. Then he slowly descended like a god, leaving everyone in awe. No way, he can actually walk on air. Can such a thing be done? Is he an immortal? They praised his movements. He is indeed stepping on empty space. Oh my god. Everyone below couldn't believe it, shouting incessantly. Immortal, absolutely an immortal, Keaj thought to himself. Under my feet is an ultra-thin water mirror condensed with water power. Of course they can't see it. This is exactly the effect I need, he muttered to himself. It's about time. Time for an immortal to appear in the world. This is spirit wind art. Open. Keaj moved as if riding the wind with elegant leaves fluttering like an immortal. Then he landed before the withered tree, stunning both him and the girl. Keaj raised his hand and a ring on his index finger made the withered tree suddenly sprout and grow, full of vitality. He examined it and said, "Are you praying to me?" What? Suddenly feel that the screenshots painted by Lanmian can't compare to the real person. Those girls who saw him were all filled with admiration. Is this a man who stepped out of a painting? Someone responded, "What do you mean a man who stepped out of a painting? This is called an immortal world and she should be called an immortal in a painting." Ah, his voice is so pleasant. Wagon thought, oh my god, he really came to the novice village? He was overjoyed. Could it be that our novice village, which has no monsters at all, is actually a hidden surprise novice village? On the surface we're all weaklings, but in reality we're blessed. They were very happy. This is truly a hidden Easter egg. We're so lucky, we must build a good relationship with this Sect Master level figure. Do I have a chance to be the luckiest one? Keaj held a flower in his hand thinking, this tree emits a desire to survive. I didn't expect to feel it through the peach blossom imprint. Perhaps it has the potential to become a spirit tree. These flowers were also incredibly beautiful, he said. Then I shall lend you a hand. The petals began to sway even more violently. Keaj shone like an immortal descending before them. Everyone exclaimed, this is too magical. Everyone look quickly, those fruits are truly extraordinary. Aren't those spirit fruits top-grade vermilion bird spirit fruits? Oh my god, it's real, no way. This tree was actually enlightened by him. Oh my god, is this the charm of the immortal world? A fruit fell into his hand. Keaj guessed, are you thanking me? Then I won't be polite and will accept it. Looking at the ring in his hand he thought, Master will definitely like it, I'll save it for her. Ning Ying's image appeared. Keaj calmly asked, in recent days, have any demonic evils been causing trouble here? Everyone was bewildered, unsure what to say. One person rushed forward to bow. Thanks to Sect Master Lu's timely intervention, Flying Bird City is safe and sound. Thank you, Sect Master Lu, he thought to himself. A few sycophantic players have already infiltrated the residence of Flying Bird City and started praising him. As expected, they're glib-tongued. Kaoj replied, "You are excused." Then he condensed a ball of green spiritual energy. He pushed it towards the person who had just spoken. The girl still lamented, saying, "Darn it, why didn't I bow just now? Wouldn't that be like him touching me?" As expected, he had more to say. "We must perform well and in any case build some relationship with him so he can help us along." The girls looked at Kaoj standing under the tree, their eyes filled with adoration. He stood in the wind gazing up at the tree. "If that's the case, then that's great." Then he lightly tapped his foot and soared into the air. The crowd below still watched with open mouths, surprised as Kaoj flew from the ground into the air, then jumped onto a leaf. It was like a certain immortal had just ascended after tribulation. Before everyone could recover, the leaf sped away. Seeing him fly off, the crowd shouted, "Sect Master Lu, wait for me, Sect Master Lu, don't leave, Sect Master Lu." Wagon stood to the side, lightly tapping the blue panel, a smirk playing on his lips. A bunch of fools chasing a plane. This was naturally the time to post and show off. He stroked his chin, smiling slyly, his hand quickly typing on the screen displaying a series of characters. Wagon selected a line of text on the screen. Early morning, with clear skies, white clouds and shining sun. Shiao Chu's stomach rumbled as she sat watching the half-submerged fishing line on the water. Kaoj held the fishing rod, smiling at the little girl. The plan was successful. The purpose of appearing once had been achieved. He knew very well that players' memory loss was too severe. If he didn't lay the groundwork in advance and they later found out that Sword Sect's Autumn Mountain was more famous than his Mogate, that wouldn't do. As for why he only appeared once and left, that's of course for a sense of mystery. Only by being elusive and trying to conceal everything beautiful can it reach its peak. Just as he was thinking, the fishing line suddenly dipped and ripples from a fish's tail spread across the water. Kaoj smiled confidently. How could he go fishing and not catch anything? Shiao Chu cheered happily as she watched her master pull on the fishing rod. A fish is on the hook, Kaoj had already thought deeply. Before leaving as an NPC, I had already left a special hidden quest for the players of Flying Bird City. Outside, a group of young people suddenly stared blankly. It was as if they had seen something strange and terrifying. It turned out to be a system notification displaying a few lines of text. "Seek the Chosen One." The system prompted that Mogate Sect Master Lu Kaoj was still traveling in Flying Bird City. If one could encounter him and gain his attention, there was a certain chance to trigger a hidden storyline and also a certain chance to obtain a serendipitous encounter. As soon as the message appeared, there were screams of "Hidden quest, we've struck it rich, so rich we didn't pick fruits for nothing, wow." My god, who could refuse the chance to become a chosen one? Isn't Lu Kaoj's exquisite figure the protagonist of this world? A young man stood before the screen which displayed the quest. "Help the residents of Flying Bird City pick fruits, only 10 minutes left. Please complete as soon as possible." He stared blankly at the 2 red fruits in his hand, then angrily threw them to the ground, shouting, "Pick fruits? What pick fruits? Pick your mother's fruits." The people around him did the same, throwing all the fruit baskets off their backs onto the ground. The red fruits scattered on the ground and the crowd surged forward like unbridled beasts. Someone was still running and shouting, "Let's try our luck, I have to be the first. The chosen one must be mine." Lu Kaoj remained seated, a faint smile playing on his lips. "They're here, but finding me won't be easy." With that, he snapped his fingers and the lake water swirled up like a tornado, then splashed everywhere. Lu Kaoj stood in the hazy mist thinking, "To be chosen by me, one's aptitude must be up to par. Too low, no. Too useless, no. Not smart enough, I don't want them either." The dense fog permeated the entire forest and someone couldn't help but shout, "The fog is too thick. Is this really a test of luck? I'll be the first to find Sect Master Lu." Suddenly, a woman appeared. Where could he be? Handsome. Lu Kaoj was startled to hear this. He spun around, his face darkening. Why is her old acquaintance here in this life too? Lin Ari. Level 3. She appeared in the mist. Lin Ari, a veteran player from a famous large guild and also a popular game streamer with a following, known for wearing fox ear headbands during her streams. She was the best candidate for spreading Mogate's reputation. On the live stream screen, Ari blinked, making heart shapes with her hands. "Thank you, generous Mr. Lu, for the 100 rocket donation. You're already the top donor in my live stream. Thank you, love you." This Lin Ari. In his previous life he had been her top donor, but the problem was he had slept with Ari, recalling her seductive appearance. Lighter, slower. Lu Kaoj sighed. "Back then it was purely a transaction with her. Never thought she'd end up lying in my arms," he whispered. "You said, can I get a title?" What title did he even ask for back then? Lin Ari shyly traced his chest's hickey with her fingernail. "Can I be your official girlfriend?" Lu Kaoj frowned, displeased. "We're just in a purely transactional relationship." Lin Ari looked up at him, her eyes seductive. "What am I to you?" Her ample chest pressed tightly against his firm chest. It was like hitting a rock with an egg. At that time he just closed his eyes and remained silent, only uttering 3 words after a long while. "You don't exist." In any case, he might have been young and naive back then, but now that he's grown up things should be different. He recalled the past, his face grim. This time he wouldn't involve her. In the hazy mist only a vague silhouette could be seen, its robes fluttering in the wind. Lin Wagon was still fumbling for direction in the fog. He raised his hands, searching bit by bit. This fog was too strange. Why was it like a wall? Suddenly he opened his mouth wide as if he had thought of something. That's right, his assessment to choose the chosen one is indeed unusual. He remembered guild leader Big Muscle Man shouting to him in the system prompt, "Lin Wagon, you are the only hope of the Battle Mania Guild. As long as you can enter Mogate, our guild will develop around Mogate and surely become the #1 guild in the Tianquan world." Thinking of these words, Lin Wagen's resolve hardened. He clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming. "The guild leader has entrusted me with a great responsibility. I must not fail him." That's right, this Lin Wagen was the vice-guild leader of the Battlemania Guild, Liu Keiage's rival guild in his previous life. Lin Wagen was still fumbling his way through the mist for a noble goal, for an ideal to guide his direction. Even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't give up. Suddenly in the mist he saw something blurry, an outline of a person ahead. 2 large shadows and 1 small shadow. Lin Wagen's spirits lifted. He had found Liu Keiage, but this rich young master didn't know that the Battlemania Guild was labeled as rich kids, and apart from him everyone else was just acting. Liu Keiage saw Lin Wagen appear behind him, a slight smile playing on his lips. The vice-guild leader of Battlemania, a former rival. While a bit uncomfortable, having an old rival as a subordinate isn't so bad. Lin Wagen in the distance was happy, completely unaware that he was about to become a cow led by the nose. "It's quite pathetic actually, but never mind, it doesn't matter," Liu Keiage chuckled, activating Spirit Wind Art. "From now on, as long as I have food to eat, you will definitely have dishes to wash." Grand as the words were, Liu Keiage was in no hurry to act. He still leisurely fished. Oh, how free and elegant his figure was, fishing in the mist. Lin Wagen stared at him wide-eyed. Is this the legendary solitary fishing in the cold river? So this is the aptitude of an immortal. Suddenly, Liu Keiage reeled in his rod and a golden fish hooked flew out with a splash. Shiao Chu's eyes lit up at the sight of the fish. She cheered excitedly. A big fish, we'll have something to eat tonight." The fish darted into the covered fish trap with no chance of escape. Liu Keiage, without turning his head, merely said, "You've intruded into my great fog formation." Lin Wagen's surprise turned to panic. But Lin Wagen immediately understood. This was an internal test, so he, this young master, was the first to arrive. He bowed to the figure before him, about to say something respectfully, but Liu Keiage interrupted. "To the side." Lin Wagen smiled triumphantly and stepped aside. "It seems he's not just selecting people, but I'm the first. This is something to be proud of, no kidding." Suddenly, Lin Wagen's gaze fell upon Shiao Chu beside Liu Keiage. "Isn't this plump little one the disciple of the Mogate Sect master? Does that mean he won't have to call this adorable little one senior sister in the future?" No, he's as big as an elephant. How could he call a child like a piece of candy senior sister?" Lin Wagen glanced at Luo Bing standing nearby again. If he had to call her senior sister, he might grudgingly accept it. Luo Bing stood in the hazy mist, gently stroking her hair, her eyes seductive and a slight smile on her lips. Just that was enough to make Lin Wagen's heart pound, making him blurt out, "Ah, so beautiful, completely unlike those common women outside." Liu Keiage knew what Lin Wagen was thinking without even turning his head. This kid probably wants to curry favor with Luo Bing. The yellow system interface showed that Lin Wagen's favorability was currently neutral, meaning he was indifferent to everyone and disliked no one. Moreover, Lin Wagen could adjust this favorability himself. Liu Keiage seemed to understand. He hadn't reacted to Lin Ari at all, and in his previous life she had matched his aesthetic, so was it also because the favorability was 0? If so, this favorability system was truly amazing. Liu Keiage glanced at Lin Wagen, who was drooling over Luo Bing, his eyes forming hearts. He suddenly had an idea. "Since that's the case, I'll use him as a guinea pig." Liu Keiage clicked on Lin Wagen's favorability adjustment button on the screen, and dragged the cursor to the negative value of dislike. Seeing Lin Wagen still engrossed in Luo Bing's charm, he decided to set it to -5. A blue system interface appeared before Lin Wagen, showing Liu Keiage's favorability towards him as -5, which made him stare wide-eyed and stagger backward. "What the hell, I was clearly the first, so why did my favorability go down?" he screamed, clutching his head, completely unable to understand. My heart had no fluctuations towards him at all. "Is that not low enough?" Liu Keiage looked at the flustered Lin Wagen behind him, puzzled. "Let me try again." He extended his hand to the screen and dragged the value down again. Liu Keiage's favorability towards him also showed as -5 on Lin Wagen's screen. Then it instantly changed to -10, scaring Lin Wagen into yelling, Mommy, it's still dropping, he's not going to chop me, is he?" He tremblingly looked at Liu Keiage before him. Liu Keiage had also realized by now, thinking to himself, "So that's it, favorability doesn't affect my mood." But in Lin Wagen's eyes, Liu Keiage made him tremble all over. However, Liu Keiage was actually just looking at him thinking, "It affects how players appear in my eyes. For example, he's quite ugly now." Lin Wagen didn't understand why he was looking at him, so he straightened up and stood respectfully, thinking, "My posture must have been wrong just now, I need to stand more attentively." Liu Keiage turned his head slightly and whispered to himself, "It seems favorability is preset. It also seems to bring me some special things that I can't quite grasp, so they'll be nervous and uneasy." Then he smiled wickedly, thinking, "This is good too." A line suddenly appeared on Lin Wagen's screen. Liu Keiage's favorability towards you increased by 5. It went back up. He thought, "Sure enough, it's because my attitude wasn't proper enough just now. I need to work harder," he thought excitedly. At this moment, Mo Busho also walked over, unexpectedly looking straight at his actions. Lin Wagen saw the newcomer and turned slightly, reminding him like a senior, "Hurry up and stand properly." This scared the newcomer, who exclaimed, "Ah?" Then he turned to look at Liu Keiage sitting on the stone, only then understanding, So that's it, he's not looking for just one person, he thought to himself. Do your feet have wheels? You ran so fast. Mobusho leaned slightly and asked, but Wagon just replied coldly, just stand properly, be careful. Mobusho heard this and showed a bewildered expression while Lukeage on his side. He secretly thought with renewed glee, Mobusho, the second person I chose, known in the martial world as the commander from Zan. Then his displeased expressions and attitudes and all the extremely harsh words flashed through his mind as if saying, I told you to be a scout, not to survey your own grave, both of you. Why bother wearing defensive gear? It's completely unnecessary. Just go in naked, or you, if you lack fatherly love, tell me. There's no need to cultivate rivals just to show filial piety, he even said. I asked you to aggro, but all you pull is air. This is a Shenxiao world. Do you want to suffocate your opponent? Take off your shoes, alright? Why add teleportation? Just take your time. Despite this, he still revealed a relaxed smile, thinking, at least his command abilities rank third in the Tianquan world. Alright, it's time for them all to arrive, he finished speaking and put down his fishing rod. Beneath the water, vague human figures emerged one by one. Seeing the bright light underwater, they all exclaimed loudly, the path of light has appeared. Is it the guidance of the Chosen One? Subsequently, the people chosen by Lukeage arrived one after another, but he was still missing one person from his target. 27, 28, 29. Lukeage stroked his chin, counting to himself. 1,000 internal test players. I need to choose 30. Why is it so difficult? He asked himself. On the other side, she reached out and touched the thin film before her, saying, puzzled, what's going on here? I can't get through. It seems there's a thin film. Lukeage also keenly sensed that person, turned to look. HMPH, I didn't expect someone to reach here without relying on me. It's her, he thought, looking at the figure. In the end, he merely sighed to himself. It seems my destiny is truly peculiar. If it's heaven's will, then let her come, he thought, then broke the thin film before him. The film disappeared, surprising her. Then she stared wide-eyed at that person in astonishment. Linari just watched Lukeage's back. Found him, she thought. Come quickly, beautiful. We're about to become immortals, one of the early arrivals said to her. Time to become a disciple of the Chosen One in the internal test. This is great, a girl nearby also said happily, making the girl who had just reminded her laugh. You were able to pass through the great fog formation I set, so you've also endured the test. He pulled the fishhook from the water and didn't forget to praise. Very good. Seeing Lukeage's actions, everyone cheered excitedly. Here, here, becoming a disciple of the Chosen One. System life ready. Take off, he said softly, then turned slightly and said to them, from today onwards you are all my Mogate's handyman disciples. Hearing this, everyone immediately exclaimed in panic, handyman disciples? No way, did I hear that right? But before they could doubt their hearing, the system interface appeared displaying Join Mogate Identity Handyman Disciple, immediately leaving them dumbfounded as if in despair. Soon, they had already turned to each other, whispering, Handyman Disciples, that's the lowest rank. Any lower and you'd be cleaning toilets and hauling dung, should we choose it. Once bound, this account can never change sex. The most terrifying thing is that Tianquan World has a very strict authentication mechanism. Each player can only register one character. It's frustrating. What if there's a better sect later, unlike the others? Lin Wagon just flashed a bright smile, reaching for the screen, thinking to himself, is there anything to think about? It's a gamble. Low risk, high reward, he thought and pressed. Immediately, the screen displayed Mogate Handyman Disciple Lin Wagon. Level 1, Disciple greets the Sect Master. After speaking, he knelt on one knee, addressing Lukeage's back. In response, Lukeage subtly smiled, thinking, this kid is quite sensible. I'll give you a little special privilege. As he said this, he adjusted the favorability, causing the words Lukeage's favorability towards you increased by 1 to appear on Lin Wagon's screen. This made Lin Wagon happily think, my goodness, my choice was indeed correct. Afterwards, he looked back at the still debating crowd, flashing a shrewd smile, thinking, you can all keep hesitating. This patron will be mine alone. Luo Bing observed from the side, deep in thought. Young master seems very keen on taking these people as handyman disciples. I need to find a way for him. Thinking this, she walked forward and said to Lin Wagon, come here. Although you're a handyman disciple, you're still a disciple of my Mogate. You can consider yourself my junior brother. Seeing Luo Bing's familiarity, everyone around was stunned, while Lin Wagon smiled triumphantly, bowing and thinking, dumbfounded, aren't you? I'm now this great beauty's junior brother. If you wish to advance, senior brother also started as a handyman disciple, Luo Bing said softly. Immediately, everyone around them understood, thinking, this means handyman disciples can also become official disciples. It sounds very possible. Although the starting point is low, since it's a challenge, it's even more of an opportunity. Subsequently, those people clicked on their screens one after another. They all thought in unison, let's gamble, if not now, when? Go big or go home. No sooner had the words fallen than everyone knelt uniformly behind Lukeage, shouting loudly, disciples greet the sect master. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, it seems the time has come. Next they should accept reality. One person seemed to realize something and immediately said to those around, everyone look at the bottom of the character interface. We've joined Mogate, 9th grade sect. Is that the highest or the lowest? He asked in confusion. Lin Wagon also saw it and immediately said, 9th grade is the lowest. I've read the guides thoroughly. This made everyone around them stare wide-eyed and ask, the lowest? The dignified Chosen One, rumored to be a single sword of heaven and earth, a sword cultivator who slayed all the birds in the forest, is actually just the sect master of a 9th grade sect. They looked at him thinking, is he telling the truth? Have we been tricked onto a pirate ship? They cursed inwardly. The beginning felt wrong, but his back was truly handsome. Seemingly understanding their thoughts, Lukeaj remained calm, saying, you will understand in time, yet he still thought to himself. Later I'll fill them with fantasies. This is your good fortune, he said, hands clasped behind his back, looking back slightly. Many thoughts now popped into their minds. He turned around. Are you curious about the true appearance of the legendary Sect Master of Mogate? No way, no way. Are they excitedly thinking of becoming the hottest news in Tianquan world? Suddenly, a surge of pressure descended, immediately making them all kneel before him. Unable to look up, one person struggled to bear it, saying with difficulty, the pressure is so heavy, that person cried. Despite this, Lin Ari still struggled to lift her head. No matter what, I have to see him today, she said with determination. The moment she looked up, Ari immediately saw a warning on her screen. You are about to face your innate divine ability, Sword Heart. Danger level, fatal. Do you wish to abandon your life and continue to face it? After seeing it, she thought to herself, if I had another chance, I definitely wouldn't join Mogate. What should I do? But if I just get one look at him and record a video, I'll definitely become famous. I'll die today if I have to, just to see him. Thinking this, she resolutely raised her head, but before her only his retreating figure remained in the air. He left, she said in a panic. Lukeaj merely said softly, an ordinary disposition. Ari was startled by the words, wondering inwardly, is he talking about my ordinary disposition? At this moment, Mo Busho also just looked up relieved and said easily, holding his chest. Everyone saw that warning, right? Hearing him say this, those around him gradually responded. We saw it. I didn't expect just a glance could be fatal. It's terrifying. This is the first time I've received such a warning. It even had a red exclamation mark and the danger level was fatal. Lin Wagen's eyes widened as he listened to everyone's complaints, a confused expression on his face asking, what warning? What are you talking about? You didn't see it? Lin Ari asked in surprise. Lin Wagen also replied, I saw it. I saw Sect Master Lu's face, he replied unexpectedly. Completely off topic. Hearing this, the disciples were thunderstruck, repeatedly asking, you saw his face but didn't see the danger prompt. What on earth is going on? Lin Wagen looked at the huddled crowd before him thinking blankly. Judging by their expressions, I'm probably the only one who saw the Sect Master's face. That means, he rubbed his chin, then smiled smugly, thinking, only I received the Sect Master's special attention. HMPH, I thought everyone had a chance, he said arrogantly, while tidying his hair. You all must have received Sect Master Lu's favorability prompt too, right? Mo Busho heard this and still said disbelievingly, You received a favorability prompt too. Meanwhile, a person with a strand of hair hanging down leaned over and said, I have a feeling you're exaggerating. But Lin Wagen didn't argue with them. He simply opened his screen and said, no way, did only I get 5 points of favorability? Seeing this, everyone also opened their systems one after another, and then they shouted in unison, damn it, only this kid has it, none of us do. Oh, and there's one more thing I forgot to tell you, Lin Wagen said with a triumphant smile. No sooner had he spoken than something appeared in his hand containing an image of Lukeaj. He said, I've recorded the Sect Master's appearance. Hearing this, some people around were panicked. Others looked at him with envy saying, you actually recorded it, well done. I only saw Sect Master Lu once, but I guarantee on my honor. He said seriously, then turned his head abruptly and said, we absolutely have the best start in Tianquan world. Absolutely. His words also stunned them. Lin Wagen happily waved his hand, shouting loudly to them, I'm going to create a video group for the Sect Master. I'll post it in the group. Anyone want to join? Hearing this, those people immediately fell into a chaotic frenzy. Everyone stammered and vied to say, me. Such voices rose and fell. Lin Wagen stroked his chin smugly, saying magnanimously, even as a handyman disciple, I, Lin Wagen, will be the most formidable handyman disciple. Afterwards he thought to himself, whoever creates the group is the group owner, so won't I have status? He quickly created a group, then sent a message. Hello everyone, I'm the group owner. Here's a video of the Sect Master. That video immediately left everyone in the group stunned, their faces flushing. Lukeaj's face gradually appeared, followed by his entire figure and features, and everyone thought to themselves, there is actually such an unparalleled man in this world. At this moment, a gurgling sound of bubbles suddenly came from the water, attracting the attention of one person. The man with a strand of hair hanging down turned around, and when he saw a roll of azure paper flying out of the water, he shouted loudly, what's that? It's a jade slip. This is Qi refining art, a common beginner cultivation technique in Tianquan world created by Emperor Qing, and it's the foundation of all cultivation. Subsequently, the attribute panel also displayed. Do you want to learn? Seeing this, everyone shouted excitedly, learn it quickly, it'd be a waste not to. Learn. Handyman disciples can also learn immortal cultivation techniques. This is amazing. While they were clamoring, Lin Wagen was enthusiastically fiddling with his system. This is a unique one-of-a-kind video of Sect Master Lu's face. Sect Master's disciple, this will make you famous across the land, hee. Lin Wagen thought to himself after doing all this. Meanwhile, Lukeaj had long since departed, now moving through the air on that gigantic leaf. He sat before his screen, arms crossed, thinking with displeasure, 13 minutes have passed, I deliberately let that kid photograph my face, and he's only just posted it now. He's too slow. Then the corners of his mouth curved slightly upwards as he looked at the screen, thinking, this title, does he want a beating? Lukeaj then looked at the comment section below. Who would have thought a 2-second video could become so popular, he thought with a smile. Lukeaj seemed to see something and exclaimed, interesting, because he saw these words: poster Lin Wagon of Mogate, sharers, Linari, Mo Busho Lone Governor, Big Head, all belonging to Mogate. The comment section exploded once again. Lukeaj finally stood up with some satisfaction, saying, I won't bother with the flattery, this momentum is very successful, but I also specifically confirmed one thing just now. He recalled his newly accepted disciples, thinking, I can see players from hostile factions and the system has no objections to it. In short, can kill players, he concluded. What will this world ultimately become once players join? He grinned and continued to control the leaf speeding away. Why are there so many mortals in this place? One person asked. As Xuanji strode past, the children around her also screamed excitedly. So handsome, I really want to bear his children. Boo-hoo, I love him so much. Big Brother's gaze killed me. As they shouted like this, Xuanji couldn't help but look back as she passed, wondering to herself, have these people all gone mad? Xuanji walked up to a white-haired elder and gently asked, what's wrong with them? It's because of Sect Master Lukeaj of Mogate. They were captivated by his heroic demeanor. It's truly astonishing. The elder stroked his beard, smiling happily, and said, anyway, everyone also calls Lord Lukeaj the Chosen One. Chosen One? Xuanji thought to herself, no wonder they're all so beautiful, so that's why. But she suddenly felt a chill down her spine, recalling the Tower Lord she was serving, and thought, no, I'm on a mission. The Tower Lord has always said he acts on behalf of Heaven's Way. So why has a Chosen One suddenly appeared? She was confused. Then she released a white paper crane, thinking, I must convey the message to the Tower Lord as quickly as possible. That paper crane quickly flew towards the heavenly secret tower. After reading the information Xuanji sent back, the old man immediately shouted angrily. How audacious, he shouted loudly, tearing the paper, and black smoke rapidly emanated around him. What Chosen One? That's not for someone like you to be. Even if there's a Chosen One in this world, it must be me, he shouted angrily. But he suddenly recalled that gaze, the one that had blinded his right eye. He said, wait, this old man saw that gaze back then. Chosen One, he stroked his beard, muttering, this old man is Heaven's hand acting on behalf of Heaven's Way, but this kid seems able to disrupt the chess game. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, saying in surprise, for you to be able to destroy the chess game, there's only one possibility. He is also someone who has jumped off the chessboard. Is he another hand of Heaven's Way? He recalled his own words, but who can oppose Heaven's Way, he wondered. Immediately he stretched out his hand and conjured a sheet of black paper. Then began to say, Xuanji, this old man wants you to approach him, understand him, get close to him, at all costs. No sooner had the elder finished speaking than the paper transformed into a paper crane and flew away. He thought to himself, I must find out who you really are. At this moment Lukeaj was enjoying Luo Bing's massage. He said comfortably, your massage is still so comfortable. Beside him, Shiao Chu was enjoying grilled fish, saying with relish, so fragrant, crunch, crunch, crunch. Hearing the compliment, Luo Bing immediately blushed and said, as long as young master likes it. She also thought to herself, if I could, I'd massage young master for my entire life. Subsequently, her gaze suddenly shifted to his waist and her face flushed slightly as some improper thoughts subtly emerged in her mind. I once learned as a child that shoulder massages are just the beginning. Afterwards, one should gently move their fingers downwards and then... But she immediately put on a strained smile, thinking, if no one likes to hear it, then I won't mention it. Across the 4 continents, the 4 saber sect masters were strategically distributed, ensuring each continent had a suitable novice village. He secretly pondered. Qingzhou had 3 novice villages, Flying Bird City being one of them. There wasn't enough time left to visit the other 2. At most he could only visit 1 more. He mused. It seemed he had no choice but to go there. In Miao City, one of Qingzhou's 3 major novice villages, this city was once protected by a great cat demon. Thus humans and cats lived in great harmony, making it a paradise for cat lovers. However, touching a cat's tail was forbidden, or one would face an intimate encounter with their claws. But the reason for choosing Miao City wasn't that he liked petting cats, he thought with a smile. It was because there was a boss there. And this boss was the starting point of Qingzhou's main storyline. He sat cross-legged, looking at the little girl gnawing on a fishbone, and asked, Shiao Chu, how about some real combat? With you, Sect Master Uncle? Shiao Chu asked. No, with monsters. Aj replied. The little girl excitedly asked, can I also defeat monsters? Outside Miao City. He, if only I could smell it. A person sat there, absorbed in looking at their screen, which now displayed a line of text. The pursuit of Skeleton's quest is about to fail. Please complete it as soon as possible. Seeing this, the person immediately exclaimed in panic, oh no. After looping for over 200 times, they almost forgot they were still on a quest. A person stood up, hand on their axe, saying, skeleton monsters outside Miao City. I'm coming, said Sun Chuako. The monsters outside Miao City were either cats or those skeletons. In Miao City's wilderness, when Sun Chuako arrived, everyone was already gathered in a circle. Why aren't you fighting monsters? What are you doing here? She asked. Reverend, hurry, we have extra today, a man with a brown high ponytail said, immediately making her angrily roar. You're the Reverend, I'm the pokehead maiden, after giving that guy a head full of bumps and bruises. Chuako stepped forward to investigate. Seeing the rare sight before her, she asked in confusion, what's going on? Why aren't these skeletons attacking people? Instead, they're dancing lively. "I haven't been to a bar in a long time, Reverend. May I invite you to dance?" The guy she had just beaten to a pulp said with flowery words. Sun Chuako furiously stomped on his bruised and swollen face. "Who wants to dance with these skeletons?" she asked. "You want to dance with these skeletons too? Keep dance battling, keep dancing," everyone around the dancing skeleton said happily, making her hug her head in frustration, thinking helplessly, these people are beyond saving. Just then, cracks suddenly appeared in the ground. Someone else also noticed, snorting. "The ground is shaking. What's going on?" They looked in confusion at the shimmering light emanating from the ground cracks. "Is something coming out? Is it a boss?" they asked, looking at the pile of stacked skulls. "No way, it looks like something really is coming." Sun Chuako saw the situation was bad and immediately grabbed her axe, charging forward and shouting, "Don't just stand there. Are you waiting for the boss to transform?" Hearing her, the group also grabbed their weapons and charged, shouting, "Charge, attack it before it comes out. Right, I almost forgot. If it's too difficult, clear the surrounding minor monsters first or it'll be hard to deal with later. Go rave at my grave first." Sun Chuako swung her axe at a skeleton's head. At the same time, a hand stretched out from the mound of skulls. Subsequently, a pair of eyes opened, its surroundings enveloped in a purple mist. Soon a spine-chilling monster appeared before everyone. It had blood-red, terrifying eyes. It was a level 5 boss zombie, danger level fatal. The group panicked upon seeing it. "What is this?" they shouted. "Look at the system scan. Warning, no chi refining stage characters. Highest level is 3. After reading it, they immediately cried out in panic, it's a boss, a level 5 boss with such strong attributes. It'll be hard to deal with." No sooner had they spoken than a figure leaped out from the mound of skulls, making them exclaim, "Holy cow, what an entrance," one person said. As the zombie appeared, another couldn't help but say to him, "What's the use of being cool? You'll just have to restart and redo later." "Never mind that, chop it first." The warmonger, still bruised and swollen from Chuako's beating, charged the zombie from behind. As his blade was about to touch its neck, it suddenly turned around and swung a fierce punch at him, making his head instantly vanish. "So strong," someone said. "Is this level 5? They broke into a cold sweat. At the same time, the zombie stood in the air, letting out a roar, then charged to one side at light speed. Suddenly, something else violently struck the ground with a loud bang. "What was that? What fell down just now?" someone asked. Another replied they couldn't see clearly. It looked small but strong. "Are there 2 bosses?" Small fist left a shallow indentation in the ground. Shiao Chu's figure gradually appeared. "A loli, it's a loli," someone exclaimed. "Oh my god, so cute," they marveled. "Damn it, if I had such a cute daughter, even if she wasn't my own, I'd gladly raise her." At the same time, another person woke everyone up, saying, "Wake up, you don't deserve to raise this child. I've seen this child on the forum." Sun Chuako's eyes lit up. "Shiao Chu, her name is Shiao Chu. She's a disciple of Mogate." In the sky, Lu Keaj and Luo Bing stood overlooking. Luo Bing said worriedly, "Young master, can little junior sister handle it? She's only at the 6th heaven of the initial realm right now." Keaj replied softly, "Don't worry." Shiao Chu was currently confronting the zombie, sneering dismissively as she drew her sword from her ring. In a flash, the zombie charged the little girl again, but in just a few moments, sword marks already covered its surroundings. When Shiao Chu retrieved her sword, the zombie immediately fell to the ground, only to mutate again. Its outer skin instantly peeled away, leaving only a hideous skeleton. It then roared, "Damn it, all its attributes are increasing," Sun Chuako said in horror, while the person next to her loudly cheered her on enthusiastically. "This loli won't get hurt, will she, you scoundrel, charging over here trying to chop me?" Hearing this, Shiao Chu snorted dismissively again, a light already appearing around her. The little girl also leveled up, everyone exclaimed again upon seeing the light. Even more terrifying, an emperor-like disdain appeared on the loli's face. "Once I join Mogate, I want to be like this too." The zombie opened its mouth and charged again. The little girl also raised her sword tip, her eyes slightly closed, recalling Lu Dongli's words. "Shiao Chu, you must learn this sword technique well. It was taught by Sect Master Uncle and is called Autumn Cicada." Immediately after, the little girl opened her eyes, pointed her sword at her opponent, and a powerful aura radiated from her. People watched intently, discussing, "Look, what's that? It's heavenly wings, so beautiful." "No, this isn't heavenly wings." The petite and adorable Shiao Chu actually unleashed such a powerful move, with blue butterflies continuously shooting out. She stared wide-eyed as the butterflies charged at her. Those sharp butterflies pierced into her body, making her scream in pain. Shiao Chu defeated her with ease. Nothing special after all. The onlookers immediately cheered upon seeing Shiao Chu win. Adrenaline rush. This loli is a real adrenaline rush, so powerful. Just now they were saying not to learn it well, that not learning it would lead to arrogance. So what if I'm arrogant? Is arrogance a crime? What law says arrogance is a crime? I love it. I love this loli. Suddenly something sparkling caught Shiao Chu's attention. She walked forward, picked it up and examined it. "What is this? It's cold." Lu Keaj appeared out of nowhere, bending down to look. The serendipitous encounter is indeed not simple, he thought, looking at the stone shard in her hand. In his previous life, players didn't get item drops when attacking this boss. This thing is a core item for Tianquan World's main quest. He and Luo Bing slowly flew over on a leaf and he softly asked, "Had enough fun?" The people around were startled to see him appear. "Lu Keaj is really here. He already killed the boss and in his mouth it's just fun. Is this what true mastery looks like?" Shiao Chu smiled brightly, reaching out as if to embrace him, and happily replied, "Shiao Chu had enough fun." He looked at her and said gently, Then let's go back, and he made a sweeping gesture with his hand and a blue light appeared. A spell lifted Shiao Chu, gently raising her from the ground. People below saw this scene and couldn't stop praising his stunning beauty. "Oh my god, so handsome, is this the method of an immortal, so graceful?" Shiao Chu said excitedly. "Alright." The leaf turned around and the three slowly flew up, leaving the place. As the three flew away, the crowd continued to gaze at their retreating figures, discussing animatedly. Standing on the leaf, Shiao Chu obediently showed Liu Keij the stone shard she had picked up. "Sect Master Uncle, this was found on the monster's corpse. That thing was a soul jade shard. A special item. If 3 fragments were collected, a small amount of hidden information could be obtained." He held the stone shard and looked at it, then said, "Indeed, it's a soul jade shard." But he thought, it's useless until 3 fragments are collected. Suddenly, a golden system panel appeared before him. "You have found an important item. Do you wish to activate the Qingzhou main story quest?" There were 2 options, yes or no. Liu Keij looked at the text, deep in thought. Since he could activate it in advance, he decisively chose yes. Immediately, a dazzling light appeared. It began to change space, everything. The system had also recorded it. The Qingzhou main story quest has been activated. A new quest began. World Quest, Sword of the Nether King. System analysis shows current progress at 67. Liu Keij frowned, asking himself, the main story hasn't even gotten on track yet, so how is it already 67 complete? He lowered his head, stroking his chin, pondering for a long time. Something isn't right. While the main storylines of Tianquan World's 4 continents differ, they all lead to the same destination. Recalling how the system panel previously showed Qingzhou's main story completion at only 78.6. Back then, Qingzhou's main story completion was the lowest among the 4 continents. He looked up, comparing it to now. It makes no sense. A continent that once had the lowest main story completion now has 67 progress even before the internal test was announced. This is illogical. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized something. Wait, the only difference in Qingzhou compared to before is me. Liu Keij seemed to understand the problem, and smiled meaningfully. That makes perfect sense. With a cheat like me, your fellow Qingzhou natives are truly blessed. His gaze turned cold. In his previous life, although he was a disciple of Autumn Mountain in Northern Continent, he wasn't completely ignorant of Qingzhou's main story. The image of the Sword of the Nether King appeared in his mind, and he then affirmed, "The Sword of the Nether King is not a sword but people." The entire sky was dyed a terrifying red. Before him were not just one person but many. These people should have all died, yet they were resurrected. They were like swords in the hand of the Nether King. The weapons the Nether King used to slaughter all living beings. Then he thought of another person, frowning in contemplation. Hing is said to have deeply rooted demonic potential. Could he be one of the Nether Swords? Liu Keij remained immersed in his complex thoughts, weighing the pros and cons. The Sword of the Nether King only refers to those who died and resurrected. Hing grinned, showing no trace of demonic or yin energy. And who knows what kind of fortune that damned old man told him. Maybe it was all nonsense. Liu Keij recalled Hing's performance and behavior over the past few days, then analyzed carefully. But if Hing truly is one of the Swords of the Nether King, what should I do? All who die and resurrect are Swords of the Nether King. So he needs to die once first. Liu Keij stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave, his gaze fixed in one direction, his eyes cold, bearing his inner thoughts. He finally made up his mind. "But my disciple, I will protect him myself. I'd like to see who dares to kill him, who can kill him." Without hesitation, he stood on the leaf and sped towards the sun. Night fell. In a dark and hazy space on the last day of the internal assessment in a small area, a group of people gathered, raising their hands and shouting with determination. One person stepped forward and said, "Junior brothers and sisters, we part ways here. See you at the public assessment." Hearing these words, they shouted in unison, "See you at the public assessment." In the crowd, Lin Ari was also present. She folded her arms, sighed a few times, and said wearily and resentfully, "Honestly, the internal test is over, and I haven't even seen Liu Keij once. I'm truly unwilling." One of the other guys in the crowd recognized her and went up to tease, "Our famous female streamer Ari has fallen for him. If word of this gets out, I wonder how many young men would shed tears." She sighed helplessly, thinking, "That's right, I have fallen for him. But what does that have to do with any of you? Liu Keij, even if you're not real, I still want to get a taste of you." Just then, a system panel notification suddenly popped up and the surrounding space blurred. It read, "Internal assessment ended. All players forcibly disconnected." After the notification, the system immediately vanished, and the silent night sky returned to its original state. Tonight the moonlight was bright and full, illuminating all things. In the night sky, Liu Keij's leaf suddenly streaked across. He was still immersed in the system space, looking at the notifications, a satisfied smile on his face. "Interesting, very interesting. Now the entire forum is filled with legends about Shiao Chu. There are even Shiao Chu emoji packs." Shiao Chu sat behind him, looking up curiously and asking, "Sect Master Uncle, what are emoji packs?" Liu Keij turned around, dotingly patted Shiao Chu's head and explained, "It's something that makes you want to use it the moment you see it." Cute little Shiao Chu scratched her head in confusion, guessing, "Is it like my little wooden sword?" But his happiness didn't last long before he was so angry he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, who is this?" He looked at the comments, and one person was actually slandering and misunderstanding him, making him almost explode with rage. His face darkened. He couldn't accept that someone dared to write that he was homosexual. Don't let me encounter you in this world. Damn it. Luo Bing stood on the leaf, her gaze fixed in the distance. Seeing something unusual, she said to him, "Young master, look at the sect gate, there's a stranger." Lu Keaj was startled to hear this. He immediately stood up to observe. Below, in the center of the courtyard, indeed stood a person. That person was Xuanji, and she seemed to be waiting for Lu Keaj. She looked up as Lu Keaj and the other two stood on a leaf descending from the sky. Lu Keaj stood there with a heroic and dashing demeanor, and with the moonlight behind him, his handsome and elegant style was further accentuated. This alone was enough to make Xuanji's heart race, her cheeks gradually flush, and her heart fill with infatuation and excitement. It wasn't in vain that I waited here for 3 days. There truly is such a spirited and handsome man in this world. He stood above, looking down at Xuanji, one of the Heavenly Secret Tower's 12 Tower Lords and one of the player's favorite female NPCs, ranked 103rd. After speaking, he frowned slightly and thought. The main reason was her extremely chaotic conduct. He knew she had also played with many other men in bed and among players. Some even gave her a special nickname, Bed Hopper Queen Lit, Chicken-Eating Lady, implying promiscuity. In the relationship management of the Tianquan world, ranked by quantity, she was definitely the #1 female. She could wait no longer and immediately flew forward to pay her respects. "Sectmaster Lu, Xuanji has been waiting here for a long time." Lu Keaj said nothing, his gaze sweeping over her from top to bottom. He assessed in his mind, although this person's strength is not great, the Heavenly Secret Tower is not a cultivation sect but an intelligence organization. This woman with her full lips could take lives with just a glib tongue. He pondered for a long time before finally speaking. "One of the Heavenly Secret Tower's 12 Tower Lords has personally waited here for me. What brings you here?" Just an ordinary question, yet it made her utterly infatuated. How could she resist such radiant charm? So handsome, how wonderful it would be if I could commune in Wushan with him. Xuanji quickly shook her head, suppressing her personal desires and dispelling the thought. "No, I'm here for business this time." She extended her hand, presenting something to him, and said, "By order of the Tower Lord, I have come to befriend the Mogate sect master and specially present a Heavenly Secret Jade pendant." As she spoke, she confidently schemed in her mind, "As long as I succeed in befriending him and interacting a few times, he won't be able to resist my charm." Keaj looked at the jade pendant in her hand and thought, "The Heavenly Secret Jade pendant is probably like a VIP card, allowing access to various intelligence messages from the Heavenly Secret Tower. It is indeed a good item," he said indifferently in a low voice. "I appreciate the thought." Xuanji stared blankly, her face filled with confusion. Lu Keaj decisively walked past Xuanji, saying, "If there's nothing else, please feel free to leave." His action left Luo Bing, who was standing nearby, speechless, while Xuanji stood frozen, utterly embarrassed. Not only was her mission incomplete, but her freshly made plan had also failed. She frowned, seething with anger, not expecting him to act this way. She questioned, "Sectmaster Lu, I came with the Heavenly Secret Tower's sincerity, yet is this your attitude?" Lu Keaj's ears tingled, and a contemptuous smile played on his lips. He retorted, "Came with sincerity? Your sincerity is far too trivial. Are you looking down on others?" Listening to his disparaging words, she was almost driven mad. The more he spoke, the more embarrassed and arrogant she felt. He is belittling the Heavenly Secret Tower. He looked at the system panel and smiled in satisfaction. The Heavenly Secret Tower's trivial intelligence could be gathered even more from the forums, and even with a simple quest, players like Lin Wagen would gladly spend money to find information for him. Why would he need the Heavenly Secret Tower? Then his peripheral vision caught her enraged expression, but he felt no remorse. "Therefore, the Heavenly Secret Tower is not fit to be a shareholder of my Mogate. And Xuanji, with all her allure, is also not fit to be a shareholder of my Mogate." Xuanji pondered with a darkened face. How can this fellow be so brazen, a mere subordinate of 100 sect backwater, daring to be so presumptuous? She suddenly realized. Unless this kid is highly valued by a great cultivator in the sword sect. Xuanji spoke. "Sectmaster Lu, are you looking down on my Heavenly Secret Tower?" she said with a displeased expression. "The intelligence my Heavenly Secret Tower possesses is not merely this simple." She thought to herself, "In that case, if I can firmly grasp him, it will only benefit the Heavenly Secret Tower even more." Keaj smiled faintly and replied, "Is that so? But you seem to be looking down on my Mogate." A smile played on his lips. "They say the Heavenly Secret Tower has a vast network lit. A net covering heaven and earth. It seems my Mogate is too small, becoming a fish that slipped through the net. The conversation ends here. Tower Lord Xuanji, please return." She gnashed her teeth, angrily cursing in her mind. "Are the people below me all useless? I need to thoroughly investigate everything about Mogate immediately." Then she stood up and said forcefully, "I need to thoroughly investigate everything about Mogate immediately." She glanced back at him. "Mogate, Lu Keaj, I will be back." With that, she suddenly flew from the ground into the sky. Shiao Chu asked curiously, "Sectmaster Uncle, is that Heavenly Secret Tower very powerful?" He merely replied slowly, "It's decent." Keaj further explained, "Among the 300 sects under the Sword Sect, the top few among the 100 sects are all third-grade sects, and the Heavenly Secret Tower's strength is comparable to a third-grade sect." Shiao Chu innocently said, "A third-grade sect, huh? Our Mogate is 9th grade. 9 is bigger than 3, she said with a beaming smile. "So isn't our Mogate more powerful than them? Every time they almost fly into the sky." Laughing loudly, "It turns out they're a weaker sect than us." Keaj shook his head helplessly. This girl truly inherited his true teaching's mischievousness. Luo Bing spoke up. Young master, I feel that Senior Xuanji just now is not simple, he asked in confusion. In what aspect, she whispered, her personal conduct. Lu Keaj asked again. How can you tell these things? Luo Bing immediately replied. A woman's intuition. He tapped her forehead and said with a smile, your intuition is very accurate, but you are still just a young girl. Lu Keaj turned and entered the house saying, let's go report to your master that we're back. Luo Bing stood rooted to the spot, her cheeks flushed, stammering, young master just teased me. Luo Bing covered her face, smiling infatuatedly, her face revealing adoration. As she followed him, she thought, when young master bought me for 10,000 gold taels at the age of 11, I was already considered a woman. I am young master's woman. Shiao Chu, still young, scratched her head in confusion. What is second senior sister so happy about? Did she smell something fragrant? As soon as the door opened, a voice immediately came from inside. Brother, you're back, Dongi asked with concern. Brother, was your trip down the mountain tiring? He sat down opposite her and gently asked. Have you been waiting for me long? Dongi replied with a smile. Not long, not long, she thought to herself. From the moment brother returned to the Sect gate, I already sensed his presence. Matter what happened or who appeared, the first thing brother did after returning to the Sect gate was still to come see me. As she thought, a clear look of joy appeared on her face. No one could compare to her in brother's heart, not even Sister Zhang. Dongi seemed to suddenly notice something unusual. She turned to look at Shiao Chu, who was drinking tea, and praised. Excellent, excellent, you've broken through a realm, the little girl mimicked. Keaj, Sect Master Uncle said, for people like us this is just routine. Dongi tapped the little girl's forehead and said, I see your tail is almost wagging to the heavens. She looked at Keaj with keen interest and asked, Brother, won't you tell your sister what you experienced on this trip down the mountain? He picked up his teacup and replied with a smile, Oh right, there was indeed something important this time. Then he said indifferently, this time I went down the mountain and recruited 30 handyman disciples for Mogate. Dongi slammed the table in shock and questioned, what 30 handyman disciples? Where will we get the resources to support so many people? Brother, are we going to starve? Keaj sipped his tea and said, of course we'll continue. These 30 handyman disciples neither need cultivation resources nor food. They are completely just tools, pawns, NPCs, Dongi repeated in confusion. Tools, handyman disciples don't need food or resources, she asked. Are there really such people? He merely said calmly. Not only are there, but there will be more and more. Lu Keaj took a sip of tea and thought, these foolish players not only don't need resources but also clamor to complete quests. Perhaps I can even get them to accumulate resources for our sect. After all, they don't care about money at all, only about whether they're having fun playing the game. Dongi said dejectedly, but 30 handyman disciples, just teaching them will consume a lot of energy. Hearing this, he gently placed the teacup on the table and replied, no need to teach them. Just have them carry water, chop firewood, pick fruit, and wash dishes. That will be enough for their cultivation. Dongli's eyes lit up. Washing dishes works too. At this moment, in the Azure Dragon Stream, Heavenly Secret Tower branch, Xuanji had just returned and immediately waved her hand, ordering all Heavenly Secret Tower personnel come out quickly. The manager stammered anxiously. Lady Xuanji, why have you called us? Is something wrong? She angrily shouted. All of you go investigate Mogate for me. Investigate thoroughly, don't miss a single piece of information, report everything to me. If any information leaks, you will be severely punished. The people below all replied in unison, trembling with fear. Yes, watching them retreat, Xuanji thought angrily. I want to see what kind of backing your Mogate truly has. Soon after, someone came in to report, Lady Xuanji, all the Mogate information you requested is here. Our Heavenly Secret Tower indeed doesn't have much information about Mogate. She opened it and read through it. Chen Xiao, a true disciple of the Sword Sect from Mogate. She thought to herself, Chen Xiao is just one of the weakest among the Sword Sect's true disciples, he's nothing to worry about. But the more Xuanji read, the more surprised she became. Li Nanwei, the Sword Venerable's daughter, had actually stayed at Mogate for several days. She thought again, Lu Keaj has a connection with her. Could it be that those two? Improper images immediately flashed through Xuanji's mind. If that's truly their relationship, then this kid Lu Keaj would practically be half the Sword Venerable's son-in-law. She trembled with rage. Wouldn't that mean I have no chance at all? Li Nanwei personally visited Mogate. If I try to compete, even the Heavenly Secret Tower won't be able to protect me. The manager stood nearby, observing in confusion. Why is Lady Xuanji suddenly in such pain? He couldn't help but ask. Lady Xuanji, is there something that causes you such distress? She vented her anger on him, sending him flying with a palm strike. What business is it of yours? Get out, the manager, terrified, knelt down and quickly replied, Yes, this subordinate will take his leave. Xuanji calmed down and reconsidered. Even so, given the Sword Venerable's daughter's status, it's unlikely she would easily form a relationship with Lu Keaj. Perhaps it's just a friendly acquaintance. After realizing this, a look of pleasure appeared on her face. If that's the case, I still have a chance. She seemed to read another shocking piece of news. How can this be? She threw the data scroll aside in exasperation. Why does this kid also have a relationship with Deacon Zhang Xinyan of Autumn Mountain? Why would figures of this caliber actually receive a blessing with Lu Keaj under the 10,000-year peach tree? She looked at Zhang Xinyan's portrait, gnashing her teeth. Xuanji gritted her teeth, her face darkening as she speculated. Could this celestial Deacon Zhang have already become Lu Keaj's cultivation partner? She insisted on re-examining the information. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, is there anything else I've missed? She seemed to discover something else, stammering. This shows the portrait of Sword Sect Elder Ning Ying, Xuanji said blankly. I should have known this all along. Her hand, as if losing all strength involuntarily, dropped the data scroll to the ground. This kid's cultivation artifact. It was actually Ning Ying's magical artifact, the Sword Sect's only artificing grandmaster. Ning Ying, an elder of the Sword Sect and a Sixth Realm great cultivator, could be considered a powerhouse of her generation across the entire Tianquan realm. Her fame, despite being a great cultivator, stemmed from her artificing skills. She was one of the few artificing grandmasters in the Tianquan realm, and most of the blank swords of the Sword Sect were crafted by her. Xuanji trembled with anger, and according to the Heavenly Secret Tower's intelligence, this artificing grandmaster currently had no disciples. So if she truly treated Liu Keaj as her grandson, she thought hesitantly, then Mogate, as small as it was, involved so many powerful figures. Xuanji instantly changed her attitude towards this 9th grade sect. Xuanji clutched her head and cried out, displeased, why is this Liu Keaj so difficult? At this moment in Mogate on Danqing Peak, while Xuanji was troubled and headache-ridden, Liu Keaj was incredibly busy. His voice echoed through the mountains. Are you ready? Dongi replied. Brother, I'm ready. We can begin. Good, let's begin. As soon as he spoke, Liu Keaj began to circulate his cultivation. Dongi repeated the movements, fully focused, and the two worked together to activate the formation. Golden light shot straight into the sky and the restriction formation began to unfold. Liu Keaj praised with satisfaction. Little Li Zi's formation talent is excellent indeed. I've only been assisting this girl for the past 2 days in drawing this restriction formation, and I didn't expect it to be completed. He immediately praised. My sister is amazing, but why set up this formation? Mainly to differentiate players, he said with a wide grin. He mused that the current atmosphere of Mogate was less like a sect and more like a family. Keaj thought in the future a large number of outer disciples would definitely join Mogate, and their relationships might become even more delicate. To prevent this, I need to separate those tool players outside Mogate. He mused there was another benefit to this. Keaj's mind conjured images of the disciples, exclaiming excitedly, I wonder when I'll be able to become an inner disciple of Mogate. I'm really looking forward to it. Keaj thought silently. The internal test players would actually feel that Mogate was of a higher caliber because of this. At this moment, Dongli's face was covered in sweat and she panted, thinking, this restriction formation can keep Mogate safe, so I must complete it carefully no matter what. Seeing this, Keaj patted her shoulder and said, that's enough for today, let's go back and rest. Dongi turned and replied, it's all right, brother, I want to finish the formation quickly. He reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead, persuading, a formation this large can't be completed in 2 or 3 days. Forcing yourself will damage your spiritual sense. Think about it, if your spiritual sense is damaged and an enemy invades, you won't even notice. Dongi immediately listened obediently, scared by his words. Rest now, Keaj said gently. Go rest under that tree. Tonight I'll reward you with a bowl of rock sugar Sydney pear stew, personally made by this lord. She put on a cold face and said, what, a bowl of rock sugar Sydney pear stew is enough to buy me off? Brother is getting stingier. He took out another bowl of rock sugar Sydney pear stew and asked, then do you want it or not? Dongi quickly snatched it from his hands and said mischievously, only a fool wouldn't want it. She sat under a nearby tree eating and saying, but this isn't enough, brother, I want something else. Then she stretched out her legs and comfortably ordered him, brother, give me a shoulder and leg massage. I'm not tired at all today. Liu Keaj paused, thinking for any other man massaging these legs would be the highest reward, wouldn't it? But he still rubbed Dongli's head. Just rub my head, he thought to himself. Dongi is already a grown woman. Suddenly Dongi called out, brother, he replied. She said with a radiant smile. My sword intent has taken shape. This left Liu Keaj speechless with surprise. He rubbed her head again and looked at Dongi. Really, that's good news. You'll get an extra helping at dinner, she replied happily. Okay, he had countless thoughts in his mind now. Perhaps Dongli's sword intent had already taken shape, or perhaps she had only truly felt it solidify today. This was a major event for a sword cultivator, and a major event for him as her brother. All sorts of calculations flashed through his mind, but no matter what, Dongi was still Dongi, and he was still him. She would always be the sister he would give extra food to. That evening, laughter filled the dining hall and the last dish, tile-baked fish, arrived. Shiao Chu was overjoyed. Sect Master Uncle's cooking is still so delicious, I'm going to eat 3 bowls today. Liu Bing glanced at her and said, Shiao Chu, you've already eaten 4 bowls. Shiao Chu cried out in panic. I've eaten that much? This made everyone laugh. Keaj looked at He Ding, who was eating, and thought, regarding the Qingzhou main storyline, I might need to find an opportunity to talk to He Ding. After dinner, Mu Dongfeng rubbed his full belly and picked his teeth, telling He Ding, Senior brother, I'll leave this to you here. As soon as he turned around, he heard Keaj instruct, Mu Dongfeng, you wash the dishes today. Then looked to the side and called, He Ding, come with me. Mu Dongfeng could only encourage himself. Even the great sage equaling heaven started with small tasks like washing dishes. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Keaj stood in the courtyard and said, this lord will take out something in a moment. You should carefully sense it with your spiritual consciousness. He Ding replied loudly. Yes. He stared curiously at the object in Liu Keaj's hand. Suddenly, that strange object unexpectedly moved. It shot straight towards Ding, catching him off guard, his eyes wide with surprise. Fortunately, Liu Keaj stopped it with his hand in time. Keaj also said confusedly, "What's going on? This thing's reaction is abnormal." The system displayed a question, asking if he wanted to use the Soul Jade shard on Ding. This made him pause, thinking, it can be regarded as a tool capable of fusing with Soul Jade and possessing a certain purification ability. A small note appeared. Liu Keaj blinked blankly, then let out a soft hum before looking at Ding, thinking, the Soul Jade is an important item for the Nether King's sword, and without it, the Qingzhou main quest cannot be activated. Keaj carefully analyzed each point, and Ding had the ability to purify Soul Jade. His hand unconsciously tightened around the Soul Jade, thinking, perhaps the progress of the Qingzhou main storyline is related to Ding. I didn't expect to just pick up a child down the mountain, and for him to be such an important character in the main storyline, he thought hesitantly. It seems my serendipitous encounters are truly unique. Then he briefly said to Ding, close your eyes and focus your mind. He thought to himself, looking at the system prompt, this thing won't harm Ding and might even bring benefits. Let's try it. Ding immediately complied. At this moment Keaj thought, if this damn system dares to deceive me and harm my only disciple, then I won't mind completely destroying it. Immediately after, the Soul Jade easily entered Ding's mind. Luo Bing, standing above, saw this scene and wondered, didn't that shard fall from the zombie? Why would young master use it on senior brother? Ding remained motionless, feeling a slight change within himself, as if thousands of arms beneath his feet were trying to pull him down. They gradually enveloped Ding's entire body. Suddenly, the Soul Jade emitted a dazzling green light, instantly burning away those restless arms. Keaj felt some concern, thinking, Ding, what exactly are you hiding within you? At this moment, only a green light surrounded Ding. Dongi exclaimed in surprise, he broke through. Keaj found it strange, but his method of breaking through was somewhat unusual, he said softly. Normally, breaking through involves drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, he thought deeply. But Ding's breakthrough was emitted from within. A surge of energy originated from within him. And finally, that hand was also being consumed by green flames. The system began to notify. Ding, first realm, 7th heaven, broke through 3 realms consecutively. Liu Keaj hadn't expected it. He said in surprise, first realm, 7th heaven, broke through 3 realms consecutively. Such a small piece, is the effect that good? He also thought to himself, what if I help him obtain a complete Soul Jade Pearl? Wouldn't that be a massive boost? Keaj smiled triumphantly. In the Qingzhou main quest, a Nether King's sword, it wouldn't be difficult for me to get a few complete Soul Jade Pearls for Ding. The system again popped up a notification. Congratulations, you have received a 20,000 experience point reward because of the Master-Disciple system. His lips couldn't help but curve upwards. A random fragment, 2 transactions, this wave definitely wasn't a loss. Then he looked at Ding again, thinking, but the nature of Soul Jade is ambiguous. If he can purify it and remain unharmed, that's good. His eyebrows couldn't help but furrow, fearing it wouldn't be that simple. Luo Bing said in surprise, senior brother broke through 3 realms consecutively. Shiao Chu also asked excitedly, what did Sect Master Uncle do? And Mu Dongfang, standing nearby, exclaimed with envy, senior brother is indeed amazing. Only Dongi looked at the problem deeply. Ding is not like brother. His rapid breakthrough actually has a problem, she thought hesitantly. Ding's presence is almost even lower now, she carefully observed, deducing from beginning to end. If he cultivates a hidden art, he would become a silent ghost. Keaj turned and asked her, did you sense anything? Dongi replied with a hum. For that instant, I felt Ding's shadow was alive. He looked at the person before him, deep in thought. Ding had a pure and kind nature, but at that moment, that shadow exuded an immense evil. Everything could only be determined once he woke up. A moment later, the moonlight grew brighter, and Ding finally slowly opened his eyes. Keaj asked, how do you feel? He scratched his head and replied, Master, disciple feels nothing, just like a very long dream. Ding honestly recounted, disciple dreamed of a frozen sea and disciple was lying on the ice. The color of the seawater was black and I lay within thick layers of ice. He continued slowly. Ding also recalled, there seemed to be something at the bottom of the sea. Kept talking to me, repeating only one sentence. Liu Keaj frowned and asked what did they say. Ding's face seemed unwell and he stammered, they said that strange light emitted a red glow, constantly saying, wake up, wake up. This made him recall that call, and he too was stunned. Liu Keaj couldn't explain and could only ask, wake up? Then he asked with concern, is there anything unusual about your body? Ding remained deep in thought, as if those things beneath the black ice layers were not terrifying. Instead, they gave me a very strong sense of security, feeling just like being by Master's side. Seeing that Ding did not answer, he did not press further. He said, it's good that there are no problems. He also secretly judged in his heart, it seems the secrets on Ding can only be deeply explored in the future. Leaving Ding aside for now, Shiao Chu has excellent talent and 9 serendipitous encounters, and Luo Bing also has good talent and can even access hidden storylines. Even if Mu Dongfang is mediocre, his character is very good, he thought with a smile. Liu Keaj looked at the boisterous disciples before him, thinking, these children my sister and I have taken in over the years are all individuals with promising futures. With the bright moon overhead, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest, leaving only the 2 of them. He reminded her, it's time to go back and rest. Dongi glanced at him and asked, Brother, do you know what day it is in a few days? Liu Keage's heart skipped a beat, thinking, HMPH, when a woman asks this question, if you don't answer correctly, it's a death sentence. He thought of a whole bunch of possible dates. My birthday, my sister's birthday, Valentine's Day, Children's Day, whose birthday? Dongi was speechless. Brother really doesn't know what he's thinking. How could he forget such an important day? Liu Keage bowed respectfully and said knowingly, Please enlighten me, young lady. She put her hands on her hips and said, As Mogate's only elder, I solemnly inform the sect master that in a few days it will be the triennial ranking competition for the 300 sects under the Sword Sect. His eyes widened in surprise, then his expression immediately changed and he let out a soft "oh." So it's about that? Dongi asked puzzledly. Brother, does your expression mean you're not confident about this ranking? He even retorted with a question. And is Elder Dongi confident? The two looked at each other and smiled, saying in unison, Mogate's fame will be made in this ranking competition. Afterwards, Liu Keage also said solemnly, Mogate's ancestral teaching, the sword must not betray the heart. If we can restore glory to Mogate, little Li Zi, are you willing to display your strength? She answered without hesitation, of course. He smiled and replied, Good, it is our bounden duty to restore glory to Mogate. Mogate once ranked 45th among the 100 sects. Its decline to this state was merely a matter of helplessness, he said. Dongi then asked curiously, Brother, how high do you plan to raise Mogate's ranking? At this point, the sect masters of Zhengjin Gate and Qiushui Gate had visited once before. She glanced at the expressions nearby. Their words implied that Mogate would at least enter the top 50 of the lower 100 sects this time. Liu Keage calmly replied, Is that so? Nor can I blame them. He suddenly looked up at the moon again and said something profound. The sky in these 100 li is too low. Early the next morning, someone rushed through the dense clouds. It's Mu Dongfang, faster, faster. I need to quickly complete the task Sect Master Uncle gave me. He arrived at the destination and leaning against the door said breathlessly, Finally here. This was unexpectedly a casino, a place for gamblers. He let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, This is what Sect Master Uncle instructed. I'm not breaking any rules. Just then the dealer shouted, Too late. Today is the day of sword challenges. Dozens of cultivators are challenging Sect Master Liu of Mogate. Betting on Sect Master Liu pays 1 to 10. Betting on a challenger to win pays 1 to 2. Place your bets, place your bets. Mu Dongfang didn't understand why betting on the sect master paid more and others less. The person next to him spoke up, Young man, don't you know this is a series of challenges? As long as one challenger defeats Sect Master Liu, we win. He threw out a bag of money and confidently said, In this situation, Sect Master Liu can only defeat 2 or 3 people at most, and there are so many people. Sect Master Liu will get tired too, so I'm betting on the challenger. Everyone rushed forward. I'm betting on the challenger too. Me too, me too. I'm betting on the challenger. Mu Dongfang faced this situation in silence. The next second he immediately slammed his money bag onto the table and shouted, I'm betting on Mogate's sect master Liu Keage. The sword sect has 300 sects divided into upper, middle and lower categories, with 100 sects in each category. As mentioned before, to avoid forgetting, it's worth reiterating, along with the quantity. But do you know how they are divided into upper, middle and lower? It's through a triennial evaluation, where the sword sect assesses each sect's reputation, sect master's strength, scale, and sometimes even refers to intelligence provided by the heavenly secret tower. Therefore, whenever ranking day approaches, the major sects begin to busy themselves, feigning searches for people, harassing others, and challenging people to fights, all with the aim of increasing their influence. They call the continuous challenges held 3 days before ranking day the Day of Sword Challenges. However, typically, it is the upper-tier sects of the lower 100 who are particularly busy on the Day of Sword Challenges. Smart as you are, do I need to explain why? The reason for the upper-tier sects of the lower 100 to strive is that they can't afford to lose anymore. And unlike the lower-tier sects of the lower 100, they might as well go all out. What if they turn from a bicycle into a motorcycle? Wouldn't that be like a beachfront villa appearing out of nowhere? Only the top 10 among the lower 100 sects actually receive a ranking. There's a significant difference in treatment between having a ranking and not. After all, the strong are everywhere. The weak fight among themselves, and who cares about the last or second to last? Mogate has been at the bottom for years, and logically, the Day of Sword Challenges should have nothing to do with them, but now it's different. Liu Keage overwhelmingly won first place in the Sword Sect's trial grounds, achieving Heaven and Earth Enlightenment, Sword Intent Awakening, and Sword Heart Translucent. Any one of these achievements is a magnificent feat worthy of widespread praise. Therefore this year, Mogate is a key target for various sects vying for fame, as defeating a young sect master who has recently become renowned throughout the Tianquan realm is highly beneficial for one's reputation. At this moment the crowd surged like a marketplace. Oh, elder brother, are you also here to challenge Mogate's sect master? Indeed, little brother, aren't you too? He, after all, a second realm cultivator, no matter how strong, can't be that formidable. Wouldn't it be a huge profit if we win? What? Mu Dongfang lay on a tree branch, assessing that quite a few people had come. He picked his nose and disdainfully said, Do you really think you can step on Sect Master Uncle's shoulders to make a name for yourselves? He repeated Liu Keage's words. Sect Master Uncle said, The sky in these 100 li is too low. You need to elevate yourself. An expression of reverence appeared on his face. Those words were truly cool. He couldn't help but fantasize about when he could be as cool as Sect Master Uncle. but this time we're definitely going to make a fortune. Senior brother Luo Tong of Mojian Mountain, why are you here too? Hearing that name, he immediately jumped up. Mojian Mountain, that's one of the upper 100 sects. Even someone of that level is coming to challenge Sect Master Uncle. Everyone else was equally surprised. Luo Tong of Mojian Mountain. This man seemed extremely angry, his face etched with prominent veins. I didn't have to come, he gritted his teeth and said. I was ranked 10th in the trial grounds, but that guy, Luo Tong angrily shouted, made me fall out of the top 10, becoming 11th, and then he looked at everyone and said, can you all tolerate this injustice? The people around him repeatedly answered in fear, no, absolutely not. One of them looked up and noticed something, immediately shouting, everyone look up. Everyone simultaneously looked over. It was the person who shocked them for a second time. Chen Xiao, senior brother Chen, a true disciple of the Sword Sect. He's here too, my goodness. How many important figures is Mogate going to attract? Everyone stepped forward to greet him. Is senior brother Chen also here to challenge Sect Master Lu? Has Sect Master Lu's strength even alarmed senior brother Chen? He remained silent, but secretly thought, I wouldn't dare, I'm not worthy, don't talk nonsense. How dare I challenge a true prodigy of heaven? Chen Xiao took out an old-fashioned camcorder and denied. I am here on someone's behalf, not to challenge Sect Master Lu, but to record the process of your sword challenges. Everyone discussed, recording the process is on someone's behalf. They stared at the crystal ball, sharing the same guess. Mogate's sword challenges have even caught the attention of the Sword Sect's high-ranking officials. Subsequently, everyone's eyes lit up and they smiled excitedly. If my feat of crushing Liu Keaj reaches the ears of the Sword Sect's high-ranking officials, wouldn't my sect's ranking skyrocket? Chen Xiao secretly chuckled. These people's reactions were as if victory was assured. Truly clueless, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Since that's the case, why not add more fuel to the fire? Chen Xiao took out a bracelet and said, this item was obtained by senior brother Duyu and I while exploring a secret realm. It is a rare defensive magical artifact. Then he slyly smiled and added, let's put out some bait. Since I'm here, I'll add some fun for everyone. How about this bracelet as a reward for your sword challenge? Luo Tong took interest and asked, senior brother Chen, do you mean that if any of us can defeat Sect Master Lu, this bracelet will be given to them? He then saw him shake his head and say, no. The next second he loudly announced, as long as someone can force Sect Master Lu to draw the sword from his life-bound scabbard, this bracelet is theirs. Everyone was confused. What does this guy mean? What are you implying? Do you think we can't even force Sect Master Lu's life-bound sword out? This is blatant humiliation. Chen Xiao, however, didn't care, grinning and thinking, in fact, I just wanted to show off my new bracelet anyway. And there's no way you guys can make Sect Master Lu's life-bound sword appear, Luo Tong said with a dark face. Alright. Since senior brother Chen thinks so highly of us, we'll know our place. I'm going to challenge him now. No sooner had he spoken than he leapt into the air and shouted towards Mogate, Luo Tong of Mojian Mountain has come to challenge you. I hope Sect Master Lu will grant me guidance. A reply came from within Mogate. The training ground is ready. Luo Tong accepted the challenge, replying, good. Others followed suit. Go then, what's there to fear? He's only second realm anyway. These arrogant people, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, boasted, are we afraid of him? One person wondered why Mogate had so many senior uncles, all of them somewhat obscured from view. The person next to him also agreed, indeed this is Mogate's mountain protecting formation. Chen Xiao, however, suddenly spoke up to deny it. No, this is not Mogate's formation. This is Sect Master Lu's power of heaven and earth. Gasps of surprise echoed from within the clouds. What? The person with sweat on his face repeated. Power of heaven and earth, is this guy that terrifying? Chen Xiao looked in one direction and said, look ahead, that's Mogate's training ground. Seeing the figures of the crowd, Hing said, are those people disciples of Mogate? He introduced them one by one. The male disciples are quite ordinary, but the female disciples are exquisite beauties. Chen Xiao landed and bowed with cupped hands. Chen Xiao, a true disciple of the Sword Sect, greets Elder Dongi. Others also followed suit, greeting Elder Dongi. They secretly evaluated her. Such a young and beautiful elder is rare, and more importantly, those legs are absolutely stunning. Luo Bing called out, Sect Master Uncle, everyone is here. Only a response came from the air, but Sect Master Lu was nowhere to be seen. Good, his entrance is too flashy. The crowd below was almost blinded by him. Liu Keaj landed gently, then finally spoke. Spirit Wind Art open. He then spoke. Everyone, thank you for waiting. Those girls' eyes darted with admiration, his back alone. Other young men were filled with envy. This guy is so handsome just from his back. Chen Xiao bowed with cupped hands. Disciple Chen Xiao greets Sect Master Lu. Liu Keaj was somewhat surprised. HMPH, this guy is an unqualified propagandist, quite useless. The people behind secretly evaluated. His attitude towards a true disciple of the Sword Sect is so cold, truly strange, considering he's only second realm. Keaj stood in the sunlight and faintly asked, Chen Xiao, are you also here to challenge me? Then he glanced at the man, his eyes sharp. If so, I'll kill him in a moment. Chen Xiao broke out in a cold sweat and said, Disciple wouldn't dare. Disciple was entrusted to record the process of the sword challenges. I hope Sect Master Lu will permit it. Liu Keaj's face fell in disappointment. Can't kill him, what a pity. Then he asked without turning his head, Are the others all here to challenge me? The people behind replied in unison. Yes, we hope Sect Master Lu will not hesitate to give us guidance. A wisp of black energy emerged from Lu Keage's hand and his sword instantly appeared. His tone was icy cold. Who's first? Everyone rushed forward. Yang An of Shizhong's Sword Pavilion. I request Sect Master Lu's guidance. Luo Tong of Mojian Mountain. I wish to be first. Zhou Yingying of Butterfly Shadowgate. I hope Sect Master Lu will show mercy. She blushed, thinking winning or losing is no longer important. I just want our swords to clash during the challenge, to spark some connection and perhaps even some other sparks with Sect Master Lu, the three argued. No, I must be first. I said it first. I'm going first. Let Sect Master Lu choose. Your words don't count. Lu Keage spoke, ending the argument. All right, take your time. There are too many of you. Let's make this quick and decisive. He then put on a cool, very immodest expression. Dongi covered her forehead, speechless. Why does brother always get opportunities like this? The children nearby, however, looked at him with admiration. Here he comes. Not far away, some powerful figures were observing them. Ning Ying asked, Senior brother, do you really want to take Keage as your disciple? The deep-voiced man replied, Whether I take him as a disciple depends on his performance on this day of sword challenges. Ning Ying secretly prayed, Keage, you must seize this excellent opportunity. She looked at the person next to her. After all, Senior Brother is second only to Sword Venerable, and is currently Sword Venerable's only junior brother. This person is the second sword under heaven, Sword Venerable Gui Changkong. Each generation of the Sword Sect can take one sword attendant as an heir to the next Sword Venerable, but the previous generation's Sword Sect took 2 people. On the left was the Sword Venerable. On the right was Gui Changkong, which means Gui Changkong was also once a candidate for the Sword Sect's title. Gui Changkong's talent in his youth was extraordinary, his reputation even surpassing Sword Venerable, becoming the sole prodigy of heaven at that time, but true chosen ones are always incomparable. After Sword Venerable was stuck in the 3rd realm for many years, he had an epiphany one day, breaking through 2 realms consecutively, directly stepping from the 3rd realm into the 5th realm. After Sword Venerable's epiphany, Gui Changkong was always just a step behind Sword Venerable. It was precisely this point that made Gui Changkong even more eager to compete with Sword Venerable. Thus their comparisons in various aspects continued for decades. Gui Changkong secretly thought, if Lu Keage is truly as Ning Ying says, accumulating slowly and then bursting forth, then I must take him as my disciple. His competitive spirit was ingrained in his bones. As long as my disciple is stronger than yours, then I am stronger than you, senior brother. Just you wait and see. Ning Ying was a little uneasy. Keage, you must perform well. This is the biggest backer Aunt Ning can find for you in the Sword Sect. Your talent is no less than Duyu's, but you lack a master comparable to Sword Venerable, she secretly thought, among Qingzhou's 4 divine swords. The most suitable master for you, and one who hasn't taken a disciple yet, is only this second sword under heaven. He then saw Gui Changkong stroking his beard and praising, this kid's appearance truly unites immortal and human. Just by looks alone, he has surpassed senior brother's disciple. Ning Ying looked at him in surprise. Even someone of your stature judges by appearance? Lu Keage drew a line, then declared unequivocally, Today's sword challenge. If anyone can force me to retreat past this line, I lose. Those who came to challenge him were all somewhat stunned. Is it truly all right to gaze directly at this face? This face truly unifies immortal and human. A hint of danger flashed in Lu Keage's eyes. He demanded, If you wish to step onto the stage, you must first draw your swords. His eyes gleamed with golden warning lights. If you cannot draw it, retreat. Everyone felt fear. My sword is trembling just from being looked at. Chen Shao opened his notebook and recorded it. Sect Master Lu glanced at those who had come to challenge him. Their swords trembled ceaselessly. They couldn't draw them at all. Everyone was speechless. You don't need to record this, do you? Record it, just don't say it aloud. Gui Changkong smiled in admiration. This innate divine ability is truly interesting. Ning Ying thought to herself, this kid's innate divine ability is surprisingly powerful. It's my first time seeing him use it at full strength. Lu Keage said challengingly, Now you may draw your swords. Everyone exerted all their strength to draw their swords. Stop, quickly stop, don't tremble, I can't hold on. How can the probability of this trembling be so embarrassingly high? Everyone wore pained expressions. They couldn't draw them. Some were already exhausted, drenched in sweat. The sword spirit was afraid. It was resisting being drawn. Another clenched his teeth, helplessly saying, No, I can't. Still others clutched their heads in agony, knowing the outcome. No chance to win, couldn't win. Lu Keage said indifferently, Your hearts are troubled. Luo Tong and the others were very surprised by his words. Gui Changkong said with a smile, This kid is interesting. Luo Tong secretly said to his sword, Don't move. Yang En suddenly shouted, I understand, the problem isn't the sword spirit, it's me. I actually managed to draw the sword out a tiny bit. Gradually his state of mind stabilized and more of the blade was revealed. Ultimately he also achieved great completion of sword heart. Just because of a single sentence from Lu Keage, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother Yang En, he drew it out. He actually managed to draw it. He had entered the realm of great completion of sword heart. Lu Keage looked at him and commented, You're not bad. I can grant you the qualification to challenge me. Yang En actually sheathed his sword, then bowed with cupped hands and said, Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for the guidance. I forfeit this challenge. I am not yet worthy. Yang En of Shizhong's Sword Pavilion has learned much. After speaking, he decisively turned and left. Chen Xiao was busy recording again. Yanlun of Shijiang Sword Pavilion, guided by Sect Master Lu, voluntarily forfeited the sword challenge. Luo Tong remained stubborn, refusing to give up. He began to doubt himself. I've already achieved great completion of Sword Heart and I can feel my sword trembling, but can I really defeat Sect Master Lu? Lu Keaj said to him. Luo Tong of Mojian Mountain, your sword isn't trembling. His eyes were sharp. You also have the qualification to challenge me. Those below whispered amongst themselves, full of admiration. As expected of senior brother Luo Tong, his third realm strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Sect Master Lu is only in the second realm. Senior brother Luo Tong might actually defeat him. A red glint flashed in Lu Keaj's eyes as he looked at the opponent. I'll give you a chance to face me directly. Luo Tong was somewhat puzzled. What did he mean by that? Everyone felt as if they were released from a restraint. The suppressive power had vanished. Sect Master Lu withdrew his divine ability. Was he intentionally going easy on senior brother Luo Tong? Luo Tong remained silent. Is he looking down on me? Please enlighten me, he thought, feeling uncomfortable. Since you look down on me so much, I won't hold back either. Lu Keaj's lips curved upward. Luo Tong of Mojian Mountain is indeed a straightforward fellow. In his previous life's plot, Luo Tong was a straight man, hopelessly so, and died a spectacular death. His sword would rather break than bend until his death. This man remained standing. Such a renowned genius to protect a city, a village with only 3 fleeing mortals, died for it, losing a promising future talent. Lu Keaj looked at his heroic demeanor and thought, whether it's worth it I don't know. But in the plot I saw, Luo Tong smiled as he died in battle. If Luo Dong had been a little stronger, even just a tiny bit, he wouldn't have died, wouldn't have perished with the demon cultivator. Lu Keaj said with a smile, get ready, I will only make one sword strike, he replied with a confident smile. Good. Lu Keaj began to unleash the Azure Slowness move. This sword strike was unparalleled in power, as if it would send the opponent flying tens of thousands of feet away. In Luo Tong's eyes there was only Lu Keaj's figure at this moment. He began to feel panic. So fast, Luo Tong gritted his teeth and used both hands to block the move, but still couldn't hold on and was pushed back. The remaining people couldn't help but look at Lu Keaj and commented, he defeated senior brother Luo Tong of the third realm with just one sword strike. Only one sword, is he really just in the second realm? Gui Changkong was also very surprised. Azure Slowness, this is the Azure Slowness left by the first sword venerable. Ning Ying seized the opportunity to praise. Senior brother Keaj gained a lot in the trial grounds. When contemplating the sword steel, he not only achieved sword heart translucent, but this Azure Slowness was also one of the things he obtained. This shocked Gui Changkong even more. He obtained 2 items from the sword steel. Did he gain more than senior brother's sword attendant Rong Yu? Luo Tong cough gradually emerged from the smoke. Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for your kindness. Lu Keaj said solemnly. Since you came to challenge me, I will naturally offer you some guidance. Cough. Luo Tong indeed gained some enlightenment. Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for your guidance. This injury was worth it. Lu Keaj looked at him and thought to himself, in this life you will still encounter that demon cultivator, but whether you can be a little stronger than it depends on your own comprehension. Ning Ying turned and asked, Senior brother Gui, what do you think of this child? Keaj, he replied with satisfaction. He's far stronger than either senior brother or I were back then. Gui Changkong was as delighted as if he had found a treasure. Never thought I'd meet a child like this in my lifetime. Heaven hasn't let me down. When I learned that senior brother was about to take a disciple, that's when I first entertained the thought of taking one myself. Thinking of this, he fumed with anger. But senior brother's disciple had an immaculate sword physique, possessing the strongest sword Dao aptitude. It was simply impossible to find a disciple more outstanding than an immaculate sword physique, so I could only announce that I wouldn't take any disciples. Gui Changkong let out a long sigh. As long as I don't take a disciple, senior brother can't win against me in the matter of teaching disciples. He scrutinized Lu Keaj from head to toe, and his mouth stretched into an unclosable grin. But now it's different. My disciple is even stronger than your senior brother's disciple. Aunt Ning saw Gui Changkong still hesitating and thought, senior brother Gui has basically decided to take Keaj as a disciple, so I'll add one last bit of fuel to the fire. Thinking this, she spoke. Senior brother Gui, have you seen Nanwei recently? She seems to have stayed at Mogate for a while. Nanwei also met Keaj, he turned to her and asked. Aunt Ning also quickly replied, and chuckled softly. That's right, Nanwei had once discussed with Lu Keaj the matter of not needing to contemplate forming sword intent before the third realm. Upon hearing this, he silently stroked his beard and softly said, That's indeed correct, my senior brother said that, and he's very right. Do you know how Keaj replied to Nanwei? She asked again. Without waiting for his reply, she answered herself. Keaj said he said Sword Venerable was wrong. Hearing this, Gui Changkong immediately repeated her words in surprise, saying, Sword Venerable was wrong. She repeated again, Sword Venerable was wrong. This made him laugh happily. He's the one I've been looking for, the one I've been searching for. He clapped his hands and happily said, This disciple, I'm taking him for sure. Anyone who dares to snatch him, I'll kill them. After speaking boldly, he departed ahead of her. On Lu Keaj's side, he stood majestically on the stage, saying to the crowd, Does anyone else wish to step onto the stage? If not, then today's sword challenges. Before he could finish, a force suddenly smashed towards the stage from behind him, catching his attention. Lu Dongi stood below, seeing this scene, her hand on her sword hilt, her face panicking, thinking to herself, This aura belongs to a great cultivator, profound and unfathomable. This aura was more terrifying than anyone I'd ever encountered, including Aunt Ning, she thought. As Gui Changkong's figure gradually became visible, afterwards he was still puzzled. Who is this, interrupting my grandstanding and even mimicking me by turning his back to the crowd? A tiny golden light quickly flashed in his eyes. System scan, he thought to himself, and the system quickly provided the result. It contained 3 unique question marks. This left Lu Keaj bewildered. He couldn't even find a name. Lu Dongli stood below the stage, her body trembling intermittently. She cautiously kept thinking, if I reveal my trump card and fight with my life, perhaps I can save brother, but at this distance it's too late. What should I do? As the atmosphere grew tense, Aunt Ning flew from above to his head, softly saying, Keaj, little Li Zi, don't panic, as she descended. Lu Dongli and Lu Keaj bowed their heads in greeting. Aunt Ning, the Lu siblings said. At the same time, Chen Xiao hurried forward and said, Disciple greets Elder Ning. Hearing them say this, the disciples below were all terrified. They thought, Chen Xiao is a true disciple of the Sword Sect, and he calls that woman an elder. Is she a Sword Sect elder? There is only one elder surnamed Ning in the Sword Sect. This figure, this appearance completely matches the rumors. Could she be Sword Sect elder Ning Ying? Someone spoke and another followed up. What did Lu Keaj just call her? Ning, Mogate's Sect Master, is actually the Sword Sect elder's grandnephew. Oh my god, they exclaimed ceaselessly. Suddenly at this moment, Gui Changkong gently hummed. Lu Keaj also seemed to see something, immediately showing a surprised expression, thinking, it's that old man, never thought he would appear here. Gui Changkong, Vice Sect Master of the Sword Sect, the object of worship for all internal test players, second only to Sword Venerable. Disciple Chen Xiao greets the Vice Sect Master. Chen Xiao suddenly knelt before him, startling everyone. Vice Sect Master of the Sword Sect, someone stammered. What day is it today? One of Qingzhou's 4 divine swords has actually come here in person. Everyone discussed again. Can we really see an immortal in broad daylight? Everyone looked at him again. He stood silently, beginning to have some thoughts. No way, no way. What did Sect Master Lu call Elder Ning earlier? Ning, and the Vice Sect Master has also come in person? Could this Lu Keaj be the Vice Sect Master's disciple? If that's the case, then it's perfectly normal that we couldn't draw our swords before Sect Master Lu. They simultaneously displayed brilliant smiles, thinking to themselves, if word gets out, we'll have technically crossed swords with a disciple of Qingzhou's 4 divine swords. Ah, so that's it, nothing to complain about losing, even a bit of a gain. This trip was absolutely worth it, absolutely worth it. He then looked at Lu Keaj, stroking his beard and thinking with satisfaction, have to say, this kid's appearance is indeed extraordinary. Having such a disciple stand by you makes one seem out of the ordinary when out and about. At the same time, Lu Keaj had also observed him and thought, have to say, this senior's appearance is indeed quite unique. In my previous life, I had seen Gui Changkong on the forums. At that time, his actions were decisive and sharp, described by the poster as, with a narrowed gaze, all are monsters. He smiled, thinking as Gui Changkong approached him and said, HMPH kid, you're not bad. Senior is very right, he said without shame, immediately stunning the old man's face. Not only that, but Aunt Ning and Lu Dongli also gaped, thinking, shouldn't he be modest at a time like this? Gui Changkong was also stunned upon hearing this, thinking, not pretentious, not reserved, just like me. The disciples below also saw all of this and began to discuss amongst themselves, what's happening? Is this their first meeting? That Sect Master Lu has never received guidance from a divine sword, then how did he grow up? It's outrageous. How can there be someone in this world who understands all this without a teacher? He suddenly shifted his gaze, looking coldly at the crowd. The sword challenges are over. You may all withdraw. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand, effortlessly creating a gust of wind that blew towards those people. Those disciples, blown away, were not only not angry but happily exclaimed repeatedly, such magical abilities, it's like being lifted. Ah, Master, I've been given a ride by a divine sword. It seems Divine Sword Lord wants to discuss something with Sect Master Lu, said a man with long blue hair. The person next to him added, such treatment is truly enviable. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was blown away amidst his tears. Isn't senior brother Chen a true disciple of the Sword Sect? How come he was also sent away? Everyone quickly noticed him too. Could it be that senior brother Chen isn't that important? This made him exclaim in frustration and embarrassment. Then he thought to himself, so mortifying. Lu Keaj watched all this, then turned his gaze to the old man, secretly wondering, he sent so many people flying with a single wave of his hand. Could it be that he has something specific to say to me? In stark contrast, the elder revealed a displeased expression, his brows tightly furrowed as he thought discontentedly, has this kid still not understood my intention? Why isn't he falling to his knees in gratitude, kowtowing to accept me as his master? Aunt Ning, who had been observing, also saw his displeased expression and tisked, thinking to herself, if this silly boy Keaj continues like this, he'll probably miss this opportunity. No, absolutely not. With that thought, she pulled Lu Dongli to stand opposite Keaj and said with a smile, Senior brother Gui, these are Keaj and Dongli whom I often speak to you about. Both of them are exceptionally gifted. Geniuses among geniuses. Her action immediately brought a smile to the elder's face and he nodded repeatedly. These two are a perfect match. A dragon and a phoenix. It seems the time is right. I'll give this kid a clearer hint. So he began. I see. He had spent his life campaigning and traveling across the land, seen countless geniuses and innumerable people wish to become his disciple. With his hands behind his back, he calmly said, but I have never taken a disciple to this day. Do you know why? He asked, looking at Keaj. Faced with him, Keaj and Dongli remained silent, making the elder somewhat awkward. Aunt Ning could only add fuel to the fire, asking, "Senior brother Gui, could you tell me why?" The elder lowered his head slightly and smiled, finally speaking, "Because to this day, no one has been able to pass the rules and tests I have set." He looked at Liu Keaj and said, "Kid, although you are not a disciple of my sword sect, junior sister Ning regards you as her own. Even if it goes against convention, I am still willing to give you a chance." He looked at Liu Keaj and said, "Pass the test and I will make an exception to take you as my disciple." "How about it?" he suggested, facing Liu Keaj's surprised expression. Aunt Ning, seeing his lack of response, also looked over calmly, thinking, "So senior brother Gui also has a well-structured way of finding excuses to talk." Immediately after, Liu Keaj bowed his head, cupped his hands, and softly replied, "Keaj thanks senior for your kind intentions, but this junior already has a master." "What?" Gui Changkong said in surprise. Even Aunt Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "Keaj, why don't I know about this? Is it true?" He replied calmly. He mused to himself, "Indeed, I have a master in my system interface. If possible, I hope that grayed-out name remains there forever." He frowned again and thought. A man appeared in his mind holding him and Dongi, happily saying, "Your father has no great abilities, so I cannot give you the best things. I only wish to be by your side safe and sound forever." No sooner had he spoken than Keaj smiled and retorted, "Don't say that, Daddy. While you can't give us the best, you haven't given us the worst either, right?" At that time, Dongi also sat there, happily smiling and saying, chicken drumsticks are the best," leaving him speechless for a moment. Thinking of this, he now had a plan in mind, looking at his grim face. Although Gui Changkong was one of the 4 sword divinities, he was of little use to my cultivation. For cultivation techniques, I have the one from the coffin, and she might even be related to Emperor Qing. For leveling up, I can earn experience. The places where Gui Changkong can be useful are few and far between, countable on one's fingers. Keaj looked at him, calculating in his mind, but this fortuitous encounter with Gui Changkong would definitely be a huge asset for Mogate. It must be obtained immediately after. He turned and looked at Lu Dongli standing behind him, revealing a faint smile. "Got it." He pulled her and said, "Dongli, come here." But at this moment she thought in a panic, "Brother has misunderstood me." Aunt Ning still asked, puzzled, "Keaj, who exactly is your master?" But he still softly said, "Aunt Ning, please don't ask any more." Gui Changkong immediately narrowed his eyes, asking him almost testily, "Is he very strong?" "Very strong, very strong." He recalled being spanked so badly he couldn't bear to look and said with a grim face, "No one knew he was secretly thinking, I'm a transmigrator. For him to just hit me like that, it's too much." Seeing him like this, Gui Changkong continued to observe him, thinking, to say someone is very strong in front of me, could that person be the only sword divinity not present in the sword sect? No, it can't be that fellow. But in the end, Keaj still solemnly cupped his hands to him and seriously said, "Although I already have a master, there is a saying of one sword in Qingzhou, and I hope to receive guidance from senior." He looked at Liu Keaj and said, "What does this kid mean? He doesn't want to become my disciple, but he wants to freeload off me." Gui Changkong felt somewhat confused, and then looked at him with surprise. Indeed, Liu Keaj intended to freeload. The mechanism of the Tianquan world is that if one receives guidance from an NPC, they usually only gain some experience points. But if they receive guidance from an 8th realm NPC, it will automatically be considered a fortuitous encounter. As for what reward this encounter will yield, that depends on the system's conversion, and one only gets such an opportunity once in a lifetime. Faced with his smiling demeanor, Gui Changkong gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes, thinking angrily, "He's still smiling, how can his face be thicker than mine?" At this moment, Gui Changkong grew increasingly angry, feeling exploited. He said, "You certainly know how to talk, kid, but tell me, why should I guide you? Because Senior Gui can also become my elder, right?" No sooner had Keaj spoken than Dongi became flustered while he looked confused. Seeing this, Dongi broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking in horror, "Oh no, brother wants to sell me off, quick, run." She turned, but before she could carry out her plan, he grabbed her wrist. Keaj pulled her back, saying, "Senior Gui also knows that although my Mogate is small, I am also a sect master. If I were still a disciple of a sect, everything would be easy to say, but because of this status I can no longer do many things." He then pushed Dongi forward, radiating a smile that needed no watering, and said, "Senior Gui, you may not know, but little Dongli's talent is no less than mine. And Aunt Ning has diligently taught her all these years." But at this moment Dongi was already in tears, repeatedly thinking, "Don't say it, don't say it. If I become the disciple of the second sword under heaven, my name will spread throughout the Tianquan realm by tomorrow." As she thought, cold sweat streamed down her face and she cried again, "How can I hide then? How can I stay peacefully in Mogate? People will surely come knocking, humiliating me to my face." Seeing the situation grow strange, Gui Changkong still had to speak. "Stop, kid, stop. You say you're a sect master, but she's also an elder of Mogate, isn't she? If the sect master can't become my disciple, how can an elder?" He waved his hand as if not accepting his offer, then turned around. "No, no," he said. Liu Keaj stubbornly patted his chest as if proudly saying to the two, "Senior, as the sect master, I hereby revoke Lu Dongli's elder status." No sooner had he said this than both were stunned, looking at him with confusion as if seeing some strange creature, thinking, "Just destroy me already. I'm tired." Lu Dongli stopped struggling, thinking to herself. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he looked at her, grunted, and then unexpectedly cursed. Hiss, her cultivation actually includes sword heart and sword intent. He abruptly turned his head and looked at her. "No, no, I almost misjudged. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, you two siblings are indeed peculiar." Hearing his words, Aunt Ning's eyes also widened and she thought in surprise, Little Li Zi has sword intent and sword heart. How much have these two siblings been hiding from me? Meanwhile he continued to eye her with narrowed gaze, thinking, tisk tisk tisk, this little girl is absolutely no less than Rong Yu. And her foundation is so solid, her spiritual reserve so profound, I wonder how she cultivated, truly strange, before his eyes she didn't have a senior brother's guidance like Rong Yu. Didn't this mean her comprehension was even higher than Rong Yu's? The expression on his face instantly turned to surprise. A small Mogate yet had unexpectedly produced two sword Dao prodigy siblings. Wei Changkong looked at the siblings thinking, is the heavenly Dao so benevolent towards Mogate? Lu Keage's sharp gaze was also not idle. After hearing his words he looked at Dongi again thinking, what exactly is little Li Zi hiding? Wei Changkong's expression is very unusual. Could this brat be hiding even more than I imagined? He looked at her with a stern face. Immediately his gaze met her displeased look full of attitude, and he had a guess. That look seemed to say, brother, I don't want to become a disciple at all. I just want to cower and Mogate like a turtle until the end of time. I don't understand what you mean, but I won't allow you to do that. Thinking of this, he revealed a brilliant smile, thinking to her, the future chaos of the Tianquan realm will exceed your imagination. You need to rapidly increase your strength to protect yourself. And no one is more suitable to be your master than Wei Changkong. At the same time, Wei Changkong calmly stroked his beard, but his mind was full of calculations. If I agree, then these two geniuses will be considered half mine, and if I take half of two geniuses, that's half more than senior brother's Rong Yu. Doesn't that mean I'm half stronger than senior brother? He thought excitedly, his face unable to hide his expression anymore, and he burst out laughing. Indeed, the vision of a genius. Little girl, are you willing to take me as your master? Wei Changkong had just spoken, but then stiffened again. Where's the test? Why is it gone? But Lu Dongi didn't care much about that. She just looked at Lu Keage, saw him nod gently, and thought, brother wouldn't harm me, he must have a deeper meaning. And if I can continue to cower like a turtle, there's nothing wrong with that. She sighed again, feeling she shouldn't disappoint her brother's good intentions. Having done all this, Lu Dongi turned, bowed respectfully with cupped hands to him, and said, thank you for your generous affection, senior. Dongi is deeply grateful, and to refuse further would truly be ignorant of heaven's immensity. Hearing this, Wei Changkong finally smiled happily and said, good, good, good. Suddenly she spoke with some hesitation, but Senior, Dongi has one more request. Before accepting you as master, could we first establish 3 ground rules? Ground rules? He hadn't expected her to ask that. After asking, he lowered his eyelids, pondering, I, Wei Changkong, am taking a disciple, and I have to establish 3 ground rules. If I announced that I was taking disciples, the applicants could line up from Mogate all the way to Sword Sect. Despite his arrogance, he was still speechless when facing the Lu siblings. In the end, he reluctantly said, oh little girl, tell me, what are the 3 rules? But Lu Dongi didn't say it directly. Instead, she pointed in another direction and said to him, Senior, please come with me to discuss the details over there. This surprised both Aunt Ning and Keage. Nevertheless, when they walked aside, Keage still seriously said to Aunt Ning, little Li Zi has grown up. Then she just grunted, saying discontentedly, haven't you, you rascal? Immediately after, she flew over again, asking him with a scrutinizing expression, you brat, when did you get a master? And you didn't even tell Aunt Ning? HMPH, she puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, pointing a finger at him, leaving him to respond only with a dry laugh. But then she cast her gaze towards the disciples below the platform behind them, remaining silent for a moment. She looked at Keage standing before her, then recalled his childhood appearance, thinking, Keage has grown up, he has become a sect master. Thinking of this, she assumed a serious posture and asked him, Keage, Aunt Ning brought senior brother Gui here. Do you and your sister feel uncomfortable about it? Lu Keage quickly responded, Aunt Ning did nothing wrong, now let's see if little Li Zi can talk things over with senior Gui and achieve the best outcome. And so, after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the two still waited, weary. Wasn't it 3 ground rules? An incense stick's time has passed and they're still not done, Keage said helplessly. Another half an incense stick's time passed. Only then did Aunt Ning and Lu Keage happily exclaim, they're finally out. Wei Changkong and Lu Dongi emerged simultaneously, but their expressions were different. One was in deep thought, while little Dongi happily waved at them. He frowned, thinking in confusion, weren't there just 3 rules? How can there be so many minor details within those 3? Lu Keage looked at her, still pondering. He was curious how this girl had convinced Wei Changkong. While he was still deep in thought, she cast a sly glance at him, making him wonder suspiciously, is this girl's look secretly getting back at me? Then he looked at him, but it was his elusive gaze again, making him show a somewhat fearful expression. Wei Changkong's look at me has also become strange. Was I used as a bet by Dongi? He asked himself. The scene before them was a common sight of deep sibling affection. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared in his palm as if he wanted to conjure something, and he said to Lu Dongi, from today onwards you are my disciple. As is customary, a welcoming gift is needed. After the light disappeared, when a scarecrow appeared, he coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment and said to her, although the form is not beautiful, this is the welcoming gift from your master. Does this mean a fertility doll? Aunt Ning said in surprise, looking at what he handed to Lu Dongi. Then Aunt Ning explained to Lu Dongi, the method for refining this item has been lost to time. It's an ancient relic, one less with each use. The entire Tianquan realm probably can't find many of these strawman talismans now. Over on his side, Lu Keage had already scanned it with the system but got no impressive results, and even opened his mouth in surprise, thinking, is it that powerful? the system didn't display its function. Gui Chongkong spoke, his eyes slightly narrowed with a hint of cunning. This thing isn't very useful, but once it recognizes you as its master, it can die for you once. Upon hearing this, the Lu siblings were struck as if by lightning, immediately shocked by the words, resurrection token. Seeing this, Lu Dongli immediately bowed to Gui Chongkong and said, Dongli thanks master. Lu Keaj also revealed a relieved smile, thinking to himself, with this item Dongli can avoid one life and death calamity. At this moment Gui Chongkong asked him again, Kid, you once said you wanted this old man to give you some guidance? Yes, Keaj replied solemnly. He thought to himself, this is guidance from an 8th realm great cultivator. What will the system give? After all, since the first sword Venerable, there has never been a 9th realm supreme expert in this world. Unlike him, a few wisps of energy emanated around Gui Chongkong, and he thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to showcase my abilities in front of my little disciple. There have been some recent stirrings from the demon race. No sooner had Gui Chongkong spoken than bright lights appeared around him, even more intense, quickly surprising the disciples below the viewing platform. Someone even asked, what's going on? A moment later everyone, including Aunt Ning, Lu Dongli, Lu Keaj, He Ding, Luo Bing, Mu Dongfang and Shiao Chu, was brought by Gui Chongkong to a small lake in the Emerald Mountain Range. Lu Keaj looked around, vaguely thinking, this is at least 500 li from Mogate. Is this the capability of an 8th realm expert? Suddenly Lu Dongli raised her long sword, pointing it vigilantly. Brother, look over there. Across from them, a gigantic mutated crocodile vaguely appeared in the lake. A masked man sat on the crocodile's back, clad only in a piece of cloth exuding an eerie murderous aura. The man sat on the monster's back, his hair wildly fluttering in the wind, and looking at the newly arrived strangers, calmly said, Where did you come from? I didn't sense anything at all. Lu Keaj watched Gui Chongkong calmly stroking his beard, thinking with some admiration, as expected of an 8th realm great cultivator, casually grabbing a lucky passerby to kill, truly unexpected. But the person opposite didn't think much. He just scanned the group, secretly evaluating. The few children and the old man aren't scary, only that woman. He looked directly at Aunt Ning, thinking, she's a great cultivator, but that old man has no murderous aura at all, not scary at all. It's Gui Chongkong. Suddenly his body jolted, and he immediately felt bewildered. What's going on then? He widened his eyes, looking at the other side in terror. That old man is, he asked himself. Gui Chongkong wasn't too concerned. He simply stretched out his hand, chanted a spell. And then the aura around him immediately transformed, and powerful sword chi permeated the air, making the man think in panic, how can that not scary old man emit such powerful sword chi? Something seems wrong. Seeing the situation was bad, he immediately retreated, cautiously shouting, Go quickly go, little fish, let's go. Responding to him, the little fish also opened its mouth wide, intending to leave immediately. But suddenly his entire body felt tightly bound by something, making him tremble uncontrollably. He thought, what's going on? Unable to move, my body feels clamped by something. At this moment the sky seemed to darken instantly, and at the same time a beam of light descended from above, scaring him into looking up. At this moment the terrifying sword chi had formed a gigantic sword shadow in the dark sky, making that person think in panic, we're locked by terrifying sword chi. While he was still panicking, Gui Chongkong had already calmly spoken, this old man once had the anecdote of cutting the sea with a single sword. Have you heard of it? Lu Keaj stood beside Lu Dongli, also solemnly replying, Of course I know this anecdote is too famous, even 3-year-olds in Qingzhou know it. Back then the tides overflowed and millions of common people were about to be swallowed. Suddenly a light appeared from within the giant waves. Then it shone with brilliant radiance again. When the giant waves dissipated, a figure stood in midair. This scene immediately made the witnessing common people exclaim, Sword God, is it Sword God? They looked at Gui Chongkong, who stood majestically in the air at that time, saying, This moment Gui Chongkong, with eyes slightly closed, slowly and calmly said, After that sword strike, this old man gained some enlightenment and created a set of sword techniques. Today before you is just a small lake, allowing you to see only 1/10,000th of this move's splendor. No sooner had he finished speaking than the surrounding sword chi also gradually became clearer. Gui Chongkong then continued, But you should not be fixated on the surface of this move. This sword combines all the power generated by this old man's innate divine abilities after achieving Sword Heart Translucent. Even if you want to learn it, you cannot grasp its essence. But suddenly, Gui Chongkong turned back to Lu Dongli and softly said, Little Li Zi, however, can, after all, her spiritual awakening is wind. Hearing this, she asked in confusion, Master, what do you mean? He then stopped looking at her, simply emanating murderous aura, startling the Lu siblings, who began to speak. He said, Everyone look carefully. This sword strike I name. As his words fell, the gigantic bright sword chi had already directly struck the monster in the lake and the man, making the man, as he prepared to resist and dissipate, lament, Dying under such powerful sword chi, am I worthy? A huge bang sounded, and the sky returned to normal. While everyone was still marveling, Lu Keaj was already cursing inwardly. I can't see anything at all. Too fast, and incredibly flat. He observed cold sweat pouring down his face from shock, thinking, no wonder it's called equality of all beings, so that's what it means. He looked at the brilliant and flat scene before him and thought again, everything turns to dust under this one sword. Equality of all beings. Lu Keaj looked up at the sky and softly said to He Ding, who was still recovering from shock, Look up. Ding had just looked up when he was startled, because at this moment a huge blank appeared in the sky. Liu Keiaj also added. Senior's sword strike cleared all the air in front. Gui Changkong once again controlled the sword chi and in a blink of an eye moved everyone back to the training ground. He looked at Liu Keiaj and solemnly asked, "Kid, how much did you comprehend?" Then he looked at Liu Keiaj's dazed expression and proudly thought, "This kid truly brings me unexpected surprises." But Liu Keiaj had already entered the system interface and the screen displayed, "You have received guidance from the 8th Realm Sword Cultivator Gui Changkong. You will receive a reward exchange." He looked at the screen and silently commanded the system, "Exchange." After receiving his command, the screen flashed violently. Liu Keiaj had an excited smile on his face, thinking, guidance from an 8th Realm expert. What will the reward be? The screen now displayed an item, and the word skill. Equality of all beings incomplete, making him ask himself in confusion, incomplete? It seems it's incomplete because this move is related to Gui Changkong's innate divine ability. It seems useless to exchange for it, right? He pondered. Then the system displayed another item. Sword Intent Enhancement Card 50, also marked only for current level. Another item was Innate Divine Ability Enhancement Card 50, also marked only for current level. Seeing this, Liu Keiaj immediately widened his eyes, thinking, it's actually a Sword Intent or Sword Heart Enhancement Card 50. From level 1 to level 2 is 2 million experience points. Can this directly save 1 million experience points? The system panel clearly appeared before him. Liu Keiaj raised his hand, hesitating, thinking, both save 1 million experience points, so should I choose Sword Heart or Sword Intent? Just then Lu Dongli also entered a meditative state, standing motionless, eyes closed and focused. The vice sect master of the sword sect walked up to her, stroking his beard, watching her meditate, secretly thinking, my disciple, how much will you comprehend? Your master is very much looking forward to it. After a moment with her eyes closed, she suddenly opened them wide, her brows tightly furrowed, her expression determined. She drew the sword from her hand and shouted loudly, full of decisiveness. Sword light shone. She swung her sword forward and the two observers nearby were somewhat speechless. The atmosphere felt off, suddenly becoming silent and awkward. Gui Changkong stood aside, silent. Ning's mouth was wide open in surprise. What's going on? Little Li Zi's comprehension shouldn't be that bad. Lu Dongli stood there, seemingly oblivious to their expressions, and gently retracted her sword. Gui Changkong and Aunt Ning were both very confused by her performance just now. Lu Dongli said nothing, her face expressionless, and swung her sword forward again, cutting a falling leaf. Aunt Ning observed her movements carefully again and found something amiss. This girl isn't mimicking a sword technique. She wants to integrate that sword strike into her own wind power, but unfortunately. Suddenly Lu Dongli stopped her movements, put away her sword, and stood motionless, closing her eyes in meditation, as if a stream of green energy continuously emanated, enveloping her. Seeing this, Aunt Ning immediately changed her previous thoughts. Wait, it's too early to conclude. After a moment of meditation, Lu Dongli opened her eyes. Green light flickered in her gaze, sharp and determined. A green lightning bolt flashed before her eyes and a gigantic green ring thousands of meters high revolved around her. The wind howled. Aunt Ning's eyes widened in surprise. This girl actually managed to successfully integrate wind power into her sword move. Gui Changkong stood aside, also grinning and praising, not bad, not bad. Its comprehension is no worse than mine back then. After Lu Dongli successfully performed that formation, she stood still, concentrating. The vice sect master of the sword sect looked at her, joyful. My disciple is so outstanding, I must let senior brother know, otherwise it would be a wasted effort. He recalled Lu Dongli's decisive words. The first of the 3 agreements is that no one else can know I am your disciple until my strength is sufficient. Recalling her suggestion, he couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, my senior brother shouldn't count as someone else, right? Then he glanced behind him, where Mu Dongfang, He Ding and Luo Bing also stood observing. He looked at them and commented, unfortunately these grand disciples are too weak, their comprehension limited, but perhaps in the future they can become a beacon for their breakthroughs. Lu Dongli finally finished. She breathed a sigh of relief, having comprehended to the extreme. Next, she would transform this equality of all beings into her own sword move. She turned to look at Liu Keiaj, who was also meditating not far away. She wondered how well her brother had comprehended. Suddenly, Gui Changkong saw something and was startled, his eyes wide as he looked closely. He loudly commanded, everyone step back. Then he waved his hand, immediately deploying a protective move for everyone, and a green aura appeared, forming a safe protective shield. They stood a distance from Liu Keiaj, also preparing their own protective shields. Liu Keiaj closed his eyes, focusing his mind, perceiving everything with all his senses. Then he slightly opened his eyes and a green light flashed from them. Liu Keiaj gently raised his hand, performed a full rotation, and immediately a green aura appeared. Gui Changkong looked at the move before him, his eyes wide, filled with surprise. Sword Intent Breakthrough. Aunt Ning's lips curved upward, smiling. A first realm cultivation already forms sword chi, and a second realm cultivation reaches the second layer of sword intent. Keiaj, how many unprecedented things do you intend to do? How many times do you want to scare Aunt Ning? Gui Changkong's brows were tightly furrowed, stroking his beard, carefully watching his move, then said, my sword strike. He actually comprehended so much. This kid, as he spoke, he burst into laughter. Aunt Ning was somewhat curious. Senior brother Gui, what's so funny? Gui Changkong then turned around and asked, junior sister Ning, didn't you tell me that this kid once told Nanwei that Sword Venerable was wrong? Do you know what it means for him to reach the second layer of sword intent at the second realm? Aunt Ning calmly looked at him, pondered for a moment, then asked, "What does it mean?" He then put his hands behind his back, looked up and laughed loudly again. "It means senior brother was not only wrong but ridiculously wrong." Aunt Ning was completely stunned by Gui Changkong's explanation, and she let out a speechless sigh. Senior brother Gui actually remembers even something like that. Although happy, he immediately calmed down, calculating in his mind, "This kid's breakthrough is due to my sword strike, which means by letting senior brother know he was wrong I can also be considered to have won against senior brother." The formation Lukeage displayed looked powerful and fierce, with a blue line before him and magical sword shadows standing in the air. He thought to himself and laughed to himself, nodding repeatedly. The logic is perfectly sound, no problems at all. The mastery of that kid's sword strike is something I must achieve and heavily promote. Dongi watched Lukeage intently, her eyes filled with admiration. If she were only at the second realm she would definitely not be her brother's match. He was growing stronger and stronger. After checking his own abilities he commented, "The feeling of a breakthrough in sword intent is indeed good." But the system suddenly popped up a notification, prompting that sword intent level 3 requires 4 million experience points and asking if he wanted to break through. Seeing these words his heart sank, feeling a sharp pain. The next level requires 4 million experience points, which is too expensive. Lukeage closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. "So expensive. I wonder what this rotten system does with the experience points." Fishing, powerful energy fluctuations emerged around him. Dongi was overjoyed and quickly congratulated him. "Congratulations, brother, on your breakthrough in sword intent." Lukeage turned to Gui Changkong and respectfully bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Gui Changkong stroked his beard and calmly said, "Kid, your comprehension is indeed excellent. No worse than mine in my youth." He just smiled but thought to himself, "No worse than mine in my youth? Does that mean stronger than you?" He turned and walked away with his hands behind his back, but still turned back to give a few instructions, reminding everyone, "That sword strike just now, you will probably need some time to digest it. During this time I need to return to the sword sect to handle some matters." He turned to Ning Ying and asked, "Junior sister Ning, will you stay at Mogate or return to the sect with me?" Ning Ying replied with a light chuckle, "Senior brother Gui, after the day of sword challenges it will be the ranking day for the 300 lower sects and both of us need to attend the meeting." Gui Changkong squinted an eye and said tiredly, "It's just a formality, truly troublesome. Let's go." Ning Ying walked closer to Lukeage and Dongi and gave a few instructions. "Keage, little Li Zi, Aunt Ning will come to see you in a few days." The two then left. Dongi raised her hand and waved, "Goodbye, Aunt Ning." Keage turned to the crowd and said, "Let's go. Today's martial display is over. Everyone try hard to recall that senior sword strike. It will be somewhat beneficial to your cultivation." Everyone heard him and replied in unison, "Yes." Dongi walked up to him and asked, finding an excuse, "Brother, how much do you think our Mogate's ranking will improve this time?" Keage didn't care much and replied indifferently, "It's a small matter, no need to worry too much. The ranking competition 3 years from now will be interesting." She repeated upon hearing him, 3 years from now." He smiled, his lips curving upwards, his heart filled with satisfaction and joy. Fortunately, Gui Changkong left. Tonight is the day to offer vital essence to the little offering, and if he were here he might notice something. Under the night sky a huge tomb and the bright moonlight appeared in his mind. Keage sighed in his heart. Men are truly difficult. As children they wish to grow up, but when they do they become leeches to others. Tonight is destined to be another empty night. At this moment in Qingzhou, in a lush green forest, the sky was clear and blue and the air was pleasant. Duyu faced the rock wall, staring intently. He raised his hand and stroked his chin, pondering, "This mountain wall is the entrance to the secret realm, but why, with my aptitude, have I spent so much time with no progress? I didn't even go to watch senior brother Keage's sword challenge." Chen Xiao rushed in from somewhere, his tone joyful. "Senior brother Duyu, I have what you asked for." Duyu immediately turned to look at Chen Xiao, who was quickly descending on his sword, and asked in surprise, "What was the outcome of Mogate's sword challenge?" Chen Xiao had used all his strength to fly here and was now exhausted. He landed, gasping for breath, and said, "Special, very special." Duyu became more anxious, hearing him speak incoherently. "Special what?" He regained his strength, straightened his posture, and said excitedly, "It ended very quickly." Duyu felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him after hearing his words. Chen Xiao's lips curved into a sly smile as he spread his palm, presenting a stone glowing with exquisite brilliance to Duyu, saying, "Senior brother, see for yourself." That stone was like a camera recording all the scenes from that time. Duyu watched the stone as if reliving Lukeage performing his spell, being counterattacked and then counterattacking. Duyu focused on Keage, his voice filled with joy and admiration, exclaiming loudly, "Senior brother Keage's bearing is still remarkable, especially that line, 'Your hearts are troubled.' Truly earth-shattering." His happiness was short-lived, now replaced by a despondent long sigh. Chen Xiao stood by, and seeing this he asked, "Senior brother Duyu, why the sigh?" He turned his head and expressed his inner feelings. "Senior brother Keage's strength has improved quite a bit again." Chen Xiao was also somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and said disconsolately, "Don't be discouraged, senior brother Duyu." He turned again, facing the rock wall, resuming his initial posture, and firmly muttered to himself, "It seems I should redouble my efforts. Accumulation, that's what it's all about." Chen Xiao let out a dry laugh to ease the atmosphere. "Not just accumulation. Sect Master Lu is going to be famous throughout the land this time." Duyu immediately turned and asked, "Why?" Chen Xiao stood with his hands on his hips and calmly explained, "The Vice Sect Master and Elder Ning both went to watch Mogate's sword challenge this time. Duyu was a little flustered, his eyes wide, thinking, Uncle Master also went. At this moment on the majestic and towering mountain peak of the Sword Sect shrouded in clouds and mist, the cries of "Welcome Sect Master" echoed continuously. A man with a dignified and powerful face walked proudly. That person was Li Suifeng, one of the 4 divine swords of Qingzhou and the sect master of the Sword Sect. He raised his hand, signaling all representatives to be seated. After they sat down, they asked each other, Senior Brother Gui should have already entered, right? Suddenly, a streak of green light like the wind swiftly swept past and another person arrived, gracefully taking a seat. Gui Changkong was already there, and he smiled and said to everyone, All sit, all sit. The Sword Sect Master looked at Gui Changkong's joyous expression, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Senior Brother Gui is always gloomy at these meetings. Why is he so happy today? Sword Sect Master deliberately coughed heavily a few times. Since everyone is here, let's all take a look at the initial rankings. With that, he raised his hand and tossed out a few books for everyone to view. The books swiftly landed on the tabletop, neatly placed before each person. The books also landed steadily before Gui Changkong with a whoosh. Seeing his serious expression, Li Suifeng inwardly guessed that Senior Brother Gui usually doesn't care about rankings, so he probably wouldn't open it today, right? But unexpectedly, Gui Changkong was very concerned and reached out to open the book, carefully flipping through it. Li Suifeng was actually startled. He opened it. Gui Changkong simply picked up the book and frantically flipped through it. Li Suifeng continued to observe intently, his eyes never leaving him. He seemed to be looking for a name. He seemed to have found what he was looking for. Frowning and meticulously reading each sentence, stroking his beard in thought, Li Suifeng was so surprised that cold sweat streamed down his face, which also turned pale. Senior Brother Gui's expression changed. Gui Changkong suddenly flew into a rage, slamming the book onto the tabletop with a loud bang and shouted, How is this ranking ordered? This is clearly a mess. Everyone around was startled by Gui Changkong's words. They all looked at him in unison, saying nothing, but thinking, Senior Brother Gui usually says nothing. Is Senior Brother Gui trying to interfere with the rankings? If my opinion conflicts with Senior Brother Gui's, then it will be troublesome. Seeing his somewhat abnormal behavior, Ning Ying simply propped herself on the tabletop with one hand, chuckling as she looked at Gui Changkong. It seems I'm not the only one speaking up for them this year. Li Suifeng also seemed somewhat wary, frowning, looking at his expression, saying nothing and cautiously thinking, This ranking was decided by my Sword Sect after discussions among the elders based on strength. If opinions differ, we go out and fight, and whoever wins, their decision stands. Looking at Gui Changkong's dissatisfied and unconvinced expression, the Sword Sect Master was helpless. But this stubborn old man, apart from the Sword Venerable, even I am not his match. After all, with his strength he could have been the Sword Venerable in previous generations. After pondering for a long time, Li Suifeng finally cautiously spoke. Senior Brother Gui, do you think there's any problem with this ranking? You may speak frankly, and we will prioritize discussing it. Hearing his words, Gui Changkong thought to himself, Let's see who he wants to support first. Gui Changkong was not polite, holding the paper that recorded Mogate's ranking at 45 and rebuked. I have no objection to the other rankings, but Mogate's ranking is definitely too low. Hearing his suggestion, everyone discussed and looked at each other in surprise. Li Suifeng also retorted, Mogate? Everyone spoke up. Never heard of it. What rank is it? Is there such a sect among the 300 sects under my Sword Sect? Ning Ying raised the book and read aloud for everyone. Mogate Sect Master Lu Keaj, currently at the second realm Cultivation, not long ago achieved a far superior clearance speed than the second place in the trial grounds, and subsequently entered the Sword Heart translucent state while contemplating the Sword Steel. Hearing this introduction, everyone was dumbfounded. What? There is such a gifted youth? Already at the Sword Heart translucent state at the second realm. Gui Changkong's lips curved into a smile, and he added, Furthermore, his sword intent has already formed. A few days ago I gave some guidance at Mogate, and that kid's comprehension is no worse than mine back then. He has now reached the second layer of sword intent. Everyone heard this and disbelieved it, thinking Gui Changkong was lying and deceiving them. It was absolutely impossible. Sword Venerable once personally said that it's not suitable to comprehend sword intent before the third realm. To reach the second layer of sword intent at the second realm, such aptitude, even the Sword Venerable's sword attendant couldn't compare. Gui Changkong had a definite and serious expression, stroking his beard, and turned to look at Li Suifeng, saying, Sword Venerable, Senior Brother once said not to even think about sword intent forming before the third realm, and now that kid under my guidance has reached the second layer of sword intent. It seems Senior Brother was not only wrong but ridiculously wrong this time. Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing him say this. Here only he dared to say Sword Venerable was wrong. Sword Venerable was wrong. Hiss, is that youth truly so terrifying? Are there any more updates? He frantically flipped through the book, searching for information, his expression changing more and more as he read. On the day of sword challenges, Mogate's Lu Keaj alone challenged dozens of sect disciples, some even at the third realm. But no one could directly face his divine abilities, nor could they draw their swords. Luo Tong and Yang An, who could draw their swords, either voluntarily conceded or instantly defeated. Reading this, he was thunderstruck, unable to believe what the book said. Luo Tong, a third-realm disciple of Mojian Mountain, who had also achieved Sword Heart Great Completion, was unexpectedly defeated instantly. Other elders were equally alarmed. I know the name Luo Tong. He is a genius among young talents, and now he is actually defeated instantly. He is at the second realm, yet unexpectedly so powerful. Even with sword intent and sword heart translucent, he is unreasonably powerful. Li Suifeng looked at Gui Changkong, wanting to ask some questions. Senior brother Gui, Liu Keage's innate divine ability is related to the soul, right? Gui Changkong stroked his beard, his lips curved into a smile, and affirmed, "That's right." Everyone was even more surprised to hear this. An innate divine ability related to the soul is very rare. Cultivators find it difficult to touch upon areas related to the soul before reaching the fifth realm. Li Suifeng was incredibly shocked, his eyes wide and filled with fear. He hadn't expected such a young talent outside the sword sect. Seeing everyone surprised and wary of Keage's excellent talent, Ning Ying crossed her arms, smiling happily, thinking Keage and little Li Zi are much more than this. Finally, Li Suifeng also proactively asked the main question. Senior brother Gui, in your opinion, where should Mogate rank among the lower 100 sects? Gui Changkong did not act modest and said bluntly, rank in the top 10. His suggestion was immediately met with strong opposition from everyone. No, senior brother Gui, that's not possible. Although Liu Keage is a rare genius, the ranking is based on current comprehensive strength, not potential. Liu Keage's cultivation is still at the second realm. That's right, this is a major event in Qingzhou. If we treat it as a joke, we will be ridiculed. Gui Changkong said nothing, just stroked his beard, frowning as he looked at everyone. Seeing this, Li Sufeng's heart sank and he felt a little scared. This is bad. Senior brother Gui is getting angry. He quickly stood up and proactively explained, easing the atmosphere. Senior brother Gui, Mogate's ranking is indeed low, but all this also needs to follow the rules left by our ancestor. Ning Ying turned to look at Li Suifeng, thinking, Sect Master Senior Brother has even brought up the ancestor, so this matter is basically decided. Senior Brother Gui also aimed too high. Although Keage and Donli are excellent, Mogate simply has too few people. Gui Changkong looked reluctant but had no other choice and asked with his arms crossed, and tell me, how should it be ranked? This was also a way to appease Gui Changkong, and his anger seemed to have been extinguished. Li Suifeng let out a long sigh, feeling relieved. Gui Changkong looked at the sect master very seriously and stated a number. Little Li Zi, no matter what, I must fight for a top 10 spot for you today. Li Suifeng turned around, pondered for a moment, and said, I believe that rankings below 90 among the lower 100 sects can be kept private. Mogate's ranking at 41 will also be removed, but everyone seemed to disagree with the sect master's idea. What's the benefit of not publicizing the rankings? That's right, aren't we discussing the rankings? Different rankings mean different resources. Isn't that the purpose of ranking? The sect master stared intently at everyone, and said in a deep voice, word by word, but the top 10 rankings must still be announced. As you all know, the resources for the top 10 are completely different from those of other sects, so Li Suifeng looked at Gui Changkong and continued to announce, I have decided to allocate resources to Mogate, but the treatment will be calculated as if they were in the top 10. And any insufficient sect resources will be supplemented by me. What do you all think? Everyone discussed, but most agreed with this decision. That seems acceptable. Originally, the rankings for the lower 100 sects didn't need to be so clearly publicized. Exactly. This is a very reasonable way to handle it. The sect master is magnanimous. Aunt Ning glanced at Gui Changkong, who was deep in thought, and smiled faintly. He sighed, Little Li Zi, if you would just hide a little less, I could have certainly secured you the title of number 1 among the lower 100 sects, but this current arrangement is already the best. He finally nodded in agreement. Good, let's proceed as the sect master says. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved and happy. That's good. Gui Changkong cleared his throat a few times, breaking the short-lived joyous atmosphere. Everyone, Mogate's potential is clear for all to see. Its development 3 years from now is still unpredictable. Why don't we? He blinked, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Let's make a bet. Everyone present was dumbfounded, mouths agape as if struck by lightning. Are we in a meeting? What was the theme of this meeting again? It's completely off track at this moment. In a small wooden house nestled amidst a lush green bamboo forest, sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, creating a particularly beautiful scene. Liu Keage and Donli sat opposite each other, but the atmosphere was tense. Something felt amiss. Keage was engrossed in his study, while Donli seemed very nervous, unsure how to speak. He raised his hand, stroking his chin, looking at the lines of data on the system interface, all showing reputation value 100. He was utterly bewildered. What the hell? Why is this reputation value rising like crazy? Is there a ghost? Donli cautiously looked up at him, then softly said, Brother, there's something I want to give you. Liu Keage was startled by her voice and asked, What is it? Suddenly, something made him sharply surprised, leaving him speechless. Donli opened her hand, placing a scarecrow before him. He slowly raised his teacup to his lips and quietly asked, You're giving this to me? Donli smiled and nodded. Yes, brother, take it. Liu Keage languidly narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. His sister was a mature person, and all her dreams revolved around living in seclusion and achieving longevity. Even her life-bound sword was named Longevity. Dongli's scarecrow was a substitute talisman capable of dying once for its owner. It was like a life-substituting talisman. And now she was actually giving him this substitute talisman, letting him die in her stead, as her brother. His place in her heart had surpassed her own life. He looked directly into Liu Dongli's eyes without a trace of regret or remorse. He knew her well. She was so afraid of death. Keage brought his teacup to his lips, sipping as he asked, "Why are you giving it to me?" she replied with a hint of worry and annoyance. "It's because of your personality, brother, and your way of doing things that I just can't feel at ease." Dongi lowered her gaze and calmly continued. "Besides, I'll be fine. I don't want to go down the mountain, and I can research formations to make Mogate's mountain protecting formation even more robust." She perked up, smiling as she looked at him, and continued, "And I can also learn artificing from Aunt Ning, then craft some defensive magical artifacts for myself. Also I can learn alchemy. There are many spirit pills now that have miraculous effects in saving lives." She handed the scarecrow to him, then placed it on the table. "I have many ways, brother, just take it." She smiled as she looked at him, thinking, "What I cultivate is indeed the way of longevity, but my longevity is longevity alongside my brother." Lukeaj outright refused. With a sharp gaze he crossed his arms and said, "Take it back unless you want a beating like when you were little." Dongi was startled by his words. She stood there stunned, then huffed, hands on her hips, and stubbornly said, "Brother, you might not even be my match." Seeing her grown headstrong, he flicked her nose, lecturing, "I'm your brother and I'm also the Sect Master." Dongi pouted aggrievedly, her face full of defiance. Lukeaj, arms crossed, gently lectured, "Don't you dare secretly take my blood and perform a blood-binding ritual when I'm not looking." She rested her chin on her hands, turning her face away, ignoring her brother. Seeing her so angry, he suddenly felt he might also be at fault. Had he spoken a little too harshly to her just now? Lukeaj slowly extended his hand, gently stroking her head, coaxing, "Brother isn't as fragile as you imagine. Brother will definitely achieve longevity with you." Dongi quickly brightened, a brilliant smile on her face as she enjoyed the moment. "Brother is so gentle, even the air outside seemed to become gentle for her." The bamboo stalk swayed gently, carrying the fresh scent from outside. What a pleasant and serene scene it was. The sunlight cast down, a little dazzling. Today was the ranking assessment day for the 300 sects under the Sword Sect, but I must say, Mogate's Sect Master single-handedly took on challenges from 100 swordsmen, 1 against 100 without a single defeat, like a divine being. People flocked to hear Lukeaj's story, especially his words during the sword challenge that suppressed everyone with a single glance, making them unable to draw their swords. The storyteller unfolded his fan, diligently mimicking Lukeaj's imposing manner. "Your hearts are troubled." The surrounding people immediately clapped and cheered enthusiastically, shouting, "Well said," they clamored incessantly. "Reward, reward, reward." Mu Dongfang stood aside, and seeing this scene, a slight smile played on his lips. "Sect Master Uncle is even cooler than this. That storyteller didn't even convey 1/10,000th of it." Mu Dongfang smiled brightly, carrying a large sack on his shoulder, and turned to leave. He cast a final glance back, thinking, "Sect Master Uncle told me to bet on Mogate winning at all the casinos. This time I've truly struck it rich." As he left, he suddenly saw a group of people gathering, laughing as someone said, "That Sect Master Lu is truly a genius. He's even comparable to the strongest in the second realm." That's right, exactly. Among the current younger generation, apart from senior brother Duyu of the Sword Sect, almost no one can match him. He is truly second to none among young sword cultivators. Mu Dongfang still stood nearby, eavesdropping. Someone in the crowd loudly said, "That's because senior brother Rong Yu has already broken through to the 4th realm, and he possesses the immaculate sword physique. If they were both in the 2nd realm, then Sect Master Lu would be number 1 in the world." Seeing them arguing and some boasting about their Lukeaj, he left. Those people continued to discuss, laughing. "What does this mean?" "It means Qingzhou is number 1. It means we sword cultivators are the strongest." He walked out of that place, looking up at the sky where the sun was a little dazzling and birds constantly flew overhead. Mu Dongfang smiled brightly, as if untiring. "Sect Master Uncle's name has already resounded throughout Qingzhou. When will I be as cool as him?" Later it indeed happened as he wished, and he became a legend, but that's a story for another time. At this moment, in Mogate's neighbor Qiushui Gate, pink flowers adorned her expanse of pink, truly beautiful and sacred. Qiushui Gate's Sect Master, Shui Long, was well liked in the chivalrous world. A group of disciples followed behind her, but something seemed to weigh heavily on her mind, making her sigh repeatedly. "If I had known, I should have tried harder then to cling to Lukeaj, that big tree. Now perhaps I could also be receiving middle-tier resources." Now that he had become the strongest in the current 2nd realm, she couldn't even cling to him anymore. A disciple in the crowd looked up at the sky, saw something sparkling, and loudly told everyone, "The Sword Sect senior sister is here to distribute resources." Indeed, the person had arrived, swiftly descending to the ground. Everyone at Qiushui Gate quickly bowed in welcome. The Sword Sect senior sister handed Shui Long a small bag. "Qiushui Gate, lower 100 sects, lower tier resources." Hearing this, she immediately took it with both hands, holding the bag, but her heart felt heavy, thinking of other things. She really wanted to ask about Mogate's ranking. The Sword Sect senior sister quickly turned around, a displeased expression on her face, indignant in her heart. "Why wasn't I chosen to deliver resources to Mogate? Why do I have to come to this Qiushui Gate? I also want to see the heroic bearing of Mogate's Sect Master." Suddenly Shui Long spoke, interrupting her thoughts. "May I ask about Mogate's situation?" Hearing Mogate mentioned, the senior sister's face immediately bloomed into a smile, and she replied as if it were a matter of course, "Mogate should have received top-tier resources." Hearing this, she was startled, her eyes wide with terror, unable to believe her ears. "Top-tier resources? Seeing her so surprised, the senior sister explained, but the sect master said he would personally supplement it, giving Mogate the highest grade resources for 3 years. Hearing this, she panicked even more, unable to stand steadily, and loudly said. She was truly frightened, her face turning pale. After the sword challenge, Vice Sect Master Gui Chongkong personally visited Mogate. After the rankings, Sect Master Li Suifeng bestowed resources. How highly does the Sword Sect value Mogate? After completing her task, the Sword Sect senior sister also quickly rose and flew away on her sword. Shui Long watched her figure without blinking. She was somewhat frustrated and ashamed, looking in Mogate's direction, then up at the clear blue sky, and said, "The sky we see is too small." Perhaps he, through his own power, elevated the sky within these 100 li. The sky was clear as washed sapphire, vast and deep. At this moment in Mogate, a pile of gold, silver, and jewels appeared before them, sparkling with dazzling light, blinding the eyes. Mu Dongfang said, "These are the spirit stones and silver tails won according to Sect Master Uncle's instructions." Dongli, Luobing, and Chi-Chi's eyes all lit up at the sight of the piled-up silver tails, as expected of Sect Master Uncle. To have lived in seclusion on the mountain for so long and yet have so much money, we can buy so much delicious food now. Mu Dongfang giggled, seeing everyone so happy. Luobing suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Dongli, "Where's Sect Master Senior Brother?" Dongli softly replied, "He's waiting for the Sword Sect disciples at the Sect Gate. I also need to hurry over." At this moment a streak of light flashed across the sky, already speeding towards Mogate. It seemed the Sword Sect people would arrive soon. Amidst the swirling clouds and overlapping mountains, Dongli already stood in the courtyard before the Sect Gate, but saw no one. Dongli turned to look for him. "Brother, where is he? Why isn't he waiting here?" She looked up and saw the Sword Sect people approaching with things, instantly panicking. "Oh no, the Sword Sect disciples have brought the resources." She quickly descended to the ground. Dongli quickly stepped forward to greet the Sword Sect disciple and said, "Mogate's Sect Master has been rated as upper tier among the lower 100 sects and will receive the highest grade resources, personally supplemented by the Sword Sect Master for 3 years. Dongli was surprised and inwardly joyful to hear that Mogate had received a high ranking, received the highest grade resources. Shouldn't upper tier mean top tier resources anyway? The Sword Sect disciple took out the top tier resources, holding them, and simultaneously asked, "Where is Mogate's Sect Master Lukeaj?" Dongli was startled by her question and lowered her head, dodging. "Oh no, where is brother? On such an important day, even for these resources he shouldn't be late." She was Ying, the personal disciple of Sword Sect Master Li Suifeng. Ying saw Dongli stammering and secretly judged. Master might have misjudged him. He's even late for such a major ranking event. What's so good about a person like that? Men truly cannot be trusted. Dongli raised her hand in a salute, saying tremblingly, "I am Mogate's elder. I can accept it on behalf of the Sect Master." Before she finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly howled in, carrying a familiar voice. "Mogate Sect Master Lukeaj is here." Dongli immediately glanced behind her. Ying looked at him and was startled, too surprised to speak. This man Lukeaj slowly descended, his posture magnificent, dusty from travel yet awe-inspiring. He gently cast a spell with his raised hand and an azure light appeared. As it approached, it gently took the top-tier resources from Ying's hand. He was handsome, holding the top-tier resources, and gazed intently at Ying, saying, "Mogate Sect Master Lukeaj is here." At this moment Ying's face flushed crimson. She thought, "I always thought I was only focused on the way of the sword, with no interest in men whatsoever. Now it seems I was too naive." Lukeaj raised his eyelids, an icy gaze appearing in his eyes, and asked, "Is there anything else?" Only now did Ying shyly open her mouth. "Yes, there is something. Young master, are you married?" Asking about marriage so suddenly was completely irrelevant. Faced with Ying's brainless question, both Keaj and Dongli had faces full of question marks. Ying, embarrassed and annoyed, shook her head repeatedly. No, Ying is mortified. Vice Sect Master asked me to take you all to," she stammered. Unable to form a complete sentence after speaking, she fled in a flustered haste, disappearing without a trace. This left Keaj and Dongli looking at each other, bewildered, not understanding why she had run away shyly. Keaj, holding the letter, couldn't help but boast proudly, "Indeed, no one can resist this humble one's peerless appearance." Dongli didn't pay much attention, only focusing on the letter. "Is this from Master? The Sword Sect disciple just said we received the highest grade resources. Did Master help us secretly?" One look would tell. Lukeaj gently opened the letter. As the envelope opened, a mysterious and peculiar azure light appeared. Then the light converged. Master Gui Chongkong's 3D projection appeared before both of them. Dongli exclaimed in surprise, Master Gui Chongkong smiled gently, stroking his beard. "For this ranking I didn't use my full strength, only managing to secure some high-grade resources for you to play with. But I'm saving my strength. I plan for something big in 3 to 5 years." Dongli and Keaj both thought simultaneously, "Isn't this clearly a veiled expression of dissatisfaction? Without using his full strength he still managed to get us high-grade resources. This is the kind of treatment only afforded to the top 10 of the lower 100 sects." As he spoke, Master Gui Chongkong narrowed his eyes and revealed, "I made a bet. I bet that 3 years from now your Mogate will definitely secure a place among the middle 100 sects, at least ranking in the top 50. If you win, it's all yours. If I lose, it's on me." Both Keaj and Dongli's eyes widened, but they showed not the slightest bit of worry. "How much can we win from the bet?" "How much did you bet, Master?" Then he softly stated a number. "I didn't bet much, only 20 million spirit stones." At this moment, Dongli and Keaj were utterly stunned. 20 million, really? That's 20 million spirit stones. It seems I'll have to show off my cultivation when the time comes. This is no longer about money, it's about Mogate's development on Sword Sect's nameless mountain. Meanwhile, the instigator of that grand gamble was busy handling important matters. Master Gui Changkong gently landed on the ground surrounded by bamboo forest and lotus pond. He smiled, stroking his beard, and said, "We've arrived." Loudly called out, "Senior brother, come out and admit your mistake." Deep within the bamboo forest was a small house, somewhat aged yet mysterious. With a creak, the door finally opened, recognizing the caller's summons. A figure gradually appeared with white hair and a neat beard. "Changkong has arrived. You haven't visited Senior Brother in a long time." It was none other than the Sword Venerable, the contemporary first Sword Venerable of the Sword Sect. Holding a half-read book, Master Changkong smiled mysteriously. Without a care for his image, he spread his legs wide, struck a pose, and said, "Senior Brother, you were wrong." On the contrary, the one called Senior Brother calmly and amiably said, "All right, I was wrong." This made Gui Changkong quite surprised, wondering why Senior Brother was acting so unusually today. He said somewhat angrily, "Senior Brother should be asking me where you were wrong right now." He frowned, unable to bear it. Senior Brother, with an indulging expression again, said, "All right, please tell Senior Brother where he went wrong, Junior Brother." His tone carried a hint of perfunctoriness, as if to say, "Whatever you say goes." With that, he handed his teacup to his Junior Brother. Soon, Master Changkong recovered his mood and began to display that triumphant expression once more. "Didn't you once say that one absolutely must not form sword intent before the third realm?" Senior Brother scratched his head again and said, "Did I say that?" Junior Brother Gui Changkong was utterly exasperated. He said indignantly, "Don't pretend you can't remember, you clearly said it." He continued to put on a sweet-faced, detached from worldly affairs demeanor. Yes, I said it. Sigh, there's really no way to deal with this old man," Master Gui Changkong announced passionately. "Well, I'm telling you now, there's someone in this world who can form sword chi before the third realm, and under my guidance he reached the second layer of sword intent with a second realm cultivation." As he spoke, he raised his face, beaming with triumph. Senior Brother resumed a serious expression and said, "Junior Brother has truly accomplished something earth-shattering. From ancient times to the present," he analyzed seriously. "Logically, this should indeed be impossible. To comprehend the great Tao and form sword intent with a second realm cultivation is already breaking historical norms, let alone reaching the second layer of that realm on top of it. It's truly incredible." Gui Changkong, delighted by the praise, repeated, He, I told you were wrong, and even more ridiculously wrong." Now Senior Brother finally got to the point. "I'm very curious. What is this young man's name?" Gui Changkong turned around, his expression looking somewhat dangerous. "This is Liu Keaj, the sect master of Mogate." "Mogate's Liu Keaj?" Senior Brother silently repeated the name, as if he had heard it somewhere before, finding it somewhat familiar. Master Gui Changkong couldn't help but feel triumphant. "Oh, so even Senior Brother has heard his name. It seems this kid," he was overjoyed. But Senior Brother started scratching his head again as if completely clueless. He asked Junior Brother, "Can you tell me more about this child?" This made Gui Changkong quite exasperated. Talking to this person made his mood fluctuate wildly. "So you didn't know?" With that, Master Gui Changkong began to explain with animated gestures. The Sword Venerable had been detached from worldly affairs for years, only interacting with his sword attendant and daughter. But both of them had chosen to conceal information about Liu Keaj. It turned out they didn't want to disclose it. This was indeed the lifelong rival of a certain person named Liu because he had gained fame. Gui Changkong elaborated at length, finally concluding, "That's Liu Keaj of Mogate. Did you understand? Do you need me to explain it again?" "Oh, Senior Brother has understood." Gui Changkong began to display that triumphant expression once more. "Didn't you hear clearly? Junior Brother Gui Changkong's disciple is actually stronger than Senior Brother Sword Venerable's disciple? All right, then I'll say it again." Speechless, he just wanted to tell the story again. With that, he turned around, gazing into the distance, bamboo leaves rustling in the bamboo forest, a look of regret on his face. "If this kid had been born 100 years earlier, I would have been very happy." Gui Changkong remained silent, sighing helplessly. He started to sulk a little, thinking, "It seems you don't consider me a rival at all." Seeing this, Senior Brother also humored him a few times. "Good, very good. Fortunately, there's still Junior Brother. That's acceptable, I suppose." Gui Changkong showed a satisfied expression. With that, he started to become mysterious again. "Senior Brother, there's one more thing, but you need to keep it a secret for now." Since it's a secret, Junior Brother should ideally tell no one, not even me." It seemed this Senior Brother was truly detached from worldly affairs, lacking even the curiosity an ordinary person would have. This utterly infuriated the Junior Brother. "No, you absolutely must listen attentively." Gui Changkong adopted a "you don't want to listen but you have to" stance. Senior Brother amiably replied, all right, please tell me, Junior Brother." With that, Gui Changkong couldn't stop smiling. Actually, Mogate has two exceptional talents besides Liu Keaj. His sister Lu Dongli's aptitude is also in no way inferior. And this Lu Dongli has already been accepted as my disciple. I believe this child will at least be on par with Duyu in the future. Master Gui Changkong was truly competitive, he said. "One person plus half versus one person. In terms of numbers, you've already lost, senior brother. What kind of secret is this? Senior brother also asked directly with curiosity. This is a good thing, why keep it a secret? Wei Changkong said gloomily. It's a long story. Don't you think senior brother should feel dejected right now? Faced with this competitive junior brother, his senior brother was as free as the wind. What is there to be dejected about? It's a good thing for the way of the sword. Do you mean we two brothers wish for no one to inherit it? Master Wei Changkong provocatively asked again. So senior brother, would you like to come with me to Mogate to take a look? Senior brother gently refused. No, I plan to go down the mountain for a bit. Perhaps another day, if the opportunity arises, senior brother will accompany you. Master Wei Changkong was extremely curious. Go down the mountain where? But senior brother's reason was simple. Nothing special, just going to Duyu's place for a while. Haven't been down the mountain in decades, just changing my scenery. The sun set, dusk fell, a gentle breeze blew and clouds drifted by. Senior brother uttered a meaningful remark. The sky is changing. This phrase definitely wasn't just referring to the weather. The two brothers thus watched the sunset together. Meanwhile, Kaoj was deep in thought. While acquiring so many resources in a short time was good, Master Gui's 20 million spirit stones couldn't be lost either. Kaoj began to calculate in his mind. To rapidly increase Mogate's numbers now without consuming resources, there was only one method left. He began to ponder. There are still 3 days until the public beta. The method he thought of was experimental players. Kaoj began to show a confident smile, his gaze fixed forward. The test wouldn't just be a meager 10,000 players, countless players would flock in with more people. The titles would also change, for example. The doom of small wild monsters, the laborers of villagers, the best fertilizer for bosses, and a certain lose best tools, but I don't need so many players. After all, they're not for eating. The next step is to screen out the excellent players. Kaoj thought grimly to himself, it's time to begin. That night in the bamboo forest, the moon was full like a disc, but the sky was not cool. Instead, it seemed overcast and cloudy. When Lu Kaoj and Lu Dongi were children, they would leave marks on the bamboo corresponding to their growth and height. His hands touched the memory-filled etchings on the bamboo branches. So it was Kaoj. He was reminiscing about the past. Images of his family, the smiles and voices of his parents, rushed into Kaoj's mind, vying for attention. An interesting fact was that their entire family had slightly blue-purple hair. His hand moved to the last etching on the bamboo. The etching stopped there because images of his parents appeared. The two of them were under this tree, looking very happy. It seemed Kaoj's childhood was very wonderful and happy. But the people who left the etchings were no longer there. Something was amiss. Lu Kaoj quickly scanned. Suddenly he drew his sword and struck down with an extremely powerful sword chi. Not too late. You, like me, are also greatly anticipating that day, aren't you? A dark sword chi. Hearing this, Not Too Late also trembled in agreement, as if waiting for something. Soon he's almost succeeded. The scene shifted to the location of the flood dragon beast and the demon cultivator who had killed Kaoj's parents. Then he asked the flood dragon beast, you also want to eat people, right? The fresh sweet taste of young girls, tisk tisk. The demon cultivator sat brazenly on the flood dragon beast's head, gazing towards the blood-red moon. The low roar of the flood dragon beast was truly a spine-chilling sight. The flood dragon beast roared, looking extremely fearsome, its fangs seemingly ready to crush anything in its mouth. The demon cultivator clenched his arm, leaving fiercely. Endure a bit. The gathering is about to begin, don't cause trouble. Wait a few more days and we'll find a village and feast to our heart's content. As he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared under the moon. Her hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, appearing with an aura that seemed far more powerful than the demon cultivator's. The demon cultivator was terrified. He recognized her in surprise. The spider lily tattoo on her back glowed red, her blood-red clothes and those unique legs. He gritted his teeth. It's her, as expected. If it weren't for those bastard couple from Mogate severely wounding me, how would the opportunity for the fifth realm have fallen into her hands? You wench, you stole my fortune. Wearing high heels, she walked towards the Zhao person without hesitation, utterly fearless, her tone even provocative. What, not respectful upon seeing an envoy? Immediately, the demon cultivator leaped to the ground, kneeling in humiliation, enduring the disgrace to salute. Chiliao greets envoy milady. After speaking, he painfully recalled, back then I had the bloodline of the ethereal flame flood dragon beast flowing in my body, reaching the peak of the fourth realm, just one step away from breaking through to the fifth realm. At that time, I was already noticed by the high-level council, but because I ate a few young girls, that bastard couple relentlessly pursued me to the death. Images of that bastard couple appeared in his mind. It turned out that the man and woman were Lu Kaoj's parents, and they ultimately wounded him severely in a desperate fight. This time he encountered people who fought desperately. He didn't expect them to be unafraid of death, and they even severed one of his arms. I recuperated at the place where I killed that bastard couple, but because of it, my realm plummeted, and I completely lost the attention of the high-level council. So his story was so convoluted. If I can return to my peak one day, I will surely raze Mogate to the ground and devour Mo Qingfeng's children. His eyes were filled with resentment. Hatred had taken root. Although he had already taken the lives of those children's parents, it wasn't enough for him. He still wanted to kill the children to vent his anger. At this moment he was humiliatingly kneeling at a woman's feet. He thought, I could have controlled these feet, but now. He followed his gaze towards her, and she said arrogantly, didn't expect it. I'm hosting this Qinglong stream gathering. He stared intensely at her feet, muttering, Truly unexpected. I didn't expect Envoy Milady to come in person. She propped her chin with her hand. Chiliao, you still don't know how to conceal yourself. It seemed she had already noticed something, as this fellow's gaze towards her was extremely fierce. She sneered, you seem to really like my feet. That possessiveness and hatred in your eyes are enough to burn me to ashes. Indeed, this fellow is filled with monstrous resentment. Even kneeling and feigning respect can't hide it. My hands are gently caressing, making me almost want to kill you. With that, her nails dug tightly into Chiliao's chest, and combined with those fangs and fierce eyes, he was so scared he almost wet himself. Sweating profusely, he quickly pleaded for mercy. Envoy Milady, please, I beg you, stop. There's always someone stronger. His ferocious demeanor from earlier was gone. Now he looked truly pathetic. Don't be nervous, I haven't killed you yet. This time I've come to ask you to be my assistant. If you agree, I can give you one of the 3 drops of dragon beast blood I was going to bestow upon you. So that was it. But she still wanted to scare this fellow first before revealing her true purpose and conditions. He relaxed. What? How can there be dragon beast blood? How do you have extra on you? It seemed he also wanted that item but needed confirmation. Without hesitation, she took out the dragon beast blood and placed it before him. I only used 2 drops, so there's 1 left. As far as I know, half a drop can heal your injuries, and the other half can restore your innate ability to its original state. He was filled with anticipation. It seemed he truly needed this item. He loudly asked, is it truly dragon beast blood? Then he quickly sobered up, realizing, but why help me? We're enemies, aren't you afraid I'll turn on you after I become powerful? Although this fellow needed it, he hadn't yet lost his rationality. She merely replied softly, what capabilities do you possess? This utterly terrified that fellow. She really enjoyed seeing these boastful types make fools of themselves. She burst into laughter, raising her hands to the sky. Her black eyes and wide-open mouth looked very bizarre, like a rag doll with its mouth slit open. The spider lily on her back glowed with a blood-red light. So this was the privilege of the strong. You have no idea what I've gained these past years, Chiliao stammered in fear. Th this. He knew she was strong, but he never expected her to reach such a level. The scene shifted to the heavenly secret tower. At this moment, Xuanji was kneeling in the main hall, hands clasped, her expression solemn. It turned out she was reporting to her tower lord. She inwardly comforted herself. It's not that I deliberately returned empty-handed this time, and it's not just because the vice sect master of the sword sect personally visited, but in fact she couldn't help but sweat with fear. With such a prominent figure appearing at Mogate, even if I return empty-handed, the tower lord should understand, right? However, contrary to her thoughts, her tower lord, after reading the intelligence, flew into a rage and threw the report directly at her. He roared, this makes me furious. He widened his eyes in anger. How could Ding, my first move on the chessboard, become Mogate's senior disciple? He was very unwilling. I clearly saw that he would become a heinous demon, bringing devastation to half of Qingzhou. He clearly saw that scene. The sight of Qingzhou in his hand, coupled with that resentful expression, it was unequivocally so. I personally witnessed a demonic overlord plunge Qingzhou into despair. He roared in anger, unable to accept reality. But now this old man was furious, killing intent permeating his body, scaring Xuanji back several steps. He even made that person a handyman disciple for 3 years. Powerful currents surrounded Xuanji, forcing her to cover her face to shield herself. She never expected the tower lord to be so enraged. Will Xuanji's life end here today? Xuanji was drenched in sweat. She desperately resisted the killing intent, her heart filled with unwillingness. But I was already so close to him, just a little bit more and he and I would have been like fish in water. Saying this, Xuanji blushed, fantasizing about Xuanji and Lu Keaj intimately entwined. Even at this moment she was still thinking such things. Xuanji wondered if she was lamenting the missed opportunity or the failure to achieve a positive outcome with Keaj. She hugged her knees, trembling, thinking, if there's a next life, Xuanji will definitely. Finally, the old man calmed down, suppressing his anger. No, that's not right. This seat is a player in the grand scheme of heaven. How could anyone so easily break the game? That Lu Keaj is definitely not simple. He began to think more deeply, then suddenly realized, could that young man named Lu Keaj be the chess player this seat has been searching for all these years? He started to become somewhat deranged. Yes, it must be so. He can break my chess game, he muttered to himself. I thought I was cunning enough. Sending women to attack him was already cheating, but I didn't expect that kid to directly dye my flag with his colors. He clearly felt humiliated, which is why he made him a handyman disciple for 3 years. Was he intentionally trying to humiliate this seat? He said with a cold laugh. Although you are a chess player, you seem too naive. He was confident, believing that kid was just a wet behind-the-ears child while he had years of experience. A leopard cannot change its spots. Some people are born to be demons. You will eventually be devoured by your disciple, and by then the winner will still be me. He called out Xuanji's name. Xuanji, terrified, thought she was about to meet her end and didn't respond, trembling. Xuanji, her heart was filled with fear. Is it almost over? But he showed an unfathomable smile. Get up. Before Xuanji could finish, this servant is willing to fight to the death. She was startled. Wasn't the tower lord just about to kill her? What's going on? He gave Xuanji a new order. You no longer need to approach Lu Keaj, but I want you to monitor Mogate's situation monthly and report to me every half a month. Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and replied loudly, yes, Xuanji accepts the command. She started daydreaming again. Great, Xuanji is alive again and she still has a chance to get close to Sect Master Lu. Her current expression was nowhere near the panic and fortunate escape from death she had just experienced. Just thinking about it made her heart pound. What a hopeless romantic. The scene shifts to Liu Keaj, and at this moment the targeted Sect Master Lu was happily cultivating the stabbing sutra, sweating profusely, appearing very strenuous, enveloped in light. Dongi carefully peeked through the door and asked, "Is brother cultivating? I have something to report." Liu Keaj immediately washed away the blood with water, showing how much he valued his image. He couldn't lose his composure at any time. He softly asked, "What is it?" Dongi excitedly reported that Mogate's mountain protecting restriction formation was complete, and the living areas for handyman and outer disciples were ready. Keaj immediately stood up and said, "Good, let's go take a look." These areas had to be prepared for the upcoming trial players. He even seemed more excited than Dongi. The two immediately set off flying through the air. Dongi asked in confusion, "Brother, we don't have that many people, so why divide areas for handyman and outer disciples beyond Danqing Peak?" Liu Keaj confidently explained. "Not yet, but we will soon," Dongi thought. Does brother want to take in many disciples? Dongi couldn't help but imagine if disciples get humiliated, they'll naturally seek justice from their senior brothers. If senior brothers get humiliated, they'll seek justice from their master. If brother takes in many disciples, won't we be in great danger? To prevent this from happening, Dongi decisively suggested, "Brother, how about I add another layer outside like the sea-clear array?" Liu Keaj was also surprised by this suggestion. He softly said, "This is just a partition restriction, there's no need." No sooner had he spoken than a small boat leaf-like rushed into the restriction, making the two sway and struggle to maintain balance. Liu Keaj asked in surprise, "What is this?" Dongi, however, replied naturally, This is a restriction I set up. It's a bit difficult to break through, just a little bit difficult. A sword cultivator's physical strength is not weak, yet a restriction that isn't even considered a formation could block me. The strongest second realm physique." Liu Keaj, speechless, touched the surrounding restriction in surprise. Dongi smiled and handed over a token. "This is just a partition restriction. With this token you can pass through easily. It's just a partition restriction, but I can tell Dongi already took it quite seriously." Liu Keaj asked bluntly, "I'm curious, if a mere restriction has such power, how is our Mogate's mountain protecting array, currently set up by Elder Dongi, faring?" The one called Elder Dongi gently poked her shoulders with two index fingers, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Currently it can only defend against ordinary 5th realm great cultivators." Liu Keaj was somewhat excited. His eyes lit up. "It can already withstand 5th realm great cultivators. That's not bad." However, Dongi was as wilted as a water-soaked cabbage. She recalled the last time Master broke into the great array. "And I didn't feel a thing. The great array was practically useless, only able to defend against 5th realm cultivators," which felt very insecure. Dongi seemed to be traumatized by that incident, feeling uneasy and somewhat losing confidence. But contrary to Dongi, Liu Keaj felt she was excellent. "It's a pity my permissions only allow me to see serendipitous encounters, sword Dao aptitude and root bone attributes. Little Li Zi's talent now manifests in other aspects which must be incredible. If I could see them, Dongli's various attributes would likely be very promising. Then Dongi would be the person with the highest average attribute score of 999. Compared to Duyu, Duyu is like the world's protagonist, possessing outstanding top-tier attributes, while Dongi is like a world character possessing extremely balanced high attributes. This indeed made Liu Keaj very proud. My sister has protagonist-level aptitude. She truly is Liu Keaj's sister, Liu Dongi. Thinking of this, Keaj chuckled, happily stroking his chin. Liu Keaj suddenly remembered, "It's my little Li Zi's birthday in a few days. Do you remember the agreement we made last year?" Suddenly bringing this up, Dongi still remembered, saying, "Yes, I remember. This year I'm going to travel far with brother and kill people." "Good, you remember. It's coming soon." "Then I still need to prepare other things. After all, the public beta day is also approaching." Thump, thump, thump. Liu Keaj gently tapped on the wall. The offering venerable figure was awakened. What is it?" Liu Keaj thought. And the first step was to prepare cultivation techniques for the suddenly appearing disciples. Liu Keaj instructed, "In a few days I will go down the mountain. Mogate will be entrusted to you then." The offering agreed without hesitation. Keaj unexpectedly added, "This time when I go down the mountain I will collect some purple moon grass for you." The offering was somewhat pleased to hear this and asked, "Really?" The offering directly sat on Keaj's head. Although he really wanted to know what he needed the purple moon grass for, he couldn't remember it now. "Right, I can't remember." The offering then became panicked and anxious, saying, "You know the rules I give to you, and you must give me something in return." Indeed, it wasn't that easy to get what he wanted. What do you want?" "I want the cultivation techniques and sword techniques from your place." "Are they still there?" Liu Keaj proposed his conditions. The offering agreed, but with some hesitation. Saying that, the offering produced a pile of colorful cultivation techniques and scattered them. "And these, but none are more suitable for you than the yin qi art." Liu Keaj, stroking his chin, examined them with interest. "Not for my use, they will all be greatly useful in the future." Boom, the public beta has begun. Players can freely log into the game. Welcome to Tianquan World version 1.0. Keaj looked up, full of interest. The world was beginning to turn, loading complete. players descended simultaneously, and before their eyes appeared a colorful and incomparably peculiar scene. This was Flying Bird City, the place where that man who set the forum ablaze once appeared. Both looked very excited. The girl happily said, "I'm so lucky, I didn't expect to appear here." A flock of birds flapped their wings and flew into the sky as if signaling something. Below, the man was enjoying himself immensely. "It's so real, this is practically another world." No sooner had he spoken than before he could fully rejoice he was punched in the face by another player, his cheek caving in. "Ouch," he collapsed to the ground. "What are you doing? That hurts." Everyone was drawn by the loud noise and gathered around. The player, however, beamed with joy. "I just wanted to see if I could feel pain in this world. Oh God, it was just for that reason. I thought it was some kind of friction," he said naively. "It seems this world is too realistic." The person's eyes were filled with confidence and belligerence. "Next, I'm going to start cultivating immortality. A new day begins with challenging higher levels. Let this be our second world." On the summit of Danching Peak, Dongi said worriedly, "Brother, this situation is too tense." A large number of people with spiritual roots suddenly appeared down the mountain, like winning the lottery. Dongi paced back and forth. "Are they really just here to cultivate? If we accept so many disciples, our sect's resources will eventually run out." Lukeaj still calmly glanced at Dongi and said, "Didn't I say before that they don't need us to worry about food or drink, and they'll even work for us for free? What's more," he sneered, "I might not even accept all of them." At this moment a group of people appeared at the gate of Danching Mountain, peering in, densely packed. Mogate's 2 handyman disciples stood dumbfounded at the gate, wide-eyed, exhausted from walking all the way from Flying Bird City only to be blocked outside. Lin Li softly said, "How can this be? I'm a sect disciple. Why am I treated like an unwelcome guest?" Lin Wagen was equally puzzled. "Yes, it's too strange." Those who wanted to become disciples clamored. "Is anyone inside? Open the door, we're here to apprentice." "Sect Master Lu, I know you're in there. Open the door." Lin Li listened, her heart pounding. "What's the use of shouting like that?" Suddenly she smiled happily, closing her eyes in excitement. "After the internal test ended, I returned to live streaming. I didn't expect to jump from a top 10 female streamer to number 1. And all of it was thanks to him. He pushed me to the pinnacle." She cupped her blushing cheeks with her hands, her eyes gleaming as she fantasized about Lukeaj. His image was clear before her. Lin Li looked up at the mountaintop, secretly affirming that no matter what she had to cling tightly to this great tree. "If I can push him to the pinnacle, our relationship should become even more stable, right?" Lin Wagen stood there, hand on his chin, looking at the mountaintop, inwardly overjoyed as if he had won the lottery. He had finally shed the label of a dissolute young master. "From now on I will be a true immortal cultivator." At the bar he swaggered into a chair. They praised, "Whether our guild can establish itself in Tianquan world this time depends entirely on you." Another person added, "Yes, you are now the hope of the entire village. You must lead all of us into Mogate." The feeling of being revered by everyone and the feeling of buying it with money were 2 completely different things. Thinking of this, he happily covered his mouth with his hands, laughing uncontrollably. Lin Wagen clenched his fists, his eyes firm, his heart determined. "No matter what, I must become an inner disciple of Mogate, Sect Master Lu's personal disciple. No one can resist the pleasure of showing off in front of others." Suddenly someone shouted, startling him. "Look at the forum, everyone. Someone has posted important news about Mogate's Sect Master Lukeaj." Filled with curiosity, they quickly opened the forum. When they opened the forum, the title prominently displayed news about Mogate's Day of Sword Challenges. An 8th Realm Great Cultivator appeared at Mogate. Lukeaj single-handedly fought countless powerful individuals. He suppressed dozens of people with a single glance, preventing them from drawing their swords. Lin Li and Lin Wagen stared at the title dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. They secretly sighed. "This title is even more popular than mine." Lin Li's eyes widened, her heart filled with surprise. "It seems this world is truly extraordinary. Even without us players joining, this world still operates." Lin Wagen stood by, equally surprised. He guessed that perhaps the future of this world might even influence the modern world. Both had firm eyes and thought simultaneously, "If that's the case, I must become Sect Master Lu's person by any means necessary." Meanwhile Lukeaj sat on a chair. He extended his hand, giving a token to Luo Bing, instructing her to take these wooden tokens and distribute them to 30 handyman disciples. These were wooden tokens that allowed passage through Mogate's main gate restriction, but only into the outer courtyard. Luo Bing, after listening, respectfully bowed. "Yes." She curiously looked up and asked, "What if they're not handyman disciples?" Lukeaj calmly said, "You take them to the trial yourself. Those who pass the trial become handyman disciples. If they don't, send them into the labyrinth array." Luo Bing smiled upon hearing this and said, "Then I'm off." Lukeaj did not reply. He turned and looked at Luo Bing's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curving upward. The reasons for designing these 2 tests: the trial tests skill, so skilled individuals must be retained. The labyrinth array tests comprehension. Those with high comprehension will have future achievements no less than skilled individuals. "Not a single fish will escape my net after all. You're all my good tools outside. People are desperately trying to break open the gate of Danching Mountain. The clamor incessant. "No, we can't break it, can't even bite through it," one person complained while hitting the gate with a stone. "The stone won't break either. How on earth do we get into Mogate?" Suddenly a loud shout came from above the gate. "Everyone please stop." Everyone looked up in unison at the sound. Luo Bing stood above, introducing herself coolly. I am Luo Bing, a disciple of Mogate. Those below couldn't help but exclaim. So beautiful. Lin Wagen's mouth hung open, her expression one of pure wonder. Another person looked at Luo Bing, utterly captivated by the Mogate disciple. Luo Bing thought solemnly, young master always likes to act ostentatiously, there must be a reason for it. Since that's the case, I'll learn a bit from young master. Luo Bing waved her hand and the spirit energy wrap tokens flew out. She announced majestically, Mogate handyman disciples, listen, these are the passage tokens bestowed by the Sect master. From now on you may freely enter and exit Mogate's outer peak. The handyman disciples all raised their hands to receive the tokens. They continually praised, amazing, this move is truly stunning. Is this the magic of an immortal cultivation master? Lina Li held her token, her heart leaping with joy. Senior sister, can we go visit the Sect master? Luo Bing's expression was serious, her gaze sharp. Once you become inner disciples, you will naturally have the opportunity. Don't think too much now. The handyman disciples excitedly chatted. If we become inner disciples, we'll get to see Sect master lose immortal demeanor every day. Then I'll fight with my life to get into the inner sect. Someone in the crowd asked in confusion, little sister, is this inner sect you speak of real? They urged each other. Hurry and get the sect tasks, we're already too far ahead of them. They passed through the gate with their tokens, charging forward in unison. Cheers echoed through the space. Charge master's task, here I come. Those who didn't get tokens asked dejectedly. What about us? We walked all this way so hard just to get here. Yeah, I walked tens of kilometers just to see Sect master Luo Bing quickly explained. Everyone, the Sect master has also prepared trials for you. As long as you pass the trials, you can become Mogate handyman disciples. Upon hearing this, the people below immediately clamored. Really? Another person joyfully shouted. That's great, that person eagerly asked. Where's the trial? I want to start now. Luo Bing turned around and ordered. A few of you, come and take them to do the sect tasks. A task notification popped up on the system screen, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lin Wagen cheered upon receiving the notification. Sect task, beside him Lina Li disappointedly muttered. Too bad I can't go to Sect Master Lu to receive it myself. Not far away, someone scoffed. If there's a task, there's something to earn. Stop being so picky. On Danching Mountain's trial ground, everyone was enthusiastically lining up in neat rows. Inner disciples stood on both sides maintaining order, and one disciple spoke up to remind, line up properly, one by one for the trial. Near the entrance, an inner disciple was handing out number cards, clearly saying, this is your number card, number 213. Luo Bing stood on high, a satisfied smile on her face. It seems I'm no longer needed here. I can return and report to young master. Although there were many people, everyone's appearance was quite ordinary, nothing outstanding, which was also good. At least young master wouldn't be misled by these people. Luo Bing quickly returned and reported to Lu Keaj and Lu Dongli. I have followed young master's arrangements, leading everyone into the trials. Those who fail will try their luck in the Misty Maze Array. The 30 handyman disciples are maintaining order. Lu Keaj smiled with satisfaction. As expected of a secretary good at observing expressions, using tools to manage new tools, truly after my own heart. Suddenly Luo Bing said seriously, Sect Master, Uncle Master, I also discovered something. Lu Dongli eagerly asked upon hearing this. What is it? Is there some difficult character who clearly looks like trouble? Drive them away immediately. Luo Bing immediately replied, no, it's that there are many of them, but they all give me a feeling of being neither good nor bad. After listening, Lu Dongli turned to look at Lu Keaj, a hint of slyness in her eyes, secretly delighted. Neither good nor bad, it seems these disciples won't become my sister-in-law. At this moment, Lu Keaj also showed a satisfied expression. Those who came to seek the way this time are all good. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Dongli's gaze from the side and turned to look at her with confusion. Why does this girl's gaze feel like she's worried her pig will run away? He chuckled disdainfully. Of course you think they're neither good nor bad. After all, everyone's favorability towards you is currently 0. If they develop favorability later, even if they're ugly beyond compare, as long as favorability is full, they'll be beautified, no problem. At this moment, Lina Li's image appeared in his mind, her face grotesque, small eyes, large lips, with 0 favorability. He then thought, this means that even someone who looks like a pig, as long as their favorability is full, will appear as beautiful as a celestial fairy in everyone's eyes. Favorability having reached 100. Lina Li pouted, graceful and alluring, thinking, senior brother is also hypocritical. This is what they call beauty in the eye of the beholder, but I am not like that. I am the beauty in everyone's eyes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise a hand to stroke his chin, a happy smile on his face. It's time to upgrade to an 8th grade sect. What conditions are still missing? He asked the system, and the system panel immediately displayed reputation value 789110000. Inner disciples 104-1, all satisfied, only lacking 1 cultivator of the 2nd realm or above. Lu Keaj raised a hand to stroke his chin, pondering while looking at the system panel, still lacking 1 cultivator of the 2nd realm or above. It seems I've been too gentle with He Ding and the others. I must make them speed up their cultivation progress. Speaking of which, Dongli and a few other disciples, why haven't they returned yet? He turned to look out the window, muttering to himself. Luo Bing suddenly spoke. Sect Master Uncle, there are already many people who have passed the trials. Do we need to accept these disciples? Liu Keaj turned and left. Wait for a moment. Luo Bing respectfully replied from behind. Yes, the players who join a sect only care about two things. First, whether the sect skills are powerful, and second, whether there are benefits. Liu Keaj pushed open the door and entered the room. My Mogate naturally has these things. Not only do we have them, but they are also very generous. Thinking of this, his heart swelled with pride, and a cold smile couldn't help but play on his lips. Beside Danching Mountain's gate, Luo Bing stood above and announced, "Next are the provisions distributed by the sect master for all handyman disciples." Upon hearing this, the people below clamored and reached out for the travel bags. Someone in the crowd shouted, here they come, beginner's gift packs." Others also asked, "Are there uniforms? Are there skins? Are there cultivation techniques?" No cultivation techniques. Lin Wagon and Lin Ali opened their travel bags. Lin Wagon overjoyed. Lin Ali excitedly asked, "What could it be?" The two quickly changed into a beautiful set of dark green uniforms. Lin Wagon examined them for a while and said, "Quite handsome too." Lin Ali asked in surprise, "Are they even divided into male and female styles?" Other handyman disciples watched wide-eyed, continually praising. "The uniforms are so beautiful, with such senior sisters and junior sisters. I'd be so happy. I wonder if the inner disciples' uniforms are even cooler." Suddenly, Lin Ali picked up a green jade ring and exclaimed, there's also a storage ring." The system displayed a notification. This equipment was personally refined by Liu Keaj. She stared in shock at the ring in her hand, stammering, This ring was personally made by Sect Master Liu." Upon hearing her, all the inner disciples were surprised and simultaneously took out their rings to examine them. Someone exclaimed, "The equipment was personally made by Sect Master Liu. Mogate's treatment is too good. What if we become inner disciples? How amazing would that be?" Lin Ali clasped the ring tightly in her hand, holding it to her chest. "Sect Master Liu, no matter what, I must see you." At this moment, Liu Keaj was sitting in his room sipping tea, thinking, "They seem a bit too moved. Such small refining items, the materials were gifted by Aunt Ning, and many can be refined with just a wave of my hand." He pouted, leaned forward and waved his hand, and rows of storage rings appeared. "Next, isn't it time to fleece these tools a bit?" This moment, he showed a sinister smile, his eyes sharp, radiating a fierce, murderous aura like a truly hungry wolf, greedily eyeing the trembling little lambs before him. Liu Keaj stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he announced Mogate's sect tasks. The simplest way to fleece them was through daily sect tasks, doing nothing, yet experience points flowed in continuously. At this moment, the system popped up a notification. Mogate's sect task has been released. The task content is to care for the spirit trees. Experience points. Liu Keaj laughed heartily. A daily income of 100,000 experience points. This is the experience reward for a 9th grade sect's daily task. When it reaches 8th grade, 7th grade, it will be even more. Liu Keaj stroked his chin, slyly saying, "Tools, as long as you work hard, I will eventually upgrade via helicopter." At this moment, the handyman disciples outside suddenly received a system notification. The notification was a task released by Liu Keaj. Completing this task would earn each person 200 experience points. Currently, 531 people had claimed it, exceeding 500. The number of claimants was still increasing. After reading the notification, everyone was surprised. The disciples began to clamor. Only the first 500 could get experience points. Some disciples did not hide their determination, blurting out, "Damn it, I have to get these experience points. Charge, what are you still looking at? I'm going to take care of the spirit trees now. Spirit trees, give me water even if it drowns them." The crowd was in chaos, scrambling to take care of the spirit trees. Luo Bing and He Ding stood aside, looking at the frantic crowd, not understanding what was happening. What's wrong with them? The game forum also exploded because of Liu Keaj's actions. One player said angrily, "Damn it, why haven't I even reached Mogate yet, and they've already gotten rings and uniforms?" Another player said anxiously, "No time to worry, hurry to Mogate." Liu Keaj stood before the system panel, his finger gently tapping, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "Indeed, no one understands players better than me. Next, it's time to figure out how to upgrade the sect." A new notification popped up on the system panel. Upgrade to an 8th grade sect. Daily sect tasks will yield 500,000 experience points. He looked at the notification and asked himself, 500,000 experience points a day. Isn't that 15 million a month? I must urge these lazy disciples to speed up their progress. But before that, the winter solstice is approaching. He walked leisurely out of the corridor with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the sky, his face thoughtful, his eyes firm. "I'm going down the mountain immediately. This time I hope to collect some more soul jade fragments." Meanwhile, outside the gate of Danching Mountain, there was a scene of teeming crowds and chaos. A group of people were packed at the entrance. "I want to join Mogate immediately." "Me too," another person shouted. "Sect Master Liu, accept me." The gatekeeping disciples lined up, forming a barrier in front of the gate. "Go back, everyone. Mogate is almost full. Please leave quickly." The crowd ignored their advice, still shouting earnestly, "If the car can't fit, stand on the roof. If the roof is full, cling to the windows. As long as your mindset doesn't slip, there'll always be more solutions than problems." At this moment, the people inside were oblivious, looking at the system panel in surprise. Lin Wagon stared at the system panel, stammering in shock. This is what the system panel asked. "The number of Qingzhou players has officially exceeded 5 million. The Qingzhou main storyline quest has been activated. Do you accept?" Please choose yes or no. Lina Li reached out and clicked yes on the system panel, then asked in confusion, main quest. Suddenly, a huge system panel popped up with a notification. You have accepted the quest, Sword of the Nether King. After reading it, Lina Li was speechless with shock. Her eyes widened, her face full of surprise. The main quest just started and the progress is already 6.7. Who did it? During the internal test, I didn't hear of anyone particularly amazing. At this moment, Lina Li in the real world took off her pink headphones and placed them on the table, asking herself, quickly check the forum. Are other states in the same situation? She sat in front of the computer screen, skillfully operating the mouse. If not, then my popularity is about to explode. Aya, her excited eyes stared intently at the screen. Everyone on the forum was discussing. Some wanted to change states. Some wondered why only Qingzhou's main quest had progress. Wouldn't believe the comments. Did Qingzhou cheat? Lina Li looked at the comments, satisfied. It seems the other 3 states have no progress. She held a photo of Liu Keaj in her hand, her cheeks flushed, and asked in confusion, is this main quest progress related to Sect Master Liu? Lina Li slumped back in her chair, struggling like a fish, and cried out to the sky. I really want to see Sect Master Liu again, just thinking about him. 7 days later, outside Mogate Mountain, disciples were busy tending to the spirit trees, some sweeping leaves, some fetching water, some fertilizing. After finishing, a male disciple raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, letting out a long sigh. Today I'm in the top 500 again, earned experience points. Another male disciple stood behind him, his face full of joy. I'm almost leveling up, I'm better than all of you. The white-haired female disciple behind him raised her flushed cheeks. HMPH, what's there to show off about? As long as I can be a handyman disciple for my husband, I'm already content. The green-haired disciple next to her retorted. That's clearly my husband, how can you be so thick-skinned? A disciple suddenly exclaimed. Everyone look over there, am I seeing things? His words immediately drew the attention of the surrounding disciples. They all turned their heads in unison, their faces full of questions. When they looked up at the sky, they were stunned by the sight. One disciple couldn't help but blurt out, I saw Sect Master Liu exactly as he appears in the photos. A figure appeared in the sky. It was Liu Keaj's image created through the spirit wind art. His figure circled in the air, particularly striking in the wind. Liu Keaj spoke. Do my disciples recognize this venerable one? Lin Wagen immediately blurted out, it's really Sect Master Liu. Lina Li next to him watched, her eyes shining with surprise, openly displaying her infatuation. It's him. I'd recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. Mo Busho couldn't help but praise. So handsome, he truly lives up to his reputation. The handyman disciples below all gasped in awe. It really is Sect Master Liu, another shouted. It's the real person, not a photo. Quick, record a video. Let those guys on the forum die of envy. They hurried closer to where he stood, but were suddenly blocked by a powerful current of water. One disciple spoke, his voice filled with confusion. What's going on? I can't even lift my feet. Lin Wagen blurted out. It seems there's a power preventing us from approaching Sect Master Liu. My body feels too heavy, too heavy. Meanwhile, he stood on the rooftop, his gaze cold, filled with pride. This venerable one is the chosen one of the Tianquan realm. How could I let you approach so easily? Liu Keaj used heavy water, an ability from the power of water to stop them. Liu Keaj said with a stern face, You've all done well now. You may ask this venerable one 3 questions. This is an opportunity for you to learn granted by this venerable one. The disciples all raised their hands in unison, and the atmosphere became lively and bustling. Sect Master Liu, I want to ask, I also want to ask, I want to ask, I really want to understand you. Seeing their enthusiasm, he sneered, raised his hand, exerted spiritual power, and lightly uttered the words, silencing spell. As soon as he spoke, the air immediately became abnormally quiet. The disciples' mouths were all sealed at the same time. Seeing this, they thought, so powerful, I didn't expect such an immortal art. Mo Busho confusedly raised a hand to touch his sealed mouth. My tongue can't move. Lina Li, after being silenced, happily covered her face, thinking, my husband must be good at tongue control, right? Just thinking about it is exciting. Above, he stood coldly on the stone, his voice authoritative. I said only 3 questions. I will choose who asks. Liu Keaj pointed forward and commanded, you ask. Lina Li, seeing herself designated, was completely stunned, her eyes wide. Unable to believe her good fortune, she quickly recovered and excitedly looked up and asked, Sect Master, you? She hesitated. Do you have a Dao companion now? Upon hearing her question, his face darkened, unsure how to answer. Lina Li. After a moment of thought, he spoke like a peacemaker, his gaze indifferent to worldly affairs. This venerable one is solely focused on the Dao. The female disciples below immediately looked at him, blushing. Lina Li just opened her mouth to ask again, is that so? Before she could finish, her mouth was sealed by his silencing spell. She secretly thought, this question mainly concerns female players. If I keep asking like this, I'll probably go viral again. Sect Master Liu's meaning is, he's single, I have a chance. She and the other female disciples looked at him with loving gazes. At this moment he stood above, looking down at the crowd. Lin Wagen, seeing his gaze turn this way, frantically waved his hands filled with anticipation. Choose me, Sect Master. I have 5 favorability points with you. Liu Keaj spoke. Second question you asked. He lifted the silencing spell from Mo Busho's mouth. Lin Wagen beside him slumped in disappointment. His eyes filled with dejection as he stared at Mo Busho. Lin Wagen wept sadly, asking himself with a heart full of grievance, am I not likable? Mo Busho looked up, his eyes firm and resolute, asking, "Sect Master, what conditions do we need to meet to become your personal disciple?" He smiled and replied, "First, become an outer disciple." Mobusho's eyes shone with determination upon receiving the answer. "So as long as one becomes an inner or outer disciple, there's a chance to become Sect Master Lu's personal disciple." The direction of effort was now clear. To strive towards becoming Sect Master Lu's personal disciple. He looked at Mobusho with a satisfied expression, thinking Mobusho's question was also very good. The eagerness in these people's eyes has noticeably intensified. This is exactly, thinking this, he continued to chuckle inwardly. Liu Keoj continued to think, dangling carrots before himself. Just then Lin Wagen was dejected. He asked himself, "Is my favorability fake? Why didn't Sect Master Lu choose me?" Liu Keoj's icy voice rang out. "Last question, you ask." A silencing spell on Lin Wagen's mouth was lifted. He froze for a moment, then was overcome with wild joy, feeling as if he would leap up. "Sect Master Lu chose me. Favorability really does work. The Sect Master wants me to ask the last question." Lin Wagen clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face, his lips pressed together, secretly vowing, "I must ask a brilliant question. I must not let him down." At this moment the other disciples' sharp gazes collectively fell upon Lin Wagen, the one about to ask. Liu Keoj stood above, his patience gradually wearing thin. He was annoyed. "Why is this kid dawdling? Maybe I should pick someone else." Finally Lin Wagen loudly asked, "Sect Master, what is the sword of the Nether King?" His gaze firmly met his. As soon as the question was out, the other disciples were stunned for 5 seconds as if struck by lightning. At this moment he looked at Lin Wagen, smiling and praised inwardly, "This kid asked well." Section 155. Surprised glances were all directed at Lin Wagen. One disciple puzzledly asked himself, "Is he stupid asking such a question?" The main quest has just begun. Sect Master Lu couldn't possibly know what it is. Mobusho gave him a speechless glance, thinking, "Idiot, this is a complete waste of a question." Another disciple thought regretfully, "Wouldn't it have been better to ask Sect Master Lu if he was still a virgin?" Just as everyone's attention was focused on Lin Wagen, Liu Keoj suddenly said coldly, "This question does not need to be asked yet. The time is not right." The disciples immediately turned their heads, their eyes filled with expectation as they looked at him. Mobusho thought unexpectedly, this expression, these words, Sect Master Lu definitely knows something. Lin Wagen asked himself, "Amazing, I didn't expect to uncover a big secret. Is Mogate related to the main storyline?" As expected of the Chosen One, I came to the right place. With that he turned and left. His figure gradually disappeared into the vast white clouds, leaving behind only one sentence, "That's all for today." At this moment the silencing spell on the disciples was lifted. The air immediately erupted with noisy discussions. They excitedly said, "Become an inner disciple or an outer disciple and there's a chance to become Sect Master Lu's disciple." Another disciple happily said, "That's great. Today we got 3 explosive pieces of news at once. Sect Master Lu knows about the sword of the Nether King, so we came at just the right time." The last point, when spoken, made them somewhat hesitant. The female disciples cheered in unison, their cheeks flushed. Sect Master Lu is still single. They continuously imagined romantic scenes filled with love with him. At this moment Liu Keoj had not yet left. Instead he stood above, observing the situation of the disciples below. It was very lively below. With fierce arguments, one disciple shouted, "I'm going to post today. I must be the first to post." Lin Wagen, seeing this, shouted, "Stop all of you. Whoever asked the question is the only one qualified to post." Another disciple disdainfully said, "Who cares about you? I just want to make Sect Master Lu the hottest person on the forum." He looked down at the scene, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Is this the idol effect? Apparently, I don't have to do anything." Then he controlled his magical artifact, gliding lightly through the air, his heart filled with helplessness. These young people really lack composure. Back in his room, he asked loudly, "Dongi, are you ready?" Dongi quickly opened the door and walked out, her eyes filled with determination as she replied, "Brother, I'm ready." The two of them quickly controlled their magical artifacts and sped through the sky. Dongi stood beside him, her eyes firm, her heart filled with determination. "Today is finally the day." Suddenly Dongi spoke. She curiously glanced at him. "By the way, brother, how did you get the news?" Upon hearing this, his lips curved into a smile and he calmly said, "I used some means." He thought, "The system also counts as my means." Dongi softly responded, Then she asked again, "Brother, do you think mother and father will feel we're too late?" After all, so many years have passed. Saying this, she trailed off. Liu Keoj looked up at the sky, his eyes thoughtful. "You should understand their personalities. They hope we won't avenge them in this lifetime." Dongi turned her face to look forward, asking thoughtfully, "Brother, do you think mother and father are still watching us from above?" He quickly replied, "Of course they are," he emphasized in his heart. "They will not only watch us avenge them, but also watch us make Mogate flourish." He felt regret. They could have seen Mogate's powerful state today. This was a sight Mogate had never achieved. The images of his parents clearly appeared in Liu Keoj's mind. They were turning their heads, smiling at him with satisfaction. In his memory, his younger self was kneeling before the ancestral tablets. He solemnly announced, "Ancestors, please rest assured, Mogate will reach a height beyond everyone's imagination in the future." Then he looked up, sneering triumphantly, his tone firm. "Hee, mother and father can see it, they can testify." Suddenly a large hand pinched his rosy and tender cheeks. His father behind him seriously lectured, "How many times have I told you, don't sneer like that?" Liu Keoj cried out in pain, "Ow, ow, ow, it hurts so much." Unexpectedly, his mother walked up from behind, quickly pinched his father's cheeks, also making him cry, "Ow, ow, ow. Let go of my son," his mother angrily scolded. "We too are not capable, but can't our son have great aspirations?" He watched from below and laughed happily. "Ha ha ha." His father stroked his head, smiling, saying, "Father has no talent in cultivation, disgracing the ancestors. But if Mogate can truly restore its former glory in your 2 hands, then father can stand tall with pride before the ancestors." Lukeaj didn't know that even as his parents jointly protected the peace of these 100 li, in his dying moments his father's wish was that his disciples would not make Mogate flourish. A disciple feeling unworthy of his master's grace at this moment, exhausted, he gradually closed his eyes and departed from this world. Thinking of this, his eyes filled with anger and coldness, and a strong rage surged in his heart. "It's all because of him," he thought to himself. "It's all his fault." In Mountain Ghost Valley, a gloomy and desolate scene enveloped the area with black mist swirling. Lukeaj and Dongi had now arrived. They stood on a lake, he instructed. "Their stronghold is at the bottom of the lake. 2 days from now on the winter solstice we'll go down to the lake," Dongi quickly replied. Yes, on the eve of the winter solstice 2 figures stood on a gigantic red serpent in the valley, their faces grim. One of the figures was the demon cultivator. He thought, this guy is still the same, always putting on airs. The demon cultivator glanced at the tender thigh of the female demon cultivator next to him. His thoughts malicious. Underneath that dress she's probably wearing nothing. I can't believe she got the inheritance of the Lord of the Forbidden Land while our demon cultivator's inheritance. As long as one can suppress 2 forces, one can wield immense power, but once those forces can't be suppressed. Thinking of this, he trailed off, then suddenly felt a pang of pain, his face contorted, his lips tightly pressed. A terrifying scene appeared in his mind, death. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that every envoy became increasingly unrestrained, indulging their nature as they pleased. At this moment he again cast a lustful gaze behind him, towards the ample hips of the female demon cultivator. Just then, she seemed to sense his gaze and smiled slyly. The female demon cultivator asked provocatively, "Want to see this? Want to see more?" She lifted her extremely revealing red slit dress, exposing a fair and smooth thigh. He saw the provocative scene. His face immediately flushed red, but his eyes honestly stared at the fair thigh. "Envoy milady." She casually raised her hand, gently lifting his dodging face, her tongue lightly touching his cheek, and taunted, "If you really want to, it's not impossible." He quickly recoiled in fright, then fell heavily to his knees, shouting, "Envoy milady, this humble one knows his mistake." She sneered, crossed her arms, and said with interest, "It seems you've digested that drop of dragon beast blood I gave you quite well. You already know to fear the strong." The demon cultivator broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. "This humble one has only respect for Envoy milady and would never dare be disrespectful in the slightest." He sneered, "If you really meant it and I was in a good mood, I wouldn't mind letting you serve me." He paled in fright. "This humble one has no such intentions." Seeing the demon cultivator so terrified, she stopped teasing him and said seriously, "Get up. Pay close attention to this gathering. You might obtain something useful. My subordinates cannot be useless." He nodded, understood. He stood up, his face grim, clutching his aching arm, thinking, after using half a drop of dragon blood, my cultivation is mostly restored to its peak, but my severed arm cannot regrow, all thanks to that wicked couple. The female demon cultivator beside him asked indifferently, "If this can make your arm grow back this time, what do you intend to do?" He frowned, clutching his arm, and said firmly, "Of course I'll finish what I didn't get to do a few years ago. Mogate will be a river of blood sooner or later," she scoffed. "But I hear Mogate's Lukeaj has done many extraordinary things recently, and he also has the sword sect backing him up." The demon cultivator gritted his teeth, his voice filled with hatred. "So what? I have many ways to kill them silently." At this moment, a glint of blood-red murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The murderous intent in his eyes was more palpable now than ever before. He looked at his hand, revealing a cruel smile, then coldly said, "No, that's not right. Killing them silently would be too easy for them. I need to make Lukeaj watch with wide eyes as I devour his sister alive. Is that so?" "That certainly fits your style," the female demon cultivator replied calmly. At this moment they stood on the gigantic crimson-red serpent which swiftly navigated through the sea. Soon after, the red serpent submerged, swimming rapidly towards the depths of the seabed where a glowing blue gem lay. The female demon cultivator spoke, saying that was the entrance to this gathering. Below was a massive prison, holding many captives. Their pleas for mercy rose and fell, ceaseless. "Please let me go, I have a child in my belly. Please don't kill me, please let me out." The female demon cultivator and her subordinates quickly entered. She stood before the huge iron cage, calmly saying, "These people are the food for this gathering, all kinds of flavors if you like. There are also girls under 16. He smiled wickedly, looking at the crowd in the prison, and politely said, "Envoy milady, you've worked hard. I only like the child in that pregnant woman's belly." In the prison was a young man with the username Qian Bugo LV2. He tightly gripped 2 iron bars, his face full of anticipation as he looked at the female demon cultivator, secretly delighted. This beauty is back again, this time with a big snake and a man. That's right, this person was a player. He vaguely peered outside, his heart full of confusion, a myriad of questions flooding his mind. But ultimately, what kind of plot is this? I've only been playing for 2 days, why am I suddenly in jail? He recalled the moment the beauty grabbed him by his collar and lifted him away, happily thinking, back then when the beauty took me, I even thought this game had adult content. His heart was filled with anticipation. Thinking of this, he hesitated. but unexpectedly he had been continuously in jail for days. He sat cross-legged, hands clasped behind his head, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, pondering his current predicament. He looked towards where the female demon cultivator and her subordinates were conversing outside, thinking that it wasn't so bad being in jail with a beautiful older sister to look at, but recently, thinking of this, he hesitated. His mood shifted from happy to worried. More and more people were in the prison, and he grew increasingly confused while the beautiful older sister looked at him as if he were a pig in a sty. That was not good, but he had posted many messages on the forum yet received few replies. He opened the forum, finding only 3 comments. Everyone was asking him for the beauty's location. "Where's the beauty?" someone ribbed. I'm coming. I'm very familiar with strategizing for this," another commented. "Everyone move aside, quickly post the location." "But I can't send the location." He clicked to send the location, but the system prompted that sending the location failed. He comforted himself, but actually it wasn't so bad. There was nothing wrong with being eaten by a beauty. He pursed his lips, crossed his arms and thought seriously, "Besides, I have revive coins so she can keep eating me." But the problem now was he looked ahead again with hesitation. "You're eating people and inviting guests?" He roared inwardly, his eyes confused as he looked at the giant snake and the 2 people before him. His gaze swept over the others in the prison, seeing an old man desperately kneeling and kowtowing. "Please, immortal, eat me instead, spare my granddaughter." His granddaughter clung tightly to her grandfather beside him, sobbing. He looked at the frightened crowd nearby, secretly wondering, were they truly scared? Players had no understanding of this world's reality. The atmosphere in the iron cage was heavy, and a pregnant woman cried loudly, Why did you seize me?" Beside her, a young man, pale and trembling, said regretfully, "I haven't even married yet. I don't want to die." Behind them, a haggard old man looked withered. "Worked hard my whole life only to die without peace in the end?" Qian Bugo witnessed all this, his eyes wide, his face blank. They were all afraid. Suddenly a fierce voice rang out. "Enough with the chatter." Chiliao waved his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his hand. The spiritual energy pierced directly towards a person in the iron cage, grazing Qian Bugo's face, scaring him into a cold sweat. In just an instant the spiritual energy struck an old man who had just been alive. He was now dead, slumped against the iron cage. The violent impact kicked up a cloud of dust. Qian Bugo, witnessing this horrifying scene, was completely stunned, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Chiliao. Chiliao's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he looked at the old man's granddaughter, who was trembling and crying loudly. He coldly said, "Your flesh is no longer clean. I don't like to eat it. I only like to eat young girls because they are tender and delicious enough." Seeing this, Qian Bugo formed a plan. "I'm going to record all of this and post it on the forum. Maybe other players will find cultivators to help." He quickly opened the forum and recorded the scene before him. After seeing the video uploaded by Qian Bugo, other disciples asked in surprise, "Is this what a demon cultivator is like?" Everyone on the forum exploded, the comments filled with anger at the demon cultivator's actions. "Is anyone going to do something about this? Is no one in charge? Damn it, is this trash a psychopath, waiting online for a great cultivator to slay him? Death to child refiners, and even more death to child eaters." The next morning, Lu Dongli woke up, stretching and yawning. "Ha brother, you're up so early?" At this moment, Lu Keaj was putting noodles into a bowl. He quickly replied, "Today's a bit busy. If I didn't get up early, I wouldn't have time to cook longevity noodles for my sister." He handed her a steaming bowl of noodles, a warm smile on his face. "My little Li Zi has grown another year older." Dongli happily took the hot noodles, her face beaming. "Thank you, brother. You're in excellent spirits today." He subtly curved his lips and said, "Of course, not only am I very good, my heart is even pounding with excitement right now." He opened the system panel, looking at the video recorded by Qian Bugo. Thanks to that player's video, I knew their exact location. Deep in the sea, the demon cultivators were gathered around the iron cage, preparing to begin their feast. The female demon cultivator's voice rang out, "Greetings everyone. I wonder how many people you've eaten and how much your cultivation has improved these past days." Another demon cultivator politely responded, "Of course, we can't compare to Envoy Milady." A demon cultivator praised, "Envoy Milady is naturally beautiful. She seems to have become even more beautiful." Another demon cultivator said, "A few days ago, I ate a legendary peerless beauty, but now it seems Envoy Milady is even more stunning." At this moment, the mutated beasts roared outside, their deafening cries as if they were hungry and waiting for their masters to feed them. Qian Bugo seemed petrified, trembling as he looked at the mutated beasts before him. "My goodness, what are these monsters? Even if we summon more players, it'll just be more food for them." A system alarm sounded like a ringing bell behind him. Qian Bugo was now drenched in sweat, pouring down like a waterfall. The entire scene was a dungeon full of bosses. Was this a death trap? Would they be fed to them with a single wave of a hand? Meanwhile, the female demon cultivator sat calmly in her chair. She smiled, raising her hand to unleash spiritual power. "Since everyone is here, let the feast begin." The huge iron cage was opened and the corpse of the old man who had just been alive fell to the ground. A two-headed demon cultivator sat behind, hissing, "Old man, I like to eat old meat, it's chewy." The demon cultivator in front looked on with longing. "Excellent young woman, I just love to eat plump and full young women." The female demon cultivator sat in her chair, quickly snatching her share. She smiled gently and said, "Everyone else is fair game, but the child in that pregnant woman's belly is mine." Everyone here screamed. The young man clung tightly to the girl. "No, don't come closer," the pregnant woman cried in panic. "Don't eat me, don't eat me." Suddenly, Qianbugo shouted amidst the chaos, "Everyone, don't be afraid." He stood in the center of the crowd, his eyes firm, confidently saying, "I'll rush forward and let them eat their fill in a moment. You all run." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. He strode forward, his eyes firm, his fists clenched, asking himself how many revive coins he had to sustain this. The demon cultivators heard this and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, did you hear what you just said?" they said scornfully. "Let us eat our fill." "Just you?" This venerable one ate an entire village in one night. The demon cultivator looked at him disdainfully. "I don't like such mediocre men. Their taste is destined to be mediocre anyway." Qianbugo raised his hand to attack, his eyes firm. "HMPH, although I'm only at level 2, I have the determination to fight a boss. I'll fight you all," he shouted, clenching his fists and charging at the demon cultivators. Just then a hand suddenly gripped his shoulder tightly. Qianbugo turned back in astonishment. Lukeage's voice came from behind. "Stand back, I'll take it from here." Qianbugo was utterly surprised. Lukeage and Dongi stood majestically in the center of the crowd, holding long swords, looking at the demon cultivators before them. He coldly said, "Your luck is truly good. You are about to die by the hand of a chosen one renowned throughout the Tianquan realm." Shiao saw Lukeage and Dongi and angrily said, "It's them, it's them." A demon cultivator nearby suddenly asked, "Brother Shiao, do you know them?" He tightly clenched his fists. "I'll never forget it. That damned couple ruined my future." At this moment the images of Lukeage and Dongi's parents appeared. Other demon cultivators heard this and burst into happy laughter. "It seems these are the children of that couple, specifically here to die." A green demon cultivator said mockingly, "That man is only at second realm cultivation, isn't he just extra food?" Another demon cultivator interjected, "That man is handsome, don't ruin his face later. I want to keep that face in my treasure trove for collection." At this moment, Chilao's resentment reached its peak and he gave an order. Immediately, the gigantic snake behind him charged fiercely. Its body enveloped in eerie black mist, the giant snake opened its bloody maw, revealing sharp fangs, and rushed towards Lukeage, but he remained motionless. A system alert sounded, but his eyes were unwavering, and he calmly uttered the word "fatal." He closed his eyes, recalling his time with his parents. Images of them fighting this very giant snake together appeared. He opened his eyes. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He gripped his long sword tightly, standing proudly. Just as the giant snake was about to lunge and devour him, Lukeage whispered, "Sealed sword for 10 years, it's time." At this moment he drew his sword, and a dazzling light and many brilliant flashes of lightning enveloped the long sword. Swift as lightning, those sword lights slashed towards the charging giant snake. The powerful strike seemed to tear through the air, leaving a dazzling trail. Immediately, the gigantic mutated snake collapsed to the ground, dust flying, seemingly devoid of life. All the demon cultivators were stunned. He retracted his long sword as if he had only drawn it slightly. Other demon cultivators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A second realm cultivator slays a fourth realm mutated beast with one sword in a single strike. The demon cultivator nearby broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, and his sword wasn't even fully drawn. Shiao clutched his chest, unable to suppress the sharp pain, and spat out blood. A demon cultivator shouted, "Lifebound mutated beast killed, mental contract dissipated." Immediately, the system popped up a notification. 3 mutated dog beasts slain, gained 270,000 experience points. S-rank random quest activated. System quest, destroy the Dead Moon Gathering. Quest content, slay all participating demon cultivators. Rewards based on the number of demon cultivators and mutated beasts slain. He looked at the system, then pondered. The quest was activated, the rewards were rich, and the sealed sword's power also met his expectations. At this moment there was no need to save experience points. Upgrading from LV23 to LV24, a demon cultivator saw this and exclaimed, "I can't believe he's leveling up in battle." He stood amidst a group of demon cultivators, continuously elevating his level. A dazzling golden light emanated from his body. A demon cultivator shouted, "We must kill this guy here. Quick, kill him." His aura was still rising. "We must kill this guy here." The demon cultivators transformed back into their original forms, letting out shrill screams, and charged towards Lukeage like surging waves. At this moment Dongi drew her sword, her eyes cold and sharp as she looked at them. Her swordsmanship was swift as the wind, cutting down the demon cultivators in her path. Lukeage stood by, casting a satisfied glance at Dongi. "It seems little Li Zi's cultivation has long surpassed my imagination. Now it's my turn." He straightened his face, placed his long sword before him and slowly drew it. Lightning crackled around the long sword as if it had been imprisoned for a long time. Suddenly a bolt of white lightning tore through the calm surface of the sea, shooting straight towards the dark sky. With a boom, water splashed everywhere, and the surrounding rocks cracked under the impact of the immense power. Lukeage stood proudly, confidently saying, "These crude beasts have been dealt with." "Next," he said, glancing behind him. Lukeage coldly looked at where Shiao and the other demon cultivators stood, saying, It's time to deal with these talking beasts. Qianbugo stood behind, turning to shout at his live stream. Everyone look who's live streaming this. The crowd below immediately erupted. The disciples quickly checked the forum, so surprised they couldn't speak. This is that silhouette? Yes, all three of them exclaimed simultaneously. Mogate's Lukeage. As soon as the live stream aired, people's astonishment and admiration for Lukeage spread like wildfire. Discussions rose and fell. So cool, Sect Master Lu is actually this strong, one person exclaimed. I thought a 9th grade Sect Master wouldn't be that powerful, but who knew? These hateful man-eating demon cultivators are probably going to become the main course today. Someone regretfully said, I didn't join Mogate, what a missed great opportunity. A Mogate disciple excitedly said, I'm so lucky to have joined Mogate in this life. He was pumped up. The demon cultivators of Mountain Ghost Valley were furious, shouting repeatedly, You audacious fellow, how dare you kill my precious? I want you to pay with your life. No, I want to eat him. I want to start from his feet, making him watch with wide eyes as I devour him. Lukeage's gaze was sharp. He coldly looked at them and said, Now you may come up and die. At this moment he leveled up again from LV-24 to LV-25. Upon hearing this, the demon cultivators immediately charged at him. They shouted furiously, I'll eat you. But faced with their attacks, he merely raised his sword and dazzling bolts of lightning burst forth. With lightning speed, the demon cultivators were torn into 1,000 pieces. Blood splattered, staining the space before him red. But Lukeage's expression remained unchanged. The other demon cultivators witnessed this sight, all of them shocked. One demon cultivator said, Despite being a major realm apart, he can instantly kill. Another demon cultivator cautiously asked, What exactly is hidden in this guy's sword? Lukeage looked up at the boulder where the enchantress and Chiliao stood. He secretly pondered, Those two are the leaders of this gathering, right? His eyes were firm as he muttered, There's still one more enemy, he thought to himself. The enchantress, once renowned throughout the Tianquan realm. The War Lover Guild and 3 other guilds once besieged her, but 2 guild teams were wiped out. Even for a boss of ordinary size, being able to annihilate 2 guilds made her famous on the forums. The enchantress's image appeared before him, sneering. Lukeage continued to think, But what made me pay attention wasn't her power but something else. Behind that tattered slit gown was a large cluster of red spider lilies growing from her back. The enchantress now realized the gravity of the situation. She glanced down, crossed her arms and coldly commanded, Go control those people to tie this fellow down. The demon cultivators below responded in unison. Yes, they swiftly turned and left. In the blink of an eye they appeared above the group of people who had just been imprisoned. Seeing this, Qianbugo shouted loudly, Oh no, they're coming this way. Lukeage heard his shout, looked behind him, and thought disdainfully, Trying to capture ordinary people to threaten me? The demon cultivators ferociously charged towards the crowd, saying triumphantly, He, come here you hostages. Suddenly, a dazzling green light flashed across their faces. After slaying those demon cultivators, Dongi turned to Lukeage and said, Brother, you just focus on fighting with all your strength. I'll protect them. Her image was now broadcast live, immediately causing a sensation on the forum. Everyone gasped in awe and praised. Look, Mogate Elder Dongi is also very strong. Other disciples, seeing Dongi, blushed and stared intently at her. So Mogate's power isn't just about Sect Master Lu alone, another disciple praised. Wow, little sister is so strong and her legs are so long, her strength and figure are actually inversely proportional. Is this the legendary flat-chested but super strong phenomenon? The enchantress saw her subordinates being swiftly eliminated, pondered for a moment and then decided, It seems we must take action ourselves, my deputy. Chiliao stood aside, shouting with extreme anger, I couldn't hold back any longer, I'll eat them, brother and sister. Both of them transformed into mutated beasts simultaneously. The enchantress became a red spider lily, red light encircling her body. Chiliao transformed into a giant crimson ape, enormous in size and surging with power. He roared, Oh, will you ruin my fortune? Ruined my opportunity. It's time to destroy Mogate. They ferociously charged towards Lukeage. At this moment, Lukeage seriously instructed Dongi, who stood behind him. Dongi, protect them well and protect yourself too. The ropes binding his sword were now untied, revealing a sword as black as ink. Dongi formed a protective shield around the crowd with her spiritual power. She softly hummed in acknowledgement. He picked up his sword, saying in a cold and slow voice, This sword I've nurtured for 10 years. This sword I've waited for 10 years. Suddenly, Lukeage raised his head, his eyes firm and full of determination. He slowly said, This sword. He drew his sword and dazzling light shot directly from the blade towards the demon cultivators before him. Lukeage shouted, I have entered the great cultivation realm. At this moment the sword was fully unsheathed. Brilliant lightning enveloped his body, as if the entire space was erupting. Those lights shot directly towards the faces of the charging enchantress and Chiliao, stunning them. With a mighty roar, that beam of light horizontally slashed through Mountain Ghost Valley, making the entire valley gleam. The whole Mountain Ghost Valley was split in half, dust flying everywhere. The scene now became desolate and chaotic. Just then a heavy rain began to pour, making the atmosphere even more somber. Lukeage's voice rang out, You deserve to be scattered, never to be reborn. He fiercely stabbed his sword into the enchantress's corpse on the ground. He was now exhausted, looking up at the sky, the light from above shining directly on his face. Lukeage panted, HMPH. He recalled a childhood memory. A small hand holding a sword raised high. Lukeage said firmly, I've decided, my sword will be called Not Too Late. Lu's father asked, Why not too late? He quickly replied, Because it means it's never too late. Lu's father and mother both laughed simultaneously. Ha ha, good. He looked up at the light before him, and the images of his father and mother clearly appeared. At this moment tears streamed down his face and he asked, Mom, Dad, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, right? Lu Dongi walked to his side and softly said, Brother, we have avenged Mom and Dad. He was now tense, saying in a hurried tone, Little Li Zi, quickly go completely destroy those demon cultivators' corpses. I have a bad feeling. As he spoke, the surrounding air suddenly became heavy. He thought with worry, I overexerted myself this time. I'm somewhat weakened and will need a long time to recover. Dongi drew her sword and quickly replied, Yes, brother. He watched Dongi walk towards the demon cultivators' corpses with her sword, wondering what exactly is going on. Why? He kept asking why. At this moment the worry on his face was evident. He looked at the system panel in a panic. It showed that the system quest was still in progress. Liu Kaioj asked himself in confusion, The system quest hasn't settled yet. The quest is still ongoing? Suddenly Dongli's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Brother, come here quickly. Liu Kaioj looked at her in confusion. He quickly walked over, asking perplexedly, What's wrong? Dongi said in a panic. Brother, look. They looked at the pool of blood before them. Dongi stammered, This is where the strongest demon enchantress was killed, but her corpse is gone. Before either of them could fully grasp the situation, a fissure suddenly opened in the ground. Dongi shouted, Brother, be careful, there's something underground. A dazzling red light emerged from underground. At this moment a gigantic spider lily, crimson as fire, burst from the ground, dust flying, and the surrounding scene became chaotic. Both of them looked up simultaneously. Liu Kaioj said in shock, A spider lily. Dongi, her gaze still fixed on the monster, added, That's what I saw on that woman's back when she fought you just now. The upper part of the spider lily floats in the air, emitting a layer of red mist that can bewitch ordinary people. Liu Kaioj sensed danger and quickly said, Quickly protect them. They'll be bewildered by this thing. Dongi immediately cast a spiritual array to protect the crowd. She turned back in a panic and asked, Brother, what exactly is this thing? At this moment the system panel popped up, but even the system couldn't identify this thing. He looked at the system panel, answering with a panicked expression, I don't know either, but this thing feels far more powerful than that woman. At this moment the gigantic spider lily continued to emerge from underground. It grew incessantly, its body becoming larger and larger. Crimson branches and tentacles spread everywhere, forming a terrifying sight, continuously emitting deafening roars. Witnessing the scene before her, Dongi couldn't help but blurt out, Brother, this guy is the ancient mutated beast Shiao, she shouted, her voice drowned out by Shiao's deafening roars, causing the surrounding air to instantly explode. Liu Kaioj was now filled with panic, his eyes full of terror. He asked himself, Ancient mutated beast, I remember in my previous life when the 3 major guilds went to kill that woman, they didn't encounter this boss behind her. It seems things are different from my previous life. Suddenly Dongi spoke, Brother, this guy is at the Great Fifth Realm, 7th Heaven. She quickly corrected herself. No, now it's the Great Fifth Realm, 8th Heaven. Shiao let out a colossal roar. At this moment it was at the 5th Realm, 7th Heaven. Its power was increasing every second. Dongi gripped her sword and stepped forward, her eyes firm, saying solemnly, Its power is still growing. At this moment everyone watching the live stream was abuzz. People continuously commented and shared their feelings. Some disparaged Shiao, calling it ugly and disgusting. Qian Bugo stood behind. His eyes filled with excitement as he looked at the monster before him. He thought, It's a monster, a super big monster. Sect Master Lu must kill it. Liu Kaioj looked at Dongi before him, asking her with worry in his eyes, Are you sure? Dongi shook her head, softly replying, Not sure, but I can hold it back. Brother, you take them away first. She turned back, smiling resiliently. Brother, I have a substitute talisman, I'll be fine. Go quickly. In your current state, fighting it means there's no chance of survival. Suddenly she turned back abruptly, asking herself with panic in her eyes, What's going on? Dongi looked at the monster, which was now at the Great Fifth Realm, 9th Heaven, and couldn't help but be surprised. She thought, It's still breaking through, it's already at the Great Fifth Realm, 9th Heaven. She retreated in fear, gritting her teeth and thinking, If only it were an ordinary 5th Realm creature. Suddenly Liu Kaioj's arm rested on her shoulder, and his voice, full of comfort, said, Little Li Zi, you take them and leave. Go as far away as possible. She turned her head blankly. Dongi frantically placed her hand on him. She cried out in fear, Brother, now is not the time. As she spoke she hesitated. Suddenly Liu Kaioj stepped forward. He closed his eyes, breaking through and leveling up, sweat pouring down like rain from LV-25 to LV-26, then LV-27, then LV-28. Dongi looked at Liu Kaioj's back, dumbfounded, stammering, Brother, your realm. At this moment he had leveled up from LV-29 to LV-30. He smiled, turning back to her and saying, I have entered the Great Completion Realm. He was now at the Great Completion of the 2nd Realm. After seeing Liu Kaioj level up and enter the Great Completion Realm, Dongi looked at his back, stammering in surprise, Brother, what exactly have you? Suddenly her words stopped short, because at this very moment the monster's size was growing larger and larger. Liu Kaioj saw the situation was bad. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and angrily shouted at Dongi, Are my words useless? Dongi was also startled by Liu Kaioj's roar. Dongi was now constantly worried about Liu Kaioj again. She stammered, But brother, you're not too late has already been unsheathed and now. But before she could finish, Liu Kaioj, gripping the sword tightly in his hand, interrupted Dongi. Who told you that not too late can only be unsheathed once? Dongi froze for a long time after hearing Liu Kaioj's words. Liu Kaioj's face suddenly darkened. spiritual energy permeating his entire body, he said in a deep voice, "Lu Dongli, I will live and it will die." Suddenly Lu Keaj roared. His eyes suddenly lit up and his body continuously emanated powerful spiritual energy. Immediately, as soon as his words fell, an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted from Lu Keaj's body, his aura continuously spreading. Upon seeing this, Lu Dongli was filled with worry, stammering, "Brother has actually become this powerful." Lu Keaj now seemed to have become another person. His power was utterly terrifying. His aura and the sword in his hand perfectly integrated. He grit his teeth and shouted with difficulty, "Quickly leave, this sword strike is beyond my control. Everything around will be destroyed." But Lu Dongli saw Lu Keaj exerting his utmost effort, and her heart was now filled with worry. She clasped her hands tightly, gripping the clothes over her chest, and softly called out "Brother" twice. But there was no safer option. Dongli had no choice but to take everyone present away. All of them were led away by her, not a single one left behind, leaving Lu Keaj alone. Just then in the live stream, the scene of Lu Keaj and the monster was clearly captured. People flocked in and comments flooded the live stream. "Heroic spirit is heroic spirit. Oh my god, too strong. Leveling up one step at a time, this must be cheating, right? Lu Keaj must kill that monster." He said, "As long as Lu Keaj survives, I will definitely join Mogate. You there, go to Mogate, I don't care for people like you. Sect Master Lu will win." The live stream suddenly cut out, leaving fans extremely confused. What happened to the live stream? Where did it go? Where's my live stream? Sect Master Lu, I want to see Sect Master Lu. I want to see the 4 or 5 consecutive sword strikes from Sect Master Lu. The later moves are definitely stronger than the first. How powerful will Lu Keaj's sword techniques ultimately be? They were simply the stuff of dreams for divine beings. The crowd, led away by Lu Dongli, suddenly screamed in unison, some even crying out loud, "Let me go, let me die with Sect Master Lu, let me die, I must die." After Dongli led the prisoners out of the dungeon, only the ancient mutated beast Chiliao and Lu Keaj remained in the dungeon. Lu Keaj was now facing the ancient mutated beast Chiliao. Exhausted and only able to sigh, Keaj looked at Chiliao and suddenly said, "Where would I get a second sword strike?" Lu Keaj remembered the system's previous notification and pondered silently, calculating. The anomaly just now was me spending 6 million experience points to raise my sword heart and sword intent by 1 level each. Sword heart went from level 1 to level 2, and sword intent from level 2 to level 3. Back to the present, Keaj sighed in frustration, thinking to himself, "The demon cultivators and mutated beasts here provided me with 8 million experience points, so spending it doesn't hurt." He looked at Chiliao the monster again, thinking to himself, "But I'm only level 30, even with an over-leveled fight, I can't kill a level 60 creature like it." Suddenly, the monster fiercely attacked Lu Keaj, and in an instant, the array within the single leaf boat unexpectedly manifested on its own. The array within the single leaf boat rose into the air with currents of air surrounding it, forming a barrier that protected Keaj. Lu Keaj exclaimed in surprise, "It's Aunt Ning's Watergate Great Array refined within the single leaf boat." The ancient mutated beast Chiliao grew larger and larger, even more enormous than before. At this moment, Chiliao the monster saw the protective barrier and attacked with increasing ferocity. Lu Keaj, seeing the situation worsening, frowned and looked worriedly at the array. Although Aunt Ning is very powerful, the Water Tomb Great Array can only resist 5th Realm cultivators at its limit, and it probably won't last long. If it can hold off this monster for some time, my sister and the others probably won't escape. Just then, Zhang Xinyan's jade pendant on Keaj's person suddenly lit up, and the surrounding red light also intensified. At this moment, another array appeared before Keaj, supporting Aunt Ning's array. Seeing this, he grasped the jade pendant on his person in astonishment and blurted out, "Zhang Xinyan's jade pendant array has also activated." The ancient mutated beast Chiliao did not stop. It once again increased its strength, attacking even more fiercely. Lu Keaj, seeing this, frowned slightly, then suddenly tightened his grip on the object in his hand and said, "Do you want to make a move? But I still have a trump card." Keaj suddenly stretched his hand forward and in an instant a tiny light appeared. He suddenly chuckled lightly and said, "I have one last move, merman." As Keaj expected, he carefully calculated and appropriately used the merman at the opportune moment, thus successfully evading one of Chilao's attacks. Chilao's attack was so powerful that without the jade pendant array, Aunt Ning's array and the merman, he would have had no strength to fight Chiliao at all. Lu Keaj stood before his merman array, one hand clenched into a fist, the other gripping his sword, his brows slightly furrowed as he thought to himself, "Although I have the merman to complete the quest and gain experience, I still need a rogue's self-awareness. That's right, I must inflict effective damage." Thinking of this, his heart filled with determination, he brandished his sword mightily. Lu Keaj suddenly felt confused, pondering, "But how can I kill it with a single sword strike?" No sooner had Keaj formulated his plan than Chiliao attacked again. "I have only one chance," he thought. Keaj was filled with determination, resolved to eliminate Chiliao. At this moment, the Drunken Immortal Inn in Qingzhou suddenly lit up, casting a brilliant light across the entire area. A buzz of discussion immediately arose among the crowd. The Drunken Immortal Inn was renowned for its drunken solution wine and its mandarin fish, counted among the 3 ultimate delights of Qingzhou. Having tasted it today, it was indeed extraordinary. A group of people in the inn were thoroughly intoxicated when suddenly they looked out the window and saw a woman sitting in contemplation. It was none other than the beautiful Zhang Xinyan. The people in the inn discussed amongst themselves, "Look over there, there's a very beautiful woman." While those people were busy gazing at the beautiful Zhang Xinyan, a waiter at the inn joyfully and hospitably served a dish to Zhang Xinyan's table. The waiter spoke, "Honored guest, your mandarin fish has arrived." The waiter was no different from those drunken people. As he walked past, he couldn't help but glance back. Just one look at Zhang Xinyan's face made his heart pound, and he secretly gasped, "Wow," thinking, such a peerless beauty exists in this world. Zhang Xinyan unhesitatingly picked up a piece of fish, thinking to herself, "I heard the mandarin fish here is famous, I wonder how it compares to your fish." After picking up a piece of fish, Xinyan began to taste the legendary delicious mandarin fish. She suddenly stopped her chopsticks, put them down and no longer ate, then silently said, "Not as good as him." Zhang Xinyan suddenly recalled Lu Keage's image, her face. She was somewhat melancholic, thinking to herself, "I've traveled thousands of miles across Qingzhou, tasting wines from hundreds of inns." But after a moment's thought, Xinyan no longer paid attention to the mandarin fish on the table. She picked up the wine pot, opened the lid and prepared to drink, still with a sorrowful expression. Lu Keage's culinary skills weren't the best in the world, it was because he understood Zhang Xinyan's taste. As the saying goes, all delicacies are inferior to what suits one's palate. Afterward, Zhang Xinyan said nothing, picking up the wine pot and drinking cup after cup. Suddenly, Xinyan's hand uncontrollably raised the wine pot to the sky and she loudly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, please drink." No sooner had she spoken than Xinyan suddenly paused, her mind racing, "What's wrong with me? Don't I usually prefer to drink alone?" Zhang Xinyan suddenly became even more sorrowful than before. Her melancholic eyes clearly looked at the wine pot in her hand, and she sighed, thinking to herself, "But why do I miss the times we drank together so much today?" Just in this inn, someone suddenly stood on a high platform and began to recite loudly, interrupting Xinyan's thoughts. Legend has it that Mogate's sect master Lu Keage, anyone who has seen him is amazed. He is a celestial being, his demeanor is unparalleled, whether true or false. It is known that on the day of sword challenges, he alone dominated the multitude, effortlessly emerging victorious. Zhang Xinyan also had no choice but to turn her head because of the sound from the high platform. She thought to herself, "Fellow Taoist, Lu's cultivation has deepened again." Suddenly, Xinyan listened entranced, then naturally smiled, her cheeks also flushed with alcohol, and she kept thinking, "I've heard this story no less than 10 times, but why is it so interesting every time? I never seem to tire of it." The old man on the high platform continued, his demeanor enthusiastic. "This is the story of Mogate's sect master Lu Keage. Those with money please contribute, those without please lend your presence, thank you all." No sooner had he finished speaking than countless copper coins suddenly flew from all directions towards where he stood, a considerable quantity, and not just copper coins but gold ingots were also tossed up. Seeing this, he was delighted. The old man bowed and spoke, "Thank you, honored guest, you are truly generous." "This old man thanks you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xinyan suddenly released her grip and the wine pot fell freely, her face still filled with sorrow. Hearing the old man's words, she turned her head and said, "Well said, it's worth the reward. Tell it dozens more times and I will still reward you." And Zhang Xinyan was the generous guest the old man thanked. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyan looked at her palm, her face troubled, her cheeks still flushed from the wine, and she thought to herself, "What am I doing? What's wrong with me?" Zhang Xinyan suddenly bit her lip tightly, tears vaguely glistening in her eyes, constantly thinking of Keage, her gaze still fixed on her palm, and she secretly said to fellow Taoist Lu, "Do you have a peach blossom mark? At this moment I suddenly truly miss you." Suddenly, the peach blossom mark in Xinyan's palm showed an anomaly. The peach blossom mark suddenly emitted a strange light. Zhang Xinyan, seeing this, was suddenly stunned in astonishment. She suddenly realized, fellow Taoist Lu is in danger. After receiving Lu Keage's signal, Xinyan did not hesitate for a moment, immediately released her flying eagle, which flew at extreme speed. Zhang Xinyan, now extremely anxious, urged the flying eagle, "Faster, faster." And the flying eagle also obeyed her words, flying at lightning speed. Zhang Xinyan kept worrying about Lu Keage, shouting loudly, "He's in danger." Zhang Xinyan had been in Qingzhou all this time to understand her true heart, like flipping a coin. Everyone knows the answer. The moment the peach blossom mark lit up, she knew her answer. At this moment, on Lu Keage's side, he was still struggling to hold back Chiliao, the mutated beast. But the magic array was gradually unable to contain it anymore. Lu Keage frowned slightly, filled with worry, trying to find its weakness, thinking to himself, that must be its weakness. After all, it awakened from that demoness woman's flesh. Lu Keage scanned Chiliao's body, and suddenly what caught his eye was that face gritting its teeth in defiance. Keage finally found the weakness, right on that face. Lu Keage suddenly chuckled lightly and said, "Such a sensual face. It would be a pity not to paint a sword stroke on it." With that, he immediately brandished his sword, and spiritual energy enveloped his sword, forming a power of unknown strength. Without another word, he immediately flew near the face he had seen. Keage was trying to buy time so that Xinyan could arrive promptly. Keage was trying to approach Chiliao the monster. Keage began to use basic attacks with inherent critical strike, augmented with clear wind brute. Gripping his long sword, he thought to himself, once the sword sect's founding sword Venerable's brute force swordplay is unleashed, the matter will be settled. After pondering for a moment, Keage charged towards Chiliao, But before he could even attack Chiliao the monster, Liu Keiaj was instantly counterattacked. Caught off guard, this attack forced Liu Keiaj to defend strenuously, even causing him to spit blood, and he struggled to shout, "How can mere aftershocks take my life?" Suddenly, Liu Keiaj finally saw Chiliao's face, which was its weakness, and he shouted at this moment. As soon as Liu Keiaj found its weakness, Keiaj immediately charged towards Chiliao, striking its weakness with a sword. The system suddenly popped up a notification that the upgrade quest was complete, but Liu Keiaj's sword strike suddenly veered off course, only grazing Chiliao the monster's cheek, having no effect on it, and blood spilled. Just as Keiaj was distracted for a few seconds by the system notification, it suddenly counterattacked Keiaj. One attack from Chiliao the monster sent Keiaj flying a great distance. It directly attacked Keiaj, making him spit blood. Chiliao the monster mercilessly attacked him, sending him flying high into the sky. Suddenly, Chiliao the monster flew into the air to attack Keiaj. Liu Keiaj, seeing this, frowned, gritted his teeth, and angrily said, "Even if it costs me a revive coin, I'll cut you down again." Suddenly, just when he thought he might be annihilated by Chiliao the monster, Zhang Xinyan appeared in time, supporting Keiaj's back. Liu Keiaj was startled by this sudden support, and he turned to see Xinyan stammering, "Fellow Taoist Zhang." Zhang Xinyan, holding the exhausted Keiaj in one hand, directly shot her sword at Chiliao the monster with the other. Chiliao the monster also did not give up, immediately unleashed an attack on Xinyan and Keiaj, and in an instant the two attacks suddenly collided, causing a massive explosion in the sky. It was at this moment that Zhang Xinyan finally understood. She felt that all beings were like grass and trees, and only he was the verdant mountain. The explosion also significantly affected Chiliao the monster. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyan saw the blood Keiaj had spit out. Seeing this, Zhang Xinyan became even more furious. Her eyes filled with murderous intent, and she said to Keiaj, "Fellow Taoist, wait for me for 10 seconds. Zhang Xinyan said no more, placed Liu Keiaj on the back of her flying eagle, and then Xinyan immediately went to deal with Chiliao the monster. After being placed on her flying eagle's back by Xinyan, Keiaj remembered what Xinyan had just said, and he couldn't help but chuckle and ask, 10 seconds? As soon as she made sure Keiaj was safe, Xinyan said nothing and rushed forward to engage Chiliao the monster. Xinyan's spiritual energy intensely emanated, and she suddenly used her moves to attack it. Liu Keiaj also began counting 1, and Xinyan simultaneously launched her attack. The monster was not to be outdone and immediately launched its own attack. Keiaj continued counting 2. Chiliao the monster cried out in pain from Xinyan's attack. Zhang Xinyan continuously launched fierce consecutive attacks. Meanwhile, on Keiaj's side his voice rang out, continuously counting 3, 4, but did not stop. Xinyan continuously attacked and she began to directly punch Chiliao. Because of this, Keiaj had already counted to half of the time Xinyan gave, but also because of this punch, Chiliao the monster directly fell to the ground. It seemed to be a little scared. Liu Keiaj struggled to count the last numbers, 6, then 7. Just then, Xinyan began to use her next move, pouring all her combat power into this single strike. Xinyan's terrifying power was now fully imbued into her sword. The sword thus emitted a red light, indicating Xinyan's power integrated within it. Then, as the countdown approached her given time limit, Keiaj had already counted to 8. After that, Xinyan poured all her power into her sword. Xinyan began to forcefully hurl her sword directly at the monster, launching an attack. In an instant, the sword was directly hurled by Xinyan into Chiliao the monster's body. Xinyan's efforts were not in vain. At this moment, the sword had precisely struck Chiliao the monster's body. This triggered another massive explosion, and the final numbers were also whispered by Keiaj, who painstakingly counted to 9, then 10. Liu Keiaj now lay exhausted on the flying eagle's back, thinking to himself, "She's a bit stronger than I imagined. This is troublesome." Keiaj suddenly recalled Xinyan's naked form, and he couldn't help but blush, chuckling to himself, his mind replaying the images. "If I couldn't break through her defenses at a critical moment, that would be truly embarrassing." Just as Liu Keiaj was lost in these impure thoughts, Zhang Xinyan had rushed to his side, urgently commanding her flying eagle, "Go quickly, the remaining spiritual energy is about to explode." After Xinyan gave the order, her flying eagle flew away at extreme speed to avoid the imminent explosion behind them. Just then, Liu Keiaj suddenly stammered, "Xinyan, fellow Taoist Zhang, you..." But before he could continue, the power behind them erupted with a roar, creating a massive explosive shockwave. Although Xinyan's flying eagle had flown very fast, it still couldn't evade the shockwave from the explosion. Zhang Xinyan now held Keiaj, shielding him from the impact, and she shouted, "Fellow Taoist Liu, be careful." The light of the explosion illuminated the entire sky, and then the explosion finally ceased. Liu Keiaj was now held in Zhang Xinyan's arms, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment, his mind still replaying those wicked thoughts. This is Zhang Xinyan suddenly felt something was amiss. She released Keiaj and found his face flushed, still preoccupied with wicked thoughts. Xinyan also felt awkward because of this. Due to this awkward embrace, Zhang Xinyan had to move away from Keiaj. Xinyan awkwardly hugged herself, stammering, Fellow Taoist Lu, Meanwhile, Keoj was still chuckling, his impure mind continuously wandering. Zhang Xinyan awkwardly stammered explanations, but before she could utter a single word, something even more terrifying than before suddenly appeared behind Xinyan. Seeing this, Lu Keoj was utterly astonished, then grew furious, thinking to himself, "It's Qilao's spirit, aren't mutated beast spirits supposed to be the weakest, why is it still so threatening?" Behind them was indeed the spirit Keoj had imagined, rushing faster and faster towards Keoj and Xinyan. Zhang Xinyan also frowned upon seeing this, grinding her teeth in angry thought. "This is bad. My cultivation path is powerless against spirits." Lu Keoj stopped pondering and began to defend with other moves, shouting, "Heart Sword!" Keoj's Heart Sword moves also began to attack the spirit, two swords slashing towards its center. Keoj's efforts were not in vain. In an instant the spirit was utterly defeated by his Heart Sword move. After Qilao's spirit was defeated, a piece of paper emitting a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. Lu Keoj saw the paper and said with difficulty, "Fellow Taoist, quickly retrieve that item." Zhang Xinyan now grabbed the paper Keoj mentioned with one hand and patted Keoj's shoulder with the other, asking worriedly, "Fellow Taoist Lu, are you alright? Why did you force yourself to attack just now?" Just then Lu Keoj panted with difficulty, smiled softly and then looked at her with deep affection. He spoke, "If it were anyone else I naturally wouldn't have acted." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyan blushed crimson as if to say, "So it was for you, fellow Taoist." Although still shy, Zhang Xinyan stammered, Fellow Taoist Lu, let's find a place to help you heal first." Lu Keoj was equally shy, coughed lightly and then agreed. Lu Keoj subtly glanced at the paper Xinyan had held just now. The system also began to examine the paper in Xinyan's hand. Nothing could be discerned from this paper. Zhang Xinyan now looked at the paper in her hand and spoke, "Fellow Taoist Lu, do you need this?" Hearing Xinyan ask him, he replied, There seem to be some secrets on it. I want to study it." But he thought to himself, "I can't see through it, but the one in Mogate's coffin definitely can." Subsequently, Zhang Xinyan suddenly handed him the paper, and upon hearing Keoj needed it, she said, "Then keep it safe, this thing is useless to me." After Lu Keoj took the paper, he cast a spell to store it in the ring on his hand. As soon as it was stored, he said, "Thank you. Many thanks." Zhang Xinyan smiled faintly at his thanks, somewhat awkwardly stammering, "You're welcome." Keoj froze upon hearing this. After a few seconds, a smile bloomed on Keoj's handsome face. He softly said, "I understand." Zhang Xinyan suddenly stood up, looking towards the place where the explosion had occurred. She turned to him and asked in confusion, "Fellow Taoist Lu, what exactly happened here?" Zhang Xinyan suddenly saw something and asked again, "Also, who caused this sword mark?" The sword mark Xinyan referred to was the one left by Keoj when he fought Qilao's the monster, stretching across the mountain range. Lu Keoj softly said, "It was me." Upon hearing him say that, she turned around and looked at him in astonishment. Xinyan then turned to observe his sword mark again, frowning slightly in confusion. Then she also spoke, "This sword mark, I'm not even sure if I could block it." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Keoj smiled faintly. "Indeed, few at the fifth realm could block this sword mark of mine, but fellow Taoist Zhang, you definitely can." His words carried a hint of rebuttal, yet also a touch of praise, making her blush crimson. Xinyan then asked, "Fellow Taoist, have you already unsheathed your life-bound sword?" Upon hearing her words, he suddenly clasped his knees tightly, his brows furrowed slightly, and his tone grew heavy. He said, "I nurtured this sword for 10 years, precisely for today. Today I killed the enemy who murdered my parents. Qilao was merely an unexpected occurrence." Xinyan seemed to understand the pain he was trying to suppress. She froze in astonishment, continuously thinking, "So he nurtured his sword for 10 years to avenge his parents, but I don't know how to comfort him." She also blamed herself for being unable to alleviate even a shred of his pain. After some thought, Xinyan suddenly made a request, "Fellow Taoist, there's a cave ahead. Could you heal there?" Keoj replied indifferently, "As you say." Subsequently, the two of them rode Xinyan's flying eagle together to the cave she mentioned for his healing. After finding the cave ahead, Xinyan and Keoj temporarily stopped, entering the cave to heal him. As soon as they entered, Zhang Xinyan suddenly drew her sword and unleashed several powerful sword lights towards the rocks in the cave. After Xinyan struck a few times, she also carved out a safe seat. She suddenly spoke, requesting him, "Fellow Taoist Lu, please sit cross-legged, I will help you heal." Keoj then obeyed her, sat cross-legged, continuously covering his wounds with his hand, and softly said, "Then I shall trouble fellow Taoist Zhang." After speaking, Xinyan and Keoj sat together on the rock Xinyan had carved. She began to circulate spiritual energy to heal Keoj. As she circulated energy for healing, she continuously worried for Keoj, thinking to herself, "Fellow Taoist Lu's injuries are more severe than expected. 10 years of sealed sword, the moment it was unsheathed was incredibly powerful. But fellow Taoist Lu's body also bore an immense burden. If he had called me earlier, none of this would have happened, but if he did that, he wouldn't be Lu Keoj." In her heart, she continuously worried for the Keoj before her. Just as Zhang Xinyan was doing her utmost to heal him, he suddenly entered the system space. He spoke to notify the system, "Quest complete." Upon hearing his words, the system began to broadcast, "Dead Moon Gathering quest completed. Quest completion 101. Special reward obtained." Hearing the system announce his outstanding quest completion, Keoj stroked his chin, smiling contentedly. After fighting Chiao, he happily said, 101 completion as expected of me, Liu Kaioj. After speaking, Kaioj also claimed the special reward according to the system's instructions. Upon completion, the system broadcast again. First reward obtained, 3.5 million experience points. Hearing the system's reward announcement, he was ecstatic, secretly thinking with self-satisfaction. 3.5 million experience points. Killing Chiao's spirit only yielded 300,000, coupled with other scattered mutated beasts and demon cultivators. This time, aside from the experience points consumed, I still have over 5 million left. Going from level 30 to level 31 is only 300,000 experience points. This will last me a long time. No sooner had Liu Kaioj finished speaking than the system continued to broadcast, special reward, Dead Moon Altar. In the space shared by the system and Kaioj, the system pointed to the Dead Moon Altar as it spoke. The system also advised him, suggesting players form a team to go there only after reaching level 50. Liu Kaioj was still puzzled by that special reward. He stroked his chin, frowning in thought, then muttered to himself, "Special reward, the special reward is the location of the Dead Moon Altar, another new stronghold, and I need to go in a team after level 50? Is this stronghold really that powerful? If I, a chosen one, can't solo it at level 50? The more he spoke, the more confused he became. After much deliberation, Kaioj now smiled faintly and then spoke. All right, I've decided. I'll solo it after level 50. After speaking, the system continued to broadcast. Promotion to Third Realm quest completed, orange quality. Claim reward. Kaioj now chuckled triumphantly upon hearing this. It's here, the orange quality promotion quest. I fought tooth and nail to slay Chiao. Level 10 gave an enlightenment card. Level 20 gave a replication card. What will level 30 give? After speaking, the system suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Subsequently, a golden card filled with power appeared before him. The system broadcast, Sword Intent Enhancement card, usable only at current level. After the system began to award the reward to Kaioj, he received it with both hands and spoke, "It is you indeed. Sword Intent only appears after the third realm." Just after receiving the Sword Intent Enhancement card, Kaioj suddenly jumped up in ecstasy, excitedly saying, "And I'm already at Sword Intent level 3. Level 3 to level 4 is 8 million experience points. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. This time I've hit the jackpot." Zhang Xinyan was currently circulating energy to heal Kaioj, and she saw his body suddenly showing some improvement. She looked at him in surprise, astonished by his recovery capabilities. She pondered, spiritual energy circulation is normal, no problems. At this moment in the system space, he held the Sword Intent Enhancement card in his hand. He looked at it and then spoke. "Unfortunately, my current Sword Dao aptitude is only 3 points, so Sword Intent can't be enhanced further. Once Mogate upgrades to an 8th grade sect and I gain another point of Sword Dao aptitude, then it can be used. Until then, I just need to suppress my level." After speaking, he laughed triumphantly. Back in reality, Kaioj finally woke up, groggily opening his eyes. But suddenly, both Kaioj and Xinyan were stunned. She was now before him, and when he suddenly woke up, she was surprised. She thought to herself in utter panic, "Oh no, why did he suddenly wake up?" After Xinyan woke up, Kaioj looked at her before him and found her hand on his chest. He asked somewhat awkwardly, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, are you?" Kaioj suddenly questioned her, making Xinyan somewhat awkward because of her own actions. Shyly avoiding his gaze, she stammered, I said I saw you twitching and wanted to check your heart, would you believe me?" After speaking, Kaioj, completely unguarded, frankly replied, "Then I shall trouble fellow Taoist." He was also stunned by his own reply. At this moment, Xinyan continued to transfer her spiritual energy to Kaioj, but her mind kept replaying what he had just said. Fellow Taoist Lu unexpectedly trusts me so much, not even guarding his heart against me. This feeling is too strange. Even at Spring Autumn Mountain, no one has trusted me like this. She suddenly froze, then continuously thought, even so I should work even harder to heal Kaioj. Meanwhile, someone was treating a cultivator with a half-step 6th realm cultivation as a healer. Kaioj, enjoying the moment, thought, having a great cultivator with half-step 6th realm cultivation act as my nurse, what a blessing that many would kill for. Kaioj began to think wicked thoughts, an image of Xinyan in a nurse's uniform appearing in his mind. He drooled triumphantly, continuing to think, if she wore a nurse's uniform too, that would be absolutely perfect. Just as Kaioj was thinking wicked thoughts, Xinyan had finished transferring spiritual energy to heal him. She withdrew her hand and then said, "Fellow Taoist Lu, the medicinal effects have fully spread and your heart meridian is fine. You may open your eyes now." Just having thought wicked thoughts, Xinyan now told him to open his eyes. At this moment he again displayed his friendly and pure demeanor, touching his chest and continuously expressing gratitude. Many thanks, fellow Taoist, but he thought to himself, health restored by 2/3, the feeling of being drained has greatly reduced. Kaioj now found another topic to chat with Xinyan. If this were a novel, a lifesaver whose too outstanding would only be repaid by being a servant in the next life. He again stroked his chin, then added, "This time I truly owe fellow Taoist an immense debt of gratitude, not only saving my life but also healing me. For someone like fellow Taoist, I'm afraid I can only offer myself in marriage." As he said these words, he didn't notice that Xinyan was already blushing crimson, speechless. At this moment, the awkwardness in his words made Xinyan turn away, saying in a flustered tone, "Fellow Taoist is spouting nonsense again. After teasing her for a while, he burst into laughter. Zhang Xinyan hadn't completely shaken off her embarrassment. She turned to look at him, thinking to herself, his words are strange, but far more interesting than others. Xinyan suddenly noticed several cracks on the jade pendant she had given to Keoj, and she said, "This." Keoj also noticed that she had noticed the jade pendant on him. He immediately picked up the jade pendant in his hand and then thought to himself. Looking at this, Keoj now unhesitatingly handed the jade pendant to her and then spoke. "It was all thanks to the jade pendant fellow Taoist gave me, otherwise I wouldn't have lasted until your arrival." Unfortunately, after the array was activated, the jade pendant completely lost its effectiveness. The flourishing heart jade pendant had completely failed, even showing cracks. Seeing Keoj hand her the jade pendant and explain, Xinyan said nothing, just looked at the jade pendant, thinking to herself, "He's so intelligent, he must understand Xuan's intentions. How could I have acted so hastily?" She knew she couldn't help but blush when looking at Keoj. She glanced away, her face involuntarily turning completely red. Suddenly she shyly extended her hand and said to Keoj, "If it's already useless, fellow Taoist, why not return it to me?" Keoj, hearing this, did not give it to her, but tucked it into his embrace, chuckling softly and not forgetting to tease, "That won't do. How can something given away be taken back? Besides, I've grown attached to it." Zhang Xinyan, hearing this, blushed even more intensely. Unable to utter a single word at this moment on online forums and newspapers, people were discussing Keoj animatedly. Keoj's first sword strike was astonishing, but his second was even more terrifying. Keoj is actually entangled with a beautiful demoness. How terrifying, how terrifying. Mogate Sect Master's sword strike is invincible, defying the heavens. To have joined Mogate in this life. I truly have no regrets about joining Mogate Sect Master Lu. This story truly cannot be told without mentioning that beautiful streamer and Mogate. Just as Keoj's relationship with her was rapidly developing, he was also igniting the Tianquan world's forums. The forums were buzzing with discussions at this moment. Did he pull some strings? "I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. He's so handsome, I'm in love with him." Son of Tianquan, look quickly. Mogate is indeed powerful. He is the son of Tianquan. Mogate's reputation is widespread. Although we didn't see the end, Sect Master Lu must still be alive. Sect Master Lu is the son of Tianquan. How could he die? If he died, wouldn't the game crash? Use your little brains to think. He must be breaking through somewhere at this moment. HMPH, don't look down on Mogate for being a 9th grade sect. Our sect master is taking off like a rocket, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never bully a young man for his poverty. Mogate will eventually surpass the great Dao. Keoj, seeing the fervent discussions about himself on the forum, couldn't help but fold his arms proudly and look at the system panel, saying, "Indeed, thank you for trusting me so much. In any case, the high morale of these people will certainly greatly benefit Mogate's future development." After reading, he glanced at the cave entrance, recalling Zhang Xinyan. He thought, "She went out to buy medicine at dawn. She really looks like a busy little wife." Then he circulated spiritual energy and a dagger floated in his hand. He suddenly said, "Although fighting alongside each other like this feels good, I need to get back to Mogate quickly." Then he spoke to the dagger in his hand. "Go, find Dongi and tell that girl I'm safe." The dagger vanished upon his command. He spoke again. "Dongi, little flying sword, come." After the little flying sword delivered the message, he mused to himself. Calculating the time, fellow Taoist Zhang should be back soon, right? Sure enough, Zhang Xinyan had returned, holding healing medicine. She suddenly spoke, "Quick, the healing pills I just bought, eat them quickly." Saying this, Zhang Xinyan threw the healing pills to him. He reached out and caught them, forcing a smile. Thank you." But he thought, fellow Taoist Zhang is a bit volatile lately. The ice beauty isn't so icy anymore. As his mind raced, Zhang Xinyan frowned unhappily at this moment. "Don't thank me, eat them quickly. They're very good for your recovery." Seeing her about to raise her voice again, Keoj obediently did as told, holding a handful of pills and eating them quickly. Gulp, gulp, got it, he ate while thinking, once a teacher, forever a wife. "I don't need to worry too much." Keoj, chewing the medicine in his mouth, said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I'm preparing to return to the sect." Hearing that Keoj was returning to the sect, Zhang Xinyan felt as if struck by lightning. She froze for a few seconds, secretly saddened. "He's leaving." But Keoj suddenly spoke, interrupting her thoughts and startling her. He chewed his medicine and said, "Will you come back with me?" Zhang Xinyan was waiting for these words at this moment. She replied shyly and happily, "Yes, yes." Subsequently, Keoj and Zhang Xinyan returned to Mogate together. At this moment the sun was high and the sky was even bluer. On their way back to Mogate, Keoj and Zhang Xinyan chatted nonstop. Keoj was still eating his medicine, continuously saying, "Speaking of which, after this battle with Chiliao, fellow Taoist must have made some breakthrough, right?" Hearing Keoj ask about herself, Zhang Xinyan glanced at him lightly and said softly, I did gain some insights, but I'm still at 5th realm great completion. However, the bottleneck has loosened. I'm now halfway to the 6th realm." But she had another thought. Actually, the insights weren't due to the battle with Chiliao, but because of the peach blossom mark, because you made me certain of my feelings. Zhang Xinyan thought as she continuously looked at him, her gaze never leaving him. Keoj only spoke now, his hand still continuously stuffing medicine into his mouth. He said, "Then congratulations, fellow Taoist. Since your realm's bottleneck has loosened, I have a suggestion. Zhang Xinyan hearing this asked curiously, "What suggestion?" Lu Keaj now looked at her and said seriously, "Would you be willing to cultivate in seclusion at my Mogate?" She hearing this was suddenly stunned by his words. Not only was she stunned, she also coughed shyly, her cheeks flushing, and she stammered, "That's a good suggestion indeed. Mogate is quiet and peaceful. Truly a good place for seclusion." Her heart kept leaping with joy, secretly thinking, "He's inviting me to live at his home long term." Then he suddenly threw out an even more attractive suggestion. He suddenly winked at her, smiling and saying, "If you agree, I can even cook for fellow Taoist myself to repay your life-saving grace." Zhang Xinyan's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this enticing offer. Zhang Xinyan was now flushed with embarrassment by him. She coughed lightly, gave him a tender glance, her cheeks uncontrollably reddening from shyness, and then she replied, "All right then, I'll intrude for a while." But at this moment she secretly muttered, "Wait, didn't he say he would offer himself yesterday? How did it become cooking to repay today? No, why am I having such strange thoughts?" she thought as she shook her head, too shy to speak. Lu Keaj, chewing his medicine, saw her like this and was a bit confused. Lu Keaj suddenly asked, "What are you thinking, fellow Taoist?" Zhang Xinyan hearing this stopped her strange actions and having been serious moments ago replied, "Nothing." Lu Keaj teased her again. He asked, "Is there anything you want to eat?" At this moment Zhang Xinyan was trying hard to remain serious, not showing her previous expression, and she said seriously, "Anything is fine." Lu Keaj deliberately teased her again. He asked once more, "Really?" She didn't want to answer him again at this moment, so she remained silent. She suddenly remembered the mandarin fish from before, the last time she had risked her life to save him, and she thought to herself, "That mandarin fish last time I couldn't eat more than one bite." At this moment she paused for a few seconds, then shyly replied, "Mandarin fish is fine too." After speaking she turned her head to look away, and he hearing her reply couldn't stop smiling happily. Zhang Xinyan's flushed cheeks at this moment caught his attention. He looked at her, thinking to himself, "She seems to have gained a few unusual touches of human warmth in front of me." A moment later, they finally returned to Danching Peak of Mogate, his hometown. At this moment at Mogate, a young man was standing in front of a live streaming camera pointing at Mogate and saying, "Brothers, today is my 250th attempt to clear the dungeon. I'm definitely going to make it, I guarantee it with my money." After speaking, the young man ran off quickly, shouting, "Let me through." Suddenly, at the gigantic stone obstacle, the young man was kicked flying again. Wow, 250th challenge failed. At the flying bamboo arrow obstacle, people were battling, countless bamboo shoots flying towards them. People were clamoring and shouting, "You can't hit me, you can't hit me. Ouch, ah, you hit me, that hurts." At the giant wooden hammer obstacle, people's heads were constantly being struck by the wood and people screamed in pain, oh my god, is this really an obstacle that humans can pass? Ouch, my head is going to be smashed." At this moment, Zhang Xinyan and Lu Keaj had also returned and they stood together on high observing. Zhang Xinyan, seeing this group of strange people, asked, "Fellow Taoist, are these people all here to seek the Tao at Mogate?" Lu Keaj then explained, "Yes, they all want to enter Mogate. This situation has been going on for a while." Zhang Xinyan at this moment watched and thought, even at Spring Autumn Mountain, one of the 4 great sacred lands, many disciples come to seek apprenticeship and the mountain gate is quite grand. But how are these obstacles not like normal sect disciple assessments? Normal sects highly value root bone and comprehension, while Mogate values reactionability. In her opinion, ordinary sects focused on comprehension, root bone, perseverance, and talent, while Mogate's assessment tested reactionability, combat awareness, and resistance to attacks. If one's root bone is poor, what's the use of strong reaction? But he must be right. She glanced at him, looking for a long time. Suddenly, below them, someone called out, "Brother, Senior Zhang." Hearing this, he and she descended together. Suddenly, a little Mogate girl rushed towards him, calling out, "Brother." Zhang Xinyan, seeing this, was startled, thinking, Is she trying to hug fellow Taoist Lu? Lu Keaj glanced at her, seeing that she also looked very displeased. Lu Keaj didn't say much but pushed the little girl away. He said, "Don't worry. Thanks to fellow Taoist Zhang arriving in time and helping me kill Chiliao, I'm fine." Zhang Xinyan, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at him, secretly thinking, that was close. Although I knew she was his sister, if she had hugged him, I still wouldn't have been able to help but get angry. How strange. After careful reflection, Zhang Xinyan felt her thoughts were even stranger. She asked herself, "Angry? Why should I be angry?" Lu Dongli seemed not to notice Zhang Xinyan's strange attitude. As soon as she saw her, Dongli respectfully thanked her. "Thank you, Sister Zhang, for your timely assistance." The surrounding people immediately knelt down in unison, shouting, "Thank you, Senior Zhang, for your timely assistance." Faced with this situation, Zhang Xinyan was very surprised. Lu Keaj noticed Zhang Xinyan's confused expression, but he just looked at her, thinking gently, this situation makes her at a loss. After all, she rarely accepts thanks from others. While Zhang Xinyan was still in a daze, not understanding what was happening, Lu Keaj spoke for her. All right, everyone, let's go into the main hall first." Dongli, seeing her brother was incredibly excited, she kept asking, "Brother, I have so many questions to ask. Sect Master Uncle, do you still cook?" But Lu Keaj, before she finished, hastily interrupted her, asking a question that confused everyone around. "Sect Master Uncle, can I still cook?" On Lu Keaj's journey back to Mogate, as soon as his sword, not too late, was unsheathed, the entire Qingzhou began to boil on the streets. People were clamoring, "Have you heard? Lu Keaj's sword is unsheathed." In an inn, a person sat and also began to discuss Lu Keaj. They said that the moment he drew his sword, he split Mountain Ghost Valley with one strike, killing many demon cultivators. A woman hearing Liu Keiage's reputation was filled with admiration, and she sighed. Many people have been discussing this recently. If it's true, it really brings honor to us sword cultivators. A man sat nearby. While everyone else revered Liu Keiage, he had a puzzled expression on his face. He's just a small second realm cultivator. His sword being unsheathed isn't a big deal in Qingzhou. But I heard he killed demon cultivators of 4th realm cultivation and above who were quite prominent, he continued in a more worried tone. If it's true, then Liu Keiage's status is probably comparable to the top 3 of the 4 divine swords. Another man also began to voice his opinion. It's indeed very possible, after all. Their experiences and descriptions align very well with the facts. On the other side, Chen Xiao was sitting when Duyu suddenly stood up abruptly, holding his long sword, trembling. Duyu said, "Junior brother Chen, let's go to Mountain Ghost Valley." Looking at Duyu, Chen Xiao was very confused by his strange behavior. He thought, "Senior brother Duyu's hand is trembling." Duyu walked step by step toward the outside, his mind racing, but a slight smile appeared on his lips as if he was very satisfied. Finally it's unsheathed. Senior brother Keiage's 10 years of sealed sword. It's been a full 10 years. Chen Xiao followed behind and asked, "Senior brother Duyu, is Sect Master Lu's lifebound sword truly as powerful as the rumors say?" Duyu stopped, calmly answering Chen Xiao's question. "I don't know, but we'll see the result when we get there, but I believe this sword strike is definitely extraordinary." Duyu's gaze drifted into the distance. In the clear blue sky, birds flew in flocks, disappearing into the clouds. Duyu's voice resonated through the heavens and earth. "This sword strike is very sharp." At the foot of a cliff, a man stood alone, watching flocks of birds fly by, then suddenly spoke softly, his tone carrying a strong killing intent. The man continued to walk, his voice still echoing. Junior brother said that this young man comprehended sword intent at the 1st realm, and at the 2nd realm, after guidance, he obtained the 2nd layer of sword intent, that is sword venerable. He walked leisurely, observing everything around him, discussing the rumors about Liu Keiage that had been circulating among the people for days. If that's truly the case, then the sword intent contained in this strike has indeed reached the 2nd layer. No wonder Junior brother was overjoyed and wanted to take him as a disciple. The sword venerable's gaze extended into the distance, his eyes filled with contemplation, but his tone carried admiration. "This disciple is extraordinary." He walked step by step on the sand, dust swirling around him in gusts of strong wind spreading far and wide in the vast space. The sword venerable stood alone, talking to himself. Yet that wasn't all. Suddenly, from afar, a wisp of strange green smoke appeared before him. Making the sword venerable stop to observe, he stared intently in that direction, asking himself in confusion, "What's that?" To figure out what it was, he quickly teleported to the strange green smoke. Arriving there, the sword venerable appeared in midair very close to the strange green smoke. The wisp of green smoke immediately flew into the sword venerable's hand. He carefully observed the object in his hand. The sword venerable hesitated and said, "This sword intent first." Suddenly his face became even more joyful. He was filled with excitement about what he had just discovered. The power of this sword strike had not yet reached the level of 10 years of sharpening a sword. But this sword strike moved forward without hesitation, disdaining everything, resolute. After hearing the sword venerable's words, the wisp of green smoke suddenly transformed into a black-purple glow. His temperament is not bad. The power around that wisp of smoke suddenly erupted even more fiercely. It was no longer the small wisp of green smoke in the sword venerable's hand. At this moment the black-purple smoke was gradually enveloping everything around it. Seeing this strange change, the sword venerable suddenly thought of something very important. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wait!" The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing golden smoke before his astonished face. Watching the continuously changing smoke, the sword venerable was shocked to discover that this sword strike was actually the 3rd layer of sword intent. The smoke quickly vanished, leaving the sword venerable alone in the desert, buffeted by strong winds, raising gusts of white sand that engulfed everything they passed. Sword venerable looked up, concluding that there was still some distance from 2nd realm great completion to the 3rd realm. But this sword intent had actually reached the 3rd layer. The sword venerable's stance indeed exuded a very peculiar aura. He just stood there, looking at the sky and the flying birds, still talking to himself. If only he had been born 100 years earlier, how wonderful that would have been, he thought to himself. "Duyu, you are truly fortunate. You have someone to accompany you, someone to encourage you, someone to inspire your fighting spirit. The path of the sword feels exhilarating when walked like this, but I am not as fortunate as you," he said regretfully. He asked himself, "Is senior brother looking down on me?" He murmured to himself, "I have a pretty good junior brother," but if he were to see this scene, at this moment, Gui Changkong's image appeared in his mind in contrast to his thoughts. Gui Changkong's questioning voice rang out, "Senior brother is wrong again. Senior brother is completely wrong. Senior brother is unreasonably wrong, unbelievably wrong. Ha 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 ha." The sword venerable showed surprise at Gui Changkong's response. He mentioned that his junior brother once said that Liu Keiage was unwilling to become his disciple because he already had a master. He lamented about the demon cultivator slain by that 10-year forged sword. That's the taste of Senior Luo. Speaking of which, he thought of Luo Heshan again. He said, "It's been a long time since I visited Senior Luo. I'll bother him today." No sooner had he spoken than he immediately moved across the ground, leaving only a wisp of dust and a phantom image. Half an hour later, in the vast sky, 2 figures were speeding across. "Senior brother Duyu, look." It was Chen Xiao and Duyu who were on their way to Mountain Ghost Valley. The two young men soared on their swords, circling majestically. Chen Xiao couldn't help but say, "This, even a great cultivator would find it difficult to unleash this sword strike." As if something had just appeared before his eyes, Duyu exclaimed in surprise, "So powerful, this sword strike deserves the title Suppressing Tianquan," he thought to himself. He revealed a worried expression, secretly pondering, "But when can I withstand this sword strike?" Gui Changkong suddenly and unexpectedly appeared beside them. He said to them, "Little Duyu, you're still far from it." His appearance greatly surprised Duyu. He abruptly turned to look at him, and seeing Gui Changkong, both young men, Chen Xiao and Duyu, couldn't help but feel reverence. They clasped their hands in salute. "Disciple Chen Xiao greets Vice Sect Master Gui." He looked at the vast mountain forest and warned them, "Little Duyu, you, a newly entered 5th realm cultivator, absolutely cannot withstand this sword strike." After hearing this, he stiffened, his face filled with disappointment and worry. "Even a 5th realm cultivator is not worthy?" Seeing Duyu's expression, Gui Changkong was thoughtful. Senior Uncle Gui sensed something amiss and flew forward. He said, "There's a strange feeling there. I'll go take a look." Above, Chen Xiao and Duyu followed closely on their swords, both feeling very puzzled by their senior uncle's intention. When the three landed, Duyu asked, "Senior Uncle Gui, what did you discover?" Ahead, Senior Uncle suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, third layer of sword intent, third layer of sword intent, ha ha." Yellow smoke billowed from his palm and he laughed triumphantly, looking up at the sky. "This kid is about to break through. He's already reached the third layer of sword intent. What about senior brother?" "Senior brother?" No sooner had he spoken than to Chen Xiao and Duyu's astonishment he shot up into the sky, leaving only his sky-shattering laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." Seeing this, Chen Xiao immediately turned to Duyu worriedly and asked, "Senior brother Duyu, does the Vice Sect Master mean that Sect Master Lu has already comprehended the third layer of sword intent?" Duyu was also utterly shocked at this moment, freezing for a few seconds before Chen Xiao's question. After a moment, Duyu stammered in reply, "Perhaps." Duyu continued, "Senior brother Kaoj only achieved sword intent a few days before me. Now on the path of sword intent I can't even see his shadow." Hearing this, Chen Xiao retorted bluntly, "Does senior brother still need to hide those mysterious deeds?" The two stood in a vast empty space with the wind howling, both deep in thought. Duyu replied to Chen Xiao with a tone of acceptance, "It can't be hidden anymore." After senior uncle returned to the sect, senior brother Kaoj's name had already spread throughout the sword sect. A faint smile suddenly blossomed on Duyu's face and a thought flashed through his mind as if urging himself, "Duyu, you must practice sword, 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 practice sword." In the vast world he watched flocks of birds fly by, a vow deeply etched in Duyu's thoughts. Practice sword, catch up with senior brother Kaoj, catch up. The scene shifted to the sword sect where wind and clouds intertwined, enveloping a huge glowing greatsword. Someone shouted, "Senior brother, come out and admit your mistake to your junior brother." Everyone below looked up at the sky. There was a very strange figure there, leaving everyone puzzled. A man who seemed to be the leader of the sect asked, "Senior brother Gui, what happened?" Senior uncle stroked his beard in the air at this moment, laughing triumphantly. "That half-disciple of mine with second realm great completion unleashed a sword strike that surpassed great cultivators, and he also reached the third layer of sword intent." Hearing this, everyone below was astonished and they all curiously pressed, "A single sword strike from second realm great completion, surpassing great cultivators. Second realm great completion and even reached the third layer of sword intent? Such talent is even greater than senior brother Duyu." The sword sect immediately pressed, Then who is that person? Is he a disciple of our sword sect?" Senior uncle stroked his beard and smiled happily at the sect master's question. "He is not a disciple of the sword sect but the sect master of Mogate, Lu Kaoj." Hearing this, everyone below exchanged bewildered glances. "Which sect among the lower 100 sects is Mogate? It seems that way. I have no impression at all." Lu Kaoj, I seem to have heard that name somewhere. Aunt Ning Ying immediately thought in surprise when she heard senior uncle's words. "Kaoj, oh Kaoj, do you really need to scare people from time to time?" Suddenly she wiped away tears, secretly relieved. "You two can rest in peace in heaven." Those two children truly suffered back then. In a tranquil village by a clear green river, village women were busy washing clothes by the river. They chatted animatedly. "Niu definitely looks like a child, looked even younger last night." The middle-aged women skillfully scrubbed clothes, constantly laughing and joking, making random remarks. "Isn't your Dashan Shan also pretty good? I think it's better to be good-looking. A dark face is really ugly." Here, the sword venerable walked leisurely towards the village. He thought, "This is where Senior Lua lives in seclusion. I should walk over to show respect." Hearing the movement, an auntie immediately turned to look at the sword venerable, surprise evident on her face. With curiosity and interest she blurted out, "Ah, that pretty boy is truly graceful." The nearby aunties quickly turned their heads, their eyes gleaming, eagerly asking, "Where's the pretty boy?" He stood tall and straight, radiating an extraordinary aura not to be underestimated. They praised him endlessly. "What a handsome guy, if only I could spend the night with him." They immediately swarmed around him, striking seductive poses, excitedly enticing him. "Handsome guy, where are you from? Where are you planning to sleep tonight? I have a room at my house." "Handsome guy, don't listen to her. My bed is soft and big." They surrounded him, constantly giggling at the awkward scene. The sword venerable just gave an embarrassed chuckle. The sword venerable continued walking into the village, with the three women still enthusiastically following him. To end the current situation, the Sword Venerable politely clasped his hands expressing sincerity and said, "I'm just here to visit a senior, please don't follow me anymore." But they still replied carelessly, it's fine, I can wait for you here." "Yes, me too." He lowered his head, a cunning cold smile playing on his lips. He whispered, "What are you all doing gathered here?" The three women froze instantly, their eyes vacant as if their souls had been extracted. Suddenly, the Sword Venerable vanished as if he had never appeared. The three aunties were astonished, not understanding what had happened. They kept asking, "Where are our clothes?" "Oh no, the clothes are still by the river." Before them was a spacious wooden house looking very simple. Raising his hand to knock on the door, the Sword Venerable softly called out, "Senior Luo." A low voice came from inside. "Come in." Hearing this, the Sword Venerable gently pushed the door open and slowly walked in. Inside, a senior was skillfully weaving wicker, and he said, "Find a seat yourself, I don't have tea here, feel free." The Sword Venerable clasped his hands and respectfully saluted the senior. An elder dressed in simple clothes sat in a wooden wheelchair. He was Luo Heshan, one of the 4 great divine swords. The Sword Venerable sat down calmly, looked at Luo Heshan and called out, "Senior Luo." Suddenly, a noise came from outside. There was a splashing sound in the courtyard, and a young boy was panting heavily, laboriously carrying water. The Sword Venerable looked at the boy, his face filled with curiosity, and asked Luo Heshan, "Senior Luo, who is this?" He still focused on his hands, calmly replying, "I am a cripple and I always need help with daily life." The boy gently approached the Sword Venerable, then turned to look at Luo Heshan in confusion and then asked, "Senior Luo, you are still the same as before, always wanting to change everything and disliking the use of spiritual power, but why seal this young boy's spiritual power?" No sooner had he spoken than the Sword Venerable again looked at the boy. He mused, "This young boy is at first realm great completion, but it seems his spiritual power has been sealed for over a year." Suddenly, Luo Heshan appeared displeased, his gaze stern, and he sternly reprimanded, "Why are you standing there in a daze trying to be lazy again? Go pour the water into the basin, then fetch another bucket from the well." Hearing Senior Luo's command, the boy hurriedly bent down to pick up the heavy bucket. A hint of weariness on his face, the boy trudged towards the water basin with tired steps. The Sword Venerable looked at his back and said, "Senior Luo, this boy's physique is a bit special." Luo Heshan's face showed a hint of surprise. His hands still skillfully wove the wicker, and he softly replied, "By chance he lacked innate qi, and there's also yin-cold qi distributed within his body." No sooner had he spoken than Luo Heshan changed the topic. "Why did you come to see me?" Hearing this, the Sword Venerable revealed a faint smile. As if he understood the deeper meaning in Senior Luo's words, he gave an embarrassed chuckle and replied, "I spoke too much. Recently, a very interesting young man appeared in Qingzhou. On the night of the winter solstice, he unleashed a sword strike that bears some resemblance to Senior Luo's sword style." Luo Heshan suddenly stopped. He looked at the Sword Venerable and with a hint of interest replied, "Oh, tell me about it." The sky here was azure, dotted with a few white clouds. Inside the manor, the Sword Venerable told Luo Heshan everything he knew. Luo Heshan now understood the situation. He still maintained his calm demeanor and replied, 10 years of forging a sword, his temperament is not bad, it's just that his sword is not like mine. From what you say, this sword's killing intent is too strong." Suddenly, Luo Heshan thoughtfully looked up at the ceiling. He then added, "But he and I do have similarities." Hearing this, the Sword Venerable was somewhat excited. He eagerly replied, "Exactly. That's why this junior wants to know where he learned his sword techniques." Luo Heshan seemed to understand the deeper meaning of the previous words. He focused on the item he was weaving in his hands and replied in a deep voice, "You can tell that Gui Chongkong kid, I am not that kid's mysterious master." Suddenly, the young boy stumbled, spilling water all over the floor, his tender hands covered in scratches. Seeing this, he immediately sternly reprimanded, "You're clumsy, a good-for-nothing." The young boy huddled up in fear like a puppy. After that somewhat awkward moment passed, Luo Heshan coughed a few times and resumed his serious demeanor. He looked at the Sword Venerable and said, "In my opinion, Lukeaj, that kid being able to reach the 3rd layer of sword intent at the 2nd realm, and having nurtured his sword for 10 years indeed aligns very well with my lineage's heritage. If I had met him first, I would have taken him as my disciple." Hearing this conversation, the young boy's eyes lit up, those purple eyes like precious unpolished jade. The Sword Venerable saw the young boy's expression and understood. He softly replied, "Looking at his expression, this young boy must be Senior Luo's disciple." The young boy, with dust on his face and shining golden hair, was surprised to hear these words. In Luo Heshan's simple old house, the Sword Venerable looked with interest at the dusty young boy before him. He pondered, if he really is Senior Luo's disciple, then sealing his realm is easy to understand after all. Senior Luo himself is a renowned figure, and among them is the majestic Luo Heshan. Luo Heshan ranks 3rd among the 4 divine swords of Qingzhou, even above Sword Sect Master Li Suifeng. The other 3 sword sovereigns all have 8th realm cultivation, while only Luo Heshan is at 6th realm great completion. While pondering, he looked at the elder. He secretly thought, but if there's anyone whose sword I should fear in this world, it's only Senior Luo. In Luo Heshan's heroic days, he held a sword in one hand and gently caressed the blade with the other. His face was covered in killing intent, and both he and his sword emanated powerful spiritual energy. Thoughts flashed through his mind. If this senior were to unleash his life-bound sword, its power would immediately reach 8th realm great completion, and the might of this single sword strike would surpass everything. This sword streaked across the night sky, revealing an exquisite move. A single sword strike made the dragon chi struggle in pain, and violent lightning continuously struck the opponent. He had previously unleashed 9 sword strikes, and in his lifetime he could only unleash 1 more, but this strongest sword strike could reach the legendary 9th realm. Returning to reality, the sword venerable looked at Luo Heshan with interest, secretly thinking, that's the 9th realm which I don't even understand. Luo Heshan broke the silence and asked, earlier you said Liu Keaj is not a disciple of the sword sect and he became a sect master so young. Which sect is he from? I want to see if he shares the same lineage as me. The sword venerable's face wore a gentle smile, and he calmly replied, he belongs to the Azure Dragon stream area, and his sect is called Mogate. Hearing this, he reacted very strongly, immediately turned to look at the sword venerable, his eyes wide, anxiously pressing, Mogate? Before he finished, Luo Heshan abruptly turned to the young boy, leaned forward and eagerly continued, the Mogate of Azure Dragon Stream, is it the Mogate I know? The boy looked a little timid, his eyes watery as he looked at him. He gently nodded, leaning back in his chair, still with a surprised look on his face. He continued in a daze, so he's the sect master uncle you've often whispered about in my ear? In the bamboo house, Liu Keaj kept sneezing. Ah, who's thinking about me? He rubbed his small nose with his hand, looking at the system panel before him, and muttered to himself, I just thought about the remaining disciples that Dongi mentioned, and their names lit up in the system, proving they are all safe. Why haven't those little ones returned home yet? Liu Keaj stared intently at Yang Shu's avatar, secretly worried, especially about this beautiful little one. Were you bullied outside? Back at Senior Luo's estate, Yang Shu timidly and softly replied, Liu Keaj is indeed my sect master uncle. Hearing his affirmative answer, Luo Heshan was stunned once again, many thoughts surfacing in his mind. This kid Yang Shu's sect master uncle is Liu Keaj, so his master must be Liu Keaj's sister, Liu Dongi, and Gui Chongkong has taken Liu Dongi as his disciple. A series of intricate and complex relationships unfolded in his mind, making Luo Heshan feel dizzy and break out in a cold sweat. Thought it's a mess, too messy. Suddenly he imagined Gui Chongkong triumphantly extending his hand to him, saying, Senior Luo, how about from now on you call me Master Gui, and I call you Senior Luo? Thinking of this, Luo Heshan was so furious his face turned ashen, his body trembled, and he gritted his teeth thinking, is this first sword to be used against that fellow surnamed Li? The sword venerable observed silently from the side, thinking, Senior Luo is probably afraid of junior brother. Luo Heshan, utterly depressed, took out his anger on Yang Shu. He loudly chastised, go fetch 2 more buckets of water. Yang Shu, hearing this, quickly bowed and hurriedly assented. Yang Shu picked up the water buckets, revealing red and swollen marks on his hands. The sword venerable, seeing this, couldn't help but show surprise. Seeing him struggle so much, the sword venerable secretly helped, transmitting some spiritual energy to him. This kid is too weak, I'll give him a hand. Spiritual energy surged through Yang Shu's body. He was astonished. Huh? Yang Shu glanced at the sword venerable, his eyes sparkling, cheeks flushed, a smile on his lips. He thought that senior is helping me. As expected, he's both powerful and kind, just like sect master uncle. With the help, he scurried off to fetch water like a squirrel, a smile also appearing on his face. He thought, sect master uncle is already so amazing. I wonder how master and Mogate are doing. As he passed a stone, suddenly a few ugly and wicked individuals mocked him. Yo little girl, how many buckets of water do you need to carry today? Come spend a pleasant night with this old man and I'll help you carry water. Red lips and white teeth, be my wife, okay? Yang Shu glared at them with sharp eyes, seething with anger, thinking, indeed in this world only sect master uncle wouldn't humiliate me. Recalling the past, the sky was azure blue and below was Liu Keaj's courtyard. In the courtyard an elder was instructing 3 children. He pointed at them and softly said, this is where mortals reside. Come clean it once every 3 months. I'm old, so I'll leave it to you 3 from now on, one child excitedly asked. Will all 3 of us live here then? A benevolent smile appeared on the elder's face. He extended a finger and happily replied, only one person can stay, and that person will definitely be the strongest man. Everyone was excited, thinking that as long as they cleaned the room they might be noticed by the cultivator master, and then there was a good chance of becoming their disciple. Yang Shu was somewhat dejected. He lowered his head and thought, the strongest man, that definitely won't be me. As they began working, the children were full of energy, diligently wiping things down, continuously singing, I wipe, I wipe, I wipe, wipe, wipe. The cultivator master will surely see my effort. In the distance, Yang Shu was struggling to carry heavy water buckets. Suddenly a pale-faced child shrieked in horror. Oh no, there's a dead mouse here. It stinks, seems like it's been dead for days. Yang Shu saw his brothers at a loss, felt uneasy, and broke into a cold sweat. He thought, my 2 brothers are usually terrified of these things. Mom used to handle these matters, but now it's probably my turn, isn't it? In Mogate's courtyard the 2 brothers quickly covered their noses, their faces pale, complaining incessantly. I can't believe even a cultivator master's home has such things. It's so stinky, they'll definitely make us clean it. They immediately started to shift blame. I don't want to do it, you go, the other replied. I don't want to either, it's so dirty I don't want to touch it. Yang Shu witnessed this awkward scene, tightly clenching his trembling hands. Although his body shivered violently from fear, he gritted his teeth, thinking, this is the Cultivator Master's room. If it stays this smelly, the Cultivator Master will definitely be uncomfortable. Thinking this, Yang Shu suppressed the fear in his heart, his face pale, and walked towards his two brothers saying, I'll do it, I'll do it. They were surprised by his action and stammered, can you do it? Yang Shu slowly squatted down, one hand covering his nose, the other carefully reaching for the mouse. His face was pale, cold sweat streamed down, and he stammered, I can do it. The two brothers behind him were equally terrified. Yang Shu, holding the mouse, quickly walked towards the door. Seeing him gradually disappear behind the door, the two brothers immediately mimicked his actions and words, continuously mocking and ridiculing, I can do it, ha ha ha. Their laughter could still be heard outside Mogate. Tears welled in Yang Shu's eyes as he buried the mouse, comforting himself. Yang Shu couldn't help but cry, I am a man. A large hand gently rested on his head from behind and ruffled his hair. That person praised, the courtyard duties are yours from now on, little man. Yang Shu immediately looked up, and before his eyes was the majestic and awe-inspiring Cultivator Master. He looked at him in surprise with a hint of joy from being praised. This is the first time anyone has called me a man. The sun set, the sky a beautiful blend of orange and red. Below is Mogate's dining hall. Sounds continuously echoed from the hall. Sect Master Uncle's final dish, mandarin fish. They cheered excitedly. On the lavish dining table, a visually and aromatically appealing fish dish was served. They praised it incessantly. Young Master's cooking is so enchanting. Time to eat. Time to eat. I'm going to lick the plate clean today. Before Mu Dongfeng could easily get his wish, Shiao Chu blocked his chopsticks with hers, angrily saying, Senior brother, no licking the plate. This plate is mine today. Facing this awkward situation, he was very surprised. The sounds of their squabble stirred the entire dining hall. Lu Keaj walked over, admonishing them all to be quiet, and everyone immediately became as still as statues. He calmly sat down at the dining table and said, Fellow Taoist Zhang, please have a taste and see if it suits your palate. Zhang Xinyan gazed at him with affection, her cheeks flushed, a faint smile gracing her lips. She gently assented with a then picked up a piece of the tempting fish before her, her face full of anticipation, and lightly brought it to her mouth. Zhang Xinyan tasted it, continuously marveling at the dish in her heart, this familiar taste, this familiar feeling, this familiar deliciousness. Her face was filled with happiness as if her taste buds were exploding in her mouth. Zhang Xinyan remained composed, gently nodding in response to Lu Keaj's anticipation. It's delicious. Hearing her say so, he merely glanced at her and smiled faintly. Shiao Chu on the other side rested her chubby little face on the table, drooling, her eyes greedily fixated, murmuring, Shiao Chu is so hungry. Sect Master Uncle, I also want to taste if it suits my palate. Lu Keaj then replied, Go ahead and eat. A lively atmosphere filled the dining hall as they ate and chatted. Sect Master Uncle's braised pork is still the best, and the mandarin fish tastes great too. I can't stop. I need to eat 10 bowls of rice today. After the meal, Zhang Xinyan continued her secluded cultivation. Late at night, other things were happening. As night fell here in Lu Dongli's bamboo house, a small candlelight flickered, and Lu Dongli's sharp eyes appeared in the darkness. She said in a deep voice, Brother, shall we begin now? Lu Keaj sat opposite her, his hands clasped on the table, obscuring a third of his face. He grimly replied, Yes, late at night, with a high moon and clear breeze, this is the moment. Lu Dongli's face broke into a cunning smile, full of excitement. As the table was piled high with glittering treasure bags, she hurriedly emptied the rings onto the table, saying, Let's start counting the spoils from annihilating the Dead Moon Society. Everything from inside the rings is here, all demon cultivator treasures. His eyes lit up as he looked at the plump treasure bags, a cunning smile on his face. He replied, Every item means money, little sister. You'll become a true little rich woman. Lu Dongli put her hands on her hips, pouting as she replied, Far from it. Brother has taken in so many handyman disciples now, it will definitely cost a lot of money. Lu Keaj placed his hand on the pile of treasures on the table, thoughtfully saying, Let little sister handle these matters. I hate accounting the most. After speaking, he pondered inwardly. Even in my previous life, I don't remember how many digits were on my bank card, mainly because there were too many. He suddenly looked at the treasures on the table in surprise, then blurted out, This is. Keaj reached out and picked up a ring, examining it carefully. She, seeing this, asked confusedly, What's wrong, brother? He placed the ring on the table. A jade-green light gathered together. He explained, This large a piece of soul jade fragment is enough for Ding to break through to the second realm. The green light of the soul jade illuminated Lu Dongli's face. She couldn't hide her surprise and hurriedly asked, Is it really okay for Ding to absorb this? Lu Keaj picked up the soul jade, examining it carefully. A determined look on his face, he replied, At least for now, it's safe to absorb. I will guard him during his breakthrough. If there are no problems, I will protect him with all my strength. With matters settled, Lu Keaj calmly walked outside. Under the moonlight, Lu Keaj was pensive, his mind in a turmoil as he gazed at the moon. When he absorbs it, I will guard him. If there are no problems, I will protect him with all my strength. Under the starry sky, Lu Keaj walked calmly, deep in thought. Ding and the sword of the Nether King must have some connection. I hope this breakthrough yields some results. Liu Kai suddenly realized an important issue. He froze, his face filled with bewilderment. Right, where's Ding? I can't sense the kid's presence. I don't know where he is. He closed his eyes, concentrating intensely, secretly thinking, first I'll use my divine sense to find him. The night was quiet, stars twinkling. Liu Kai calmly walked in from outside, a hint of annoyance on his face, and cursed, "You rascal, you made your master search for ages." Hearing the call, Ding quickly turned back to look at the door. He froze, not understanding what had happened. He took out the soul jade fragment, walked towards Ding and said, "Quickly sit down and meditate. Your master has found the soul jade for you." He secretly worried, "This rascal's presence is too weak. I almost couldn't even find him with my divine sense." Ding, hearing this, quickly wiped his hands and focused intently on the soul jade fragment, thinking, "Master specially found this for me." Ding walked towards Liu Kai, respectfully taking the soul jade with both hands. Liu Kai suddenly withdrew his hand, surprising Ding, and asked, "What are you doing? Are you planning to take this thing and go hide somewhere to cultivate in seclusion?" Ding looked timidly at his master, gently nodded. Liu Kai's face held a determined expression, and he continued, "No need to hide. Your master will guard you today. Meditate right here." Ding, hearing this, opened his mouth wide in surprise. Ding immediately accepted his master's request, his face beaming with a smile as he looked at him. Faced with his master's displeasure, he gently lowered his head, showing gratitude and respect for his elder. Suddenly, Liu Kai firmly knocked Ding on the head with his hand, making him wince in pain. Ding clutched his head, looking up at his master. Liu Kai narrowed his eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. He then said, "I'm your master. Why are you being so polite with me? Sit down." Ding, hearing this, immediately sat down. Liu Kai stood tall, one hand behind his back, looking very imposing. Calmly handed the soul jade forward and finally instructed, "Concentrate your mind and calm your spirit." Ding closed his eyes tightly, concentrating intensely. The soul jade then flew to his glabella and a green light appeared, first at first realm 8th heaven, then first realm 9th heaven. Ding's body gradually became enveloped in illusory green light, and a surge of spiritual power gradually condensed above his hands. Liu Kai, standing outside, observed intently. He was very shocked, thinking, this kid's conversion rate is quite high. Spiritual energy surrounded him, becoming increasingly turbulent, and a few drops of sweat also seeped onto his face. He had already reached first realm great completion. Liu Kai thought, first realm great completion means he's reached level 20. To break through to that special realm, he'll still need the aid of pills. But the aura of the soul jade hadn't been fully absorbed yet. Ding's face showed an expression of pain, and the spiritual energy continued to burn fiercely like a strong green flame. Liu Kai observed secretly, and couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, is this posture meant to break through the barrier directly with the soul jade alone? Suddenly a surge of power burst outwards, tearing apart the space here. He was stunned by that spiritual energy eruption, a thought flashing through his mind. Is this kid trying to create a miracle? Suddenly a pitch-black shadow appeared around where Ding was meditating. The shadow gradually spread, and a wave of unease surged in Liu Kai's heart, a worried look clearly showing on his face, and he said, the dark shadow has started again. Strange dark shadows appeared surrounding Ding, continuously emitting ear-piercing screams. He frowned, trying hard to endure. Unable to bear it any longer, Ding suddenly stretched out his hand, releasing the surging spiritual energy within his body, his eyes flashing with a mad glint. He seemed to have gone mad, and strange wrinkles appeared on his face. Liu Kai immediately chanted a spell, placed his hand on his forehead, and a magic array appeared. He simultaneously suppressed his raging body and soothed him. Ding gradually calmed down, continuing his meditation, his face streaming with sweat, and he had already reached the second realm. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Your sect's main quest, Mogate's Growth Phase 2, has been completed. Mogate meets the upgrade conditions. Do you wish to upgrade? A triumphant smile appeared on Liu Kai's face, the corners of his mouth turned upwards. Finally. Oh, the notification has changed, he pondered. Ding's breakthrough to the second realm is why the Sect upgrade quest was completed. 3 cultivators of the second realm or above were required. Suddenly, a system-generated arc of magic appeared in the sky above Mogate's territory. What a magnificent sight it was, the upgrade to an 8th grade sect. Mogate disciples witnessed this scene, their faces unable to conceal their astonishment. They stammered, we finally upgraded. Everyone was incredibly excited, cheering and dancing, breaking the night's original tranquility. We finally upgraded. It's morning, Mom. Is this Starlight? We actually upgraded to an 8th grade sect in the future. We can even upgrade to a 1st grade sect, and we won't have to worry about being called just a 9th grade sect anymore. The upgrade system's light enveloped Mogate's main halls. Cheers and praises were incessant. Sect Master Liu, keep going, upgrade to 1st grade. It was the feeling of achieving greater success through one's own hard work, like excelling in a chosen field. Below, Mo Busho was very happy. He said, hee, the sect's upgrading today. Isn't this big news? Lin Wagon replied triumphantly, let's do it. He immediately responded, do it. Above, Liu Kai was gazing at Mogate's upgrade, a satisfied smile on his face. Excellent. My sword intent can finally be upgraded. The system panel reappeared. Main quest completion reward, 1 point to sword Dao aptitude, 200,000 experience points. A system notification panel appeared. Do you wish to use the sword intent enhancement card? Below were 2 options. Yes and no. Liu Kai cast his gaze towards Ding, who was meditating. He thought to himself, if I choose to level up 3 times consecutively now, it will cause quite a stir. His gaze did not leave Ding. He pondered, I must be patient for a little longer. If Ding's anomaly is discovered by others at this moment, that would not be a good thing. Disguise is acceptable, but it must be a clever one. Lukeaj reached out and swiped across the system screen, muttering to himself, if I can't upgrade now, then I'll look at other things. For example, how much more does Mogate need to advance to a 7th grade sect? A golden system panel appeared, showing Phase 3 Sect Quest. A quest notification panel appeared. Mogate main quest, strengthen Mogate to advance to a 7th grade sect. 4 conditions must be met. The conditions appeared sequentially. Condition 1, 1 cultivator of the 4th realm or above, or 2 cultivators at 3rd realm grade completion. Completed. Condition 2, 5 ordinary cultivators of the 3rd realm or above. Current progress 1-5. Condition 3, Sect disciples number 300. Completed. Condition 4, Sect reputation value reaches 5,000. Completed. Lukeaj focused on the system panel, a hint of surprise on his face, then said, excellent, 3 conditions directly completed. The most impressive one is that our sect actually has someone who has reached the 4th realm or above. Suddenly, a somewhat blank expression appeared on his face, and the mischievous image of Dongi surfaced in his mind. He thought, amazing, it must be her. Just how much has that girl been hiding? Lukeaj's face broke into a smug smile. He mused, I am currently at 2nd realm grade completion. Once I break through, condition 2 will become 2-5. Next are those disciples. He suddenly turned to look at Ding, who was still meditating and breaking through. 2nd realm, 1st heaven, 2nd realm, 2nd heaven, 2nd realm, 3rd heaven. His face couldn't hide his surprise. Still improving, this kid. He can level up just by absorbing items. This clearly looks like a protagonist script. Lukeaj gently nodded, stroking his chin, a self-satisfied expression on his face. That's right, his master is also a chosen one. Isn't he also a protagonist? This kid's luck is truly good. Things just fall into his lap while he's sitting at home. The spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and Ding slowly opened his eyes. He sighed, his face filled with exhaustion. Lukeaj leisurely walked forward and asked him with concern, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Ding looked at him and gently shook his head. He then asked with a serious expression, can you still hear the freezing sound from last time? He still continued to shake his head. After speaking, Lukeaj quickly left, instructing, that's good, get some rest, your master still has things to do. Seeing this, Ding hastily stood up. He walked to his master's side and reached out to stop him. Lukeaj turned his head, his gaze gentle, and said, are you trying to ask if you can help with something? No need. With his back to Ding, his master's broad shoulders conveyed a sense of security. He then continued, for a disciple like you on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd realm, your master naturally. Lukeaj's face broke into a cunning smile. Suddenly, a surge of black chi appeared. He said in a deep voice, it's time to break through as well. No sooner had he spoken than he broke through to 3rd realm, 1st heaven, and immense power of black and yellow erupted around his body. Witnessing this majestic sight, Ding's face couldn't conceal his astonishment. He thought admiringly, Master has broken through to the 3rd realm. The power around Lukeaj suddenly dissipated, forming a strong wind that sent leaves dancing. Lukeaj walked forward with an imposing demeanor, a smug smile on his face. He then said, it's not over yet. He looked up at the sky, a cunning smile on his face. At the same time as breaking through, I've also used the Sword Intent Enhancement card. Powerful chi intertwined with fierce lightning, shooting directly into the dark night sky, forming a peculiar black hole. A light appeared in the center of the black hole. The system panel appeared. Sword Intent Level 3 upgraded to Sword Intent Level 4. Before Ding's eyes was an endless black hole, thousands of sword chi swirling within, a truly magnificent sight. Witnessing this phenomenon caused by the upgrade, he was astonished, thinking, has Master reached the 4th layer of Sword Intent? Light from the center of the black hole illuminated all of Mogate, and countless sword chi danced in the sky. The disciples in Mogate's main hall were also witnessing this majestic sight. They were astonished, continuously asking, what on earth is going on? Is it going to rain swords from above? Lin Wagon, with a blank look on his face, blurted out, this is clearly a phenomenon. What sword rain are you talking about? Mo Busho nearby was equally astonished, a blank look on his face, and quickly chimed in. Good, is Sect Master Lu going all out? They immediately recorded this magnificent scene. As black lightning continuously struck, they blurted out, we must record this effect quickly. If I post it online, I'll definitely become famous. Yes, record it quickly. It's 100, a phenomenon caused by Sect Master Lu. Our Mogate has stumbled upon another great fortune. Dongi opened her door. Seeing a dazzling light in the vast sky, she said, Brother is about to break through. How can this be? This doesn't look like a phenomenon caused by a breakthrough. Her gaze remained fixed on the sky, her face full of surprise, and she couldn't help but exclaim that she had never seen such a grand phenomenon. Zhang Xinyan on this side was equally astonished. She said, his strength is growing increasingly powerful, she thought, but even if he breaks through to the 6th realm, it shouldn't cause such a grand phenomenon. Zhang Xinyan was mesmerized, completely immersed in this sight. She felt as if she was seeing her sect's ancient tree senior gradually taking shape. Looking up at the night sky where countless long swords merged, Zhang Xinyan held out her wine gourd and said, fellow Taoist Lu, congratulations. Meanwhile, Lukeaj was admiring this magnificent scene as the surrounding chi gradually dissipated. He thought, 3rd realm cultivation has arrived and sword intent 4th layer. I suppose I can be considered an outstanding talent from ancient times to the present, right? Suddenly, he looked downwards, a hint of confusion on his face. Lukeaj took out his sword from his storage ring. With a smile on his face, he said, Do you want to be unsheathed? All right, as you wish. Lukeaj raised the sword before him and slowly drew it from its sheath. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light, a cold smile played on his lips and the blade shimmered with brilliant blue light. Then be unsheathed. A sharp sword she streaked across and a bright light appeared in the sky, splitting the night in two. Lukeaj stood formidably holding his long sword. Between the low-hanging clouds and vaguely visible high mountains, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky. Over at Great Qian Vajra Sect's territory, they were in chaos, crying out in panic, "Look at Mogate, another phenomenon has appeared at Mogate." Hearing this, the Great Qian Vajra Sect master quickly came out to investigate. He couldn't conceal his astonishment. The might of that sword, I fear our entire sect couldn't withstand it. Only if our founding Grand Master were to revive would it be possible. Suddenly, 3 Great Qian Vajra Sect disciples' eyes sparkled and they kept muttering, "Doesn't that mean if we cultivate diligently, we can also reach that height?" Another, with a blank look on his face, replied, "Our founding Grand Master could do it, we definitely can. My Great Qian Vajra Sect truly has a great sect hidden away." Shiao Chu wore a speechless expression looking at his excited disciples. He thought, "These idiots, the founding Grand Master was a prodigy, but your aptitudes are just ordinary. Abandoned by great sects, how could you possibly reach the Grand Master's height?" An expression of annoyance on his face, he gazed at the distant sky and sighed, saying, "Let them live in their fantasies. When this old man was young, how could I not dream of being unrivaled in the world and achieving beautiful dreams?" Over at Autumn Water Sect's territory, they were also stunned by this phenomenon. Linlong spoke, "Mogate's Lukeaj is truly becoming stronger and stronger. If we don't develop some ties with him, we probably won't be able to associate with him in the future." Shen Qingqing looked at her with a vigilant gaze. She thought, "Aren't we already unable to associate with them? With our meager beauty, others wouldn't even want to get close to us." The video of the phenomenon caused by Lukeaj at Mogate quickly spread far and wide. They exclaimed, "Amazing, look at the filming technique. It's truly Sect Master Lu. This single sword strike directly splits the heavens. How could splitting the heavens be ordinary? This is clearly a masterpiece of divine creation." The system panel displayed numerous comments on this video, some with a sarcastic undertone. "We all had 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so outstanding?" But what would the next line be? Does anyone else feel a deep sense of pride? Even if it feels like being run over by a wheel, he can still perform. Can he even pull that off? This imagery perfectly matches the last line of the poem. "One day I will ascend to the peak and survey all mountains below." The discussion continued. If that's the case, then Chiliao was definitely slain by Sect Master Lu. Yes, I agree. I want to see Sect Master Lu's muscles even better if I can touch them. Can you stop thinking dirty thoughts? We're discussing how strong Sect Master Lu truly is. While the forum discussion was heated, Zhang Xinyan and Lu Dongli had arrived where Lukeaj stood. The atmosphere between these two was somewhat subtle. Zhang Xinyan glanced at Lu Dongli. She thought, "Lately, for some reason, I always feel a bit scared when I see fellow Taoist Lu's sister. It's really strange." Meanwhile, Lu Dongli was secretly looking at her, thinking, "Lately, for some reason, I always feel a bit annoyed when I see Sister Zhang. She clearly saved brother, so I should like her." Suddenly, Lukeaj spoke, startling both of them. "They're here," Lu Dongli excitedly said. "Brother has already reached the 4th layer of sword intent," he replied to her with a faint smile. I did gain some insights and so I reached the 4th layer." Zhang Xinyan looked at him, a puzzled expression on her face. She asked, "Has fellow Taoist Lu already reached the 3rd realm?" Lukeaj's face broke into a warm smile and he quickly replied, I also broke through to a new realm incidentally." Hearing this, both of them simultaneously turned to look at each other, their faces filled with bewilderment. They thought, "He gained some insights and sword intent directly reached the 4th layer, and he even broke through a major realm incidentally." Suddenly, Mu Dongfang, Luo Bing and Shiao Chu appeared. They bowed respectfully and congratulated him. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Sect Master Uncle Lu." Lukeaj waved his hand forward. Joy clearly evident on his face, he said, "I'm very happy today, so I'll add 2 more dishes for everyone." Hearing this, everyone felt happy, especially Shiao Chu. The little one excitedly jumped up and replied, "Then I'm going to eat 4 bowls of rice today to celebrate Sect Master Uncle's breakthrough." Those rice bowls were stacked as high as a mountain.